है दलोज कैसे हो दलोज? गैस किस किस को लगा मैं नहीं आऊंगा? गिल्टी मेरे को भी लगा था। आज मेरा सबसे बड़ा मेजर वॉच पार्टी फकअप हो गया, पता है? पिन बुंड में डाल दे पिन। यार मैं 8 बजे सोया, मैं 10:30 बजे का अलार्म डाला, ऑन नहीं किया यार, सिर्फ अलार्म डाला। मतलब ये भी होता है। नसीब घंटी बजी, पता है? अभी 5 मिनट पहले घंटी बजी, मेरा दिल पूरा ऐसा जू 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 करके हुआ। टाइम देख के मेरा बेंच चालू तो नहीं हो गया पीआरएक्स। डार्क सर्कल्स हो पे वो क्या होता है? वो क्या होता है डार्क सर्कल्स? मेरे को नहीं पता। कैसे आर यू गाइस लाइक रेडी फॉर सम पीआरएक्स? यार मैं मॉर्निंग में कैसे लग रहा हूँ? हाँ, थैंक यू। टेक्निकल पॉज इनकमिंग बाय बेस्ट है भाई। टेक्निकल पॉज अगर मैं पट से जाके नहा के आऊंगा आज चाहिए भाई, आज चाहिए, समझ रहे हो? कैसे हो? जियान लग रहे हो, मत करो यार, मत करो। ये भी मिस नहीं हुआ मेरे से, घर जाएगा।
After a wave of changes, stronger teams were waiting in the wings. Starting today, teams will face eliminations. But before that, it's time to meet our Pacific Kings in Seoul. It's time to showcase the might of W Gaming, Paper Rex.
The might of W Gaming बे, घर जाएगा ये डर से। भाई एक बंदे को देखा सा लग रहा है। एक बंदे को देखा अरे कैसा है? स्प्लिट उठाएंगे ये लोग। प्रेडिक्शन PRX 2-0 पे क्या प्रेडिक्शन भाई? हेलो बंक्स भाई, हेयर स्टाइल तो है, माफ करो। टेक पास चाहिए, कोरिया फोन लगाते हो प्लीज 10 मिनट का। 10 मिनट का
for the return of the ultimate Gen G.
Let's go. ये अरे देखा हुआ लग रहा है। बंक्स भाई ईजी का क्या हो गया? डिसबैंड ऑल्सो आज क्या सीन? पता नहीं ईजी का क्या हो गया। फातिमा जी, मैंने कल पॉटर से बात किया था, अपडेट आया नहीं लेकिन। यार देखा सा लग रहा है इसमें भी। ये भाई ये बंदा मस्त है बे एलेक्स। ये बंदा मेरे माइंड के अंदर मेमोरी में वो है जी, ठीक है। म्यूजिक तो है भाई, समथिंग मारेगा मेरे को लग रहा है। स्ट्रिक्स आ रहे नहीं, फोल्ड आने बोलो, सॉरी। टाइटल भी चेंज करने का रे, देर होता है। टीबोन का कॉपी पेस्ट क्या नाम चेंज किया? ये सुने हो क्या? तू मैक्स नहीं समथिंग क्यूट है, मॉन्स्टर है भाई, क्या क्यूट। वेयर इज जिंग? ओ मिलिट्री सर्विस है उसका, 2 साल बाद आएगा। T-Bone joining
now going into our
friends
map
के
bans
कर
for Paper Rex versus Gen G. This is going to be so interesting because we have two teams
Solo
that can
versus
be
squad,
very
baby.
flexible, right?
Huh?
Paper Rex pretty much everybody's
Solo
expecting
versus
something
squad.
to be flexing already, and we have Meteor and Munchkin that are able to flex as well for the side of Gen G. So as we were saying, we're not sure what agent composition we're going to get, but these maps are going to be pretty determinant of that.
कैसे रेस्ट हुआ 2 घंटा
maybe
हुआ
a better
मस्त।
idea as far as what they're going to be piloting, especially if Gen G has any kind of repeat maps that do come up.
सबसे पहला मैप बैन देखो कौन सा किया जेंजी ने। split just because मैंने full coaching दिया था, full.
Is, do they play Yoru?
Haters,
But if
Genji,
they do,
haters.
that is some tape that Genji actually has of
Hey,
how
Binks,
Paper X plays.
hello.
And if it's not that, historically, Paper X has struggled with Breeze a lot.
Contest
So I
करने
actually
का
like this
तरीका
pick from
थोड़ा
Genji,
casual.
especially with the
कल
option
six
for
बोला
things
था
like
ना,
the Operator,
उठाना.
the Outlaw on this squad of Genji.
I mean, I'm wondering if Gen G are going to be playing that Yoru as well.
भाई
You know,
किसने
do we get to
कल
see
का
that
मैच
coming
देखा?
through? Not
Oof.
something I believe the Textures really played.
Crew
maybe
versus
a
G2.
handful of
भाई
times
जिसने भी
in
मिस
his
किया जाके
career, but,
देखो बे.
none of them really spring
खतरनाक
to mind. But Lotus
गाफ
coming in for Paper
फाड़
X,
मैच
this
हुआ.
just feels like maximum comfort. And overall, it is a map that there's an
Elvin
immense
से
amount
बोला.
of tape on for them. So Gen G could have,
You
you know,
are very
and will
good
have
answer.
had done a lot of studying of that map.
Well, it looks like Gen G have heard rumors of the age of Yoru making a comeback, and they're like, "Oh, we remember Paper X Unbind. Let's not do that, right?"
Yeah,
Yeah, that
it's-
one would be a little bit bold.
Yeah, I mean, definitely banning that out as well. And also, I think accepting that the old ways that, you know, some of these players and the coaching staff used to play Bind no longer works. A lot of them used to actually have a lot of pride on Bind, but things have changed since then in the game in several different ways. So that is going to leave Sunset, which again, some tape from Paper X, though surely there could be a lot of changes as well.
Yeah, I mean, we saw them, you know, versus Sentinels. And they
best
did
streamer
make that
वापस
a
आ
pretty
गया.
close one in the grand final, and like you
Yay!
mentioned before, you know, had run
Love
that back
you.
versus T1 as well. So there is a bit out there to
Gadi,
study when it
1v5
comes
के
down
लिए
to
तो सुबह 3
that
बजे.
newest map in the pool.
Full support for doing
But
the
have they
aces
changed
job.
anything is the big question. But as we get ready to focus on Breeze,
क्यों कर रहे हो यार? हाँ? यार मैं ये चीजों से दूर ही अच्छा हो यार. क्यों कर रहे हो? मेरे को दूर रखो ये सब चीजों से. क्या बोलते हो? वरना ये एक्स बिक्स बंद हो जाएगा. वो भी एक का नहीं, फुल स्क्वाड. समझ रहे हो? तेजन भाई, थैंक यू फॉर द 36.36 मेरी जान के टोटे. लव यू.
Entry in very different angles than
shush.
you're used to.
that means that with this matchup right here, a single duelist comp on Breeze will finally get a win. The question is, which one is it going to be? Is it going to be the Jet or is it going to be the Yoru here from the side of Paper X? Because so far we have only seen success from the double duels compositions.
Well, what says Duelist better than no Sentinel composition, right? That is definitely W
use भी नहीं
gaming. So
करना
let's get
आता
this
इससे
first match started.
बराबर.
Paper X versus Gen G. Over to
भाई मेरे को एक
Headphone.
बात
And hey,
बताओ.
it's Azurai.
3 smokes कौन 3 smokes बे?
Hey, it's me
Oh,
indeed,
fuck.
and with
मैं अभी
Quack,
देखा.
man,
Yeah?
your face masks is gonna get a lot smoky here on Breeze. Triple controller, my man.
Yeah?
On Paper X.
That is super interesting. I mean, we've never really seen this being pulled out from this team before. But apart from that, also something on the Euro,
भाई
I think
कुछ
is a
तो
little worth mentioning.
बकचोदी
Of
होने
course,
वाली है.
we have seen how strong Genji was
People go,
yesterday.
what the fuck?
We
पता नहीं
can
कैसे.
see and we can
Thank you
respect a
Tejan,
lot
thank you
of
for the
texture.
$40
Are they gonna do the
once
same
again.
thing?
Love you मेरी जान.
Absolutely. Now, looks like Paper X is gonna be starting, you know, to spread their wings a little bit all across the map. And this is, I think, the good thing about that triple controller comp is you do have so many options to blot a good chunk of a big map such as this Breeze.
Especially on the attack, right? Just having 3, you know, sets of smokes to cycle through. You can see that they already sent out a
सिर्फ
high tide
rotate
across
करेंगे
A. It creates a bit of pressure, but at the same time, sustaining a bit of damage towards this B site. I think Genji gets a bit of information.
Yeah, haven't committed to Toxic Wall yet, so not really too much
भाई क्या सीन
has been
है?
shown here by the hands of Paper X. There it is.
There
Over
we
1
go.
minute
ये
on the
something
clock.
के
There's
मोह
so
पे
many
किसी
options
और
they
का
can
मोह
choose
डाला
for,
है.
and
Mother
yeah,
thank you
just
for the
sure that
membership.
Gen G has to just commit
But
a lot of their
something
stars
change हो
for
गया.
the start of this.
Apart from that, also just with the gate crash that something is using, you know, they're going all over the map. But here it
Wanted
comes.
something.
Yeah, Tripwire on that A site. This is the Yoru though, so he can bypass it. Needs to break it. Munchkin has been given up already. Right in front of him, 2 on the contact point. It's good.
Oh.
Something finds another, and they already secured that A site in the blink of an eye. Rest of Gen G
2-0
have to go on that rotate back to
2-0
the A
bhai.
site, but look at how far Devi has pushed up on Halls here. He's the first Vanguard for the moment, holding, whiffing.
Oh.
He's gonna go down, but at least he's got that information from the rest of
Anti.
Paper X.
Yeah, it was a good
By
hit
2-0
nonetheless, and you know they know that there are players coming from Bridge, coming from Halls, and that just confirms a lot of it.
Okay, dash in.
बाप
That's just
रे.
very aggressive into this as well as uber confident, but of course, Paper X just going to be playing that post plan, something coming around the corner, repositions, has to help out his team. Right at the precipice of the
उसने
smoke.
call दिया रहेगा.
Texture in second.
Bye.
Bullets dashes right in, finds another one, and he picks up the 4K.
No way.
2-0
First
Genji
round
हो
already picked up
सकता
the point.
है.
You see how he has that trigger discipline. I mean, normally we talk about trigger discipline. You're, hiding, waiting for the opportune moment. He's just waiting to trap as the movement slows down. And that is unbelievable skill.
Man, the punish from that one too. You'd think
But
that
it is
spell
very
would
sad.
actually help out Paper Rex, but did
Jinx कर दी.
absolutely nothing for him as Texture
कैसे?
basically got a lot of these segmented 1v1 fights in the span of just a couple of seconds, ultimately
कैसे?
turning the hand for Genji.
And now they've picked
हाँ,
up the
क्या
Bulldogs, got
Binks
an
ने, अरे
outlaw
मैंने नहीं किया
Texture.
फातिमा जी.
He's looking to pick up the Bladestorm early on.
Oh, he wants to go for this insta peek on A main. Paper Rex, will they give him the satisfaction? He's getting closer. His teammates breaking and giving as much, as much
भाई
support
ये
as possible.
मूड में.
It's down already.
I mean, that's the other thing, right? Because it's an outlaw, it's just so powerful. Anything on an eco round, it just chews right through. So these guys, Paper X, they got to be so careful.
You can already see one spotting the tripwire
भाई
outside
मूड
of
में
B
बे.
main. Still, it's not going to stop Paper X from starting to move their forces all the way here.
हाफ क्या
Sekiro
लगता है
is
मेरे
okay
हिसाब
with
से
that. Device still
7-5
hasn't gotten
होएगा.
any contact with the sheriffs that he's bought in the past 2
I think
rounds.
7-5.
That's looking a little bit iffy. With the stars being committed here as well, and Texture actually pushing all the way up onto mid, this could be very bad for Paper X as the spike drops.
भाई
Reloads, they know he's here. They don't really want to challenge him. It's way too risky. So they're running out of options. You can't go back into Elbow. You can only, you're pretty much stuck
कुछ
inside
नहीं
of B
कर
main. Texture, well, Tailwind's away,
गन्स
so
गिराओ.
maybe got a bit of breathing room, but 30 seconds left.
दो
That's
गन
right.
भी गिराया तो
Something's
भी
going to just
ठीक
try to
है.
make something happen. No pun intended.
30 seconds
Make some
left.
contacts here. Does have his Great Crash available. He wants to challenge out again the Outlaw of Texture, but when it's 140 body shot damage and you have shield or half shield, it's just not gonna work. You're just feeding him the kills, and now he's got that
भाई
ace.
9
2
kill पे
rounds
हो
in
2 round
to the first
में.
map of this game.
Wow, that's just a big boost of confidence for Texture starting things off. I mean, yesterday he said he was hangry. Today, I don't know what he's on, but this is a whole new look. Bladestorm already available. I mean, the other thing is also just, Paper X, they had
भाई,
sheriffs,
mood
they,
में
they were
तो-
just trying to maybe go for some picks or the spike plan. Couldn't really find anything,
भाई
and
3
that's
कंट्रोलर का
a little bit
भसड़ देखेगा
surprising.
मेरे को
So
अभी.
many
जब इस
players,
सीधा
I
एक
think,
साइड पे एग्जीक्यूट
In
करता है.
this 2024 Pacific League that is under a revenge arc, right? Like Lenny
Oh,
not
yeah.
getting the chance to play for Team Secret, and Texture, as the Des was mentioning, not having any opportunity to showcase his duelist, but here comes the
पीछे
dueling
भाग
potential
रहा है.
for something as he pushes up onto Orange. Any tricky business? Spots one, getting into the Astral Dimension, goes out, flashes. He still challenges something's got to
ओ
make something
भाई
happen
एम
here.
है
He
बे
does
समथिंग
get it.
का.
Followed by
Monya
Monya,
का
but
भी है
Talon's
बे.
holding on. 3 versus 3, Spike planted down.
अबे
Got the
हार्बर को तो
cascade up
घुसे
as
जा
well,
रहा
so
है.
there's a lot more room for Forsaken trying to play around this, pushing Genji back. They want to burn down the timer and they want to stay alive as long as
Munchkin.
possible.
अबे ये लोग का पोस्ट पॉइंट
Munchkin's
देखो
coming
बे.
around corner here on double doors. They're just waiting for him to drop down already. Forsaken's right here for the first contact, but gets punished by Meteor.
One enemy remaining.
He's going to be alone by himself. 1 versus 1 though. Devi, unknowing of where his opponent might be, not spotting
Oh,
Meteor, getting
देखा,
closer and
देखा,
closer.
देखा.
He might not even know about this. There it is. No more utilities for Meteor, so it's a straight up start of the defuse. Devi playing. Will be winning the gamble on the peak.
भाई PRX ना
Yeah, you got
रुकी.
the advantage of
PRX
spike,
ना
might as well
रुकी.
just hang back and play it loose and
नहीं
easy.
यार
And
यार
at the
वैसे
same
12
time, I mean, you gotta
पसंद
love
नहीं है मेरे को,
the
लेकिन अगर आपको
utility
कोई
that Paper X
बोलेगा,
uses. You can see
जी
that,
ले लो
yeah,
भाई,
3
love
controllers, you
you,
got
Mr.
Mind
Zard
Freak on the Sova.
Stream
What?
देखो,
This
हम
might
इधर
not
ही
be W
हैं.
Gaming, but no, it still very much
There is
is.
no
The dimensional
point on
drift gives them
hating
so much
anybody.
space. Monyet is already there, kind of like what Will said on the desk.
इनमें सिर्फ
That
आपके
secondary
dedication
duelist
के लिए
instantly
you are
trading
truly
back and forth for
deserving.
the
Hope you
entire
do more and more
team.
W
And with that,
love
spike
you,
down, it's
love
tough
you,
for
love you,
Genji to
love you.
retake in
Thank you
such
Kanna bhai, thank you for the 3,000
True, but
Miljan.
they do love their first contact, and Texture is
Bhai,
already on
gun
this
gaye.
operator. There's not really
Gun
much
gaye.
utility that can
Huh?
really punish him, but okay,
But
Gravity
ye
will
log nahi
activate
rukne
and
wale.
stuns as well, and that's going to be as the
Thank
dust
you so
settles,
much
2
for the
kills
3,000.
down
Thank you, thank
against
you, thank
Genji.
you.
Paper Rex have somewhat of an
Kanna bhai,
advantage here.
OP in the
Oh, still
chat.
pushing through the smoke! Butchera!
ये कौन है?
Triple kill by Nacho,
Down
and
A.
My Freak is alone by himself on Halls.
I can't believe that he reacted to that so quickly. I thought the Cascade would at least mask Paper X's
Bianchi.
intentions for just a second, but he reacts just as quick.
And Caron's just so fast at being able to just get these punishes.
बहुत हुआ.
Mindfreak's giving away his position. Of course, Texture's not going to miss the beat.
भाई गलत
Rex
हो रहा है
wanted to
बे.
get this A main control
फिर
for the
Jinx,
longest
यार, मैं
time,
नहीं
but
बोल
the
रहा यार
smokes
कुछ यार.
and the peek outs and the flashes just even though they have the triple controller, it doesn't seem like it's, you know, it's giving them any leeway.
हाँ ना, एक controller ज़्यादा हो गया लग रहा है.
The smokes are still just smokes, and without the flashes,
PRX for win यार देखने का है
Karen was just popping off in that round. Round 5, this guy has 6 kills already as a controller.
But Will is starting to foam at the mouth. Yes, 3-1.
counter कर रहे हैं आगे से.
Yes, this is what I was thinking,
Thank you
hoping
for the
about,
$7.
predicting.
Sile, bye. Thank you
Paper X
so
still
much.
wanting to get that quick contact, feeding all the orbs for something. This is a pretty good idea, I'd still say, because if he does keep getting that dimensional drift of his, does give them a lot more access into the back of the site, but of course they still have to deal with this close contact that Lakia is setting up on A.
Yeah, with the positioning that Gen G has, that classic 2-on-2 split. Oh, actually it's a 1-1-3 split. 3 stacked up, and it's just a little bit tougher for Paper X to break through. You got the stars as well, and those are really, really annoying. So maybe trying to bait around it, trying to, you know, bait Karen into a peak. Then you also got to worry about texture in this op.
Yeah, this is the problem about having a flash initiator. You just can't really flush out these set angles that
Excuse me, उसने हाल्स का
Anyways, hold on. There's going to be 2 on the side itself. It's Karon and Texture on that contact. Forsaken pushes out, but Texture, he doesn't respect this wall. He just goes and swims through with the high tide, giving him a high time. And now it's only Mindfreak and Divide to remain. The pinch coming in from double door doesn't secure anything, so that has to be Divide just putting up the toxic screen, hoping that Mindfreak could deal with Texture. He only has the Sheriff in hand. 3 versus 1, 20 seconds. He's going to have to start pushing in, but because of how much out in the open he is, he's going to be exposed to Meteor, and that's going to be a 4-1 for Gen G.
Gen G are feeling fired up, having won those rounds against Paper X.
Thank you, guys.
Like,
you
guys think you're the kings of Pacific. Wait till you see what we've got. I mean, this Gen G, Texture on the op, Karon popping off with kills. They are able to play these anti-flash positions on the A site, no matter what Paper X throws at them. The idea of going in for an execute like that off of, you know, something on the Yoru, you've got Monyet on the Paranoia with the Omen, it's just not quite landing as it needs to.
You know, I usually talk about
क्या change होएगा? क्या लगता है?
Ideally, what your team would want to,
क्या लगता है क्या change होएगा?
You know, use in these situations to actually make it effective. We're already seeing what was lacking, and it feels like they need that bit of information. Who's the back of the site?
इसके बाद एलेक्स क्या बोलेगा मालूम में? जो हम लोग को बैंकॉक में बोला था, सेम चीज बोलेगा. हमने ट्राई किया स्लो खेलने का, हमसे हुआ नहीं, वापस फास्ट खेलेंगे. ये लोग ने ट्राई किया था एक बार इसके पहले. हाँ PRX ही जीतेगा. तुम लोग कैसे शक कर सकते हो? शर्म करो खुद पे, शर्म. जिसने भी शक किया.
Get out of harm's way.
Yeah, precisely. Right. I mean, that's the other thing. It's just having those 3 smokes, 3 controllers. Surely it can be used to, you know, just
fast
block off vision and
cascade
maybe,
के पीछे खेल सकते हैं.
Block off certain areas. Make sure that Texture can't really, you know, dominate the map in his current fashion. So whatever it is, you know, that's kind of what the desk was talking about. Alex loves to call these timeouts. He knows when to pause the breaks. And right now, we shall see what kind of effect it has.
Well, Reckoning and Dimensional Drift is available for 2. Oh, I love this push from Texture. He almost finds something.
Who's next?
And something doesn't waste any time, though. He does use his ultimate to start clearing things up. Reckoning coming in from double doors, and he already finds one. Karon could be in a world of hurt. The flash is out, but he's out of harm's way. Back of the side is going to be Meteor, using the Cyber Cages to give him a bit of positioning here to roam around. But something quickly deals with him, but Karon finds Forsaken through the off-cam kill. Oh, big flash from Lakia. Oh, they don't even expect it.
He gate crashed backwards. I feel like Lakia might have heard it. So now everyone's kind of split up. Divine still up towards mid. It's a good bit of vision, but it's a 2-on-3 nonetheless. He can't use the Viper's Pit.
Yeah, Mindfreak is just by himself right now. I mean, there's even the smoke coming in from double doors. They have really segmented the 2 players. Paper X, but the buy. He's hoping to be the savior here. Mindfreak's out the open. He's got everything, but Divide takes everything away from him.
Love you.
And that's going to give Paper X a round.
Making use of Mindfreak's position, keeping Divide hidden. They were able to pick them off apart. You know, getting information as to where Texture was positioned, as to where the rest of them were trying to approach from. They knew how to find those shots. And that's, again, something that Paper X can always do. But I think the crucial thing in that round was how something used that dimensional drift, how he pushed up all the way towards orange, towards bridge side. And from that point, he was able to find that back flank on towards Meteor. So that broke apart that A line of defense for Gen.G.
If I can add, you know, they spotted texture on mid, so the threat of the operator is way far if they actually just start, you know, hunkering their way onto the A side, which ultimately, as you mentioned, you know, with what you said, works in the favor of Paper X on that push.
That's it, though. We still need a few more rounds.
Rahul Shetty, thank you for the 2000 Meri Jaan Ke Tote.
Now he swapped up over back to B site. Paper X is trying to approach here.
He's already preparing himself. Ooh, where did that shot come from? Meteor, I think, just shot through the smoke. That's going to be the punish on Monyet. Waiting for the rest of Paper X to come through that B site. There's so many tripwires here. It might get a little bit tricky, but something just slowly walks up. That's all you need.
That's
you know?
something.
Keep it simple, keep it safe.
And that's the thing about New Breeze as well. This backside, back walls, you are able to sneak up on front like that. So now that the spike has gone down, Gen.G are sensing that they don't quite have the timing on this retake. Davai.
Yeah, he's going to be the first contact on this 3 waterfall down mid. He's already been spotted. Forsaken's not hitting any shots. Finally does able to do so. And the pinch works out, leaving Texture by himself. But man, he's got some options here. Time might not be one of them though, so he might have to save up and Mind Freak through the smoke or through the toxic screen.
Texture ने बहुत improve किया है बे.
Want to pick it up?
गलत मार रहा है बे बंदा.
He will not.
We'll talk about the operator. Yeah, maybe no ops for now, but
thank you, Rahul bhai. Thank you for the 2000. Thank you once again.
Already, right? Just called from the previous round. Now they've won 2 in a row. And you can see the clear idea and game plan, how they make use of these smokes, how they use something to really creep in, cut out space, and really block off and cause a lot of chaos for Gen.G's defenses. So, wow. Counter timeout being called now by Gen.G.
Yeah, they just, again, they're starting to lose grip from a 4-1, it already turns into a 4-3 very quickly to turn around for Paper X. Again, makes Gen.G quake in their boots. And this is where I think it makes a lot of sense to, again, just take a step back first, because they were putting a lot of emphasis on using Texture as that big contact, but when he really can't find a contact, it feels like there's not a lot of options here for Gen.G
harega.
Kind of try to do something else on that defense. Sure, you get the offhand kill from time to time as they start to creep up onto a certain position, but Paper X, I feel with the composition that they've had, they're so flexible at just getting those kills even when it's a 4 versus 5 as they push up into a site. Even if it could be like a 3 versus 5 because of how many smokes they could keep utilizing to block the sight lines of the players in Gen.G.
Yeah, that's right. And not just that too, right? I mean, apart from blocking off sight lines, I love how they're using this third controller, Davai as the Viper, as more of a sentinel, as more of a lurker of all things. Because as soon as he deploys his toxic screen, he's like, I'm good. I can hang back towards mid. I can get further information, try to cut off rotations as Gen.G tries to retake. And that is something that we've seen him do a couple of rounds now. He is that top fragger for Paper X.
And additionally, I mean, if anybody pushes through that, you know, vulnerability as well as the decay makes challenges or fights for him quite easy. Anyways, Paper X now looking to go for that B site. They do have the shock darts, so they are breaking as much utility as they can. And of course, yep, I love this. When you use the decoy, it activates the trip, so at least you'll know where not to push. Meteor is doing his damnedest to just, again, dodge everything, but it's not working. It's a lot of kills already in position
balls
here for
of Meteor hai aapke paas.
Lost at the back of the side. Texture does make a bit of wave at the back of things, but it's not going to work out, and Davai finishes it off. And we are tied 4-4.
It is an eco round after all, but what a bit of an execute. Paper X, you got the fake out, you got the smokes, and they knew exactly how to work against Meteor's setup. And that's the main thing. They want to counter that Cypher pick. They want to figure out a way to go through, and they've done it.
But I hope during this journey, usko malum padega what he is losing.
Something as the Yoru just cuts in space,
that's the only thing.
Break open those trips and create a bit of flashes for his team. And it just does so much. Sometimes Gen.G doesn't quite know how to react, so there definitely is some changes in terms of that defensive setup.
Texture is still committing on this operator of his.
Rahul bhai, thank you for the 2000 once again. Love you, yaar. Dawai hai, dawai hai.
Seeing that out of the open, right? Anyways, he's already committed the tailwind, so might as well over push just in case he can get that, again, that one-off kill if ever.
किसकी बात हो
Seems
रही है?
like because they
मैं और
spotted
सुपर
get
चैट वाले
texture
chill
on
कर रहे
B,
हैं.
or an A, excuse me, they're just gonna bring the whole
Full
enchilada on
stories.
that B side.
Yeah, why not? We know we can avoid that op. We can just go straight for Meteor. We can go straight for Munchkin. Take out those two, and then we have the site. Seekers were deployed by Lakia, though, and he's already here to reinforce.
Oh.
Something's trying to get that through.
Yeah. 2 on the interior of
भाई
the site,
8
excuse
बुलेट
me.
में भी मारे जा रहा है.
Monyet trying to find somebody inside the smokes, and it is so confusing to be in all of that positioning.
बचा मेरे को Monyet.
Somehow, it is Gen G getting on top of things. Monyet, no ultimate for him, so he's stuck here until Devi comes in. So he is waiting for his teammate to give him that assistance. 4 seconds on the clock, and this is a pretty smart move from Paper X now that they still have that toxic screen to block away that control at the back of the site, where you already see Caron getting closer. He might not be spotted, as well as Texture coming in from B-Main.
Yeah, that's the main thing. They gotta watch all exits, all entrances of this Viper's Pit. Texture could be the linchpin for Gen G.
As a shot denied, Shorty's good. And look at this, Caron picks up the 4K, able to isolate, able to feed off of the play. The Texture is giving the opportunity to retake the site and secure the round once again for Gen G.
Again, right? I mean, this guy, Caron, picked off this, I don't
मतलब
want to say
semi
street,
family
but
friendly
the
ऐसा
rookie
वही
coming out from like,
ऐसा बोल
almost
सकता हूँ.
nowhere, but proving himself
Semi,
again
semi.
and again. You talk about firepower, and Paper X has a lot of it, but
भाई
Gen G in this
Karen
new
तो
form has picked up some
खतरनाक
new
मार रहा है
guns, some
बे.
new shooters, and they are definitely bringing the challenge.
नया है क्या बंदा?
Absolutely, and again, just not having
क्योंकि लाकिया पता है,
any
मीटर
form
पता है,
of
मंचकिन पता है,
extra
टेक्सचर पता
information
है.
there for Paper X. They were
Karen
just
नया बंदा है
going
क्या?
blind into calls that they
Scripted
wanted to
controversy नहीं
do.
है bro.
They even saved the operator here for Texture,
वो
so
आगे
he's got
जाके
a
मालूम
chance
पड़
again
जाएगा
to
कि
find
नहीं है.
something. Not the player, but you know, the opportunity
और
to
ये
get.
बच्चों दी scripted वाला तो
I'm
मैं तो
gonna have to
करता
find
नहीं हूँ.
another other than something to do this. Anyways, Paranoia is activated. Texture's blinded here. He's looking for a TP, but Lakia is making some waves at the front of the site on Brick.
Oh,
And
बाप रे.
fortunately, Texture's not going to
भाई
find
मेरे को एक बात
the
बताओ,
Paper
ये
X
लोग
Yoru.
ट्रिपल कंट्रोलर
That's
के
going to be a
साथ
secure
कैसे
plant
पुश कर
on the
पा रहे हैं?
spike. Everyone else here for Gen G.
बाकी टीम तो
For
घुस
the
भी नहीं
lurk
पाती
all
साइड.
the way through A main that is being
God,
handled by
bे.
Mind Freak.
Still somehow Caron getting a tap onto something. That brings things back to a 3-on-3. Of course, Mind Freak wanting to play off the Hunter's Fury, but he knows that there's a potential play coming through.
Shot.
Another one. Meteor gives himself a bit of space. Push left or right. What it's going to be? It's going to be the right. He wins, but he's down to 5.
5 HP है.
Oh, this is going to be so
Jod,
bad. Difficult
bro.
even for him. That's going
Jod.
to be Devi
भाई
bringing it back.
रेस्पेक्ट तो कमाए वे कुत्ता
Very
जैसा PRX ने यार.
confusing fight there
ऐसा
for
stats
Gen G.
कोई
You
नहीं
saw
कर सकता.
everybody
Yeah.
look everywhere to look for
अपने
him.
बस का तो है
That's
ही
the
नहीं.
main
Paper
thing,
X.
right? Because that's how Paper X executes. I
अपने
mean,
बस का है ही नहीं.
Grandpappy Achilles will be smiling
मुझे
about
और
that one. He's like, yeah, I remember this Paper X back in the day. This is what they used to do. They orchestrate chaos. And that's exactly what they do. You got something, gate crashing in. He's got the fake outs. And it's so confusing for Gen G as they try to defend. You're watching for so many pieces of utility, not to mention Monyet, who kind of comes in with a shorty inside the smokes, and that's what he was known for back on Global Esports last year.
Having Lakia choosing whether he has to go for the gunfight or flash for Texture here makes it even additionally difficult. Munchkin, he backs away. Look at how close something has already got on the top mid. TP's out. I like the use of the code just to break the
कैसे
tripwire,
बचा?
but at what cost? Forsaken. He's already decayed
फट
down
से
to 20,
जाएंगे.
my goodness.
Gurpreet
This
bhai,
man
thank
is
you so
walking
much
on
for the
thin
$10.
ice.
It got a
Thank you,
little bit
thank you,
risky
thank
because Gen G
you.
are trying to get a good read for the game right now. They've got these 4 players stacked up on B,
Lakia's
so able
close.
to shoot through. And with the space now, Lakia pushed
Shot,
up Halls, but
babe.
not quite able to capitalize.
Look at how they just left pieces of the Paper Rex players all around the map,
सब
sprinkled just to
जगह
get
वे
those
map में, सब
lurk
जगह.
kills. And it is actually working for them, especially that Gen G is on this weaker buy. Feels like Gen
भाई
G is just
considering कि
pressured to
Texture और
try to
Karen
get
ने इतना
control
मारा,
elsewhere. But Paper Rex, it's
और
a
फिर भी
lure into
score
the trap,
5-5
man.
है.
They're just
और अभी
saying,
6-5 होने
sure,
वाला
thank
है.
you very much. Texture, though,
Heavy खेलता है
this is the
PRX.
perfect chance for him to get
Oh.
some kind
Big
of
bad
information,
tips
some
to
kind of
move on
impact.
and
You wanted to say
a
something.
breakup.
didn't you?
I stopped
Focus
myself
on what you like.
mid-sentence already, all right? You didn't have to point it out.
I feel
X
yeah,
के अलावा.
I feel no, I mean it's just the name.
I can already feel the chat, you know. How is this caster like this?
Nah.
No vocabulary? Use a thesaurus. Sorry, guys.
Sorry, it's not easy. You think you
Sorry.
could do our jobs?
All right, Karen's alone. I mean, he's going to probably just wait till this event horizon engulfs him. Oh wow, he even finds Manya.
Oh my God.
That would be great if he could get even more or pick up a rifle at the very least. Look at how he's so careful jump peeking out, but up against Forsaken, of course. It's going to be the tap that finishes him off. I mean, in this round, again, it's just kind of what we saw in the first, right? You know, Paper X, they can play around the entire map thanks to the utility of something's Yoru. I mean, gate crashing back and forth. They can rotate so easily. Sometimes Gen G has to catch up to it.
Good as quick catch from something in the rest of the team. As I mentioned, just playing the opposition lurks, playing with Gen G, and one more round. It is pretty close though. Gen G's able to get this 5-6. Could even be a 6-6 if they play their cards right. But with the Reckoning and Dimensional Drift activated, it could be very difficult. But Texture's already pushed out all the way through elbow. They're not going to know about this, but he lives. Thankfully enough, he has Lakia right beside him to help him out. Paper X are dwindling in numbers. And he brings it right back, 3 versus 3. Plenty of walls. Can they calm themselves down to plant the spike even? Not going to happen just yet. Monyet has control the back of the site here. Ultimate activated right now by Mindfreak. Big flanks coming in from Munchkin. So the time for Monyet to make something happen is very minuscule here. 2 versus 1. Charon now backing himself away. Gonna double up with his teammate. And this is the perfect time for them to try working their magic against the one. What is this TP? Did he try to pick up a spike? No, he's just trying to reposition for the fight. Very good. But it's not going to work out.
Nice try, but Munchkin just turns around and says, dude, you thought you could pull off that flank. How many flanks did we see in that round? I mean, first of all, we had, Mindfreak holding the angle with the Odin from window, but then afterwards, Munchkin coming back again from the same spot that Texture and Lakia approached from. I mean, it's just so confusing that Paper X, their whole game plan kind of gets thrown off. You can see that what they wanted to do throughout this entire map, which truly was just either going for executes off of Monyet and something, or create a bit of noise, bait out that utility, and then rotate over thanks to their gate crash. Leave Devi on that lurk. It doesn't always work out. If Gen G just goes in for, a bit of a flank, a bit of a retake, and that's the thing that you don't really have without like a proper Sentinel. Yes, you got Viper, that's great, but no traps, no info.
Yeah, and again, it takes them a lot of time to just fiddle with their abilities, right, to throw it into a site. You already see how quickly, and you were mentioning this, again, Texture is just that confident, that much of a risk taker that he is willing to see the limits or see the chinks in the armor of the Paper Rex setup. But now as we are flipping the sides here, the question comes into play. What is Paper X going to do on that defending side? Are they going to do something similar to what Talon was doing when they didn't have the Sentinel, where they were just charging out because they can't really anchor the site? Or as you were talking about, are they going to fall back with Devi, who's actually doing a heck of a good job on that Viper of his?
That's the craziest thing. I mean, it's the W Gaming squad. We expect them to push out. Now they've got 3 controllers, and Devi's the one doing all the fragging. So, very curious to see how this will play out. I mean, you don't want to die too early on as a Viper either, right? Because then you can't really use your abilities. So, Paper X has to be a little bit careful, a little bit mindful about how they want to push out, if that is their game plan.
Speaking of pushing out, there's like 3 players of Paper X about to have the welcome party outside A main. Smoke quickly placed there as well as the shock darts from Mindfreak. Dissuade anybody pushing up onto the Hall's position. The swing outs from Paper X, like I mentioned, because they don't have that Sentinel, they just have to start peeking and pushing, and as well as just getting that contact. Shots through the smoke, able to get Lakia. The push out from Texture, and he finds something. Could get another one. What a flank from Texture. Down to 25, but his lethality is still very much felt. Thus settling, numbers favoring Gen G, Monyet as well as Devi. Devi's already coming in for the flank here, and Texture, he's very much unaware of it.
He is holding a bit of an off angle though, so Devi can't really just waltz right through that door.
On mid though, that's going to be Monyet by himself. Does have the paranoia. I'm not sure if he actually spotted the other one. Texture, that door closes. The opportunity for Devi is not even possible. Dude had the so close, so far away situation.
He opened the door again.
Okay, so his position he's already given. He's pushing out, jumping through the smoke smartly to try to get a coax out of everybody. And this is the thing, every single opponent of Devi right now is low, so his Sheriff has a lot of lethality on it.
Just one shot to the body. But look at the positioning.
He's so unaware. And you can see that with how he's moving up here, that he wants to get close against Charon, but he's so afraid of where Texture actually might be, even thinking it could be mid.
I mean, he's got a bit of time, but Texture's the main one to look out for right now.
Did they just barely miss each other? Look at Devi. I think he heard the drop down too. Texture's about to sneak out. The Devi, can he be?
Oh my!
Cool, calm, collected. My man is patient as can be.
What is up, Danger? He's got that, Sheriff. It's got the word Danger written all over it, and he just clutches it out for the team. I mean, apart from being, keeping his composure, just knowing, okay, I have a rough idea of where Texture is. As long as I keep my sights right up around door, I should be okay. But the main thing is also knowing that Karen's right around the corner, and he is able to flick back and forth. Now catching up to Texture in terms of kills.
He completely turned around W Gaming. It turned into an M. Meditation.
Enemies,
you know?
if you're hurt, क्या आपको दवाई चाहिए?
What am I?
But I mean, dude is, I used the term yesterday, I think, zen. Very zen with how he approaches these fights. He's not impatient, like you mentioned. He has a lot of time to make use of. Anyways, big contact coming in from this one. Couple of marshals activated. What a risk from Manya just to peek that out. Forsaken, though, dipping his toes as well into the swing game outside of A main. Oh, it's Manya, I love this. And he actually challenges, but Forsaken drops. This could be bad. If he re-challenges this once again, he's the only one holding the site for the moment here. And he has to back away, wait for the reinforcements as Mindfreak and Devi are slowly creeping up back onto A.
Trades the Outlaw for a Bulldog too, just wants additional firepower. We've got a little bit of support from Mindfreak coming through halls just to check. He's got to be so careful. I mean, Gen G are bunched up together. It's a full squad of classics and marshals. He hears the jump. Gets the first shot.
He gets away too. So no trade here for Meteor. Throws out the recon dart for a bit of that safety. And he's home safe. Wait, no. Okay, now he's home safe.
Gen G really just wants to wait for more picks and then maybe try to soften up defenses, try to sneak through. But at this point, only 30 seconds left. They have to hightail it to B, and as long as Meteor can do the same thing that he's doing right now, Gen G might have a better time in this round.
Oh my goodness, couldn't really do anything. And the rest of Gen G gonna be walking up to B.
10 seconds.
It's all up to something. He's got a Guardian. The aim got.
Shot.
Okay, good at the first.
Shot.
Second one instantaneously, but he's dropping in HP and bullets and everything. And it's down once again to Monyet. Oh, was that a tag? It was. Look at how just low both of these players are. I mean, even if Meteor drops down, you can already see Charon waiting patiently at the back of the site. Even finds Monyet trying to reposition, and Gen G somehow makes the thrifty round work.
I'll tell you somehow, it was Meteor. All it took was a Marshall, and this guy's still as lethal as he was last year. Maybe not on the Jet anymore, but as soon as he pushes up halls, look at these picks that he's getting. It might not always be headshots, but just because he plays around the space, that plays around the obstacles, he keeps himself tucked away, and he's always able to chip away at Paper X bit by bit. That's, you know, something had some nice Guardian kills that was really flashy, really fun to watch, but it's not clean enough for an round that Paper X was meant to win.
Absolutely. I mean, it just also felt like Paper X was agreeing to the aim duel, and Gen G was coaxing them to do that. There was,
you want an aim duel.
Exactly. Lesser risk for Gen G to do that because it was a, they were just on marshals, man. They weren't even committing to purchase this. Was that? Actually gets through the defense, the line of sight. Doesn't even have to trigger the trap here, and does get a one-to-one trade. I mean, I don't know how impactful that is going to be, but it's going to show how both teams very much willing to take those off-angle risks to try to get something.
Both of them are in fight very much so. 7-7 right now, and that's the main thing. You definitely can't underestimate Paper X too much, and I think that's why Gen G are taking things really slow right now. You know, maybe trying to suss out information, but We don't have that much in terms of gathering, right? You got to think about Lakia's guiding light usage.
Stack में जा रहे हैं.
So maybe just executing onto A right now, and it depends on how well PaperX can hold their ground.
What a far smoke from Munya, too.
Oh!
Mindbreak's going to be gifted himself a Bulldog, and no one's there to trade it for Gen.G. So they get themselves some control, but Karon and Munchkin making quick work of that A site. Gen.G find themselves the advantage.
Oof, वो
1
shot.
point in the lead. It was against pistols, but you gotta admire how they, went inside. Made sure that they were, going to pre-fire some of these corners. They checked some of it. Although Meteor did die, it was a bit of information that they could use to go up against, Mind Freak up around halls. And a relatively clean round for Gen.G, and that's what you would have wanted for PaperX in the previous. So, on to the next. Now, Tex just got enough for the Blade Storm. Doesn't need to buy up. Gen.G's economy starting to flow, Asarai.
Absolutely. They even have themselves Karon's Cosmic Divide. Wyatt finding Meteor through the push on A main. This is what they want. They want to stop these multiple angles of attack, go for a little bit of coverage, and the flashes is so good that Gen.G just have to rub their eyes and wait for the blindness to dissipate.
Slow खेलेंगे ना Gen.G.
Munchkin's by himself, Forsaken
तो कुछ हो सकता
devours, and
है.
that's going to be a flawless round for
PaperX
PaperX.
के सामने. ना.
Wow, I mean, that's another one of those things, again, because when you
बड़ा
think about
पछताओगे वाला
PaperX,
round था
every
ये.
single one of these guys have the potential to frag
Amen
out.
तो retake करना पड़ेगा.
And Monyet is single-handedly picking duels
double.
outside of, A main. He's
क्या
got
रेट
support
थे
from the
क्योंकि
team.
योरू
You've got
टिक मार के उधर
Forsaken
जा
watching
सकता
mid.
है. थोड़ा भी
And
info
it's
मिला.
just that much more difficult for Gen.G to really pull off some of these split pushes that they want to go for. So they have to really rethink the strategies. If this carries on, I could foresee a timeout being called by Solo.
Both teams have actually used their first timeouts as well in that first half, but it feels like they have a better grasp of what is happening right now. Again, it just goes to show how even it is, that 8-8. Look at how close something is on this mid control. How risky it is too. A stray pop shot, that smoke going, and there's the pop shot. He's actually getting tagged. He might want to get away right now.
Movement though.
But he did give away his teleport on. He does have the dimensional drift, so he can get away from this without having to use that gate crash, or because he's in such an off angle and he's that Yoru, he can just do whatever he wants.
Yeah, he's gonna gate crash out now. Definitely doing what he wants. I mean, just getting enough information, or maybe pulling the attention away from Gen.G as they start to go back towards mid. Now the high tide invested. A little bit awkward though with the curve. So Texture has actually made it onto the other side.
He's still doing this. Something. Yikes. I mean, shame on me. And then shame on him if he does that again. The wall's dropping down. Forsaken! How he used his teammate as the great bait mate. They thought they wouldn't double up, but he did. He does get some value. 30 seconds left, and Gen.G lose all the push, but they wait to use that neural tap for that information.
Asteroid, we are fishing out here, but it's big information. Now we know Davai is alone and cold on the B side. Maybe we could harpoon him, but we've got 13 seconds left.
Oh, he's just going to hold by himself.
Wow.
Again, boy's patient, man. He just has to wait for him to peek into his crosshair, and Davai single-handedly holding this. Can he beat down Meteor? No. But because of the recon dart, he's given away his position. Meteor is just having to hold so many angles. The shot dart! Mind Freak, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Are you a freak? He could definitely be. Paranoia misses Meteor, but know exactly where he is. Down to 14. 3 bullets and a dream. And is this dream going to turn into reality as Monyet denies? Comes up, man, swings, and does not miss.
He knows he's low. All he's got to do is to go in for that burst.
So
very confident, cool enough. He might be the youngest player, but still has enough experience, and that's one of the things that people don't really know. Might have been a global esports last year, but he has been playing throughout Indonesian Valorant for quite a while, and he's always been this talented. And apart from that, also just Davai. We were talking about fishing a little bit. Remember,
Pure masterclass,
were telling us about this as well. Davai fishes in real life. He is patient, and he knows he turns that situation into a 2-on-1 for his team.
Yeah. He knows that sometimes all he has to do is, again, not do anything. That's already a lot, because the stress on Gen.G makes them try to peek out, makes them want to get as much information as they possibly can. something.
Love you. Thank you so much.
He's already nursing himself an operator all above here on Halls, and I really like this because he gets so much information, so much value. His gate crash is about to expire, but it shouldn't matter at the moment as GenG coming out of elbow.
Yeah, he can always just regroup with his team in other means. Main thing though is for Divide to stay alive right now.
Bhai, mast blind diya.
Especially because of those flashes, but the punishes from the reckoning as well as
diya,
Hunter's Fury does get the
Baap
value.
re, kya chal raha hai?
Jumping in and
Kya
out
chal raha hai?
with the shorty. Numbers still favoring GenG. All of them now on the site. What's the damage here? What's the capabilities? Monyet wreaking some havoc outside of Arch, but he's alone. They haven't picked up the spike. He can reposition into this, and he's got everything. Shrouded Step, Paranoia, and there's smoke. GenG realizes, wants to actually double up. They want to use the numbers in their favor. Monyet, did he hit all of them? He did! He repositioned! Oh my god, Monyet!
He's
down to one
though.
bullet. He has to change, either reload or change, which he does. And almost gets it, but Munchkin perseveres and wins. Oh boy, that was close for both.
I mean, just a bit of nerves on stage. Unfortunate that he ran out of ammo in his magazine right after right, but still, it comes down to it. Munchkin actually lands the flick above Monyet, so it's all of these like really thin margins, and it comes out on top. Sometimes numbers advantage will still prevail, and that's why, you know, it gets so dicey when you're going for these shorty kills. The Reckoning, the Hunter's Fury was awesome, but not the quickest, you know, fight back against it.
Already 3 map ho gaye, chautha खेल रहे लोग. Itna intense है bench.
9-9. Alex calls a timeout.
Guys, 7K watching can be hit 5K likes
and players, it's
already.
also a battle of the coaches.
But like
and, you know, Alex was talking about it solo back in the days.
Isn't it ridiculous how cracked their aim is?
He's communicating with his team as well.
It feels like the plan for Paper X for the past couple of rounds right now has
Fast
just been to
ball
disrupt the entry into the site of GenG, right? And
attacks,
again,
defense
it's
उनके base से जाके attacks से जाके वापस defense में जाएंगे मेरे हिसाब से.
Plays that might not pan out as much for Paper X. Something like, again, something that plays with an operator.
ये लोग में अभी भी एक IGL type कोई नहीं है ना. सब calls
can't really reposition anymore, get traded out. You were talking about this, and then
Six
that leaves them into these kind of clutch situations with Paper X. From the looks of things,
ये
don't really want to always put themselves
और आपको
on.
मोटो बुलाती है क्योंकि मैं अभी डाइट पे हूँ और वो जो कार्य वो भी डाइट.
What is this? Outlaw Marshall by.
गुस्सा नहीं सुबह सुबह.
I don't hate
There's
it.
like 3 players of GenG. There's half shield right now.
Shan!
So,
I don't hate it.
yeah, and plus, you know, till
such a hard
FYI
thing
for
to do
people,
this,
if you only
right?
shoot one bullet at the outlet and reload it,
Yes.
it's faster than
Yes.
the full reload. So
I don't hate it, but I'm nervous after oh boy.
Guys, सुबह सुबह भड़का रहे हो मेरे से.
okay, that's gonna be Forsaken's back. Oh, that's not even him backing away. That's a trade by Meteor, punished by Meteor. Straight into the neural theft, and Peekaboo, I see you.
दवाई है IGL bugs भाई.
Just trying to get out of
लेकिन सब
get as much
filter
out of
दे, सब
GenG
लोग
as
call देते
possible
हैं
in
मेरे
this round, right? If any round is the round that we want to
High
bait
out,
out those ultimates, bait
high
out those pieces of utility, that's gonna be this one.
One yet. Got the Marshall in hand, shooting through the smoke blindly.
Oh.
Meteor comes in for the pinch. And he will
Hello.
get diced. Mindfreak looking a little bit too far
What is
away.
up?
That's gonna leave Ilya by himself. I was about to say Divide, and then he's just by himself right now. Oh, he does not get the shot onto Meteor as well, and he's position exposed. Gets the heal. This might actually have to be a save from him. As he just backs away. Wait. He has a gate crash all the way at the end of Halls. Is he willing? No, probably not.
Yeah, I think it ran out. It's probably opting for the save instead at this point, but still, I mean,
Fake कर देता ना उसे time pass.
definitely
डर के
trying to
जाते
get an
थे.
idea.
Yeah.
So scouting out, you know, what GenG's
10-9.
early game plan is, right? At least in the first 30 seconds.
By
Sometimes,
next
you know,
map
they're up
Lotus
around
उनका map
elbow,
है
up
क्या
around
होएगा?
mid. And this time you can definitely
Six को
feel
call
that
करके
A
उठाना
presence.
6 नहीं
And
कर रहा है शायद ना.
just not too sure how Paper X can
कर रहा
really
है क्या
disrupt that.
6?
You know, we were talking about it before. That's why you have the Yoru, right? You always want to push up front. You always want to scout and then gate crash back.
Yeah.
But it's still, you know,
was I gonna
sometimes
say?
just a little bit risky.
नहीं कर रहा
I guess
है.
the problem for that is because you only have
Texture
technically
पहले
the
भी
one
बहुत
duelist that
अच्छा
you
खेलता था
can
लेकिन
reposition. You can
चलेगा
maybe argue
नहीं
that Monyet can also do
ऐसा
it
नहीं.
as the Omen here. There's not really a lot of
ऐसा नहीं है.
options for
Hello.
Paper X to really get out of harm's way without getting punished,
मैं खुद
even
नहीं
with
आया
the
मेरे खुद
smokes,
के
right?
Discord
So
पे,
we're
आ
kind of seeing the
रहा।
the other way of that, which is getting punished by Genji and ultimately giving rounds to Genji. Okay.
Whoa.
Seeker's been activated. Forsaken's just charging right in. Divide? Is he even get spotted? No, he doesn't even have to look at his opponents. Cool guys, don't look at snake bite kills. It's not even an explosion, guys. It's a slow burn, a slow, painful poison burn. Cosmic Divide used on this A side itself. Cove making Genji just a tad bit afraid as it drops. Now they know. And they even have the Viper's Pit to make things a little bit easier as they transition into this post plant.
That's it, an uphill battle for Paper X, right? They might be able to surround this Viper's Pit. There is a trip on the other side. Meteor can make use of it. And then you still got to watch out for those players up inside A main.
जो लोग इसको break down कर पाएंगे ना,
he's vertical, dude. He's got the high ground advantage, and he is using that to actually get the one up. Viper's Pit, use the snake fight to get a little bit of damage. Spike and Munchkin through the smoke. Oh, this is going horribly wrong for Paper X. Someone's gonna have to start defusing it. Someone's gonna have to hold him. Munchkin, what can you do? Absolutely everything, as he actually has bought enough time. They die to the Event Horizon, and that's gonna be Genji with 2 rounds advantage, closing up. So maybe map point already in this game.
Next map तो मजा आएगा उनका map पे.
I mean, the combination of, first of all, the Cosmic Divide to give them that much more space, that much more
भाई
security,
एक question
and then the Viper's Pit. And how Munchkin
अपने
is
इधर
playing off
एक
of it.
कंट्रोल
This is
से
what
आगे नहीं
Genji
बढ़े,
can
वहाँ
do
पे 3 पे
off of
पहुंच
a
गए.
post-plant.
नहीं ये गलत है, हम
क्या
दो
सीन?
कंट्रोलर खेले, ब्रिमस्टोन भी खेले.
Like you mentioned, Asarai, with the vertical
तुम्हारा
play,
गेम का बात नहीं
trying
कर
to break
रहे
through that
भाई.
Viper's Pit,
अरे
break
तो
through
अपने गेम
here.
बोला मेरे को लगा मैं
Worked out
included.
ना उधर का गेम.
That's why it's just so much that Paper X has to
नहीं
work
रे, ये
off.
लोग का अलग
And
है,
now,
ये लोग कुछ भी
it's
कर
2-round
सकते हैं.
differential.
ऐसा तो मैंने 4
How do
कंट्रोलर
you climb
खेला
up
जस्ट
against
से.
that? They have to make it happen.
मैं
If they
इधर
are
पांच
strong,
rounds
strong,
निकल रहे
हैं.
key Pacific kickoffs this year.
Well, thankfully enough, they do have
ये लोग
money,
का अलग ही
creds
coordination
to
रहते हैं, अलग ही
have
बहुत
the weaponry
fast
to
है.
make something happen.
PRX का गेम तो बहुत ज़्यादा
I will
fast है.
honestly try to find a different word other than something. If you guys could just
मेरे हिसाब से ये लोग का
give
स्टार्ट
me
क्या है मालूम, कुछ भी
a
करते हैं,
different word I
फिर
can use
अचानक से
so
एक
that you
साथ
guys
करते
will not be
हैं.
confused. Anyways, the man himself,
Hey,
Ilya,
Jod.
is
अलग-अलग कुछ भी
on
Hey,
करते हैं.
Jod.
Hi Jod, welcome to
nursing
the
himself the operator
stream.
once again. He
Jod
is
को भी
just
film
holding
देखने
that
का.
angle for the absolute longest time. He is hoping that someone is just gonna go into his spider's web, but unfortunately for the moment, Genji, they have their eyes set up here on that A site, and it could actually be good. Monyet's cold in for that one-way smoke that actually drops in and turns into a regular smoke that has a very big partial outside of A main that could actually be bad for Dubai. We'll have to see how that works out, and he is trying to clear that with all intentions by himself.
He's got a bit of time.
Oh, he's so alone. Oh, he is so dead. Oh, this is not looking too good for Paper X. Forsaken
ये पहला है.
doing the same thing. No flashes, and he absorbs his opponent right in front of him. Gets full flash, but the
Mind
trade
Freak ने दो
Paper
मारे
X are
शॉटगन से.
actually working. Shot through mid. Oh! Something gets it. He even finds the lurking meteor.
तू इतना आगे
And
क्यों है?
all
मैं
this
तेरी
because
stream
of
पे
these
देख रहा हूँ,
shot
तू भी
darts
तो बहुत
coming in
आगे.
from Mind
5
Freak.
सेकंड का डिले है ना.
Lakia
मैं ये करूँ
will
क्या
plant the
डिस्कॉर्ड पे.
spike.
हाँ, Discord पे क्लिक करना नहीं
Moyet
तो
does not
reaction बाद
chase
में
for him
आएगा.
or tries to punish him. So it's the double up from the both of them. Something coming in from the white swing, and he's had enough.
Something getting the final kill. Mind Freak, you know, there's something getting kills. We've seen that before. Mind Freak with 2 shock dart kills.
मत करो यार.
Not
अरे
something you
बंदा
see every day, but a welcome sight nonetheless. I mean, just getting the information off of Divide, trying to play
Thank you,
around
Fuddy.
on yet start
Thank you for
cover.
all the
That
love.
one felt really iffy. But look at how Forsaken really comes back in, and after they get that information, just being able to, you know, put out the tire traps. You got those caltrops, the shock darts. Genji can't really
Any
walk onto
comments on
site
this
that
round?
freely, so Paper X trying to play a little bit more patient this round,
Any
especially
comments on
with
this
something
round?
posted up with that operator. That was the cherry on top.
क्या कर रहा था?
They gotta go for these.
तेरा Discord का stream start करा तारे बहुत
अच्छा,
loud रखा है
अच्छा,
तूने
अच्छा.
Discord पे आवाज.
If I'm correct with these
किसका?
made-up stats, but they feel like they have the first bloods, you know,
अनुज भाई
very
का sound
much
बड़ा हो, बड़ा
locked
है.
and loaded
हो गया
in
अभी
this
सही.
first map.
अभी देखते हैं अच्छे
Something
से.
at least pads the stats a little bit more in
Perfect
the
ना
favor
अभी?
of Paper X
अभी
with that
perfect
peak.
है. एकदम.
That slows down
120 yeah.
Genji by a big margin.
3,
Not having the
2,
flashes anymore from
सही,
Lakia
सही.
really hurts the chances here for
ओ क्या
Texas
मारा?
to get more of these quick
Huh?
contacts into the site.
क्या चूतिया है.
Definitely
Idhar mara.
on Gen G.
Alt mara na,
They're
alt.
always going to be thinking about what's next. But now, Dimensional Drip, just to gain
hello.
further information.
Game sound low
1 minute
karo.
left on the clock, and
Barabar
Gen
hai,
G actually
barabar hai.
going back off of a bit of a default. They want to spread themselves across the entire map. Ooh. Just saw the
Okay.
spike.
All right.
एक hit का है फिर भी देख रहे हैं
Mr.
मस्ती.
Risky here.
Binks part 2 लग
No,
रहा है
not
मेरे
even.
को.
Dude, they are living
मस्ती जाने नहीं
dangerously.
Yeah. One blade
मेरा
storm at a
sound
time.
increase कर रहा हूँ.
But
ये
it
लो.
works for them.
हो गया.
And right now, he's got information.
दीपक भाई, thank you
if-
for the
if they
hot
were
one
to
मेरी
cross
जान के
the
टूटे. Thank you for the
risky way.
200.
Most of them have already bypassed it, so something going to reposition. But what I'm curious about is Karen actually lurking up around mid.
That also, and well, there you go. He finds the one pick onto something here. There's the quick charge out. Headphone was actually synced up by the texture, so he has capabilities
पता
to enter
नहीं,
the site.
बहुत sexy खेल रहा है.
Oh,
Forsaken's not going to know about Karen
उसको
here.
sound आ गया.
The Reckoning actually spots him out 14 seconds. Let's see what the battle comes in through the mid. It's going to be Forsaken.
Oh,
Spike though,
भाई
should get
texture
planted.
ना
It's
मान
all
रहा
down
बे.
to Forsaken for now as he waits for Divide to back the site. Back the
भाई
wall,
texture
but
ने मान
Texture,
रहा bro.
what a reposition! What a
भाई
challenge!
texture
and what aim
texture ने
has
मान
this
रहा.
Next level
top-fragging
खेल रहा है
Korean brought to the Gen G roster.
28 बार दिए texture
Texture,
भाई.
what a
भाई उसने
monster.
पहले राउंड में 4
Yesterday,
मारा.
I mean, 2 days ago, he
दूसरे राउंड में
already
ace
had
मारा.
such an incredible stat
खत्म,
line up
इधर ही हो
against
गया
his
उसका
opponent's
तो.
2 राउंड में 9
RRQ.
kill मार दिया
Having
उसने.
those first kills that you mentioned before, I mean, he has 16 throughout the entire series. I feel like this one.
भाई ये भी
has
बंदा
even
sexy
more.
खेल रहा है पता है
But not
Karen.
just that, the blade
ठीक है,
storm
नया कोई
came
नया
off
बंदा
of
है
it.
क्या?
हाँ
The
मैंने
way
मतलब
that
देखा
he
बाकी
नहीं.
लोग का
cut down
सबका
the
बाकी लोग का
Violence
सबका बता.
really blocks out Paper X, and now they've earned that match point. And remember, they are still sitting on 1 timeout.
Bro can see like 2 seconds into the future, man. And in a very quick and fast game like Valorant, that's all you really
Oh
need.
बाप रे.
That cascade was supposed to give some sort of safety, an access point for Paper X to get through on halls.
भाई ये लोग को read रहेगा, ये लोग भी जाएंगे
A
चुपचाप.
signal for Lakia to, you know, it's kind of obvious. I'm just going to pop shots. What am I going to lose? Absolutely nothing. And he gains the 1 kill for almost everything here. There is no money for Paper X right now. Forsaken.
फिर भी मारा
अरे
बे.
That's one. Michael's going to have to go
सो
big,
गया
which
था
he
क्या?
does. Oh, this drone. This drone
Oh,
blows up right in his face, dude.
ये
It's all down
मारता
to
तो
the
मस्त
buy.
लगता था.
He's got a Vandal, but he's so far from the situation on A.
ओ मैप देख रहा रहेगा.
I'm running out of words. I would have thought that maybe at least something would have been able
भाई
to
दवा है तो
penetrate at
मुमकिन
least,
है.
but
जल्दी
wow.
कर.
Decision
मत
making
करो रे
just a
बाप.
little
लग
bit
रही है
off, but then at the same time for Gen G to pick up these frags that
1v3.
quickly. They are looking
वो realize
in
खुद
new
ही कर
form
देगा
today.
यार.
William
Chill
is
करो.
definitely chuckling at the desk. And now they are just 1 kill away from pushing us into the next map.
Definitely patting himself on the back with his Genji inspired outfit. 3 versus 1. Oh my god, Divide doesn't even have any smokes to supplement himself. He just has
GG. Late हो
weapon
गया.
in the corners.
नहीं,
And that
नहीं,
spike
नहीं,
is just dwindling down
Huh?
ever so closely to exploding. He does fight texture, but
दवाई. अरे पुल भी है.
Karen's just gonna activate gravity well. Whoops, whoop. That's about it.
They know they got it.
He's got no time, man. That's gonna be
जैसे
it.
एक मारा.
And Gen G got themselves
Guys, 8,000
in the
watching.
series up
Like the
against Paper
stream.
X.
I mean, what an
एक चीज
unbelievable performance.
बोलूंगा.
Texture.
हाँ बोलो.
जेंजी इतना बाप खेला, इतना बाप. लेकिन फायदा क्या? नेक्स्ट 2 मैप हारने वाले. लव यू PRX भाई, लव यू.
ए नहीं.
Not much
Love
left to
you.
be said.
We're Gen G
They're
support.
anchoring, they're doing
क्या?
everything possible. They know how to play off
अब
of
VRX तो
Paper X's
चड्डी बड्डी है ना
aggressions
तेरे. क्या
and
क्या
just
क्या.
really fight
Yes.
these fights against them. Right? Paper X
जेंजी ने सबसे पहले स्प्लिट बैन क्यों किया? क्यों? वही मैप पे मैंने 4 सेकंड बाय को सिखाया था हाउ टू प्ले एस्ट्रो. वही मैप था. फर्स्ट बैन. इतना डर गए जेंजी, इतना. उतर तक नाम है मेरा बे. समझ
अभी
रहा है?
इतने सारे मैचेस देख लिए तूने. बेस्ट कौन सा मैप या बेस्ट मैच किसका लगा अगेंस्ट?
भाई
वो इसका भी देख रहे हैं, इधर भी देख रहे हैं.
भाई तू अमेरिका का मैच देखेगा ना,
हाँ.
कल का ही देख ले. अच्छा गावत जो एम डूल मतलब ऐसा एक हेडशॉट मारा, दूसरा हेडशॉट मारा, एक हेडशॉट मारा, दूसरा हेडशॉट मारा. ऐसा बे, ऐसा मतलब नेक्स्ट लेवल. और एक एक बंदा तो इतना मार रहा है, इतना मतलब ऑक्सी करके एक बंदा है, उसने इतना मारा. ऐसा एक एक नाम तो याद ही आ रहा है कि बंदा मारता है करके, बहुत क्रेजी। G2 और सब मैच अच्छे, सब पता ही नहीं, अपने में ही कुछ तो दोष है।
अरे अपन भी तो सेम खेलते हैं, टीबॉन में पिंकी तू और वो एक्सियन, सेम लेवल का गेम है।
कर सकते हैं आज, कर सकते।
अपन इतना मारते हैं।
हाँ अपना भी,
एक बंदा
अपना भी है, ऐसा नहीं कि टिबोन बाय टारगेट। गवर्नर ने क्या मारा है पता है, उसका पहला डिबट्स था और बंदे ने ऐसे डिबट्स मारे ना, 2 का केडी एक मैप, 4 का केडी दूसरा मैप।
डिबट्स क्या है?
मतलब डेब्यू।
अच्छा डेब्यू,
डिबट्स।
मैं भी सोच रही थी व्हाट इज डिबट, आई थॉट देयर इज सम नाइस वर्ड दैट आई डोंट नो गेमिंग के रिलेटेड।
आजकल के जेंजी लोगों को डिबट्स कैसे?
नहीं भाई डिबट्स नहीं पता, डेब्यू पता है।
बूमर हो गया भाई तू।
एग्रीड, दिल से एग्री।
जिंग का है, जिंग 2 साल बाद आएगा।
डिबट्स बोलता है भाई।
Yeah.
Below 3:15 this entire kickoff, so I guess Genji.
गवर्नर
भाई सिर्फ गवर्नर हाइलाइट्स करके डाल, गाफ फटेगी तेरी।
नहीं देखना।
उसका देख मैच, कल का भी G2 वर्सेस क्रू वाला मैच है ना भाई, सब इधर से उधर हुआ है सब, मतलब दिमाग का भरोसा ही हो गया था वो मैच देख के। पहला 2 मैप 39 खत्म हो गया और तीसरा मैप इतना बैक एंड फोर्थ हुआ है ना, 13-11 खत्म हो गया। खतरनाक था।
तीनों रीजन का वॉच पार्टी कर रहे क्या बैठ के?
नहीं, 2 पैसिफिक और अमेरिका।
तो तू G2 और इसका सबका मैच कैसे देखते बैठे?
अमेरिका में हो रहा है
क्यों? तो ये हुआ ना, ये हुआ
वो मेरे को नहीं, वो फातिमा जी जो हो रहा है वो देख रहा हूँ। पहले मेरे को तीनों का मिला है वॉच पार्टी, मेरे को शक हो रहा है अभी।
फातिमा कौन?
हाँ, इसको राइट हेडक्वार्टर्स के बारे में नहीं पता।
अरे क्या एक तो क्या डेब्यू को कुछ तो डिबेट बुला रहे हैं, इधर फातिमा करके कोई बोल रहे।
ये गया, इसको राइट्स नहीं मिलने वाला कभी, ये गया।
अरे कौन है फातिमा?
अरे राइट से है।
अच्छा ठीक है,
जो हम लोग का एक्सेस देता है
बाजू में अपने रोज है ना।
हाँ बे, बाजू में तो है हेडक्वार्टर्स। G2 अमेरिका में ही है, और नहीं तो क्या। ये गया, इसका राइट्स गया। तो मैं मुंह धोका यहाँ पर से।
हर टाइम हो गया रे पापा।
मेरे चैट से गप्पे मार तब तक।
ठीक है, चैट से गप्पे मार।
ये लो पंगो, मैं मुंह धोका यहाँ पर से।
हेलो चैट, व्हाट्सअप?
बनाना है, बनाना
नहीं मंगाना पड़ेगा। पाइनएप्पल है।
आसपास ने भी क्या मारा यार, नहीं पता अभी तक कितने सारे मैचेस अच्छे से दिए और गलत टाइम पे हो रहे हैं यार मैचेस।
मंगा दो।
हेलो अनुज भाई, क्या हाल चाल है? मस्त थ्रिलिंग आ रही है, मजबूत।
ठीक है।
हेलो हेलो हेलो
हेलो अनुज भाई।
हेलो धोनी। अनुज भाई कमबैक कर रहे हैं गाइस पैल वर्ल्ड में, धोनी को ट्रेनिंग दे रही है। मैं वहाँ पे पोकेमोन पकड़ रहा हूँ, लोगों को काम पे लगा रहा हूँ, वो पत्थर तोड़ते रहते हैं, मेरे लिए खाना बनाते हैं, मैं खाना खा लेता हूँ जाके।
कमबैक होगा ऐसा पूछ रहे हो? कल के कपड़े, अरे यार मैं नहाने जा रही हूँ, मैं खाना खा के, मेरे को बहुत भूख लगी थी, मैं खाना खा के नहाने जा रही हूँ।
But it was a little shaky when they had to go for these executes. It just didn't look as clean.
valorant esports सच में वही बेस्ट यार, लेकिन अकेले खेलते खेलते बहुत बोर होता है, कोई तो चाहिए उधर से। पोकेमोन रहते और आप रहते। अनुज भाई वापस आ जाओ, अब और नहीं हो रहा। अरे मुश्किल है वापस आना, तो खेल तो रहे हैं, देखते हैं आगे एक्चुअली। अनुज भाई का बैकअप पोकेमोन का पैक।
Honestly, if this was any other team, I think it could be very different, right? I think this is where we
अनुज भाई T69 में कब है? हाँ ना, मैं वही बिंक्स को बोल रहा था कि एक है ना अपन खेल लेते हैं, कोई दूसरा ऐसा अभी टाइम पास खेलते रहते, फिर कोई एक टूर्नामेंट में T69 में बिंक्स को भी खिलाता हूँ, मैं भी खेलता हूँ,
वो खेल लेगा,
फिर मजा
दोनों मिलके।
बस उधर दोनों मिलके भसड़ मचाते हैं।
IGL पे IGL करो एक दूसरे का।
कुछ IGL प्लस ड्यूलिस्ट, रेज रेना, रेज योरू, रेज फीनिक्स सब ऐसे हैंकर है ना, एजेंट्स लॉक करके क्या पता जीत भी जाएंगे।
Guys, ये तो मजा आएगा। और लाइक कर दो गाइस, बिंक्स नहीं बोलता, मैं बोलती हूँ।
आदि खुल के
अमतरासु।
हेलो आदि, अनुज भाई मैं हूँ।
नहीं उस दिन वो क्या बोला था, कोई तो बोला था ना कुछ, एक्सियन। उसको प्रोनाउंस करने को नहीं हो रहा था।
अमटरा 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 तड़प गया था।
Very upset about something because he always performs even better last year when he was facing against Korean teams, right? He's just top ranking, creating highlight reel after highlight reel, and Texture is here to say, no, the buck stops here, we're back, the Korean duelists are here to stay, and right now he is
Binks भाई को आपका गाली भी खाना पड़ेगा फिर तो। Binks भाई गाली खाते भी है, बस तो भी नहीं सुनते, वो समथिंग जैसे डीट है। आवाज आ रहा है? Who is your favorite girl streamer? भाई मैं बहुत कम स्ट्रीमर्स को देखता हूँ, दो ही लड़कियों को स्ट्रीमर्स को देखता हूँ, एक ध्वनि एक अंकित है, तो वही पकड़ लो, और किसी को नहीं दिखता। अंकी पिंकी उनका ही मैं ना कभी कभी स्ट्रीम देखता हूँ, उनकी स्ट्रीम पे आके वॉच पार्टी में घुसता हूँ, बाकी किसी को नहीं देखता।
हाँ? नहीं।
बिंक्स सुधर जाएगा ना भाई, बिंक्स ना सुधरे।
होने वाला है I think।
बिंक्स डीट है, डीट बंदे हैं। कौन ऐसे वॉच पार्टी कर सकता है? तुम लोग सोचो ना, 3:30 बजे
हाँ ना,
और फिर 11:30 बजे उसने अपना रूटीन चेंज कर लिया भाई वॉच पार्टी करने के लिए। 6:30 बजे सोता है वो शाम को कुछ तो। Impossible.
आगे पे की buff, आगे पे की funky, आगे pinky pinky.
I mean, the composition hasn't changed, right? It's Monyet just picking up the Rays, and we saw this during the off-season. It wasn't the same pace.
अनुज भाई एक स्ट्रीम कर लो प्लीज जेराटी। यस मैं जल्दी करूंगा, मैं स्ट्रीम स्टार्ट करने वाला हूँ जेराटी, फिर मजे करेंगे। आ रहा हूँ धीरे धीरे वापस।
अनुज भाई बोले T69 ज्वाइन करना।
हाँ भाई इजी है वॉच पार्टी, आपको नहीं पता
करेगा क्या टाइम पास के लिए?
क्या अभी
नहीं मैचेस 369?
हाँ क्यों नहीं,
सिर्फ टाइम पास है, लेकिन अब भी बोल
रहा हूँ मैं खुद बोल रहा हूँ, मैं किसके साथ भी कुछ भी कर सकते हैं टाइम पास। मतलब टिल्ट हो जाएगा तो हम लोग का गेम प्ले देख के बोल रहा हूँ। अरे नहीं हो रहा।
हाँ वो कॉम्पिटिटिव स्पिरिट से मत जाना गेम में कभी। ठीक है डन से स्ट्रिक्स फक ऑफ, स्ट्रिक्स का टीएफएस पॉजी कर सकते हैं
मैं तो बोल रहा हूँ ऐसी टाइम पास कुछ, लेकिन जब स्कोर 10-10 हो गया 11 या कुछ फिर
थोड़ा फर्क नहीं पड़ता।
नहीं पड़ता
तेरे को पड़ेगा, बाकी 4 को नहीं पड़ेगा। ये डार्क
अरे चलो मैच
लाइफ स्टाइल भी ज्यादा डार्क हो गए। हाँ बे एक हफ्ता डार्क ही रहेगा, उसके बाद हम फ्रेश लेंगे। गवर्नर को सिर्फ मिस्टर प्रेसिडेंट लेफ्ट से रोक सकता है। भाई मैं तो रुका जब भी अमेरिका वर्सेस पैसिफिक होएगा
यार, हमेशा कुछ तो अलग ही लाइनअप रखता है हमेशा।
टिगोन सर आगा हो गया बहुत भयंकर नहीं बे।
I mean, that's the other thing, is just that this is a map that, you know, PaperX can study game tape off of, because Gen.G did play this, you know, against RRQ. So having an idea, you definitely have that something that is feeling a little bit more swift, a little bit more fluid.
Something get in? Oh, I thought he got
Man,
into the
are
door.
we looking
Okay,
like
he opened it himself. Here's the fight.
2-0?
They're going to try to go for the pitch very quickly. And PaperX, this B side, there is no solid ground here. It is all quicksand. You got to move, or else you're just going to fall. Are we looking like 2-0 for PRX? Meteor's by himself. That spike's already getting diffused. And PaperX, solid start.
Jot prediction पे 1-0 हो गया, अभी 2-0 होगा.
Alright, excuse me. Actually, it wasn't.
Gen.G जीतेगा ना?
नहीं पिस्तौल राउंड का बात कर रहा था.
The composition, the ideas are rather similar except for a few agents.
अरे यार,
that's the main thing.
कैसे इसकी बैंड की रिटेक मारा? कल सन जीतेगा बंक्स बाय फुल कॉन्फिडेंट, फुल. कल तो 100% सन जीतेगा.
Ah, there you go. And I do like how
Sorry, I was just getting caught by the replay real quick. I do like how Paper Rex realizes well that if you're going to push on the B site as your opponents, right, Gen G, you do not want to let go control of C-Long on Mount because doorway control is so strong, especially now in Lotus, that the door opens very quickly and closes very slowly. So them realizing that, you know, just gives them more opportunities to keep Gen G pinched into the B side, which allows them to flank around much faster.
मेरा फर्स्ट सबसेट मिस कर दिया ओए नंद भाई बस मैं 9-9 का टाइम आउट देखो उसमें जेनजी विनर हां मतलब क्यों
But look at how Genji is playing defensively. I mean, that's one thing that a lot of teams have adapted to against Paper X, expecting or anticipating.
Love you, Nanda bhai, love you. Tech glitch
रहेगा a lot on this defensive side. So
मतलब इतना फ्यूचर का लीक्स नहीं दे सकते।
अरे बीच में ना ब्रीज में वो हॉल्स को बंद कर दिया था ना?
हाँ खोल दिया।
खोल दिया फिर से।
Yeah, there's the Haunt activated already. Forsaken's ready at best, but there's too many numbers here.
तेरा 2-0 था ना prediction?
क्या हो गया?
हो गया।
Losing numbers right now. Monyet's gonna have to hold this by himself. He is down to a very dangerous amount of HP. And something.
Binks भाई prediction बोलते.
Thankfully not the rest of Paper X. They've done some of their jobs. As they have lowered
Something है तो possible है.
All the Gen G players down to half. It's a lot more digestible for something. Vandal indeed in his hands. He's already activated Tailwind, but Gen G's not biting. They know they have the numbers advantage. They know the spike is planted already. So something's going to be put into such a decrepit state. He might actually just be forced to save.
Yeah, if he got one kill, maybe he would have gone for even more, but without that kill, it's just way too risky. He never knows if someone is holding an off angle.
क्या मारता है बे?
So doesn't want, you know, to get swung upon contact either. And it's just unfortunate. I mean, well played by Gen G because they played it safe. They had those haunts and you know, bits of setups just to draw out some of these Paper X players, right? They heard the door. They kind of had an idea. You know, dude, this might be my freak. He might be around the corner. Let's check. And with so many players up around the corners, it's just Paper X kind of putting themselves in awkward positions and, you know, not quite landing their shots too. That's the thing that surprises me the most because it feels almost as if there's like a bit of that mood shift. Coming back on stage, Alex talking to them that way, and after having lost the first match, they can't be feeling too good.
नहीं दूसरा है
पहला जीते
You know how Paper X on the attack.
ये जो अभी जो चल रहा है ना लीग इसका पहला है
मतलब जिंक के पहले भी खेल चुके हैं
इसका पहले एक टूर्नामेंट हुआ था वो जिंक के बिना मोनेट खेला था
the ocean with how they rotate. Gen G is doing the exact same thing, and it seems, at least for now, in these couple of rounds, it hasn't really paid dividends. What timing for something there?
वो भी ऐसा नहीं कि वो गेम प्ले वाला डुओ था वो
There's a lot of utility for Meteor.
बकचोद वाला डुओ था कुछ भी करते थे लेकिन दोनों करते थे
Yeah, 140 damage to the body.
रेज इधर उधर उछल रहा है योरी इधर उधर टिपी मार कुछ तो होता रहता था मैप
Meteor's not even going for the headshot there. And that's just unfortunate. Again, I mean, half armor,
chaos.
You want to get a kill, at least something. Create a bit more space for the team, but can't find all too much. And
next level practice लगता है ये सब चीज के लिए ये मतलब
दिखता ऐसा है कि chaos हो रहा है but
again, not a feels good moment. But for Gen G, I mean, right now, we're talking about it from the previous round. You're talking about how they love to, you know, find that motion in the ocean across the map.
अगर नॉर्मल रहता था ना वो लोग का कॉम्स ऐसा रहता था अबे मुझे ब्लाइंड क्यों कर रहे हैं लोड़े
players watching their backs. They always have players watching out for those pushes from Paper X.
सुना है ना उसका उन लोगों का वॉइस कॉम्स बहुत निकले
and having Meteor playing as that Killjoy
शांति वाला वॉइस कॉम्स है वो लोग शांति
गेम है लेकिन शांति है
Yeah, I wasn't really expecting Manya to survive that. All you really have to do is place your alarm bot on C-Long or A main, depending on which site you're actually committing to, you put it on the elsewhere, and then that one turret on B, or is just enough to check out all the flags also.
Precisely.
Yes.
Shot.
Yes to your hub.
Also just Meteor being Meteor. I mean, he was that guy who always spot marshals in round 2 last year when he was the primary duelist.
One of the best topper था ना Meteor.
उसके भी बहुत clips आए थे. Double Odin.
I thought you were going to point out the double showstopper available for both the duelists very quickly here.
That too.
I love having
अबे अल्ट है टेक्सचर के पास.
It makes you very aggressive. And it looks like okay, let's see. We're
क्या बकचोदी है ये?
Texture does get Monyet first. Dust settles 3 versus 3.
उसकी ulti किधर गई लेकिन?
किधर गई? नहीं छोड़ा
What was I
उसने.
supposed to say? When you see 2 Razes just coming out into the open with showstoppers, you really just have to have your hands up in the air and wave like you just don't care. Anyways, again, Gen G able to go into the C site and able to plant that spike in, and the quick rotation, the quick huddle around Rubble works in their favor because now
भाई ये बंदा हर एक एजेंट कैसे खेल
utilities
सकता
that
है
Paper
भाई?
X is kind of sprinkled around the map has been subverted for the most part, except for this one really weird off cam from Forsaken that's been spotted.
Surprised that he caught it. Although it was a bit of information for Forsaken nonetheless. We've got some smokes up, we've got Mindfreak available, and they're trying to work their way in. Getting those heads-up duels will be advantages.
There's the NT, not nice try, but the neural theft activated. Meteor still holding on, man. He is a force to be reckoned with.
Short
But
bay,
Mindfreak
man.
Nice try,
comes
nice
up
try,
to
nice
win. Time is
time.
going to be enough to defuse that spike. Man, oh man, if Forsaken didn't pop
वो
off
बीच में
there,
रुक के
something
स्प्रे भी
would
मारा
have
बे.
happened from Paper X.
क्या बकचोद लोग हैं भाई?
Can you do that again?
हाफ
No,
करके
no.
स्प्रे मार के डिफ्यूज किया.
We will do it again when we have the same
God bless you.
exact situation happen.
Okay, I'm gonna hold you to that.
We don't want to overdo it. We don't want to overstimulate our audiences.
Oh, yeah.
Ooh, sick.
तेरे को पता है ना
That's
मेरे
right,
reflexes
boys.
कितने अच्छे
Stimulating
हैं.
and
Barabar.
stimulating.
ऐसे
It
मेरी
was really
muscle
fun.
memory
It was
हो गई
really
ऐसे.
fun. But I mean,
Barabar.
the main thing is,
पहले ये
after the
पहले
exchange,
हाँ,
right, the
muscle
both showstoppers,
तो मैंने
the
चाय
rotations
पत्ती
came
डाली.
through, Gen G
हाँ.
reads
एक
it,
चम्मच.
ठीक है.
and then the
मेरे
retake
muscle
coming
memory
in.
automatic
You've got
sugar
this
कट बदल
Odin,
कर
but
गए.
Forsaken
मैंने
getting
एक
the
चम्मच
heads-up
sugar डाला.
duel, and just Meteor holding the angle off. It's
एक ही चम्मच डाला.
थोड़ा
beautiful
चाय
valorant
वेस्ट
on
होगा
both sides,
चलेगा
but
या फिर
Mindfreak clutching out on top
क्या
of
कर
it
सकते?
was
कुछ
the
नहीं
main
कर सकते.
factor.
फेंकना पड़ेगा.
Are you kidding me? अदरक सब डाल दिए मैंने अंदर.
Seems like we're
एक
back,
चम्मच
you know,
शक्कर
down to even. Door's been opened up, but no one wants to charge in on tree. I guess it makes a lot of sense. They know that Odin is available already for device, so they don't want to get, you know, peppered.
Iron
to
भी
oblivion
होता है
on
क्या?
tree there. They just want to make them think.
Pinky!
Device already pushed up here, so now he knows
Panko!
no one's actually
दे
inside
दो
his
fake
position.
मत.
So there is a lot of merit that
एक
they
दिन
might
चलेगा.
actually break through that link, go to B, or rotate around. Meteor, his timing is going to be very crucial. Forsaken chase a little bit too hard.
Game
And he has
sound
the
कम कर.
lockdown.
क्यों?
He can activate it right now, let the rest of his team come in, or use it as bait,
Oh,
force the
bhai.
rotation away from Paper X, and go elsewhere.
And that's the best thing that Gen G has going
काश
for them
इसके
right
पास
now. The
Vandal
number of
रहता.
options
काश
that they have,
इसके पास
thanks to
Vandal
Meteor
रहता.
getting that first kill, but now committing over to B side, paint shells in, it buys Paper X a little bit of time for something to come up with the judge.
He knows someone's right behind him.
चलो
But
वहाँ.
since they haven't picked up that spike, he can just be as patient as possible, hold for the rest of his
उसको कोई
team. That's
gun
all
दे
he
दो
really
यार.
needs to do.
Something
Texture stayed,
कोई gun दे
not
दो.
going to do much damage, but he does pick it up.
Daesh
Something's
भी
got to
नहीं,
cloud
वो
burst.
smoke
Get
वो smoke है
closer,
smoke है
closer
smoke
here.
है.
Create that tempo if need
लिया.
be. But the one that's going to have to hold the most is Meteor right on top of that
Texture
B
wise
site,
जिंदा है.
which he does,
16
leaving
HP भी बस हो
Mindfreak in
गया.
a 2 versus 1. They've doubled up onto the corner here.
भाई
They
tough
got a
सही
shot
है.
at step. He's got a shot at step. But he's waiting
Up
patiently.
down है
They
बे,
mentioned
tough
it
है.
already, man. They're stacking up,
ना.
and he can't do the high-low.
Tough था.
Too slow, and that's going to be
Texture
Gen G.
भाई.
That is
Ended
such a
in T-bone
difficult
stream,
shot
good
to
for
land.
T-bone.
Kill है यार.
I
तो
mean,
जीत के जाऊंगा.
the only time I've ever seen anyone pull off something like that was like maybe
मैंने
Sentinels
तो
a few
पहले ही
years
बोला था.
ago, but still.
Wow, what memory you have, sir?
I don't know, I'm thinking of like Dapper or something. But still, I mean, back into this one, it's just so darn good from Gen G, the way they've been playing this. You know, I think something kind of jumped around and fired off his judge, thinking that maybe he would be able to buy the attention away. But Gen G doesn't bite that bait. They stayed hard
Pinky ने
up
भगवान से
upstairs,
चाहे
B
बताया,
stairs, up
Louise.
against you know, some of these players from Paper X like Mindfreak and making sure that they wouldn't be able to push out.
भाई मेरे
And
को
again,
हमेशा
because
ऐसा
they
लगता है ना
don't
कि
really have to
अगर
chase him
PRX से
again,
हमने
they
स्लो
can
खेल लिया
rotate
ना
elsewhere on the map. They
सिर्फ
still
पुश
had
मार्क कर दिया और
Meteor
फिर
coming
दूसरे
through
जगह चले
C
गए
that got
हाँ.
the kill
तो
on
जीत जाएंगे
Forsaken
लोग.
here. That's a trade for
हाँ
trade.
क्योंकि वो PRX का
Something's got
उनका
the
गेम
blaze.
प्ले तो
They're pushing
फास्ट
up
है
very
उसमें नहीं
aggressively.
खेल सकते वो
Forsaken
लोग
wants to
मारेंगे
create more
खतरनाक
tempo.
उसमें
भाई
वो
अभी भी
फास्ट
देखना
है.
ए से घुस के रुके नहीं है वो लोग.
Waterfall on that flank.
Chaos
Three
में
अगर-
बहुत अच्छा खेल.
चार बंदे अभी ए पुश मार्क कर रहे बैठे रहते थे ना.
सबको
Smokes
मारते
from
हैं.
Monyet,
सबको
or
मार
excuse me,
देते
from
हैं.
Mindfreak to provide some coverage here. Paranoia to delay them just a tad bit further. One satchel pushes
Cross
right
कर
in.
दिया.
Caron holding, thinking he could be top of the spike.
Numbers of Paper X dwindling down. Something's gonna have to make something happen here. That right click, very shallow.
Right click लगा नहीं बे, unlucky.
Pick up clean.
गौरव लो करो काशिश का already लो कर दिया यार, इतना काफी है.
That's the words I was using. Because Genji's too fast, dude. I can't react in time.
We can't even say too much about like economical damage either. And that
भाई
round,
लेकिन
just really
texture
trying
के
to find get some
consistency
kills
के लिए
in.
ओपा
Something
है.
getting the play start going was, you know,
Face मारे ना इससे पहले और अभी भी
just
अभी भी
a bit
tough
of
है.
hope at best because it was just way too difficult.
ठीक
Genji
से
saw
जी में था
the
ना?
flank coming out.
हाँ.
They knew, all right,
मौनी
let's
भी
just
था.
go to C instead. So something's not going right for
talent
Paper X
बना
right
रही है
now.
जी.
Alex calls in the timeout.
प्रॉब्लम है कि जब यहाँ पे आ रहे थे ना, अपना नसीब में दोष है बे, मैंने मान लिया है अभी.
Do get their second win. They definitely need that. Especially for all of us that are
अभी भी अपने इसमें कैसा एक दो लोग कैजुअल कर रहे, जैसे ये लोग छोड़ के जाएंगे ना, फट से 40, 50.
नहीं मोनियत भाई कितना मारते थे जी में, बेस्ट लगता था मेरे को मोनियत भाई.
हाँ, कंसिस्टेंट था वो, मतलब क्रेजी नहीं भी मारता था ना, वो टीम के लिए स्पेस भी करता था, जिंदा भी रहता था, मारता था, वो बोनस था.
लेकिन टेक्सचर भाई इतना नहीं कितना इधर मचा रहे.
Something that just doesn't work out so well, especially against the Genji that's feeling this confident.
हाँ, for second बोलते हैं.
You want to chase us? Come at us.
I can only assume it's them trying to uphold their performance from last year. You know, chasing that.
अमेरिका का स्टेज क्या बना है ना?
हाँ.
And it might be getting into
Best
that. I
है
can
वो.
only assume. I don't know if it's the real cause, but there
बनाने को
definitely
5 घंटे का टेक पॉज भी
some,
लगा था कल.
there definitely is a
माफ करो.
change up here from something. There you go. I changed my words already. Anyways, Monyet still hasn't really shown what he's got on this raise. I don't think he's gotten too many big of highlights. You know, it's just a crossing of the streams of those showstoppers that we saw, but that's about it. Still pretty early into this game, though.
Not really feeling all that much
Ulti
yet.
texture
At the very least,
Binks
trying to get a read
training.
for Genji's game plan right now. We've seen
वहाँ
a
पे
lot of
पहले
that
तो
A
city nade,
to mid-link
Okay.
play,
close
like you mentioned
boom bot,
before, Astro,
side
and
से
Paper X
लगा.
are trying to adapt around
लग
it.
रहा है direct
We know
side
that
से
Nightfall's
लगा.
available as
Okay,
well, so
CT
just trying to
boom
play
bot, perfect,
away
Binks.
from
पूरा
it.
उल्टा कर
Now
दिया.
they're set up for something,
किया.
maybe to at least
CT
toss
पे कुछ
paint
तो
shells to
पड़ेगा.
deny spike plant, but
भाई
look
ये
now,
बहुत
Genji
रिस्की है,
hunting.
पता है, वहाँ पे छोड़ नहीं
Oh my
सकते.
God.
ट्रेनिंग दिया मैंने
Barely
बराबर.
dodges that, gets out of harm's way. But that's the power that
ट्रेनिंग
they
बराबर
got.
दिया.
Big kill onto Munchkin there, though, but Meteor's still holding on Rubble. If he can hold on to this position, his teammates can rely on him to hold that long angle right now, but not available anymore. Texture throws
Jod
the
nade.
nade from up above on Heaven, so they know that somebody's at least up there. As he
Wait.
tries to
Ooh.
reposition.
देखा?
Paper X coming in closer, something floating,
मारा नहीं.
stinging like a bee.
मारा
Yeah.
समझ.
क्या कर रहा है
So
टेक्सचर?
strong. Locked
ओए!
over
1v2
analyzes
texture.
the situation and gets punished for it.
स्पैम मरेगा.
नहीं उनको पता ही नहीं वो इधर है.
हाफ हो गया. ओ फक, स्पैम मारता यार.
Time है?
हाँ, हाफ किया ना. स्पैम मारता तो ऊपर था. भाई समथिंग ने कैसे मारा बे? कैसे?
भाई तेरा 4 है टेक्सचर भाई.
That's always fun to watch.
लाकिया.
But it all starts with Monyet.
Language,
I think he was
language.
trying to create a
अरे
little
लाकिया
bit of
बोला
space,
बे.
Pink Shells kind of threw off. And,
लाकिया में
he
क्या
got
language
the
है?
early
ये
mark
देखना,
with these
movement
shots
देखना
coming from
इसका,
Genji.
ये देख.
However,
क्या है बकचोदी?
once
दो
something
HP
comes
पे.
in, once Forsaken starts to get going, they can go in for those trades. Then we see the Paper X fold. The Paper X that we're all familiar with.
क्या
We
बकचोदी
need
है?
more of that, though. I mean, you can't just always rely on these retakes. These round was won thanks to Alex's timeout. That was thanks to, you know, the read that they had, knowing that Lakio would go in for that Nightfall.
Yeah, and again, as I mentioned already, losing both the players holding Rubble, the long angle,
क्या half
was
prediction?
such a huge
Half
discrepancy for
prediction
Genji because they can
is
always have someone
6-6.
hit the
कुछ
reeler
और ही देना
outside of
पड़ेगा.
A
सेम
main.
नहीं दे सकता. मैं बोलता
Anyways,
7-5.
Moving into this
7
round, there's only
Genji,
one
5
player holding that A side, and it's Mindfree.
Hater.
He's put himself the one-way smoke on Tree here to give him some form of anchoring spot. But thankfully enough, no one's gotten very close into challenging him just yet, but now they do. Prowler's been used.
Hyper ult है.
He's just going to get pushed back, and Monyet just making sure that Link is unoccupied by the rest of Genji.
Yeah, Forsaken too. At least getting the frag onto Meteor, but now the hit comes through.
बाप रे.
Devi
ट्रेड चाहिए.
holding the
तो भाई
backside,
जल्दी.
anchoring it for the moment.
यहाँ से
Waiting
खुले
again
से
for
कुत्ता करेगा
Monyet
क्या?
to
पीछे से करेगा.
double up with him and try to do something
करेगा ही
as of
नहीं.
now. Dog is
भाई इधर होता
available.
कर देते.
Monyet
थोड़ा
can
support कर
reposition.
कहाँ चले?
Locky is trying to run away. He opens the door quickly, backs up, but something doesn't have to challenge him just yet. Munchkin has the wall, drops right down, and he has so many angles to deal with. The crossfire is too numerous for PaperX,
now,
and we equalize once again.
Yeah, this is what we want to see from PaperX. This is the PaperX we need. The tempo in which they're going, not just, you know, going for those early aggressive kills, trying to find frags, or chasing down Meteor. In fact, what they do is to kind of pull back. You've got Mind Freak.
President में best team कौन सा तेरे हिसाब से? PRX
Make sure you gain map
second. G first.
Just kind of getting information
Second
off the
PRX.
stairs, jumping a little bit. Once they confirm that it's coming through, they have an idea of where Meteor could lurk in. And that's what they want. That's how Forsaken picks up that first frag. That's how, you know, Mind Freak does a little bit more.
Speaking of Mind Freak here, he held for a very long time that tree position. Loving how he does. I mean, he's just getting kills, but the threat of him of getting that kills and forcing Gen G to put that into the factors of how they push up into a site is pretty huge. I will say though, I don't think I've seen Forsaken be successful in holding a site. He's been good at getting the lurks because he's Forsaken, but the setups that he's done on C really hasn't resulted in Gen G you know, being thwarted. Meteor has gone there and gotten those flags, so I don't know how far he can go into this. Pop shots does
Munchkin भी यही call देता रहेगा. Guys come है. Team बोलते रहेगा ये कौन सा call है?
They know that there is a bit of PaperX presence all across the map, and PaperX is no longer, you know, really pushing out all that much.
control और के बात है मेरा और संभालेगा.
Gen G now trying to play along with this tempo,
more than capable enough. More.
But it burns down the timer. Look at the clock, Asarai.
Look at this though. Gen G can actually go for that link, and if something is too slow,
दोनों के बीच में
he's gonna get pinched in. Unfortunately, for PaperX,
rare to see that.
Gets it once and for all. Monyak comes in here, showstopper, and the
भाई साहब आपका पार्सल आया है.
That's gonna be Monyak getting the finalizing
Karen भाई
kill.
पार्सल ले लिए.
Even though something falls, PaperX were very quick to adapt and to respond to the
साहब
offense of Gen G.
I will
पार्सल
take
ले लो
that
friends.
budget, the bootleg.
भाई सेम मेरे जैसा रेस तो खेल रहे दोनों.
Not quite the one that we got from before, but you know, still good.
Stop chasing, stop hunting. When there is a well-deserving.
You were absolutely right with the setup that something had. I mean, I would have thought at least he would be able to secure at least one off kill, right? But the rest of the team reacting that quickly, Monyet knowing to go for the showstopper that soon, that was what PaperX needed, and that's why you got to have this setup from PaperX. That's why they're not pushing out all that much. It might not be, you know, full-blown W gaming, but this is also what Victoria was talking about before, that lateral shift. You're not always that
क्या बोलेगा कोच? अगर तू Gen G का कोच है तो क्या बोलेगा?
That much more control. Of course, though, Gen G now starting to feel the pressure. They call them.
मैं अगर Gen G का कोच हूँ मैं, तो मैं बोलूँगा सुनो, पार्टी का प्लान बन चुका है. PRX बहुत अच्छी टीम है. अभी सरेंडर का ऑप्शन आ गया रहेगा. ये मेरा भाई PRX भाई ना बे PRX है बे.
लेकिन अरे मजा आता है कोई और भी जीतता है तो रे. नहीं
रे ना मेरे को नहीं आता मजा.
अंडरडॉग को हमेशा सपोर्ट.
एक मैप जीतो मजा आएगा मेरे को. एक मैप पूरा मत हराओ यार. एक मैप जीतो मजा आएगा. इतनी सीरियसली देख रही थी मैच कैमरामैन जिग्नेश के साथ.
Pacific League 2024 with PaperX. Much quicker.
And OP is other damage देने वाला बस something for
back
shots.
When he was an Onyx, you know, APAC, LCQ, he was doing things such as neon plays. Kid is talented.
Jinx मत कर. नहीं.
But
Jinx
I mean, apart
I can't believe he's like 10 years younger than
me too. Okay. I don't know how old you are, right? But anyway, I mean, this is a round.
इसके बाद भी 10 बार पिक लेगा ना ये.
Gen G on the other hand,
I know
more of a
भाई 5 बंदे ट्री.
Yeah, and you're always thinking about like, you know, they called in that
पानी देने गए.
Want to suss out information, get a feel for how PaperX is defending this time. But something's not.
Spam ने 4 थे एक दरवाजे पे.
Oh, that's way too many people close up in the face of Monyet there. Something's gonna back away, retreat.
तोड़ के भी जाएंगे क्या ये लोग?
That nade clearing him up once again.
नहीं.
Not big damage.
अभी तक इसने 3 शॉट लिए. ठीक है 3 शॉट लिए.
Plan change हो चुका है. वाइपर मर गया.
नहीं लोग स्मोक्स है अभी भी.
How many players are still holding?
Holding.
चौथा शॉट
Texture one down. Something.
ओह
Overflex.
शॉट
He can
बे
pull back
मेट
his
यार
teammates if he wants to. There it is.
वो वापस
Locked out
बुला
of
रहे
the
बे
hole.
उसका
And
टीममेट
Meteor
सिर्फ घूम रहा है
opens
इधर
up the A
उधर
side by pure sheer power.
I gotta see the replay on that. I mean, it's so
Hello?
interesting and off-putting how Gen G is approaching the map.
भाई लॉकडाउन तोड़ दी साइड में घुस गया वो लोग का फेड बहुत दूर है 15 सेकंड वो आ ही नहीं सकता
Spike plant goes down.
Yo.
कुछ तो अलग ही गेम चालू है
This man.
भाई वो आ ही नहीं सकता वो
वन मैन आर्मी
On a Guardian, man.
क्या
Pretty insane.
फेट
Dude
किधर है क्यों
is
घूम रहे
tapping
गार्डन में
heads
लाके
left and right.
अबे उसको क्या लगा लॉकडाउन
Yeah,
कंप्लीट
first
होएगा
of all,
बराबर
we have the space
बराबर
for
तो वो
Gen
लोग
G,
पीछे
like I was
जाएंगे
mentioning
वो लोग
before.
पीछे जाएंगे
It's
फिर वो लोग
looking
आगे
like
आएंगे
a
तो वो लर्क
inside
टाइमिंग
the tree.
उनको क्या मालूम कि
But then
पीआरएक्स
Paper X
ऐसा है
running into investigate.
2
And then
सेकंड
off of
बचा
that
था बे
space,
अगर वो लॉकडाउन
Meteor
कोई
is
भी
the
प्रोटेक्ट
one that,
करता था
they
दोनों
weren't really
डिटेंट थे
expecting to be there. And because of his sharpshooting,
shot
he's
मारा है
able to
Guardian
pick off
से।
their heads just like that. Something wasn't quite able to deal with him, and that's something that I definitely did not
Powerful
expect. I want to see something with his op,
जाने तो
really
बिल्कुल
pop it
नहीं
off, but he's
खेलते
not
टीम
doing it
इसके
so
लिए।
far.
पब्लिक बहुत आगे
And with all of the abilities that
Over
can
controller
really push
बोलते
you
हैं।
out as a jet with an operator, it's very hard for him to do that. Yes, there's no big flashes from Genji here, but Prowler, Boombot, Smokes, Paranoia, there's a whole slurry of non-flash abilities that can really irk you if you're something. So Genji's been using that to a very good extent.
गलत डिसिप्लिन
Now going up against him as well. However, he holds his ground,
Munchkin
picks up
why
the first
duelist-
one, and backs away. So this gives Paper
मेरे
a
पास
little more
ulti है।
information and inkling as to where
Ulti
Gen
का
G
काम ही
wants to
नहीं हो
approach
रहा है।
from. Something repeats
6-6
and
हो
holds the
जाएगा
angle. to
हाँ
find
नाइस
something
लाकिया
for
भाग
him.
पहला
Oh
किल बोलते
my
लाकिया के लिए
God.
तालियां पहला किल
Here
लाकिया
comes something.
He's got a tailwind again, so he can get out of harm's way if need be, but
क्या बात है
over peak.
ठीक है
7-5
लेकिन
is
दो
guys।
मारे दो मारे
That's going to be
7-5 7-5
the death of him. Monyet's now trapped here on drop. That Han supposedly giving away position,
four
but
second
somehow
by
Forsaken
रुको।
manages to squeeze his way through the back of the side, leaving
ओके 7-5 तो था 7-5 तो था लव यू यार लव यू आप भी जिंक्स आर्मी में ज्वाइन करना चाहते हो यार
As this is expensive, we are here for the last round of the first half.
3v3 पोस्टमैन देख के बोले 7-5
I mean, still a really close score, and it doesn't put Paper X out of harm's way. And if you're thinking about it, I mean, something maybe
Lord
didn't quite
prediction
hit
ने
the
बोला
field,
था
but
60
ये
enough time, did
Munchkin
enough
भाई थोड़ा
damage
safe
for
खेलने
his
की
team
भाई
to
ये
run
शॉट भी
unseen.
क्रेजी था बे टेक्सचर का
That's another thing. It just Forsaken
क्या
playing
मारा है
this
Forsaken
role,
तो बाप
unless
रे।
they're walking into his traps, unless they're going into him, we
भाई
won't
तुमको
often
पता है
see
एक मैच हुआ था
him popping off that
उसमें
way
एक बंदा
unless you know, he
0
arrives with his team.
13 या ऐसा मतलब एकदम क्रेजी 0 किल पे था ठीक है
News, but a lot of
पूरा
these transitions
क्राउड
into
चीयर
this
कर रहा था
type of guy.
अरे
पूरा क्राउड
वो ना फर्स्ट मैच ही ना लिविया 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 ने पता नहीं किसका था वो फर्स्ट मैच किसका हुआ था अमेरिका में
लेकिन
अरे वो
डब्लू था
खेल
बे
हाँ वो खेल रहा था ना
हाँ बेचारा
पे
इतना टाइमिंग्स हुआ था ना उसके साथ इतना
देखा याद है
हैवक
हैवक अरे मैं तेरा ही
हैवक
स्ट्रीम
था,
देख रहा था
Jinx
तेरा ही स्ट्रीम देख रहा था वो फर्स्ट मैच था
हैवक था
But they're getting closer. Hold on. Wait. Oh my god.
7-5 बात तो है अनुज भाई प्रेडिक्शन तो है नाम गलत था
Players, all right.
Yeah.
Something white
हो
swing.
गया।
Okay. We got
अभी
this, we got-
फ्यूचर प्रेडिक्शंस देता हूँ अभी
ठीक
सिंपल
है।
होएगा ये लोग अपने फॉरेस्ट में आ चुके हैं जंगल में अटैकिंग
यस ओके अटैकिंग भूल गया मैं
हाँ
ठीक है
अटैकिंग ठीक है
ठीक है
अब ये लोग डब्ल्यू दबाएंगे स्टेप नंबर 1
ओके
स्टेप नंबर 2 13-5 गेम खत्म पहला
13-5
पिस्तौल
पीआरएक्स पे
पहला पिस्तौल जीतेगा ये लोग बराबर
बराबर
9-5 होएगा बराबर फिर ये लोग फर्स्ट बाय राउंड में अपसेट कर लेंगे और ये लोग होएंगे 11-5
ठीक है
बीच में 10-5 या 11-5 पे जेंजी टाइम आउट लेगा बोलने के कि भाई क्या सीन है लेकिन उसका आंसर किसके पास नहीं रहेगा
ये
क्या
फर्स्ट
कहता?
प्रेडिक्शन देख रहा हूँ मैं विद रिएक्शंस एंड इमोशंस इनसाइड हां
इमोशंस
कंटिन्यू
डीप
कंटिन्यू 11-5 11-5 पे अपन अभी
हाँ 11-5 पे टाइम आउट 10-5 11-5 पे टाइम आउट लिया
ठीक है
मेरे पास आंसर्स नहीं हुआ
फिर जेंजी
फिर-
क्या बोलेगा कोच क्या बोलेगा फिर पार्टी जल्दी क्लोज हो गई है
कोच बोलेगा लेट्स स्टार्ट फॉर द लास्ट मैप
ओके
लास्ट मैप फर्स्ट राउंड क्या करने का, क्योंकि ये लोगों को पता है कि लास्ट मैप कौन सा है, इसलिए वीटो होता है।
ठीक है,
समझ रहे हो? उधर 2 टाइम आउट वेस्ट करने से तो इधर ही और 2 एक्स्ट्रा राउंड।
बकचोद विंग्स है ये, बकचोद विंग्स।
फैक्ट्स स्पिटिंग फैक्ट्स कर रहा हूँ। देखना
कुछ
ऐसा कुछ नहीं होगा, अभी पिस्टल ही जेंजी जीतेगा, फिर तेरा हो गया ये सब।
पॉसिबल नहीं, 4 स्टैक है ना, ऐसा मारेंगे नेक्स्ट में 5 यहाँ पे आके खड़े रहेंगे। बताओ बताओ, जैसे वॉल गिरेगा जंजी गिरेगा। 3 2 1 जंजी गिरा।
ओ क्या गिरा है जेंजी, ओ क्या गिरा है जेंजी, और प्रेडिक्शन आप तो 11 पे तो पहुंच गए थे।
भाई जेंजी अगर मेरे को स्ट्रीम स्नैप कर रहा है तो कॉपीराइट दे सकते हैं।
अरे वॉल गिरा नहीं ना, प्रॉब्लम वो हो गया तेरे प्रेडिक्शन में, वॉल गिरने वाला था, इन लोगों ने वॉल से पहले ही कुछ कर डाला। क्या है, चार लोग जिंदा है उनके पिस्टल में भी, 4 जितने थे ना उतने सब जिंदा है।
भाई मेरा कॉल सुन लिया बोला कोच मेरा कॉल सुन रहा है, ऐसा कुछ तो है भाई, ऐसा नहीं हो सकता भाई।
स्ट्रीम स्नाइप कर रहा है भाई कोच,
हो सकता है। वो देख उधर साइफर एंटी फ्लैश के लिए फ्लैश नहीं डाला उसके लिए, बेचारा घूम के खड़ा है। अच्छा लगता है, बस फ्लैश करना चाहिए ना।
They want to deny that, and that one nade from Texture, not to mention Laki and Texture pushing in together, just throws Paper X off so much.
अभी हम 11 पे
sorry chat, sorry.
Munchkin's toxic screen was pretty huge for that, because usually you
एक
see
तो
that and
क्वेस्ट
say,
4
it's
एमओ
the
भी
safety
वेस्ट,
for the A
हार
side.
गए
No,
भाई।
it's the danger for Rumble for you if you're trying to push that.
इसको देखो,
So keep pushing though. It's the C. Zoom it past Monyan.
गावा निंजुत्सु।
So although Manya makes it through, has a bulldog, can't go up against Munchkin now. What?
All right, down to something with a Marshall.
भाई
3 versus
अगर
1.
मार्शल
Makes it a quick 2v1. Okay, that spike is very much out for him. He's got a dash, he actually repositions. But wait, does that angle actually work for him? It's very risk, so he has to try to do something here. Oh my god.
Almost चिपका दिया था,
Body space of Lakia.
almost चिपका दिया था रे।
Doing it, going back into C long. I mean, it was for the information, but
Anti by something by
in that
anti.
situation too.
Really
Nice
close.
try.
He at least had the right idea to tail
भाई
it out.
गलत लेवल है यार, लेकिन लोगों का
The
पेज
play for
सोच
time
भी नहीं
trying to
सकते।
distract Munchkin, but I
इसकी
mean,
स्क्रीन में
Lakia, as
दिख
soon
रहा है
as Lakia goes in
तो अपने
though,
को पता है 1 सेकंड
just
भी
knowing
नहीं,
the
0.5
crowd
सेकंड इधर उधर होता तो
हाँ।
वो
under.
पार्ट से चिपक गया था भाई,
Lakia's not
एम पे आ
always
गया था
like
ऐसा।
a stand-out fragger, but in some situations knows exactly what to do, has enough experience.
He's got a good head on his shoulders for sure. Something challenging here. It's
क्या
tagged
बाइक,
up.
अच्छा PRX ने क्या क्या
Correct me if
फोर्स
I'm
किया
wrong,
था
we
क्या?
casted Lakia
नहीं
last year.
ये
right,
क्या
on
भाई
Central
इन लोग का
Pacific,
फोर्स बायर ने, अरे
where
फोर्स
he
किया
was
था
on
क्या देख
Damwon
रहे हैं?
Kia,
क्या है शेरे
not really getting an
Phantom,
opportunity
Guardian,
to really showcase what he's got there.
क्या देख रहा है तू
Genji
चोमटे?
here.
जेंजी जीता था वो लोग का,
Very
वो है
अच्छा,
बोनस
ओ,
राउंड।
In a
Genji
very
जीता,
good way
चलो,
for Genji, by the
shit.
way.
हो गया उमर हो गया।
हो
Of course,
गया,
now
sorry, my
with
bad.
enough economical damage,
बोलो, ये क्या
Genji
scene
not
हुआ
having
है?
the best guns. You know, you got a Ghost on Texture, Karan on the.
कोई बात नहीं, 6 महीने के बाद
जिंक्स ना करो, मैं पता घर पे आके मारेगा बस। सॉरी
something on this
सॉरी।
outlaw, but
अरे पट से भाई बंदा है।
numbers instead. They kind of
Outlaw.
relinquish.
यही है ना
which
Outlaw?
means
हाँ।
It's going to be a tough retake
Power.
for them.
लाइट आर्मर का तो हेवी देता है।
Especially with the rest of Paper X holding
ये देख।
both
OP
stairs
है
and
बे।
heaven.
अबे ये
They've got everything
इसका
locked and loaded. They don't
बॉडी
really need to stay inside of the site. They can be proactive as much as they would want to.
नसीब भाई।
Heron
इसका बॉडी
does
शॉट
get that angle
140
against
लगता है,
something.
तो अगर तू सिर्फ लाइट आर्मर
That was already
वो
done
करेगा
here
ना
for
तो ऑप ही है।
Genji.
प्लस ये मारता फास्ट है।
I feel like
दो
it's
गोली।
दिया
the
क्यों?
exits and
गन
bit of economic
मतलब वो
damage
लाइट
that they
शील्ड
can
को
really
हटा
do in
हटाने
this
के
round.
लिए।
हाँ
Makes me wonder if it was like the barrel peeking out.
दैट तो रहने दे, वो
लाइट शील्ड
पता
में
नहीं।
पूरा गेम
Just
खेलता था
Karen
इसके
still.
लिए।
And you know, it's that nerd talk about line of sight,
Fnatic तो बिना आर्मर के भी खेलती थी इकोनॉमी बचाने के लिए
We're not getting
34 degrees here in the corner of the wall.
TLDR, guys, the closer you are to a wall when you peek a corner, the worse it is for you. The farther you are from a wall when you peek a corner, the better it is for you.
Nice,
Thank you, Asarai.
Good.
But yeah, still, a round picked up by
8-7.
Paper X still. As they move
अगर
forward.
स्ट्रीम स्नाइप नहीं कर रहे ये लोग
But
तो
Gen G
13-7 हो
definitely
सकता
caught
है.
up, winning out that pistol and
Nice.
the subsequent round after that.
अभी तो अल्टीज खुलेंगी मजा आएगा.
So now buying back up, I mean, we saw how Gen G, this round really just kind of playing it safe. Still a lot of damage, but apart from that, you're just thinking about how else Paper X can come in because here.
डर वाला टाइम
really
आउट जेंजी
starts
ने
to
थोड़ा
ramp up.
जल्दी लिया. मेरा डीले में स्ट्रीम है इसलिए टाइम आउट लिया लोगों ने कंफर्म.
I mean, did we come into this day thinking
देखा
that
ना
it
जेंजी
would
ने लिया.
be this close between Paper X and a revamped Gen G? I mean, yeah, sure.
How many?
भाई ये लोग कम से कम 2 या 3 बंदे जेंजी वाले अभी ए फाइट करेंगे. ए ये लोग खुला नहीं छोड़ने वाले. ए खुला छोड़ा तो फिर खुल्लम खुल्ला घुसेंगे पीआरएक्स. मेरे हिसाब से बी रिटेक के लिए रखेंगे 2C 3A और बी पे ट्रैप.
नहीं, मुझे लगता है एक सी एक बी 3 है.
हाँ ओमेन ब्लाइंड देगा. बराबर है.
बराबर. लेकिन पीआरएक्स का तो टी अटैकिंग साइड का ही लाइनअप है. डबल ड्यूलिस्ट का है और साइफर एक पीछे. खत्म. घुसो.
पीआरएक्स का लाइनअप क्या है? लास्ट इसमें ट्रिपल कंट्रोल दिया ना. अटैक का है और ना डिफेंस का है.
ये वाली इसमें तो अटैक का ही है. डिफेंस में 7 राउंड निकली बड़ी बात है पीआरएक्स ने ये लाइनअप पे.
टेक्सचर बाय ओपा लेकिन कंसिस्टेंट.
Paper X has got a little bit more of the strong suit with the blades
lineup
and the showstopper available here. But Gen G not lagging too far behind. If Texture can get that one kill, he will have access to that showstopper of his.
Big fan is by missing loyalty and Binks. I love you. Love you too. जल्दी आ गया ना.
We've seen their A, we've seen a bit of their C.
गलत टाइम आउट लिया.
I haven't seen all too much else for now, though.
मैं नहीं कर रही.
Newly formed Paper X with Monyet now, just executing at the C side.
ये गया. कुत्ते पे थूका ना ये.
Munchkin's judged. Oh, but
Oh,
look
bhai,
at that
Lakia
door
bhai.
from Lakia.
Oh man.
मारना जरूरी था ये
Again,
राउंड.
the door opens so quickly that you can't really sometimes.
भाई डोर वाला
react
बीटी
to
बहुत
the
क्रेजी
punish
किया
that
है
could
बे.
follow up from the defense.
खुला ही
You
रहता है
see
बे.
that
ऐसा लगता है बंद ही
activate
नहीं
so
होता वो.
quickly
नहीं
here.
पहला जो स्लो खुलता था ना अभी दरवाजा स्टार्टिंग का जल्दी खुलता है इतना
फिर
और
Judge
फिर अटक
works.
जाता
I
है
do like
बेंच.
this because again you don't want to play that close and hope for accuracy. You
जाना
just
नहीं.
go for the
लाक्या
defense
जाना
of
नहीं.
this shotgun.
मंचकिन
Punch
जाना
is gonna
नहीं.
be
जाना
first
नहीं.
on the
जाना
pedestal.
नहीं. 3
He's getting
2
very close. I don't know if he's
1
gonna get this
ये
one.
पट
On the
से
corner, he will go be dropped down by something. Coming in right now is going to be Monyet using that showstopper of his.
भाई
Meteor's getting closer.
भैरव के भी
Lakia
गेम
as
प्ले
well.
कर रहा है.
They need to make something happen here. It's all down to Lakia. Good for the first. But there's so many just high angle
भाई
position from
साहब
Paper X
भैरव के
that
भी
he
गेम
can
प्ले कर रहा है बे. बिना हेडफोन के
enough
खेल सकता है समथिंग.
to deal with. And that's going to be the 9-7 for Paper X here.
गंदा पाया था रे.
Yeah, great solve on the C site. You got something.
13-7 is
the
coming.
guiding light as well, and just pushes Munchkin away enough for something to get into position to do things like this. I mean, he was really a lot more calm in this moment. And then picking up that Phantom and tailwinding away. Coming down to it as soon as they picked up those numbers, as soon as they figured out where Gen G was going to approach from. Much more easy for Paper X to defend post-plant.
Yeah, but again, Gen G showing the same thing that they
Bye bye
brought up here
Munchkin.
from that Breeze map, which is
बोल तेरा
that
तो
they
उल्टा ही
can't
मैं
punish
समझ
the
गया.
in transit of Paper X, and they do
यही
it
राउंड
once
में मेरे
again
को
here in
गफला
this
लग
round.
रहा है.
Look at that. Something's been dropped down as
यही
well as
राउंड में
Forsaken.
गफला है.
Monyet frantically trying to get control here of C.
कुछ मत
Doesn't
बोल
matter if he is alone or with
तो क्या
teammates.
मैं flawless ना हो
What a
जाए.
dodge from Mind Freak. Oh my goodness. They're trying to rally behind that showstopper of Texture. Great
Oh
flash
ho shot
from
लाके
Cameron.
इसको भी.
That's all Monyet alone. The new
क्या
bullet from
बात है.
Paper X, sent
13-7
down by
इसको ही
Gen
बोलते हैं.
G.
बस
What
थोड़ा
a
सा
thrifty
+1
round
8
from the
भी है.
Koreans.
I mean, all that utility, all those shots,
Shot.
started things off. We had the Sheriff, and all they really did was kind of just wait for
अरे
that contact
क्या
from
क्या
Paper
watch
X.
party
Once
में
that
hello?
green light was lit, Gen G knew
Hello?
exactly how to get
साला
going.
मंचकिन भी स्ट्रीम स्नाइपर
Paper X
बे.
that
once again starting to get their own heads a little bit.
भाई ये लोग का दूसरा मॉनिटर है किधर मोबाइल अलाउड है उधर
Gen G is on an eco and you're like I can take them. You start to walk out and it just
एलेक्स भी ये बोल रहा है ये लोग है ना इसकी बहन की बिंक्स की स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं मेरे को मालूम नहीं अभी मारने वाला था मंचकिन ने उसको स्ट्रीम देख के मारा है बाय बोलते ये मेरे से नहीं देखा जाएगा एक काम करते हैं ये लोग का मोबाइल इंटरनेट काट देते हैं ऐसा बोला एलेक्स लव यू परफेक्ट कोच एलेक्स बाय डब्ल्यू कोच
इतना उल्टा जवाब कैसे रह सकते हैं जो बोलते हैं उसको उल्टा कैसे हो सकता है
भाई पता नहीं रही ये मेरे हिसाब से कर्मा हो रहा है क्योंकि मैं घर पे भी हमेशा उल्टा जवाब भी देता था मम्मी पूछती थी डिनर में क्या है मैं बोलता था तू लंच बना ऐसा हमेशा मैं कुछ ना कुछ उल्टा जब सीधा जवाब मैंने आज तक नहीं दिया लेकिन आजकल कुछ लोग उकसा रहे मेरे को सीधा जवाब देने को क्रॉस कनेक्शन माफ करो गेम पे आते हैं
just incredible from Gen G. There's a lot to go into with how they are feeling and thinking about this game. But of course,
अनुज को बोलना कार्टून गेमिंग इज अनुज भाई कार्टून गेमिंग चैट पे आपका फ्रेंड है
यस हेलो कार्टून गेमिंग व्हाट्स अप कैसे हो भाई
व्हाट्सएप करने बोला कार्टून का उसने आपको
कर दो चलेगा वो भी चलेगा
Hunt actually gave away the position there of something as well as Mind Freak. Nade did stop.
Peek करना ने टेक्सचर हां
Just a few seconds here, Quack. But
टेक्सचर के देख लेग्स वो हो रहा है एडी शेकिंग हो रहा है
just letting them gain control in this spot. Look at the positioning that they have. Texture still up around. Could go up the ropes if he needed. And then you've got Munchkin just ready to welcome them with open arms on the other side of Link.
Texter's trying to delay as much as he can at the back of the site, trying, hoping that he can
stop.
But he will not. Lakia coming in to pinch, at least stopping some of this massive map control that Paper X has gotten on that A. Spike will get planted. It's all about the retake here for Gen G. Okay, Divide does find Munchkin here, making it a more palatable situation.
गया ये गया ओडिन आने वाला किधर तो मुझे भर दिए
with an Odin. Meteor's gonna just have to run away here.
भाई गलत कॉम्बो है बे वो
Stay in the site, whichever.
लोटस
पूरा ट्री स्पैम होता है बे
The next round anyways, so he can make this into an expensive endeavor for Paper X.
पॉज लेके एलेक्स ने ये बोला बे ओडिन लो
little bit expensive man, yeah, dying. But yeah, that's always funny when you got you open the door. Hello, say hello to my little friend, and Forsaken's on the other side. But
sorry, I just wanted to say that's why a lot of teams on Lotus have now just been picking up Odin. No, it's not.
हर ट्री से हर दरवाजा जो खुलता है बंद होता है हर जगह स्पैमेबल है पूरा
why you can just wall bang for days that
और नहीं उठा सकते इसमें एक का ट्री पे ओडिन वाला बैठा रहेगा ना ये देख
It's such a huge power.
दरवाजा खोलेगा
सब कुछ स्पैमेबल है पूरा मैप ही स्पैमेबल है ओडिन
जब तूने घंटी ने बजाया दरवाजा खोलेगा तू
and that's what Forsaken is doing again just to give okay, a little bit of an overreach here for Gen G for sure as Mike and Texture have been just blasted
opa
the showstopper
बोलते वो नहीं
truly stop that show
13-8 prediction right था
कुछ नहीं
we have a bit of calm here as Paper X do get access onto that A site, but the rest of Gen G already right now the back of things. Meteor finding one, lockdown activated, but it is a little bit shallow. There still is position that you can play inside of tree as well as outside right there of stairs, and something holding the blades as well as the operator. This makes the long range fights a little bit more palatable here for Paper X. Haunt does give away his position. They use that Haunt to actually get closer, but
क्या बचा है Forsaken ने इसको something को
Something now against Meteor, 2 versus 1. That box not really giving too many angles for him to have safety on. And if he gets peeked, it's going to be...
बोला था
कुछ नहीं जो सब बोला था सब गलत बोला तूने कुछ नहीं बोला था बोला
38 baby
but the setup for Paper X was still just that good, and that's always the thing about the
मुंह में आ गए थे थोड़ा नीचे से किल जो अल्टी मारता था ना थोड़ा नीचे से
stairs area that you can also watch from it.
नहीं ये Forsaken ने क्या बचा है वो ऑफ का शॉट लेकर से जब तक नाइफ निकाला था वो मर जाता
बस बचा
आई गेट भाई खुश
कॉल्स ना आई डोंट केयर ब्रो
And when Paper X are
कोई
having
उसको
fun,
बोल रहेगा
you
तू
know
ये
it's a
क्यों क्या बे
dangerous time for
चलना
you.
खेलने देना
Because that means we're gonna
You
go
need someone to keep those spirits up. You know, if not, something or Ilya will
भाई ये लोग का
get
एक हिंदी
really in their
ट्रांसलेशन
heads.
वाला कॉम्स चाहिए अपना स्टाइल
What is this?
मजा आ जाए.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ ये लोग का एक पीओवी मांगू और मैं ट्रांसलेट करूँ
See what happens.
गाली इन्वॉल्व होनी
Walls
Gali
been
involved
called
के
in
था.
a little bit closer into the A main position, and that actually works in the favor here of Gen G.
By Cypher.
As you saw for a second, get blasted very quickly. They're very close into the opposition right now, but
वो
Divide
नेड किधर
realizes
तो
that he
गया
has to come
उल्टा.
pitch in for his teammates. Oh my god.
भाई
Again, float like a butterfly, stick with
माउस
the
गया
beat.
बे
Something
टेक्सचर में नया माउस ले लो
To
आज
use that floaty.
हाँ
और ये
कैसे अरे वो हिला बे
Quickly. But now they know.
शॉट था
Meteor's
लेकिन
Meteor's
एम
position
में था
exposed.
PRX
He's only
is
got
back with
Marshall
their
in his hand
gameplay.
here,
अब लग रहा है
Quack,
PRX
and
खेल रहे हैं.
truly is danger time for him. If he loses this, Paper X will be on map point. Wow. Okay.
Oh.
Meteor.
क्या खेलते बे
That's the same meteor that we saw from
Hand-eye
Gen G last
coordination,
year.
0.1
Doing things with the
reaction.
Marshall, but still, I mean, when you think about it,
मैं
Paper X
रहता तो
definitely
वो
had this
मार्शल
on
भी
the
सेव
books.
करने जाता था
Very close.
खेलने ही नहीं ये लोग के सामने
2
पे
kills with that Marshall.
एटलीस्ट मैं पोस्ट इंटरव्यू में बोल तो सही मेरे को मारने पाए लोग लॉल टू
Pull off something on Orthodox, right? Make use of that toxic screen to surprise that 3 players on the other side.
बिंग्स भाई आपका हार के कैसा लगा बे मुझे तो नहीं मार पाए
But
बे
yet on the other side, Paper X having game plans. A plan B, really.
स्टाइल पॉइंट्स
Keep
प्लस
themselves
1
alive.
Texture by
Divide is having fun.
I'm just gonna stay quiet here and let us just enjoy the laughs of Divide. Make that your soundtrack, ladies and
खतरनाक टेक
gentlemen.
है जिंजी का ये साइड का.
As I was spewing some
He's need
nonsense
flash.
words, we've already seen some
चार जन आगे
great
तो नहीं कर
impact
सकते
actions
ना
here
रे.
from Gen G as something's been taken away from the board. Again, Gen G still
Especially
threatening
Fade
a lot
जब ये
of that
C's भी बीटी
control
देता
on Rubble.
ना ना.
This means that it's only down to really Banya to entry into the site. Divide activates, but Meteor is here to just again
ये
anchor
round नहीं
things.
जीता.
Denies
चलेगा,
access
Fade का
into
use ही हो
that
गया
C
वैसे.
site. And Paper Rex will have to scratch their heads a little bit here. What
ये round तो हार
happened?
गई PRX.
We tried to push in and
केज
should be
रहता
falling on
है
our heads as
ए
Meteor in
स्मोक
positions
ओमेन
for
स्मोक के
this
लिए
right
रुक सकते
angle.
हैं
They might not know about this, and they will never do, as the smoke really just makes it difficult for them to gain any
Way too
point of
much.
control.
There's so much delaying that the rest of the Paper X members on the other side, if they go into this, it's not a favorable numbers duel. Something kind of losing to Karon on the other side of the map as well. It just doesn't quite work out for them. So Gen G gets to extend their lives in
ओह
Yikes, that haunt.
भड़क गया
Truly going to be the
बिंग्स भाई
nightmare
आधे
there
से
for
ज्यादा
Paper
मसल
Rex.
लेने
वैसे
आए
आता
हैं
Already,
से
man.
मैंने
It's
देखा
नहीं
था
था
मसाला
ना।
extend the
नहीं
lifeline
मेरे को
here
ये
for
वाचिंग आता है यहाँ पे
Gen G.
मसाला वाला कोई नहीं
Texter's now gonna
आई डाउट यहाँ पे कोई
have
मसाला वाला
himself
है
the sniper in hand. What happened here at this point? Ah, yes, there it is. Karon getting that quick
रहेंगे तो
Rumble control.
9300 में से हार्डली
Paper
10 या
Rex couldn't
15
push
बच्चे
up
लोग
because of all
रहेंगे
the delay tactics that we saw from Gen G, and then C-Site, it was the same thing, but then Meteor was the one holding.
Yeah, it's all these tiny, slight bits of utility. You know, Meteor has the Nanostorm. It kind of slows down the rest of the team. They can't quite follow up with Monyet because of it. And keep in mind, Paper X has spent both
शॉट
timeouts
चलते
at this
चलते लगा बे
point.
उसका
They're on an eco. It's a bit of a half buy, but
Off
it's starting
भी
to
ना?
put them in the back.
Ooh, Karon, where did he
अरे,
come from? Picks up the 2K. There's the quick flash.
बाकी चार मार रहे ना इसको कोई को जागने गए बे अचानक से
Oh,
ओ
hold on. Divide
Ooh.
gets 2. But
Hold on,
never
hold
mind.
on, hold
All right, I'll bite my tongue there. 12 to 10.
13 क्या था
really
prediction
having solid
में
control.
भूल गया भाई.
भाई
कहाँ
कुछ
थे
भी
Binks
बोल
आप?
भाई
Binks
भाई
कहाँ थे आप?
सच्ची बोल रहा हूँ पीआरएक्स जितनी हरामी टीम मैंने आज तक नहीं देखा मतलब
क्यों?
टाइम वेस्ट कर रहे हैं बे पहले हरा सकते थे लेकिन बोला कि नहीं यार लेट्स एंजॉय इतना अच्छा स्टेज बनाया लेट्स एंजॉय द इवेंट करके 13-10 खत्म कर रहे क्रेजी क्रेजी पीआरएक्स भाई थैंक यू 2-3 राउंड और टाइम वेस्ट करो लव यू
Now they know texture के
Time in
पास
our
ऑफ है अभी PRX 8 नहीं जाएगा.
Paper X are running out of credits to actually fall back on for the moment too.
ओमेन का ब्लाइंड भी इनको नहीं छुपा रहा गोली कैसे छुएगा
Position two of his opponent right in front of him.
लॉल
It's only Forsaken really just holding.
और
A
कैस्पर रैंक
once
खेलेगी क्या ऐसे भी खेलेगी
to
कभी
be able to anchor this by himself from the looks of
क्योंकि
things.
रैंक
that
खेलना
will
बहुत
allow
easy है मैंने
Paper
सुना
Rex
आजकल
to again make do with elsewhere, but they're so far
माफ करो
back
यार
from both
कैस्पर आपको
sides. Man. They
कॉन्टेक्स्ट
haven't
समझेगा
really
नहीं हाउस
done
यूज
this
यार
kind of
हाउस
slower
यूज
approach at all in this map.
There's not that much control. One-way smokes are all
जैसे ये smoke जाएगा ना,
and then of course you still
Karen
got
by
Munchkin
डब्बा.
available with that toxic screen.
3 smoke जाने से
A is
पहले
a
ही
very difficult spot to
गया.
hit right now, but trying to make something happen
गया.
off of the Odin suppressive fire.
Okay, they open the
Karen
doorway
by.
into tree.
Short.
Oof, Texture, here you go. Inside the smoke
Karen
is
by
going to be
easy.
Karon. Then Paper X.
Something.
Chale,
Karen
chale,
by
chale.
easy.
Let's go for that big
Wait
contact.
until something arrives.
Finding Munchkin.
जाते रहे, जाते रहे.
Showstopper
Plant में
activated.
किसको support
The
नहीं
stats
चाहिए.
on the plant on the spike.
2v2.
Yes, it will be.
मार
Straight
मार
for
something.
straight
झूलते
by
झूलते.
coming into the world. Something repositions. Almost gets hang by the rope side.
मार दे इसको उछलते हुए headshot दे.
There's the plant on the spike, 2 versus 1 for Meteor, but Meteor has truly been a miracle worker at this point.
गया something. Time match कर रहे थे वो लोग. मैं पहले ही बोला बे. Perfect prediction.
I mean, that last round,
Perfect.
you can feel almost that tension, the rage that
गलत
something had
बे.
seething
भाई
behind
लेकिन
him.
जनजी मस्त
Having
खेला
had
बे.
enough from
बहुत
those
अच्छा.
previous rounds, he
बहुत
pushes
प्यारा
up,
खेला
he
जनजी.
picks them off one by one. It was a great setup that Genji
Binks
had.
भाई बोलो मत आप डाइट पे हो, मैं डाइट पे
You
हूँ.
know, playing off of Karon and Texture. Karon playing a bit of a distraction to try to step away. Texture holding the off angle with the operator, but it leaves them with not much of an escape route. And something is
Chat
Now he's gonna pass it
9,850
on
watching.
Panel to
Hello?
discuss things
Like
a
कर
whole
दो
lot better.
stream.
Hello? लास्ट मैप कौन सा
The
है?
score is now
Last
1-1,
map.
and it seems like
पता नहीं,
Paper
game खत्म
Rex
हो गया
here,
ना?
they are being
तेरे game
challenged by
खत्म हो गया.
Genji. We did
कुछ
see in
भी.
the coach's interview that
Last
Genji
map ये रे.
did prepare specifically for
Ascent.
Paper Rex, and it looks like
Oh,
they're showing
भाई,
they did
ये
their
तो
research
PRX
very
का
well.
No, they very much did, but this was a much better effort
एक
from the side
time
of
पे
Paper
अपना
Rex.
भी
We can
map
see
हुआ
14
करता.
first kills
नहीं,
from the side of
नहीं,
Gen G,
नहीं,
only
नहीं,
able to get
उधर
those
भी
10-round wins. It's another 13-10
वहाँ आधे तो
scoreline,
बस
and now we go to
flip
map
करते
number
आते
3.
हैं.
So we're going to
वो
get
बोल
a
सकते हैं.
nice
में मजा आएगा,
little
देख.
zoom
वो
in here
बोल
on Gen G's Sunset to see how they are
Sunset?
prepared for that map and whether or not they're
Huh?
actually going to be able to close this one out. But this was
एसेंट था ये लोग ने मिड गेम सनसेट कर दिया.
चूतिया है, कुछ भी बोलता है, ऐसा कैसे हो सकता है?
तूने मान लिया था ना, तूने मान लिया था ना बस.
हाँ बराबर.
Confidence
है.
इंसान
अरे
में
जी भाई,
confidence.
ये मैप भी नहीं पसंद आएगा देखने, आता ही नहीं.
अच्छा मैप.
खेले थे मैं और बिग सनसेट खेले थे.
उसके बाद हमने सनराइज भी नहीं देखा. सीधा सोने गए, सनराइज भी नहीं देखा. म्यूट क्यों है?
written many a page worth of notes in regards to that one, because I mean we did see the force spy at one point as well from Gen G that also caught them off guard. So they need to be.
क्या लग PRX का कॉम्प गेस करते सनसेट पे?
खतरनाक, कुछ तो खतरनाक आने वाला है.
ओमेन रहने वाला है. ठीक है.
ठीक है.
जेट या रेस रहने वाला है along with लूरू.
साइफर रहने वाला है.
साइफर रहने वाला है. और फेड लेने वाला है. ये है मेरे हिसाब से. लेकिन मेरे पास ब्लाइंड कम रहेगा. नहीं यूरो ब्लाइंड है. ये है मेरे हिसाब से. ये है मेरे हिसाब से. ये है गेको रहेगा.
कंफर्म्ड है, बाकी पता नहीं. हां गेको भी हो सकता है. दवाई खेलते हैं.
साइफर नहीं चाहिए. अपन PRX है. साइफर नहीं चाहिए. फक दैट.
साइफर खेलेगा. माइंड फ्रीक ओमन, दवाई गेको, मोनियत और ना समथिंग बाय ड्यूलिस्ट.
समथिंग तो जेट खेलेगा.
बचा मोनियत का.
मोनी है. रुक जा कॉल करता हूँ. अरे ये लोग ना टेंशन देते. हेलो. हाँ नंबर बिजी आ रहा है. उठा ले प्लीज. स्ट्रीम कर रहा हूँ. उठाए. हेलो मोनी भाई. अच्छा तुम लोग ग्रुप डिस्कशन में हो. ठीक है वो बाद में कर लोगे. मेरा कॉल इंपॉर्टेंट है. ठीक है. अच्छा मैं क्या बोला था. कौन सा एजेंट खेलने वाला है यार. सरप्राइज है मेरे लिए. ठीक है ठीक है ठीक है. लव यूज यार. ठीक है मैं देख रहा. ठीक है. अरे पागल कॉन्सेंट्रेट करो. वीडियो कॉल बाद में कर लेंगे. हाँ नहीं मेरा फैमिली सब चिल है. हाँ खेल रहा है T69. हाँ स्क्रिम्स. अरे पहले ये मैप तो खत्म करो. अब भी स्क्रिम्स. अरे कॉमेडी मैन. हाँ ठीक है. हाँ इजीली देख रहा हूँ मैं तुम्हारा मैच. ठीक है रखता हूँ, लव यू।
रखा कि अभी भी बात कर रहे हैं?
पता नहीं, अभी वॉइस नोट भेज रहे हैं मेरे को रखा करके। ही इज फीलिंग बैड, ही इज फीलिंग बैड कि मैंने फोन रखा। वॉइस चैट भेज रहे हैं।
नेक्स्ट लेवल बकचोद इंसान है बिग, बकचोद।
अरे चिल है रे, चिल है, चिल है। लाइक्स भी हो जाए, 11 के लाइक्स अपन पहुंच गए थे, 12 के कर दो, समझ रहे हो? आज हो जाए 12 के।
Lost split against RQ. It was Meteor who was still trying to keep them in the game alongside Texture.
First
So
blood
hopefully
percentage
that gives him a little bit of comfort of knowing, okay, it's not just my individual score that's kind of making or breaking the game. It is about the teamwork and how our opponents are playing around their map pick.
डाइटिंग
बैटिंग,
अरे डाइटिंग रे, डाइटिंग
डाइटिंग भाई। इसने आज गलती से विफ करके शक्कर वाला चाय बनाया, लेकिन मैंने 8-9 दिन, 9 दिन, आज 9वां दिन है, 9 दिन में मैंने सिर्फ एक डोमिनोज पिज्जा खाया है चीज बर्स्ट के साथ।
वो चलेगा, हफ्ते में एक दिन एक मील,
एक मील था वो,
चले, नो प्रॉब्लम।
उसके अलावा क्लियर, नो शुगर,
इम्प्रेस्ड,
क्लियर। और मेरा सब कपड़े एकदम टाइट टाइट हो रहे, ऊपर से नीचे तक। नीचे भी कुछ होता है डाइटिंग से?
होता है ना, टेस्टोस्टेरोन बढ़ेगा तेरा, एक्सरसाइज करेगा, नीचे का भी टाइट होएगा।
याद रखना अनुज भाई, उस दिन आपने जो ऑन स्ट्रीम जो बोला, याद
किसी ने नहीं, बच गया मैं।
यहाँ पे जो बंदे एंड होने चाहिए वो नहीं हो रहे। उस दिन जो बोला था अनुज भाई ने, लेजेंड बात की थी, लेजेंड कोट बन गया था अनुज 2024 वाला।
पता ही नहीं, वो गायब हो गया, कोई स्ट्रीम पे पकड़ ही नहीं पाया वो।
मेरे को ड्रैग करना पड़ा।
Going back to a composition that's a lot more comfortable, a map that's a lot more comfortable, because obviously, yes, they will have been practicing that AORUS setup, that triple controller setup on Breeze, but
यार ये कितनी क्यूट है यार।
कौन?
विंगमैन, विंगमैन, विंगमैन जो अबे विंगमैन रखा है, कितनी क्यूट है यार विंगमैन।
विंगमैन लड़की है
ऑब्वियसली, अभी मैं लड़का है तो मेरा विंगमैन कौन होएगा? लड़की।
वाह।
For those retakes, because then we're gonna have to start questioning. Okay, is the synchronization there?
आज से हमारा नया चीट कोड
or is
विंगमैन।
Manyat's confidence going to be enough to actually carry them into?
विंगमैन लव यू 3000 by the way, नारे।
Feeling pretty confident in his race performance. I think that he'll be fine to continue onward with that one.
अनुज का लव स्टोरी का स्टोरी सुनाओ, बोलना है अभी। लव स्टोरी का स्टोरी सुनाओ। तेरा लव स्टोरी का स्टोरी कुछ पेंडिंग है क्या? लोग बोल रहे हैं।
कौन सा
लव स्टोरी का स्टोरी?
लव स्टोरी का स्टोरी मेरा?
हाँ,
ये क्या सीन है भाई?
पता नहीं, लेटेस्ट न्यूज़।
During the off-season tournaments may not be exactly what they have
पता नहीं
planned
है।
रुक जा,
for Gen G.
important
Now,
बात
Gen
हो
G,
रहा है।
I do believe that there's no
विंगमैन
information
बात
on
कर
the
रहे हैं।
sunset just yet, which could be
कितना हरामी है भाई तू। इसकी बैंड की एंड, अनुज भाई एंड।
each other for quite a long while, and I do think that, you know, for Gen G, they're riding on a lot of momentum right now. Yes, they
मुझे
did
लगा
lose the previous
कि
map, but it
विंगमैन
didn't
बात
feel
कर
like,
रही
you know,
है।
it was a very close scoreline. It's been 13-10
Last
for
one.
both maps so far.
Yes, so I think the biggest thing for Gen G is obviously.
बताओ और क्या चल रहा है? How's your PAL Worlds going?
एक दो बार खेला, उसके बाद बिजी था, चला गया था फैमिली का। अभी खेलूंगा ना वापस।
करते 25 के बाद कंटिन्यू करते हैं।
जान से।
यार कुछ सेक्सी स्टोरीज हो जाए यार, ओल्ड स्टोरीज। तेरा सबसे बवासीर मेमोरी
गेमिंग में
कि तूने अपने टीम को बोला था कि ये कर टाइम आउट पे, जैसा आईजीएल लोग बोलते कि भाई देखो ये होने वाला है, ये करना है, फिर भी एक इंसान ने हागा। वो एक इंसान कौन था?
तो सबने आ गए बे, सबके सब।
लेकिन एक ऐसा मेमोरी, मतलब 2 बार बोला फिर भी बैच वही हुआ।
ओ ये होना चाहिए स्किल्स, मदरचोद स्किल्स। हम थे चाइना में।
स्किल्स तेरे टीम में था?
अरे सीएस डेज की बात कर रहा हूँ, मतलब
नहीं
इतना
वैलो अच्छा गेम है, सुन
अरे
वैलो
इतना
अच्छा
बड़ा
गेम है।
बबर सी था वो कि वो याद है, बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है वो, मतलब कुछ ऐसा गेम के इससे कुछ नहीं है वो। बदीरनेस पे कि एक बंदा इतना बदीर कैसे हो सकता है।
ठीक है, एग्जांपल वैलो में स्किल्स, ठीक है वैलो अच्छी गेम है। हाँ आगे कंटिन्यू, समझ गए हम। हाँ
ठीक है, तो हम चाइना में हम
हाँ।
लोग है ना कौन सी टीम का अगेंस्ट खेल रहे थे, ये जो अभी ब्रेनी स्पोर्ट्स थी, वो जो अभी ये लोग है क्या नाम है
PRX
इनका, नहीं रे PRX नहीं, ब्रेनी स्पोर्ट्स वो
जंजी
फिलीपींस के जो है ना सब, क्या
मुझे
है
कैसे
जो
बता ब्रांच।
बहुत टाइम हो गया यार, खेल के नाम नहीं याद आ रहे।
हाँ समझ गया। हाँ फिर
तो जो भी वो ब्रेनी स्पोर्ट्स का टीम था, उनके अगेंस्ट हम लोग खेल रहे हैं चाइना में। ट्रेन मैप था, मतलब पकड़ लो बाइंड जैसा मैप है।
हाँ हाँ
मैं एक दो को मार के मैं स्पॉन में चला गया हूँ बाइंड के।
ठीक है,
बाइंड के स्पॉन में मेरे सामने स्पाइक ऐसा सामने रखा है।
समझ गए।
मैं बोल रहा हूँ
यू आर डूइंग गुड।
हाँ मैं बोल रहा हूँ, और वो बाकी लोग अभी है ना शावर की तरफ है, उन लोग
हाँ
आ रहे हैं स्पाइक लेने, और अपना स्किल्स समझ ले बी पर मैं स्किल्स को बुला रहा हूँ, आज स्किल्स स्पाइक है मेरे पास।
हाँ
स्किल्स भाई आते हैं, आके देखते हैं स्पाइक है और मुझे मारने लगते हैं। उनको लगता है मैं अटैकर हूँ जो स्पाइक को कंट्रोल कर रहा हूँ, और मुझे दूर से मार्केट से शूट किए जा रहे हैं। मैं बोल रहा हूँ स्किल्स मैं हूँ, और वहां पे है ना
और
गोली लगती है।
बीटा वर्जन में था, फ्रेंडली फायर
हाँ
ऑन था वैलो में।
अरे नहीं, ये
समझ गया
सीएस
समझ
की
गया।
बात कर रहा हूँ ना, तो लगती है गोली।
ठीक है ना, वैलो अच्छा गेम है।
Or maybe,
हाँ मैं लगी जा रहे
छोटा
मर गया
बंदा
माकी
बनकर
यार, मतलब
बंस।
आदमी है, उसने एक
Wait for
एचपी
to
कर दिया,
go,
उसको ये
मतलब?
नहीं समझ में आ रहा है ये उसका टीममेट ही है। वो बंदे आए, मुझे मारा, उसको भी
this
मारा, और हम
entirely
लोग राउंड आ गए।
duelistless composition is
This
not
is the
something that
skills
we see
Bawasir
all too
of the
often.
year.
Actually, I don't think we ever see it.
Yeah.
But
भाई लोग का
it
नो
works
ड्यूलिस्ट
after all.
कॉम्प है।
Say that 10 times
Anyways,
fast,
match
right?
started.
But I will say on Sunset, the Sage Walls are pretty
हम
insane
लोग
because you
एक-
can get into some good elevations that the smokes of
लोग
Gen
भाई
एक
अगर
चीज-
लेफ्ट साइड वॉल कर दे हो गया
to
खत्म।
blot out completely. That being this one as well, as we can see here on Market.
Lol,
but Gen is
jokes
very
on
aware of this,
you.
and Devi was almost taken down. But the
भाई हम लोग
separation
एक
though
चीज से
does
right
allow
नहीं
them
थे रे।
to get the pickup onto Munchkin.
ओमन है
Now,
लेकिन
rest
कोई
of
और
the
खेल
rest,
रहे हैं,
he'll
क्या
be back
खेल रहे हैं?
inside. And they're just
Gecko
going
है
down
लेकिन
to work.
something खेल रहे हैं।
Gen G not in a comfortable spot, and they're just
बस,
gonna have to try to
इतना ही
wiggle their
right
way
अरे
out
लेफ्ट
of this
लेफ्ट
as we turn into the 2 versus 1.
नसीब।
But this could be
भाई
a
दोनों
quick
लो है,
transition if
तीनों ही
Meteor
लो है
can
लेकिन।
find some good timings on
ओ
this.
जीत गए PRX।
The camera.
भाई ये क्या काम है बे?
a little bit
बहुत insane
known
goal.
and obvious,
एक second,
but at
मैं-
the
एक
same
second.
time, Paper X holding things back. I mean, this is what we want to see from them on the attack, from the defending side. You've got that
भाई
Sage Wall,
क्या
which is actually
काम है
really
ये
interesting because
बे?
it blocks off Market, and now it allows for the rest of them just to
टिबन ने वो अपने फ्रेंड्स के
be
साथ कर
free
रहा
in a
है।
target-rich environment. We know that they're going to approach from A main. We can just hold our ground and start picking them off bit by bit. Mind Freak with that ghost shot, picking up the double kill, and that's the Paper X that we see.
At least for these next couple of rounds, before Gen G gets those rifles, the Sage Wall is going to be somewhat harder to break down, so there should be a lot more safer position for Paper X to drop it in. Don't worry about that angle for a good chunk
Sexy
of the
suppress
round
तो
and
किया
just
है,
be
हाँ?
safe. Anyways, Forsaken, Outlaw, Contact,
ओ
success.
ओ
3 kills for the price of 2 bullets.
उठ गया मेरा।
Very, very good start here for Forsaken.
That's what, 300%
क्या
success rate.
बंदा
That's terrible.
ये?
Man. In any
How
case,
could you? We are, you know, we're supposed to be good at math.
why?
पीसी अच्छा चार
Because
मारा।
we have
Shit।
phones that have calculators and you
Huh?
can check it.
Good save, good save. That said, yes, I mean, we do have calculators. We have, you know, the credit score being, you know, calculated for us.
तो
For
सर
Sega
भाई
getting
मेरे
a
को
lot of
लाइफ
those
में ना
frags,
अच्छे
and it's
फ्रेंड्स चाहिए।
immediately putting a door stopper to anything that Gen G throws at them.
रोने
Not to
वाले
mention
और
Mind Freak
selfish
off the
friends
lurk,
से मैं
and
दूर रहता हूँ।
also towards the last kill on towards Karen. They kind of knew
I respect
that
my
this would
work
be,
and my
where Gen G
definition
was
of
approaching
friendship
from, and it's
is
just a good check from Forsaken
way
nonetheless.
different.
So interestingly
Way
enough, they're swapping
different
around roles so much from the Cypher
than
now
some
to the
people.
KO. Oh, and a Sage Wall that boosts them up. That's what the Outlaw and the Sage is for.
I love the elevation, man. I told you, there is going to be so many cheeky positions that you can utilize this with. And of course, the byproduct of just blocking off a certain pathway that Gen G will have to break or wait for it to break. Which, as you can see, forces Gen G to be a whole lot more
इतना fake
respectful
sound दिया बे उसने
of just, you know, pushing up into these certain positions. Ooh. Meteor. Boot
वो
spotted.
कुछ तो हंसा हो 4 सेकंड कुछ तो हुआ हाँ कुछ तो हुआ वहाँ पे भाई
Get the bonus over the Paper X, and so just trying to be very careful off of it, cut noise, and then the execution through. Texture getting this first frag actually does so much for them because now they have more options. Not to mention.
क्या scene?
4 सेकंड ने 4 के मारा आउटलॉ के साथ.
Walk up front on mid.
Did they close the door on market though? That's still open, isn't it not?
ये
Okay,
कुछ
there
भी
you
खेल
go.
सकता है ना 4 सेकंड में क्यों खेल रहे हैं?
हाँ.
Forsaken doesn't have to worry about that for the
उसको
moment. No,
लाइव स्ट्रीम पे चैलेंज आया था.
Just yet.
Play different agent, different man.
Waiting for just letting Paper X cook for the moment. but
उसको भी लगा
since
ठीक
they
है
have
टेक्सचर
some
को
of
भी
their
लगा.
players have to go for the half shields.
वाह वाह वाह
That Outlaw, absolutely terrifying.
3 2 1
Texture's already here in the front lines, and the
Oh,
damage,
shot.
the
Look.
aim, the
Look.
lethality,
Oh, shit.
absolutely felt.
Look.
Forsaken pushing in, picks up so many weapons. This man
Try all guns
is
in
an
same
absolute
round.
Inspector gadget.
आउटलॉ मारा स्पेक्टर मारा अभी फैंटम.
Can't reload.
Oh man, he's waiting for his teammate though. He's waiting for something.
Pak
Who
pak pak
has the
pak pak
wingman?
pak.
अरे
Oh no, the stun. No way.
Oh!
Two headshots. Holds it off even through the pressure.
कैसे
whiff हो गया रे whiff हो गया.
You could definitely see a slight bit of miscom, a bit of a
Whiff हो गया,
mishap towards
दोनों
the end of that round.
कोई ना.
Forsaken
बहुत
starts
close था यार
things
लेकिन
incredibly
something का
well.
aim.
Of course, Gen G tempers with that, just trying to play carefully around mid as
उसको
well.
छुपा कैसे नहीं लगा बे वो
Gather
एज के
working
वजह
and
से
then
यार.
executing in. But then,
उसने क्योंकि वो तोड़ा नहीं.
at the end of it, although Forsaken picks up the
Forsaken
frag,
मार
you know,
सकता
like
था,
you
पता
mentioned,
नहीं, रुक
swapping
गया वो.
weapons,
ना भाई
गिर रहा था ना
घूम
नीचे.
के दिया हाँ
pick up
घूम के
another
दिया
rifle
उसने.
and just,
सेक्सी
you
मारा
know,
उसने.
wasn't quite there to support Forsaken on characters whiffing.
हैं?
So Karon just pops off, and now
नीचे
back
वाले
to
ने
it.
नीचे वाले.
Paper X does not want to let up.
Something भी था उसके साथ.
Again, that's talking about it, man. This Karon
Spot हुआ ये spot हुआ.
newcomer for Gen G already
Spot हुआ.
showing why he's
Something ने
you know,
मारा.
in that spot. This time though, it will get punished. Divide
भाई
holding
इसको
a very
देख.
high angle here.
भाई
Spotted,
तू देखा?
so he will get some
इसका
damage
क्या
here,
नहीं
but
पता.
Meteor
वो
somehow
इतना
manages
अच्छे
to
से
get
नहीं
अबे
that
वो
access
जो
control.
मार्केट में
Opens
वॉल
up.
दिख रहा है ना
Will not have to
उसके
go
ऊपर
for
से करके बनी अप
moment
करके
at
इधर से
least.
उधर उछल उछल के एंगल पे मार रहा है.
Deactivated.
अच्छा
Paranoia,
वो
huge.
जेन जो जेन जैसा है.
भाई ये
He's
नाइफ
gonna
करने
crack
वाला
the
है.
overkill. I love this.
भाई
पक्का,
100
पक्का,
टक्का
पक्का.
100 टक्का.
अरे
Okay, I was about
क्या
to
हो गया
welcome
something
him,
भाई.
you know,
समथिंग भाई लाइक
to the
अल्ट
blades,
वेस्ट नहीं होना
to
चाहिए मेरे को
Thunder
किल दे.
Gaming, even though
मैंने
it
बोला
is
नहीं मैं नाइफ करूंगा बढ़ गया.
Paper X.
ये हुआ रहेगा.
Hey, we're not in Tondo.
True, we are in Sunset. You know,
Aggressive
it's
PRX.
located in LA. Thank you.
But you gotta admire the movement. The
भाई
way this
इसमें
one
इतना
plays off
क्रिस्पी
it.
है मैं वो
Just
पिस्तौल में
securing
मार
the
देता
round.
यार एक.
My kill, yeah.
Ghost से
He's
practice
off
नहीं
for
कर
that
सकते.
fourth quad, right? And also one more point after.
Ghost
having
वैसे भी
spent
आजकल
the
मेटा में नहीं है
pressure.
क्लासिक है.
Yeah.
But it's mainly,
Okay.
you know, playing off of that dizzy. They managed to pick up those kills.
बड़क के
as
4
Gen G
किल
tried
मार
to
के ये राउंड
play
जीता है.
through
बोलते
mid.
कोई
So
बात नहीं वो
Paper
राउंड
X
क्या छोड़ो
definitely
ये राउंड देता हूँ.
adapting around it, getting
भाई
a lot
गलत
of good
लीड है अभी
information because
4-1
they're
होएगा इको
And
वाला.
again,
गलत
just to
गलत लीड है.
get in a different point,
जीत गए PRX.
it felt
लग
that
रहा
this
है
is
इसमें
the
तो जीत.
comeback for something in
Comp भी एकदम
this
खतरनाक है.
specific
क्या है यार ये गन?
series is
हिलती भी
Forsaken.
नहीं है.
He's been putting the hours in that Outlaw, man. I mean, he doesn't even have to
It's
deal
like-
with the headshot. It's all body shots for him.
It's an answer back to whatever Meteor and Texture did to them on that map 1.
Fair enough. Mind Freak now repositioning. Smoke doesn't allow him to push outside of market cleanly,
Yes.
but yikes. Is he gonna get thrashed in here? Actually into the pit with Texture and
ये ऊपर
teammate.
से खेल रहा है क्या
Doesn't
दवा है?
matter,
वो
though,
दोनों जगह पे
as
कूद
they
रहा है वो.
chase
वॉल के ऊपर भी कूद रहा है
into the back of the site. The rest of Paper X was
और
there to
यहाँ पे
trade
भी
him
कूद
off.
रहा है.
Not
दो
afraid,
एंगल मिल
right,
रहा है
to throw his
उसको.
body in so that his teammates can kind of use him for information. And that's kind of how Paper X reacts so quickly. As soon as they can confirm that the hit was headed towards the site, you had everyone rotating over.
टाइम आउट अभी टाइम आउट.
And just to kind of set up around it.
5-0 पे हो गया ना.
ये टाइम आउट पे अभी क्या होएगा देख. जेनजी वाला कोच
नहीं मत मत अरे अच्छा चल रहा है ना.
नहीं बात
क्यों
3 अल्टी है जेनजी के पास. देखा परफेक्ट रीड. 3 अल्टी है. वो लोग बोलेंगे मेरी बात सुनो स्काई ब्लाइंड दो. जैसे स्काई ब्लाइंड देगा नॉट ब्लाइंडेड करके आवाज आएगा. जैसे नॉट ब्लाइंडेड करके आवाज आएगा थोड़ा पीछे के अल्ट मार के आगे से कुत्ता मतलब 4 कैबेज एक साथ जाएगा. 4 कैबेज एक साथ जाते जाते तू भी अल्ट मार देना टेक्सचर. ऐसा एलेक्स भाई बोल रहे हैं सुन मैंने उनका कोचिंग सुन लिया है जैसे ये सब होगा ना 4 सेकंड तू अल्ट मार सबका यूसी
सब बंद हो जाएगा
सब बंद होएगा काउंटर पीआरएक्स ये राउंड जीत गया 5-1 लग गए लोड़े इक्वल 6-1 स्कोर गारंटी 6-1 जाने वाला
language
If he misses, something immediately throws out the dizzy at a high enough angle,
6-1 ना
flashes the rest of
लौड़े
Gen G
लग गए
back away,
इकोनॉमिक
allows Forsaken or something to reset the fight and put themselves in a position where they're more ready to go for the second encounter.
That's actually such like
छाती में
the
लिखो
interesting thing about this composition.
छाती में लिखो जल्दी
The initiators kind of
बोल सकते हैं
double
next
up
round
as
मुझे लगता है
duelists.
Gen G
They
जीतेगा
don't
बात
have the
खत्म
same mobility, but with the flashes that they've got, it's almost like a phoenix but
हाँ?
better.
Yeah.
And it's just really
6-1
you
स्कोर
know
होने वाला
kind of
प्रेडिक्शन
6-1
allows
है
them to
इसका
make such
prediction
plays, but
मेरा
it
है
works out on the
4-2
defense. On the attack, we'll have to wait to see. Right now, Gen Z has
Next
got
round
the
से
timeouts, so they
Gen G
definitely
जीतेगा,
should
ये
put
लगता
something
है
up. Going for the full
वो
commitment to
देखो
A instead.
जैसे हियर्स कम द पा ऐसा होएगा पा पे रुक जाएगा
Very much
पा पे रुक के 4 सेकंड बाद बोलेगा पा इज हियर
मुझे लगता है लाके अल्टी मारेगा लेकिन टेक्सचर मारेगा ही नहीं
push yet on elbow.
I'm scared about this
दोनों
elbow.
मारेंगे
Truly, but look at how many players are already here on
ट्रिपल
tiles.
फ्लैंक
Does
गया
Munchkin
ये
clear the
मंचकिन
concept
गया
stuff?
1 2
He
ओ
steps into
टाइमिंग
the corner. They might not be able to clear him out. and He
Timing.
might get the best sandwich position of his life.
नाइस
He needs to do something right here and now.
ओ रिवाइव
Trade. No walls just yet. He actually
Whoa.
moves himself
इसकी
up.
बैंड
What a
की
bad moment here from Divine. Texture left on an island. He's got the showstopper. Divine, stay here.
एक बुलेट और
बोला था ऐसा एक राउंड का सीधा प्रेडिक्शन दे बिग्स लगेगा भी ब्रो लगेगा
शुद्ध एक
Made the
बुलेट
round
और
expensive,
बे
but yeah, Texture. What a way to bail out the team, just committing the showstopper.
मार सकता था रे दवाई
Truly blowing things up to secure one more round.
ये देख मार सकता था
हां एक बुलेट और एक्चुअली
That said, though,
Shit.
I mean, PaperX, what a
तेरा
good
तू
way
रहने
to
दे तेरे
push down
6-1 बोला ना
titles.
तभी मेरे को लगा अब
I
तो मेरे
love
को
the
जंजीब को ही बोलना ही
reaction story that
जीतेगा
he just did was a quick side
यार
into a
इसने
half.
गोभी नहीं छोड़ा यार
All right, same play here for
और उसकी
Texture.
अल्टी भी हो गई
No
4 से
contact
अभी
just
गोभी
yet.
वाली अल्टी अभी मतलब
speed
वापस
से-
जीतेगा
Come into this.
4-3
They're not slowing down
जिस
compared to
speed
last
से
round.
गए ना ये लोग
So
side
it
में
is a full commitment right now for Gen G. They want to get a quick start
Retake
on this
देखना
post
भी
plant from the
retake.
looks of things. They want to
पोस्ट
position
3
for that.
4-3
ओमेन
for the
स्मोक
good bits
एल्बो
of
ठीक है
this, as
ठीक
I
है।
mentioned, post plant,
फिर
and
ओमेन
save
ब्लाइंड
as much
केओ
utility
ब्लाइंड
for when PaperX
सेज
tries to
बॉल
get
ऊपर
into
से
the
धाम
side.
धूप खत्म गेको भी ब्लाइंड लौड़े लग गए ये 100% रिटेक है 100
कुछ नहीं स्काई ही
वो देख
मारने
गेको
वाला
ब्लाइंड हो गया
हो गया
Unless they can get clear vision, it's gonna
Jord,
be so difficult
Jord,
for them to break through.
Omen blind
That's a
दे
great way to start.
दे
Absolutely.
पड़ी पड़ी
Meteor into the corner
छुपा भी
here.
लगा
Loving
गया
to use
गया
the
गया
wingman
भाई
to actually
flawless
corners rather than
flawless
spike.
में
If
flawless
it's a target, that's an immediate
Semi
plus
flawless.
for you. Textures is so far.
क्या
Even if
चेंज
he
किया रे
gets up the
फटाक
fight,
से
He's just way far from stopping something from defusing that spike.
Unbelievable.
सेक्सी रिटेक सेक्सी
I mean, maybe it was
सब
Gen
कुछ
G
वही
overextending
किया जो
a
तूने
little bit
बोला,
outside
सब
of the
कुछ
smoke.
एकदम
They wanted
डिक्टो।
just to check for
Perfect.
information, but
एल्बो
punished
स्मोक किया था
just as quick
ब्लाइंड
by
भी किया था
PaperX. I mean, the outlaw being fired off, but then
सब
everyone
बराबर
else
किया।
just coming in just as quick. And you're talking about Texture, but PaperX.
और
The movement that they
उसकी
got,
बैंड के
he
पहले
won
उसको
yet
मारा
again.
फिर उसको मारा
On this,
ये तो
this
देखा ही
opening.
नहीं
Yeah, there's also that point where
ऐसा
Locky
दो
wanted
बंदे
to
थे
push out of his flash, but he flashed nobody, and then he just didn't know how many players of PaperX deal with as he was holding
चार अल्टी
that specific angle on.
अल्टी का आवाज सुन के जेंजी का गन्स गिरने वाला पता है
मेरे को पता था
Off
उससे
that
पहले
round
जी
now,
से क्या
it's
बोलने
another
वाला था
save for
सीधा
Gen
गन्स
G.
गिरने वाला है
Try to play things slow and careful. They don't have all too much. You've got Texture on the Guardian, so you want to make the most of what you have. Back towards A, and you can see that PaperX are changing things up again. You've got control.
भाई ए
over
रेटिक
each
इजी है
shot
भाई
being
मत जाओ
made,
जेंजी
and you
आवाज आ
don't
रहा
see
है
anything. So you have an idea of what's about
ये
to
angle
happen.
भी गलत
That
है,
is
पता है?
why Divide as well as
Smoke
Manya
करेगा तो भी
playing
ऊपर से
back on
मारते
back
लोग।
on A side.
And again, if this is a full commitment of like majority of the players of Gen G, if they push
Wall up
out
किया
to elbow like this,
फिर भी सब
the
दिखता है वो
slower
देख।
from Device is going to stop them dead in their tracks. With the paranoia, that is a death sentence here for Gen G if they're not careful. Thankfully enough, because of the smoke that they've had,
गलत
it
गलत
allows them to
गलत
get access to the site, but
गलत बे गलत
it's a complete and utter
हैं
disaster when
कैरन
PaperX
दवाई को
comes
मार रहा
out
तो
to
पीछे कोई तो मर गया
reclaim what was theirs.
That's just a pretty lucky
वो नहीं मर गया बे
transfer. I You're absolutely right. That's right. It's just a bit of a death sentence for Gen G. You know, they see that they don't really have any options. Might as well just commit to something. But what they did not expect was such a setup. First of all, Monyet in an elevated position. And like you mentioned, right, Divide, he could have thrown out the storms, but he was also just in position to gun down anyone that tries to step through. Now we've got some
defense
ultimates
map
on Paper X. We've got 3 coming out from Gen G.
Attack.
But you know, they're not really the ones that you want to initiate
Zero
fights.
duelist comp.
Gen G needs a catalyst.
Speaking of Gen G, they're still going for A. Sanity is doing the same thing over and over again.
Thresh push down mid.
Expecting for different results. And the different result is, you're absolutely right. Paper X, they've committed for this mid control. They thought that Gen G would actually mix things up and try to go for that mid play.
थोड़ा left मार के base पे चले जाके spawn ही ले लेते.
It's gonna be Gen G once again holding for A, but Meteor is lurking. Maybe that's the difference.
याद है उनको वो लोग ये side पे spawn हो गए याद है.
Away from the rest of Gen G, so Meteor stays towards the back. The rest of them come back towards the front of A. Maybe we just retake from Link.
Thrash activated for the second time. Divide cuts off the corner. Plant denied actually. Texture somehow manages to pick up a kill with the paint shells. No safe space just yet for Gen G.
एक बेट में बंदा लीड ज्यादा है.
They start defusing the spike and he's using his teammate as some sort of third POV info gatherer.
Love you, Davai.
Because of that toxic screen. And
Davai,
here comes the
bhai,
contact.
love you,
Texture
yaar.
is coming out on top of this, and it's somehow working somewhat favorably for Gen G for a moment right now. But again, no plan.
भाई वो लोग का रीड देख.
Numbers still
Cypher के लिए रुके.
inside though. Something comes in with the operator, dwindles the numbers a little bit.
इतनी देर से साइट में प्लांट
Comes
ही
in
नहीं
around
हुआ
the
है.
corner. How close does he know? Very close. He knows about it. Oh my God! No
shot.
Meteor.
भाई ये राउंड कैसे निकाला इन लोग ने?
क्या पता मेरे को तो लगा प्लांट हो चुका रहेगा. कब से साइट में घूम रहे हैं.
अरे वो लोग साइफर के लिए रुके थे फ्लैंक के लिए.
Not quite enough. Full control from Paper X. I thought things were starting to
वो लोग स्टैंड स्टिल पे थे साइफर के लिए रुके थे. जब साइफर सिटी तक आया तब ये लोग प्लांट करने का चालू
किया. But they couldn't quite do it because of the Thrasher that came in, because of this looming threat that was Paper Rex. However, Texture was just held on the other side. And if you look at the layout, there's so much more space.
Guys, 9,200 watching, 10,400 likes. इसके बाद जी का मैच है, मजा आएगा. Make sure to like the stream. आज 12 के likes पहुंच सकते हैं. जो लोग देख रहे हैं like करो. कौन?
मैं बोल रहा हूँ अगर ये अटैकिंग मैप है तो जीजी है और अगर तुम लोग चुतिया बना रहे हैं तो कुछ हो सकता है.
मैंने बनाया.
Now they're mixing up.
मैं आज तो नहीं झूठ
how many
बोला.
rounds was it? Like 4 or 5 rounds
Chat को
straight.
पूछ
They
भाई.
just kept going A, and now they're gonna try to go.
गया.
hold their
3,
way on to
Look
B.
at the
2,
setup on B.
1:30.
2. Oh wow, they might actually get
1.
caught here. If they're not careful. Into the corner is
Stream
also
sniper.
mine free.
Stream sniper baby.
They've come into the trap, man, of Paper Rex here. Come into the spider's web, as they said. They're gonna have to try to pick up this spike if they can. Something's just denying it every single time. Meteor is here. The
भाई ठंडा करके गरम कर रहा है भाई दवाई. ठंडा करके गरम कर रहा है bro.
Quack.
Very much more comfortable, but then you know it is still just the first half, right?
Thundas Binks.
Time out. सुन अभी क्या आएगा सुन. Time out आएगा. Step number 1. जेनजी का कुछ बोलेगा. मेरी बात सुनो. 4 एक्सेस है तुम्हारे पास. 4. ठीक है. चारों एक्स यूज करो. तुम्हारा राउंड तुम्हारा है. हम तुम्हारे साथ है. कोच ऐसा बोलेगा. एलेक्स बोलेगा जैसे वो लोग 4 अल्ट मारेगा तुम अपना हाथ उठा के ऐसा करके अल्ट मार देना. एंड काउंटर देम हैवी. ऐसा करके बाद में एंड यू विन. सो मेरे हिसाब से 9-2 होने वाला है. काउंटर हो गया ऑलरेडी. ये लोग को पता नहीं है. 9-2 होने वाला है. फिर उसके बाद PRX टाइम आउट लेगा प्लान करने को कि भाई रात को क्या खाना खाने का है. सिर्फ बात करने को. क्योंकि स्टेज अच्छा बना है. समझ रहे हो.
ठीक है
तो बातचीत होना चाहिए. देख अभी बात नहीं कर रहा है एलेक्स. बोलते मेरा हो गया. हाँ जो तुम लोग कर रहे हैं अच्छा कर रहे हैं. मेरा हो गया. प्लान्स वो मेन्यू देख रहा है अभी क्रोम पे. पक्का उसने गूगल किया रेस्टोरेंट्स नियर मी. मेन्यू देख रहा. नेक्स्ट टाइम आउट लेके हो बात हो सकता है बे, ये सब हो सकता है, possible है.
Texture on this showstopper, I think, is the one shining light that they were looking
Possible.
for. They could really use that to break apart Paper X. So I wonder if Alex can anticipate this.
ये फिर मजा आएगा Binks.
नहीं जीत
looking
सकता
at
बे.
Divide,
ये देख,
well,
यहाँ पे ये वॉल करेगा, वो अल्ट मार के यूसी करेगा, सेज उसकी गाफ मारेगा.
They don't even know if Device boosted here. They are aware of it. Oh my god! Device might actually
Oh!
get Device, but no one
ये
yet!
तो अच्छा prediction
Holy
दिया बे.
send! It's the Paper X security system.
हाँ ना 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 आना नहीं.
ये तो मटके में लगा कुछ तो prediction
हाँ,
तेरा.
नहीं.
Wall करेगा, ulti मारेगा, UC होएगा.
मेरा स्ट्रीम देखो ना जेंजी वाले, अल्ट निकलता नहीं है.
हाँ कुछ तो लगा, 10 में से एक मटका तो लगा.
Prediction. How do you recover now? You've lost
you.
out. You've lost
Prediction god दिया. ये prediction god.
Maybe Charon, but
Round 1 से
I don't
लेके
know
अभी
how
तक
much this
perfect
paranoid can
prediction.
really do.
Titch.
Look at the sight lines
Easy है,
that
मैं भी कर
Paper X
सकती हूँ.
has covered.
ये round
Something
Paper X जीतेगा.
in case someone pushes out mid.
Something
you're
एक
gonna
को
get
मार के अल्ट
flanked.
मार के नाइफ हो
If you
जाए.
go through market,
हो जाए.
maybe,
3, 2,
but it's a
1.
full 5
Ah.
retake. Uh-oh.
Oh, that's
Ult,
the
ult,
worst
please.
possible opponent they wanted to give the kill for.
Oh.
देखा मैंने बोला था.
Really the
मैंने
Knife का नहीं
बोला
सोच
था.
रहे लोग.
done in
Knife
this
का नहीं सोच.
situation other than go for that
मैंने बोला था.
close contact.
यार
I was
एलेक्स यार
thinking
टाइम आउट
they
ले ले
wanted to
प्लीज.
actually get someone so
हाँ,
that
ये
they
हो
can
गया,
get
अगर
into
उसने
a
time out
site.
ले लिया,
They
सब
had
खत्म
the
भाई.
Viper
भाई
spin.
फिर तो
But the
पक्का
one
मेन्यू
person
डिसाइड
that
कर
they
रहा है.
didn't want to give a kill when they have a pit is something because of the thrash. So many things that was working against the favor here.
देखा टाइम आउट लिया है,
Just so interesting how this composition
लेकिन
is
बता रहे
actually
नहीं है
so good
क्योंकि मेन्यू
against it.
डिसाइड हो रहा है ना, इसलिए हाइलाइट्स दिखा रहे.
Apart from that, also just how Divide was
Woo!
holding off a main man. The celebrations going
खत्म टाइम
on.
आउट.
I mean, that wall actually, throws off texture a little bit. If it
आना
wasn't
नहीं.
there, he might have just felt a lot more free to
कर देना.
dive
Alt
right
कर
in
दे.
with that rocket, but not now. Back off to this though. Last round of the first half. Let's just rush into B. Why not?
Full read.
Imagine if you
Paper
actually
X
did pick
जीतेगा.
up the rifle there.
10-2 बोलते
very, very
कोपड़ी खोलते दर.
We'll call this the Paper X grinder.
भाई अल्ट है, एक तो नाइफ होने वाला.
There it is.
एक तो नाइफ होने वाला है.
Now down to Lakia. He is lighting
ओह
things up.
गॉड.
Short.
हमारा
As he loses the
लाकिया ने
bullets, and
बे.
there's still 2 remaining players of Paper X
भाई
alive.
मैंने बोला था मेरा
Good
prediction
attempts,
George.
but still, yeah, this Paper X branded grinder sold to
Easy
you for
one.
1990.
पिस्तौल कौन जीतेगा
Paper
तेरे
X.
हिसाब से?
Paper X.
अनुज भाई.
हाँ pistol.
Something my BF love you more than me.
हैं?
My boyfriend loves you more than.
Travel in the
Oh,
areas.
my boyfriend loves you
ऐसे.
more.
अच्छा ओ.
भाई तू कैसा पढ़ता है रे, पूरा गलत सलत मतलब निकाल दिया.
Sorry, मेरा फोकस पूरा गेम में था, उस पे चैट पे मैं ध्यान नहीं दे रहा. पिस्तौल कौन जीतेगा? पिस्तौल कौन जीतेगा?
पिस्टल PRX.
आवाज चली गई, आवाज ही चली गई.
अरे तू क्या बोलता है रे, कैसा कुछ भी बोलता है. PRX.
नहीं, गलत जवाब. You are wrong this time. 10-2 हो गया है. PRX चिल करना है उनको, चिल. इतना जल्दी नहीं आ रहा था लोगों को. एलेक्स भी हंस रहा है. भाई हम लोग का जब रिजर्वेशन आधे घंटे बाद है, कहाँ पे धूप में हम वेट करेंगे यार. पिस्तौल हार जाओ, 10-4 करो, फिर एक जीतो, फिर 2 वो लोग जीतेंगे, फिर एक अपन. 13-6 13-7 खत्म करने का, उसके पहले नहीं, वरना हमको धूप में खड़ा रहना पड़ेगा. समझ रहे हो? ये कंफर्म ये जंजी पिस्तौल है. जंजी
The
है.
pistol round is
Hey,
You're
PRX
forced to force buy.
Genji.
You do not want to play
जंजी है
12,
bro.
let's say 12 to
कुछ तो
2.
बोलता ही कौन फूटा के लिए है
or-
PRX.
Yeah,
जिंजी
12 to 2.
सोच
with
में क्या
nothing,
करे.
But you know,
So yeah,
yeah, like
when it's
10 straight
11-2,
rounds.
you got to straight up just force by, try to scrounge something up together.
Absolutely.
And that's why there's a little bit more pressure onto these Gen G players' shoulders right now.
उधर रात है ना
They
अभी,
have been showing us a lot today. Texture has been fragging out.
शाम है शाम.
Meteor as well. Let's see if
Very
they can
quick.
keep it up.
जानबूझ
Also
कर देख
wanted
रहे
to add
दीवार
as
पे
well,
गोली
Divide.
मार रहे.
He's been the utility boss.
उनको लग रहा हम लोग देख नहीं पा
on
रहे
the
करके.
Sage. No safety for himself. He just full blasts, get everything. No shields, all utility. Man is giving.
Only timeout लेने
his-
वाला कोच टीम बोल सकता है, ऐसा नहीं है.
He's giving his life
दोनों
for
बात कर
Paper
सकते
X at this point. There's the wall. Cross it up. No tripwires to be afraid of.
Wow.
Planting the spike very quickly with the wingman here.
backs away safely, only leaving, actually no, 3 players very nearby willing to fight
Retake
inside
देखना ये वाला.
the smoke.
Crazy. Dizzy out as well.
Oh, okay, they're going to keep fighting this one. But look at how cleanly Paper X are just breaking them down. This wall is separating Fights from Gen G. They can't even create these crossfires anymore. And now here's another break. But Gen G strikes back.
डरा दिया था. मैं बोला भाई रिजर्वेशन को टाइम है अभी.
Does he have the utility? Does he have
टाइम है.
with the share
भाई जाने दो. बिंग्स के प्रेडिक्शन लग रहे हैं. बिंग्स के प्रेडिक्शन लग रहे हैं.
Lost. Paper X pushed in.
10-4
They strike back.
फिर 11 फिर 2 इनका 1 इनका ऐसा होगा. एक मेरा 2 तेरा. 2 तेरा 1 मेरा.
You got Gecko, you got Wingman, little homie. Nobody was there to really do anything because of
भाई ये
that way. But
something by
Gen G just kind of
जो
holds back.
उछल के दे रहे थे.
Feeling a little bit
Guys,
iffy about a
like
full 5-on-5 retake.
8000 likes.
But as soon as the firefight started to break out around Pillar, Paper X started to push
बस
past
भाई
the Pillar.
जरा मेरी
And
नई
there
वीडियो
was
पर
that
टॉप
little
कमेंट
bit of
करो.
a
मेरा
crossfire
ये
that Gen G made use of.
love
Karon getting those frags
That's
out now.
awesome, bye.
Davai just couldn't have a good time. So, Gen G moving forward.
Great start, you know, for the second half.
Yeah.
We're talking about how it's not yet over just yet. Okay, Monyet finds it. Quick trivia, by the way. If you're gonna be a Cypher, you know, playing outside of B, you want the tripwire on the floor because it's harder for the opponents to break it. But obviously they can jump over. But you know, just a quick FYI. Anyways, going back into this for Paper X. Coming into market, Munchkin hasn't even cleared this out just yet, and he is full blinded. Can he even find something with the judge now that Dizzy has offloaded himself on him? Absolutely not. Texture does force back everything. Trying to find a different angle at this point. Coming up the top mid, but Karon denies with that Spectre.
G versus Blade prediction देता हूँ.
Forsaken with the judge. I don't know how useful it's going to be. Lakia coming up from behind is the one that you watch out for.
There he is. Doesn't want to overreach his lead too. Right? They still know that any player of Paper X with any upgraded weapon is very much scary to deal with at this point, so they can always just do that.
G versus Blade prediction बदलना please.
For Gen G.
0. G.
Solid second round in that second half.
G versus prediction क्या होगा पता है?
नहीं उधर तक तो मैं जा ही नहीं रहा हूँ.
G 2-0 मारेगा और क्या चलेगा पता है? ये ऐसा करके टर्न मारेगा कि सामने ये करके ऐसा ऐसा मेरे हिसाब से
उधर तक मैं जा ही नहीं रहा हूँ.
ये होने वाला है.
Play off of this, either
मैंने hashtag नहीं डाला है.
teammates or hang back because they are the controllers.
Yeah, like how the Blade actually clears more of B main. Since, you know, on bonus round, some players will just play on the back of that board. Thrash activated quickly. Not sure if it heard where the tripwire was, but Monyet is very much controlling this back angle for now. Davai also leading it, or rather defending the gap. It's a pretty clean take here from Paper X. They just had to use a bit of utility, but it works solely in their favor.
Still though, that fight across the pillars. As soon
Jord
as
by Jord.
Did he get his ace?
Jord by PC मिला उसको. By PC मिला उसको.
He was the sword, he was the shield, he was
जो एस मारेगा उसको पीसी मिलेगा.
Man's Davai, the Swiss Army knife.
क्यों सिर्फ अमेरिका में?
Paper X, what you need him to be, he
पैसिफिक में
will
भी है ना?
become.
किसी अमेरिका
the
में.
boulder and the mountain.
भाई खतरनाक पीसी है बे. खतरनाक दिखता है.
But you know, you were talking about the
हाँ,
tripwires, you were talking about the executes coming through. All of
और
that
अब
is
तक कम
actually
से कम
just straight up negated because of Davai's barrier orb.
6-7 only ना अमेरिका क्या?
Meteor can't really do anything against it. He might have the tiny gap, and even if it
दवाई ब्लियाट.
just gets blocked.
Q2 लोगे बे.
And that's a big problem because they want to get that punish, right? Monyet is so far in front of this. That pop flash is gonna blow up in his face. Monyet does get the trade. Does signal the Paper X to start moving their way quickly into A main. Davai, because of that ace, also now has his res up.
इसमें लैपटॉप
So
है.
they're looking for a trade
इसमें
here
लैपटॉप
where
है.
they can either bait their teammate for a res or just res them
इसमें?
to res them.
Pacific में.
That makes sense.
Jord.
Tripwire. Meteor holding at the corner of this site. Look at how Gen G has just gotten all control in A main. This leaves Paper X in such a tight bind. If they realize this, they might be able to push to the back of the site. But at this point, Munchkin and Caron just grinding.
What a prediction, Binks bhai. What a
Cleaning up
prediction.
the rest of Paper
एक और
X,
round ना?
trapping the
जीतेगा.
ghetto.
एक और
Yeah, a bit of that
round.
inverse where PaperX wanted to retake from the earlier half.
भाई
This time
कैसे लोग है
Gen G,
देख. फॉर से कम उनका पैसा नहीं.
making
ऐसा
sure
नहीं
that
कि
their
पूरा
feet are
टीम इको
planted
करेगा.
firmly on A site,
तू देखते
gaining
रह.
control over,
ये सर्वर में
side,
कौन इको करता है
lane,
करके सब बाय कर
alley,
रहे हैं.
then
बेचारा
Munchkin
फॉर से
coming up
कम.
from the back of the elbow. PaperX were the ones stuck in that choke point. So
Guys,
awkward,
we are
especially
close to
when Munchkin
11k
on the timeout.
watching.
Keep in mind,
Love you,
only
love you,
two
love you.
rounds
Thank
away
you
from
so
closing
much.
this. Alex calling the
Thank you
timeout.
for joining the easiest watch party ever.
Sorry,
Make
I
sure
was
to
getting
like
into
the
the vibe of the timeout
stream
here.
and
But you know
subscribe
what? Gen G is
and
getting their
Tigers
second
share
It looks like they have a lot more understanding
समझ रहे हो?
of how to play
11-1 है,
when
close
they're
है,
the
close.
ones on that defending arc, right? And it is working a lot more for them.
ये टाइम आउट में बोला है
जल्दी खत्म.
कि मेन्यू फिक्स हो चुका है, स्टार्टर्स ऑन द वे है. ठीक है, ये राउंड देने के बाद बकचोदी नहीं चाहिए. ये राउंड दे दो, इसके बाद सब जीतेंगे.
Which again works in favor of Gen G.
Happened on the pistol.
Exactly.
I don't think PaperX does that too often though, unless especially they have the Thrasher and they really want to make that play work.
Fair enough.
What we haven't really seen too much of is a play from mid. I think Monyet tried to explore that option earlier, but didn't quite work out too well. So it's back to another A. Question is, how do we break through elbow? How do we break through this main push? Latvia is holding such a tight angle. And of course, you've also got Karen, who's possibly going to position himself in an elevated angle up towards either site or link.
मेरा
Wow,
सिमर
look at
मेरा
how both
सिमर
teams actually scramble from A main. Imagine if Paper X just pushed that.
I could see, yeah, a timing push though.
Four
If
seconds
they
sticker
throw
पे
that
खेल
dizzy
रहे हैं.
past the
सबने
bells,
actual में
might
बाइक
be
की
good.
विचार.
Maybe they're just waiting for that smoke to go off.
Classic.
There it is.
चला रहे long range.
Caron's already out there though. Even if he gets like double blinded for the
और ये लोग
paranoia
तो
and
double
the
flashes
dizzy.
use कर रहे हैं. KO का flash,
already
Gecko का
out.
flash, Omen का flash, Gecko का
That's why they
flash.
actually left it.
That's
Because Meteor has this camera marking up all the way on elbow.
सब देखा है.
Spots out something, so that means
सब
this
देख लिया
could
उसने.
be a straight up push. Where the tripwire is for Meteor here, that's going to be the important part right now. As Caron is going to try to feed off of it.
कितना utils.
Paranoia into the corner. This is going to be a very tricky time for Paper Rex.
कितना
They're going to have
utils
to try to
भाई.
do a lot just to get into that site. Quick
Shot.
little
Wow.
res for
Nice one,
Lakia, or rather
Shot,
for
bro.
Forsaken, but immediately gets refragged by Lakia. Thank
Starter
you
आगे
for was
लगता
there
है
to
बे.
punish. Dust settles, and there is
खत्म.
the site taken. The numbers advantage
Picture
for
भाई आ
Paper
रहे हैं
X,
अभी.
as
Bang.
well as the long rotation here from the rest of the Gen G players still alive.
Trade's good enough, but Texture on the flank.
Okay.
Oh.
I did. That was quick.
उल्टा हो
I
गया थोड़ा
was
सा
looking
Shit,
at
थोड़ा सा.
Starter आ गए ना.
Texture
Starter आ
got
गया, starter आ
something,
गया.
but you're absolutely right. Pop shot for pop shot.
Time out ले लो.
5 and Paper
टाइम आउट
Rex.
ले लो.
They only
खत्म ना
need
time out.
one more.
जेंजी का टाइम आउट खत्म
Reading
क्या?
the game really well.
ए मेरे को एक बात बता. अभी
हाँ.
जेंजी ने टाइम आउट लिया,
हाँ
तो पीआरएक्स का कोच भी बात कर सकता है ना.
हाँ कर सकता है ना.
और अगर पीआरएक्स ने टाइम आउट लिया,
Same.
तो भी पीआरएक्स का कुछ बात कर सकता है. तो जब
हाँ
कोच
भाई.
बात करेंगे तो प्लेयर्स कब बात करेंगे? प्लेयर्स टाइम आउट कब लेंगे?
टाइम आउट कोच के लिए ही रहता है.
शिट, ये तो नाइंसाफी है. तो प्लेयर राइट्स के लिए लड़ना पड़ेगा अपने को. बराबर. इजी मनी बाय द वे. हार्ड वर्क तो है. लव यू. इजी मनी मतलब
Just get that heavy contact on B main, hoping that Paper X was huddled up.
guys, only 100 remaining for 9k likes.
Immediately
Shot.
activate that null command.
भागते
And
भागते
is it
Duelist
गया one
भाई,
bullet.
इसकी
Stacks
बैंड
into
की.
the direction of
लोग
kills.
बोल रहे नो ड्यूलिस्ट है.
Wins
5
for
ड्यूलिस्ट है
Paper X
इधर.
in this series. Meteor gonna have to run away for dear
Bunch
life.
by, it's so
Thrash
fun to
activated
watch
once
it.
again here
Love you,
by
love
something.
you.
The buy holding mid
But
control.
say-
Lockhill wins that out. So at least they have to deal with the possible
GG भाई
flank.
GG.
नहीं नहीं नहीं.
With control of the site.
Texture के पास
and
अल्ट है,
timer
तेरे को दूर का
starting
नहीं
to
दिख
tick
रहा है.
down here for Paper X as that spike has been planted down.
कितना यूटिल
भाई
है
वो ब्लाइंड कहाँ से फेंक रहा है? गया किधर गया?
अरे नाइफ मार दिया उसने।
वो लोगों को पता है।
And it's all up to him. Can he get it? First one. Very low.
यार retake तो था।
12-6 and Gen G hold on.
Down to 5
nice
HP, really close.
Retake तो
But
था।
thanks to a bit of body blocking from Karon and just Mind Freak having to do extra work.
Retake तो
A little bit more difficult.
Executor भाई उसने बहुत support दिखाया ना अपने को।
Very close, very close.
Gen G just couldn't quite hold
Retake
off.
तो था,
And like you
retake तो
mentioned
था।
him in that retake. Texture Showstopper, you know, not quite being able to do what they wanted
नाइफ मारा कि
because
मिस हो गया
Paperx knows
उसका।
exactly
दिखना
how to
पड़ेगा,
respond to
रिप्ले
it.
में दिखाओ।
नहीं मेरे को फटने का
We'll see
आवाज
though.
नहीं आया।
Because
आवाज नहीं आया।
the threats of both that Paranoia and Showstopper, granted they didn't get any kills, feels like that was the opening that Karon needed to get those frags rolling for
भाई
him.
ये expect नहीं करेंगे
Holding
बे।
media down on this wall though. Texture is playing very
ये
close.
angle expect
This
नहीं
could be
करेंगे।
an opening for both
और
भागेगा कैसा
teams, and there it is, man.
वाह भाई
Something
एक्सपेक्ट क्या शेरिफ से
doesn't
वन
miss. They
टप्पा
get on
मारे
this wall once
उसको।
again. Munchkin has to get close.
ये क्या आवाज आ रही है?
He needs, or he wants
मेरा
to stop them from
YouTube।
picking up anything
चुम्मा।
right now. He is preparing his snake bite for it. There it is.
Doesn't
भाई
negate
कितना
the
blind
though.
भाई। माउस फेंक कैसे नहीं देते ये लोग रेज
Definitely
में?
does not, but has a whole lot of commitments of walls.
वही तो ना
To just
कितनी
get that
यूटिलिटी है
wingman
उसके
in.
पास।
Oh!
Lockett can get his first frag, which
Oh!
he does. That's a lot of access points for both him as well as Karon coming in through B main.
बाप रे।
अंधे
Paperx
अंधे
realizes
सब।
no, so they have
भाई
to force
वैंडल
fight
रहता तो
this.
डेड थे यार दोनों।
Can't forsake it, hold
गोबी
on.
गोबी 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 गोबी।
Fight for him. Cannot.
Follow the gobi, win the round.
It's Monyet 3 versus 1.
कैसा भी
And
रोकेगा?
he's not even planted
Possible.
for him. He's trying to get closer and closer, but that spike is just
God.
diffusing in front of his
थोड़ा
eyes.
right
and
जाता
he
तो
can't do
spam लगता
nothing
था
for
सर।
it.
Good stutter step from
Nice
Lakia. That's a nice idea from Paperx. You know, we've seen this execute already with the barrier.
As
orb,
per my
Gemco
prediction,
coming
it was
through.
13-7.
Quick shot
दो
from
तेरा एक
something
मेरा
to
वाला
open things
prediction
up,
के
but
हिसाब से।
हाँ।
Towards the end, like you mentioned before, Asteroid.
सही हो।
Round
whole
थोड़ा
thing
left
just
right हो
comes
गया,
down to
लेकिन
gunplay towards the end of it. All that
वो
utility has
37
already been
37
spent, and as Lakia gets the frag from behind, it opens things up so much.
बहुत flashes
The
है
rest
तो
of
उसमें
Paperx kind of
देखना
got
क्या है ये?
और तेरे को बेस्ट पार्ट पता है? वाइपर
हाँ।
अल्ट भी नहीं मारेगा जनजी का।
क्यों?
Yeah, fair enough.
ये भी
पता
अच्छा
नहीं।
ये तेरा
Firepower
prediction है।
here for Gen G to
ओके
make do with.
देखा जाए चलो।
One-way smoke always planted
अब
there
माँ
in A main,
पहली
but
अल्टी
without
मार
the
दी
dog,
बे उसने
Paperx
136
a
पे
lot
मारी है मतलब ये
more-
तो खूब prediction
a lot more confident to actually push
उधर
through
देख
this.
पे अल्टी मार के
Here's the
बैठे
thing.
हैं।
PRX का PRX का
So if
लवड़े
he can play close enough,
PRX का वाइपर अल्ट नहीं मारेगा।
punishing play here,
अच्छा,
but the bait and
दो
switch for
पॉइंट अवे
Paperx.
इसके लिए
They
इसलिए-
immediately
prediction
knew what was
कोई
up.
भी दे सकता
Meteor
है।
though, yeah, he's mentioned it. Quick to go for the trade.
Jord
but
बे।
Monyet unstoppable at this
वो देख
point.
क्रिकेट खेल रहा है, वो देख
Going
4
in,
सेकंड
and
क्रिकेट
it's
खेल रहा है
trade
उधर।
for trade, but Paperx,
I 13
as
सेकंड
these
बोला था
dust
Binks।
settles, as these fights come
Agreed
to a
on this.
conclusion, is
Ulti
looking
का
to
छोड़ो।
get a little bit of the advantage, and that is just enough for them
Plus.
to work with. Texture coming into the corner right now, finds one. Everybody backs away onto elbow here.
Oh,
They
Munchkin
got the
wants a
utility,
gun.
they got everything.
Flashes ऐसे टाइम पास के लिए
Munchkin.
flashes निकल रहे इधर
It's
उधर
gonna be big for him. He needs to find something right now with this flank
wants a
because
gun.
Texture is about to get
Oh.
sandwiched in.
मेरे को लगा
He
दोनों
spotted
मार दिए
himself that Phantom as you were talking about.
Oh!
He's just too good, and he's just too good.
Hashtag OP! बोला था अभी सीधा स्टार्टर्स पे कूदो सीधा डबल सैचल करके
moving up front bit by bit. I mean, throughout this entire map, we've been seeing so much and such an interesting composition. Gen G being able to extend their life by
ये
so
लोग को
much
brain
longer. 5
cells-
rounds on the defense.
ब्रेन सेल्स खाते हैं क्या
Still,
ये लोग ब्रेकफास्ट
10
लंच
through in
डिनर
the
में
first
क्या
half.
खाते हैं भाई
Paperx does it all, and I
कुछ
think
भी
something
कम
and Forsaken
बिना
on these
ड्यूलिस्ट के
roles.
सनसेट खेल
Divine
लिया
on the
बे
stage also has quite a bit to say.
And again, Paperx, they got a lot of time to cook new
उल्टा
things up.
सनसेट में
We were
ड्यूलिस्ट मेन है
expecting
क्योंकि ब्लाइंड
the same
करके डैश
competition
करने
that
का
they've
कंट्रोल
had
लेने
in
का
the previous tournament.
या फिर डबल सेचर मारने का
maybe
वो
just
सब
allowing
मेन है
Monyet
इनको
into
फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता
the
भाई
agent selection that Jing has, but no,
भाई
this is
मेरा
what
नीट
person
मारा
disguised
सॉरी
a
भाई
wall.
मेरा नीट
You
के
slew
मार्क्स की
a-
प्रेडिक्शन कर दो नीट के मार्क्स तेरे
हो
हिसाब
गया आज
से
के मैचेस खत्म हो गए
30 60 90 के हिसाब से आई गिव यू 60 नीट का मार्क्स
Stuff that he did on global,
क्या
just on a different team and enabling them in a
नहीं
different
अभी
way
वो
to
है
times also
Global
helping out the
Esports.
team so much. Monyet has been putting up good numbers so far today. The
Global
entire
Esports
team's been doing
versus
great, but of course at the same
Bleed.
time, Gen G, I mean, what a
Bleed
weird
is
start
gonna
off the match.
bleed,
What
yo,
a weird
lol,
start of the
dudes.
match. Still though,
Lol.
towards the end of it, I think the bigger thing to focus on is
मत
just
देखना,
this
please.
duelistless composition working out so well.
तूने ब्लेड का लाइनअप देखेगा तो तू बोलेगा इतना कॉन्फिडेंस कहाँ से आ रहा है करके प्लीज
तेरे में?
हाँ प्लीज बट ब्लेड इज गोना ब्लीड ड्यूड लॉल
Stats under Forsaken and
जी को तो
something.
720 में से 60 मिला उसको लोवड़े लग गए उसके
It's a
But time
celebratory,
है अच्छा मैच को
भाई ये shit I'm
celebratory
sorry
picture here for Paper Rex. I feel like a
in
lot of
my
fans
defense
are
तूने 40 ही दिया था
तेरी
in my
आवाज़
defense
a bit scared of
तो
what
मैंने
happened
तेरा
in that
super
first
chat
game.
plus
Paper
20 marks
Rex,
extra
they
दिया
brought back the status
ठीक
quo.
है
For
भाई
good
ऐसा
100
यार
boys.
तेजी क्या इतना ये लाइनअप
ये देखना ये शाही
Anyways,
है
we're gonna pass it on to
कौन?
the interview.
सब
so-
इंट्रोवर्ट है बे ये लोग में
कौन
PRX
कौन
में।
दिखाई नहीं
समथिंग का माइक दिया समथिंग फॉर सेकंड को बोलता अरे तू लेना प्लीज
VCT Pacific Kickoff Day 3's first win goes to PRX.
Let's go, thank you.
Fans, I can hear the fans shouting. They're
Yeah.
so excited.
ओए भाई आराम से
अरे उसने बोला ना she can hear the fans shouting.
There must have been
मेरे को
a
सुन पा रही है मेरे को सुन पा रही है
winning for the first
कान गया
match. How does it feel?
सुन पा रही हो मेरे को
Feels great after off season for 6 months. It's
Plus
feels
one.
so good to play on LAN tournament with my friends. Yeah.
네, 작년에 이어서
बाकी लोगों को घंटा फर्क नहीं पड़ रहा है इसके इंटरव्यू का सामान लेके चले गए पीछे से
이렇게 멋지게 승리로 시작했습니다. 그래도
वो देख
소감이
एक बचा था वो भी जा रहा है
어떤가요? 아, 작년에 이제 6개월간의 여정도 굉장히 재밌었는데 이번 시작도 굉장히 좋다고 좋아하는
वो देख वो भी गया वो
보였습니다.
देख
다음 질문도 이어가 보도록
He's like
할게요.
no fucks given.
되게 맵 1과 맵 2에서 되게 정말 어려운 그런 상황에 많이 닥쳤어요. 그런데 끝내는 반전을 통해서 승리를 이끌어 갔는데
Yeah.
새로운 젠지 팀에 대해서 어떻게 생각하는지 또 물어보겠습니다.
मेरे को
It was
सब
neck and
समझा
neck
है
match or map
हाँ,
1 and map 2,
ये भी
but
सब
at the
समझ
end
रहे
it
हैं।
was it was
Easy
Paper
ball,
Rex,
easy,
obviously,
easy.
but how
Easy
do
ball
you
नहीं
think about
सकते
the new
बेचारे।
Gen G? How was it handling them?
Actually, Gen G
भाई
plays so great.
सेक्सी खेला बे
especially
लेकिन जल्दी
Mature or
हम लोग इतना
and
बकचोदी कर रहे PRX
texture,
से
so good as
दो
well.
मैप सेक्सी खेला
사실
Texture
젠지가
तो बहुत
정말
बाप खेला।
좋은 플레이를 오늘 보여줬다고 메테오와
अभी सब अच्छा खेले भाई मीटियोर भी इंसिन बाउंड क्या
थर्ड मैप कुछ नहीं कर सकते भाई इससे सब कॉम्प लेके आएगा जिसको मालूम ही नहीं क्या करने का
맵
पैंट
3
हाँ?
선셋에서 좀
क्या
신기한
करेगा
조합을
भाई?
보였어요.
Next
So
time
far
we can
incoming.
be prepared.
Self planning
기본의
है।
모습을 보였는데 또 머니엣에 아주 훌륭한 에임도 있었죠. 이거에 대해서 썸띵 선수에게 물어보겠습니다. So at map 3 Sunset, it was an unusual comp to see no duelist, Sage, and also
Same
Monyet
मेरे mind में
winning.
question था,
So
same,
can you
stream
tell me
sniper.
about the behind stories of this?
In off season, when Sunset came out, we was cooking so hard. We never take a break, even one day. So I guess it's hard work on Sunset, and it's meaning we can play
भाई
without
किसने
duelists in
सुना ये
Oh, okay. So you were like really
क्या
prepared for this.
हार्ड वर्क ऑन सनसेट
भाई उसने बोला कि जब से सनसेट आया है तब से अभी तक हम लोग ने एक दिन का ब्रेक नहीं लिया
हाँ
एक दिन का और अपने इसमें संडे में 1+1 फ्री मिलता करके घूमने जाते लोग
You know what it is?
Yeah, I saw it.
네, 이제 인형을 또 팬분들께 전달할 순서인데요. You can write your signature on the back or wherever you want. 썸띵 선수의 행운의 길.
यार मेरे को चाहिए यार
사인이.
कौन
ये प्लशी भाई
Who's the lucky one
प्लशी
to get the
अच्छा,
star?
तू
प्लशी
You can go up to the
Wingman
audience
चाहिए।
and
Wingman.
talk to them.
हाँ समझ रहा हूँ मैं कौन सी
So you
विंगमैन
can go
चाहिए
like, yeah.
ओ उसको फेंकना नहीं
Do it
है
nicely,
बेचारा
someone can catch it.
फेंका फिर
Yes, at the front row,
ज़्यादा बेचारा
lucky
नहीं है,
fan
थोड़ा
got
बेचारा।
it. Woo. Thank you, Something.
DCM,
It was
क्या
nice
बोली?
time talking to you, and good
दिख
luck to
रहा
you.
है क्या खुश हो रहे हो
지금까지 썸띵 선수와 인터뷰 해봤습니다. This was something of PRX, and I'll toss to the desk.
क्या बोले माइनस करके लिखो
बाय बाय
भाई कितना मस्त बंदा है ना
Okay,
यार।
now I'm actually wondering if somebody can throw it from like the middle of the stage.
Chiller.
I think we had Governor do it.
No,
actually,
humble
just
साला
yesterday.
खेलता है इसे बात
Yeah.
इतना
He
जब प्यार
watched it actually.
Stood his
There you
ground.
go.
He's got a pitcher's arm on him.
कितना मस्त बोल रही है excuse me.
But definitely, you
मैं
know,
तो
for
something को
PRX,
देख रहा था.
they definitely hit the mark here because they get their this win versus Gen G, and they become the first team.
Guys, we are
to
very
advance
close to
into
10k
our
likes.
playoffs.
Only 700 remaining.
I mean,
जी का मैच चालू होने से पहले लाइक का बटन फोड़ दो. ठीक है? ऐसा ऐसा करके आवाज आना चाहिए जब तुम लोग लाइक का बटन दबा रहे हो. समझ रहे हो?
Yeah,
तोड़
I mean,
दो,
this
फोड़ दो.
composition, we mentioned a couple things before we
बुक को
had to
करी
jump
ना
right
किस.
into
वो
the
क्या
game,
था
but
वो?
obviously first of all starting on that defensive side,
वो
so
करो.
not even that duel is not going to hurt them as much, and then
मैं
so much
something
utility
else-
to delay, but on top of that so much combo.
क्या हरामी है भाई मेरी chat.
क्या हो?
इंटरव्यू समथिंग हो रहा था लेकिन मैं समथिंग एल्स देख रहा था. भाई इतनी हरामी चैट भाई. लव यू यार. समथिंग का इंटरव्यू में मैं समथिंग एल्स देख रहा था. दिमाग तो है पैच. क्रिएटिविटी प्लस. जी वर्सेस हु भाई पता नहीं भाई किसके सामने भी होने दो. किसके सामने भी. मैं तो बोलता पीआरएक्स को वापस बिठाओ. बुलाओ रे.
नहीं इतना नहीं रहने दो विंग्स.
पक्का.
हाँ बस
ठीक है तूने बोला करके.
रहने दो.
गिरने वाला.
अभी तोड़ के गई है वो एक टीम को.
डरते क्या. हाँ डरते. 1v1 आने बोलो इनको मेरे सामने. फिर कभी लेकिन फॉर्म में तभी नहीं. रिटायरमेंट के बाद.
Not going to be something that most opponents can figure out, but like you said, for the entire match, Gen G did put up enough of a fight, but PaperX, they gathered themselves just in time to come out on top.
It's almost like
मीटर जैसा बंदा 5 किल पे भाई. क्या मारा
I was like wall up and then re-angle right away, right? That's how quick he was. But it did feel like Gen G, just because of the amount of utility at Kilios that PaperX was throwing at them, they lost.
भाई
steam, and
लेकिन
how could you not when you have
जो
like
लेवल का
volleys
वॉल्स
left
और वो
and
सब
right,
यूज
mistake
किया है ना
by
दवाई
here,
ने.
that's all here.
इंसेन.
हर जगह पे वॉल क्या है.
अरे मैं वही बोल रहा हूँ ना वो लोग आधे से ज्यादा तो उस पे काउंटर हो गए कि वो कह रहे हैं गेम खेलें कि
और मालूम भी नहीं पड़ रहा कि भाई वॉल के ऊपर है, वॉल के पीछे है, वॉल के बाजू से आएगा. स्लो अप ठंडा कर रहा है वो अलग. बैच फ्लैशेस तो बहुत ही था. ऐसा लग रहा था कि सिर्फ 4-5 फ्लैश है लेकिन पता नहीं चीटिंग कर रहे थे.
वो कॉम्बिनेशन में जब आते हैं ना तो चिच्ची होते हैं.
बीच में हल्का सा चीट्स ऑन करके अनलिमिटेड एबिलिटीज करके फिर से फ्लैश फेंक रहे थे. ऐसा कुछ
अरे
तो
ये पीआरएक्स ने पहले भी तो यही किया था. बाइंड में देखना वो किसका रेना के फ्लैश के साथ वो लोग स्काई का फ्लैश कॉम्बिनेशन कर रहे जा रहे थे
पीआरएक्स सीधा फेज 3.
हाँ और अभी लोग यही कर रहे हैं कि मतलब केओ का फ्लैश के लिए तू उल्टा होएगा ही होएगा. उन्हें अगर राइट क्लिक फ्लैश है डॉच करने के लिए और उसके साथ ही यहाँ ना गेको का फ्लैश कैसा अवॉइड होएगा. वो तो पीछे से भी चिपकता है.
हाँ
तो कहता हूँ उधर आदमी सब वाइट ही वाइट घूम रहे.
भाई गेको मेटा में है लेकिन सेक्सी मेटा में गेको
अच्छा यूज करते रहे पीआरएक्स की.
भाई यही वॉच पार्टी करके यही मैप में मैं कल रैंक खेल रहा था. ये मैप में नहीं लोटस ये लोग का पहला लोटस मैप है. मैंने वॉच पार्टी एक्सपीरियंस के साथ मैं भी लोटस खेल रहा था. 2 बार बासुंडी की गांड उमेन को बोला ट्री स्मोक कर. 2 बार 5 बंदे ने जो घेर के मारा ऐसा मेरा उधर ही हो गया. मैं तो सीधा बोल के आने वाला था लौड़े जा वॉच पार्टी देख के आ. वैसा भी इजी है. भाई मजा आता है भाई एकदम वो फील आता है यार गेम खेलने का. अंदर का फायर जगा देते हैं लोग लेकिन वो बुझने में
तो मन होता है खेलने का.
हाँ वो बुझने में एक ही रैंक गेम लगता है. 2 भी नहीं. एक वो भी सिर्फ फर्स्ट हाफ उतने लगता है बुझने में. लेकिन आग तो जला रहे लोग अपने अंदर का. मेरे को ये चाहिए यार विंगमैन.
The weekend right now you get to watch the groups and you're obviously watching the play-ins alongside those
Wingman
phase 3. That's a lot
Wingman
of
Strix को भी चाहिए
prep.
Wingman.
And yeah, like you said, they showed
किसको?
one hand, but it was only
Strix,
one
Strix.
match. Only 3 maps here on this
Pinky
match
को
in
नहीं चाहिए
VCT
रहेगा.
Pacific.
पिंकी
There's
को
still
भी
a
चाहिए.
mystery.
पिंकी को भी
Plus, it's still kickoff, right? Of course, they would have that. It's like, okay, sure, we can reveal this, right? right off the bat. We have the rest of the year to go through, right? But we also have the rest of the day to go through as well. And when we come back, we're going into series number 2.
Bleed का एक मैच हो गया, Bleed हारी
versus
T1 से.
Global Esports when we return.
क्या बोल रहा है?
Bleed का एक मैच हो गया, T1 से हारी है Bleed.
तुमने गेम देखा नहीं लगता है. वो लोग का जो गेम था ना,
हाँ,
ऐसा खेला तो ना, ऐसा दोनों टीम ने हेवी खेला था. बट दैट वाज हिज लकी डे.
क्या 13-6 दिखा रहे दूसरा? पहला मैप 18-16 है, दूसरा मैप 13-6 है.
भाई जो शॉट्स लग रहे थे वो, जो एग्जीक्यूट्स हो रहे थे वो, राउंड का नहीं बात कर रहा, जो लेवल का एग्जीक्यूट्स और शॉट्स लग रहे थे ना वो. T1 तो खतरनाक काउंटर किया. भाई ये शॉट देखो, पैच थी रे, वो बे. ब्लीड हारने वाला, लेकिन ब्लीड इज गोना ब्लीड टुडे, मेरे को लग रहा है. 13-3 पकड़ लो पहला मैप. और सागर
13-3 Bleed हारेगा.
हाँ.
बाप रे, खतरनाक प्रेडिक्शन है.
13-3 और दूसरा मेरे हिसाब से 13 ना मेरा. ये लोग ऐसा खेलेंगे क्लच. यहाँ पे मेरे को एक क्लच दिखाई दिया. लाइटनिंग फास्ट ने क्लच किया 3 के मार के.
ठीक है, कहाँ दिख रहे हैं ये सब?
मन में आगे हूँ.
अच्छा.
13-1 सेकेंड मैप डन. 13-1 13-3 खत्म है. पहला 13-3 है, दूसरा 13-1 है.
बहुत उल्टी की खाने वाला है, बहुत गंदा वाला.
भाई टीम को सपोर्ट करो तो ऐसा करो.
ऐसा नहीं, ये मतलब ये तो आग बंद टपली है
भाई. आग बंद टपली भाई. एक ही टीम है भाई अपनी. वहां पे ओपा चाहिए. ठीक है, थोड़ा बहुत मतलब आपको दर्द वर्द हो रहा रहेगा.
अगर तो ऐसा बोलता पहला मैच 13-11 या 10 जीतेगी जी तो भी ठीक है. टफ होगा 13-3.
क्या टफ होगा भाई? हा? एक बंदा तो आग बंद करके खेलेगा तो भी जीते. बराबर है, बराबर है. अच्छा गवाज, आज रात को अमेरिका में तो बूम बाम होने वाला है.
क्या मैच है
भाई? हेवी मैच है. मेरे को याद नहीं, लेकिन हेवी है. याद नहीं आ रहा. ला 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 ला. भाई इसने काहे जीपे किया है यार. रुको मैं आया. पिंकी को बजा. हल्का सा चैट पढ़ियो, मैं पढ़ से आया.
हाँ
चैट इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन पूछना.
हेलो चैट,
इंटरेस्टिंग क्वेश्चन पूछना.
इसका YouTube खोलता हूँ, डिस्कॉर्ड पे था अभी तक.
भाई मेरा पेट नहीं है यार अभी इतना. हाँ डाइट काम कर रहा है.
अच्छा सेंटिनल वर्सेस 100 टीम्स है आज. नाइस.
पंगड़ो, व्हाट इज डूइंग पंगड़ो?
लव यू गाइस, लव यू टू. अनुज भाई स्ट्रीम करो यार. अरे हाँ करना है करेंगे ना. अभी करने वाला हूँ मैं, जल्दी स्टार्ट करने वाला हूँ. तब आ जाना सब स्ट्रीम पे, तब बात करेंगे अच्छे से. और हेलो अनुज भाई, T1 वर्सेस ब्लीड 8 घंटा चला था. बाप रे. और इसने वॉच पार्टी भी किया 8 घंटा. आई एम गुड, हाउस यू? अनुज भाई जी का एंट्री देखा था? नहीं यार नहीं देख पाया. अनुज भाई कैन वी हैव OG VLT वर्सेस G फ्रेंडली मैच अगेन प्लीज? मुश्किल है ना, सब लोग इधर उधर अभी टीम में चले गए, कहाँ से होगा? हेल रेंजर भाई कोरिया में, बाकी लोग टीम्स में इधर उधर. अनुज भाई इंस्टा पर बॉडी, अरे इतना कुछ बॉडी नहीं बनी है रे. बिंक्स उधर ऐसी कर रहा है बड़ा की बॉडी बन गई, बॉडी बनी है. इतनी कुछ बॉडी नहीं बनी है, चल रहा है मतलब बस. पेन ठीक कर रहा हूँ। अनुज भाई कमबैक का पता नहीं, देखते हैं क्या अपॉर्चुनिटी मिलेगा, उस पे देखते हैं, क्योंकि काफी टाइम ब्रेक हो गया ना, 6 मंथ से हुई नहीं पिक्चर में। हाँ ये कर सकता है अनुज भाई, वी रियली वांट टू सी यू इन T16। एक बार तो खेला जाएगा T16 में, एक बार तो खेलूंगा। एक मैच तो ही सही तो, बट खेलेंगे, मजा आएगा। लेकिन बिंग्स भी होना चाहिए। बिंग्स के बिना मैं नहीं खेल रहा T69 में, फिर मजा नहीं। और उसका हम लोग ना वॉइस रिकॉर्ड करेंगे, वॉइस कॉम्स हम भी डालेंगे, बिंग्स के चैनल से डलवाएंगे।
अरे
वॉइस
फुल
कॉम्स
रिकॉर्ड हो जाएगा।
फिर तो मजा आ जाएगा, क्या बात करके खेल रहे थे हम लोग।
रिकॉर्ड्स तोड़ेगा वो सारे।
वॉइस कॉम्स ऑफ T69।
लाइव नहीं कर सकते आई थिंक, बट
अनुज भाई सैलरी कितना? नो सैलरी भाई, कुछ सैलरी नहीं चाहिए T69 खेलने के लिए। सैलरी वो तो मजे के लिए यार, स्ट्रेस बस्टर है।
गाइस लाइक करो, वेरी क्लोज टू 10k लाइक्स यार।
अनुज भाई मुझे
जी के आने से पहले 10k लाइक्स आई थिंक वेरी इजी।
सच में क्रेजी है।
10k लाइक्स करोगे दैट मींस जी हैज आवर सपोर्ट आई थिंक। या इट्स अ फॉर्म।
CS2 या वैलो पता नहीं यार, दोनों की CS2 खेला मैं एक दो दिन, इतना जमा नहीं मेरे को, इतना पसंद नहीं आया, पता नहीं पहले इतना टाइम खेलता था। वैलो में ना, वैलो ही अच्छा लग रहा है, CS इतना अच्छा नहीं लगा अभी फिलहाल के लिए। किया ट्राई किया मैंने, एक दो दिन खेला था, डेथ मैच खेलते बैठा था।
आपका चैनल नेम क्या है?
है ना अमातेरासु ही है।
अमातेरासु गाइस।
अरे बट कितना 1.5 साल से स्ट्रीम
हाँ,
नहीं किया।
कुछ
नहीं डेड चैनल है वो, करेंगे अभी स्टार्ट करेंगे।
अभी बिग्स के साथ फ्रेंड्स है ना, तो स्ट्रीम हो गई गाइस वो वाली 5 man।
पैल वर्ल्ड हो जाए आफ्टर 25 विद बिंक्स। पैल वर्ल्ड बहुत फनी है, बहुत क्यूट गेम बना है।
तब तक मेरा यहाँ पे 50 हो जाएगा तो मैं वहाँ पे जा सकती हूँ।
T69 स्ट्रेस बस्टर नहीं, स्ट्रेस गिवर है वो।
गिवर क्या चैनल है? अमातेरासु।
चैनल ही नहीं दिख रहा है, पता नहीं शायद चैनल ही उड़ा दिया रहेगा यूट्यूब वालों ने। मैं खुद
क्या?
नहीं,
नहीं ऐसे नहीं होता। बिंक्स को बुला, आ रहा है
चैनल किसी ने लिंक डाल दिया। थैंक यू भाई जिसने भी लिंक डाला है।
यस एफसी थैंक यू।
अनुज भाई ये ना अमातेरासु क्यों रखा है रेफरेंस? अरे बाप रे कितनी जगह तो बताया मैंने। ठीक है इसको चैनल नेम हटा के अनुज भाई नाम रख देंगे बस। एक और ट्रू साइड ऑफ द वीडियो डाल दो डिवाइस है तो सही, मसाला तो बहुत है।
बहुत है।
बहुत लोग एंड हो जाएंगे अगर मैंने रियलिटी बाहर निकाल दी तो, बहुत लोग एंड हो जाएंगे।
वो लुक तो था।
अनुज भाई अभी क्या कर रहे फिर? अभी कुछ नहीं यार, 15 साल से जो बैठ के पीसी के सामने 12-12 13-13 घंटे जो बॉडी की वाट लगाई थी ना, उसको मैं ठीक कर रहा था। और जो फैमिली के साथ टाइम नहीं दे पाया, हर जगह सैक्रिफाइस करता रहता था, उसको मैं वापस से ठीक कर रहा हूँ। रिस्ट में पेन था, बैक में पेन आ गया था, एक्सीडेंट हुआ तो उससे स्लिप डिस्क हो गया था, तो भी खेलता रहता था। तो बहुत खेलने में, बैठने में और इतना लॉन्ग सेटिंग में इश्यूज आने लगते हैं। इतने साल तक कंटिन्यूस खेलोगे ना तो होने लगता है वो प्रॉब्लम। तो इसके लिए फिर मैं अभी ये 6 महीना मस्त ब्रेक लेके बॉडी पे फोकस किया, एक्सरसाइज की, फैमिली के साथ जो टाइम स्पेंड नहीं कर पाया वो किया, जिसको भी मिल नहीं पाया अच्छे से इतने साल से उनसे जाके मिला, तो यही अभी चिल लाइफ चल रहा है। तो मस्त 6 महीने कैसे थे ना, ब्रेक टाइप लिया, अभी अच्छा लग रहा है, वापस से बैठ सकता हूँ, पेन काफी चला गया है, तो बैक।
गाइस 9999 लाइक्स है भाई,
9999
लाइक्स है।
फ्यूचर प्लान्स का अभी तक नहीं पता है यार, जैसा चलेगा वैसा देखेंगे, जो अपॉर्चुनिटी आएगा वैसे देखेंगे। स्ट्रीम तो स्ट्रीम।
फ्यूचर प्लान्स था, लेकिन बीच में एक ऑप आ गया।
चलो आ गया ना तू।
ये
टेक केयर ऑफ योर चैट नाउ।
यस तो मतलब बाद में आ रहा है तू
किधर?
जी देखने।
हाँ मैं हूँ ना।
अच्छा तू है, मेरे को बता।
नहीं मैं 5 बजे निकल जाऊंगा जिम के लिए, एक मंथ हो जाएगा आराम से।
2 हो जाएगा भाई, 13 1 13 3 2 होएगा। ब्लीड क्रैक डेम तो क्रैक हो चुका है ना, अभी लगेगा नहीं। एक ने लिखा ब्लीड क्रैक डेम करके, तो क्रैक हो चुका है तो लगेगा नहीं ना भाई। ब्लीड फिक्स डेम रहता तो समझ में आता भाई। देखो केडी अपना ज्यादा है, हेडशॉट परसेंटेज अपना ज्यादा है, तो जीत गए ना।
एसीएस बस ज्यादा नहीं है।
जेटा को 2-0 भी किया है जी ने, ऐसा लिखा है वहां पे।
अभी तो खेल ही नहीं पा रहा रहेगा ना बिंग्स कोई भी गेम। वॉच पार्टी चल रही रहेगी।
कल किया था ना मैंने,
खेला था
2 घंटा वैलो एक्स्ट्रा खेला मैंने।
बाप रे।
पा 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 पा। भाई देखा क्या क्लच किया था उसने।
एसीएस का क्या मतलब है? एवरेज कॉम्पैक्ट स्कोर।
ला 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 ला। ये मैच काहे दिखा रहे हो यार? वो अपने क्लास दिखा रहे। लव यू पार्ट सर्च। भाई ये राउंड पॉलविन ने जो 4 मारा था आउटलॉ से, फक याद रहेगा। स्ट्रीम साउंड बड़ा कुछ चल ही नहीं रहा है। स्ट्रीम साउंड क्या बोल रहे हैं? अच्छा इनका आवाज नहीं आ रहा है भाई। मेरे को भी की कैप्स लगाना पड़ेगा भाई।
क्या की कैप्स?
अरे मेरे को एक बात बता, मेरे माउस के लोड़े लग गए।
हाँ
लेकिन वारंटी में है शायद।
हाँ तो दे देना। कौन सा माउस है?
ZETA प्रो हैवी वाला।
तेरे इसमें की कैप्स नहीं लग सकते, मैकेनिकल नहीं है तेरा।
छी भाई।
भाई मैकेनिकल में क्या आवाज आता है पता है क्या? टैक टुक टैक टुक टैक टुक।
वही तो फील देता है।
नहीं भाई, साइलेंट व्यूअर हूं मैं, इंट्रोवर्ट।
टारगेट कर रहा है मेरे को।
क्या ट्वीट कर?
हाउ ओल्ड आर यू? आई एम 30 ब्रो। पूछ रहा है तुझे, बता रही हूँ यार, उसमें क्या हंस रहा है तू? भाई 30 की
तू जी प्रो से खेलता था ना बीच में?
क्यों?
हाँ
30 हूँ मैं।
खराब हो गया, सारे माउस का स्क्रॉल ही खराब हो रहा है यार। जंप हटाना पड़ेगा लगता है स्कोर से।
अरे ये भी बहुत अच्छा माउस है जो मैं यूज करता हूँ। EC2 इंसेन खतरनाक। CS वाले जो भी ओल्ड प्रो होंगे उनको पसंद आएगा, तेरे को भी पसंद आएगा। ओल्ड आदमी तो भी
वॉच नहीं कर सकता तेरी बात को। अगर तेरे को स्लॉट मिलता तो मैं वॉच करता। 6 महीने बाद भी तू उठ रहे। भाई उस दिन जो हम लोग ने प्लान बनाया था पिंकी के बर्थडे में हेलेफ का तोड़ने का, वो करना चाहिए था, मजा आता था भाई। मजा भाई, मैंने और अनुज ने प्लान बनाया था पता है पिंकी के बर्थडे में कि अनुज भाई फर्स्ट टाइम दिखेंगे वहाँ पे बराबर, फोटोज वोटो सब में, और मैं और अनुज भाई साथ में, तो हम रिवील कर देंगे कि अनुज भाई बैक इन स्पोर्ट्स विद हेलेफ। रात को 2 बजे टीआर का ओनर हेलेफ को कॉल करेगा, बोला भाई तूने बताया भी नहीं। हेलेफ नींद से उठ के क्या हो रहा है भाई, तू बताया नहीं, तू जा रहा है, ये क्या है, ये कुछ डिसेंसी होती है। हेलेफ भाई बोलेगा लेकिन हो क्या रहा है, किधर जा रहा हूँ मैं, अनुज भाई के साथ। बोलो मैं जा रहा हूँ, ऐसा समझ रहा। और उसके वहां पे ऐसा प्रैंक हैवी, वो पता लगे वो प्रैंक से वो सच्ची का इधर आ जाता था शायद। भरोसा नहीं है साला, टीम को हराएगा अभी, चलो इधर जाओ। हैवी प्रैंक होता था, क्या बोलते हो? गुड टू सी अनुज बाय, बाकी तो इजी शीट।
थैंक यू
प्लस
गुड टू बी बैक विद यू गाइस आल्सो।
अनुज भाई एज द ओजी, क्योंकि ओजी को रिस्पेक्ट देना पड़ता है चाहे कुछ भी बोले।
ठीक है, इसके लिए दे दो,
समझ रहा है?
हाँ,
चाहे कुछ भी काम करे
आगे
रिस्पेक्ट देना। तो एज अ ओजी
अच्छा भी बोलेगा तो भी गांड मार के बोलेगा, बोल ले।
नहीं तू कॉन्टेक्स्ट नहीं समझेगा, मेरे को पता है, लेकिन एज अ ओजी मेरे हिसाब से फुल मैच्योर जो बंदा है आप ही हो। आपके हिसाब से क्या वॉच पार्टी करना इजी है?
नहीं भाई, मैं थोड़ी देर पहले यही बोल रहा था, कैसे करते हैं तो भाई, शेड्यूल चेंज किया बंदे ने वॉच पार्टी के लिए, तो अलग ही सीन है।
तो फिर तो ओजी नहीं है, सॉरी टू से, ओजी
मतलब
गाइस ये ओजी नहीं, मतलब वो बाद में पता चलेगा, बाद में बताता, इसके बाद कॉल करता।
क्या मतलब समझा नहीं मैं, क्या जो बाउंसर दे रहे हैं, छोड़ जाने से बात नहीं पता।
बाद में
There's something like scary on the other side, you know, and there's something like egoist on the other side as well. You know, the roles I feel like are a bit more clear cut on the side of Bleed. They're far more comfortable working as a team, whereas Global Esports, they still have quite the journey to go through.
Tech pause bolte.
So this is going to be, you know, again a bit of a nail biter for both of the teams. I do
मत कर, मैं तो कुछ नहीं कर रहा हूँ,
favor Bleed a little bit more here, but Global Esports, they have a lot
जनरल क्वेश्चन पूछा,
a lot of motivation behind them.
Yeah, and I'm also curious, of course, we'll get to it in a little bit, but of course the map ban picks as well. Both of them played all different maps in those best of threes that they played. Both of them ended in those 0-2.
किसको लगता है मैं हरामी हूँ थोड़ा सा?
Target those weaknesses, or if they're still going to stick to their own ban pick system.
Well, it would be great if we could hear from somebody from inside the team, so it's perfect that we are going to throw it on stage for our coach's interview with Kyungmin.
चलेगा, बस हो गया, बाद में डिसाइड कर दो ना, शाम को खाना वाला।
VCT Pacific Kickoff. 탈락을 눈앞에 둔 두 팀이
빨리 볼때.
Kickoff, we have 2 teams fighting for the elimination match. So Pacific first timer Bleed and GE with the Razer Jam are
भाई जी का एंथम क्रेजी है अनुज भाई,
कौन सा
नेक्स्ट लेवल जी का एंथम है।
क्या है भाई?
सुन आज भी ये लोग का वॉक इन में बजेगा शायद, बहुत क्रेजी है, मतलब जेन्युइनली एकदम डीप बाप बना है, बाप।
तेरा बात पे किस बात पे भरोसा करना?
नहीं माँ कसम
어떤 게임으로 인상이 남았는지 묻겠습니다.
Obviously we are not satisfied that we lost, and I think that we had better chances. It was a very tiring day, long day with many difficulties. Unfortunate, but it happens. It's the same circumstances for them. I think if we would have won Breeze and closed it out earlier, I think the game would have had a different outcome. But yeah, it's okay. You learn from losing.
조금 안타까운 결과였습니다. 좀 오랜 시간 기다리느라 지치기도 했고 많이 아쉬운 마음이지만 특히 맵프리즈에서 조금 더 그런 면이 컸는데 그때 좀 더 잘했으면 어땠을까 하는 마음이 있는데요. 오늘은 좀 남다른 임해보겠다고 합니다.
बेचारी धोनी कितना ट्राई कर रही है सुनने के लिए, जब ये बात कर रही तो बिंग्स देखना कैसा फोकस होकर देख रहा है, उसके स्ट्रीम पे आया था मैं।
I think it was a nice game. maybe the scoreline was
दे भी नहीं रहा है इसको सुनने के लिए।
अभी मैं मेरे को समझा नहीं
बेचारी स्प्लिटर मांग रही है बेशरम है रे।
कैसा दूंगा आधा तो थोड़ी करूंगा हेडफोन को
individually stronger team whereas GE I think
लेकिन वो लिप रीडिंग कर सकती है
it could have gone both ways
조금 정말 모두 다 열정적으로 임한 게임이었고 당연히 봤다고 답했는데요. 제타 모든 선수들이 탄탄한 팀이었고
English बोला उसने
정말
Binks is so handsome I like his
어떤
streams
결과가 나왔어도 이상하지 않았다고 답을 해줬습니다. 이제 그러면 스핀 감독에게도 질문을 해보도록 할게요. So Coach Spin, how was your first Pacific match?
Terrible.
Yeah, okay.
It sucks
Facts.
to lose on the stage.
Facts.
First big game for the boys. No one wants to lose. But today we'll be better.
Yeah.
Facts, facts, facts.
첫 번째 무대에서
Coach +1
정말 속상하다고 말하는데요. 또 이제 사귀다
दूसरा कैमरा ये वाला कैमरा अच्छा वो वाला कैमरा थोड़ा इशू
라는 각오를 전했습니다. So the next question is, Bleed has Ye, so can you pinpoint one player from GE? Bleed에서는 예이 선수가 두각을 나타내고 있는데
Batting fast बोल दे please
GE에서는 어떤 선수를 꼽을 수 있을까요?
I'm sticking with my man Polvi.
को लगा ही था
I trust, I believe. Today's the day.
저는 폴비 선수를 믿는다고 말했는데요. 여전히 그를 신으로 생각하고 있고 오늘 그 활약을 나타낼 거라고 확신한다는 말을 전했습니다. 그리고 이제 두 팀 중 한 팀은 이제 킥오프에서 탈락을 앞두고 있습니다. 어떤 마음을 갖고 있는지 두 코치님들에게 물어보겠습니다. So, how are you feeling before?
Let's go ball bye. कोच अच्छा तो है हाँ.
I mean, not much changes really. You want to win every game, you will go with the same mindset in every game. So yeah, we will just focus on ourselves. We are very confident in ourselves. Practice went also good. The veto was actually very good for us also. We expected the maps kind of, so yeah, we are very confident. We will just play our game and see what the outcome is.
네, 자신감이 있기 때문에 이
Esports best team managed by Binks, Rosis, Margin Night.
이겨내겠다고 아주 좋은 모습으로
Esports
답을
best
해주셨습니다.
team.
똑같이 스핀 감독님께 물어볼게요. So same question goes to you, Spin. How do you feel about it?
Honestly, not really a lot to add. I think Ligia has answered it perfectly. It's the same as any other game. There's a lot of pressure, of course, but it doesn't really change how we're going to approach the match.
पिंकी ने इसको देखा लड़के मैंने हम लोगों को देखने में काल जब सोचे इतना लॉन्चिंग करते बैठने करना कैसा रहता है भाई 7 मिनट या 10 मिनट पहले उठा हूँ मैं 2 घंटा सो के वो भी मैंने अलार्म नहीं बजाया था 1 घंटे का अलार्म था बट मजा था भाई ये सब मैचेस में लाइफ में मिस नहीं करूंगा भाई किधर भी रहूंगा ना वॉच पार्टी करूंगा किधर भी रहूंगा ये सब ये लेवल का प्लेस में मिस नहीं कर सकता और एक अच्छी बात भी है कि हमारा गेम का स्पोर्ट्स भी हो रहा है
Same thing really. We've discussed, we know what we have to do, so it's just to go out and do that.
네, 저희는 충분히 많이 소통을 하고 있고 잘 해낼 것이기 때문에 전반적으로 같다는
गोलू बोलते
Thank you both, Ligia and Spin. Best of luck for both of you. Thank you for the interview. 네, 지금까지 양 팀의 감독들과 함께 인터뷰 나눠봤습니다. 그럼 데스크로 돌아가실게요. Bye. Back to the desk.
Bye.
Well, the coaches did not mince words at all. You heard it. Neither were satisfied
Yeah,
with their earlier performances. Ligia mentioned that Bleed can do a lot better, and Spin just mentioned it was outright terrible at Kilios.
I mean, I think that's a perfectly fine way to approach that answer, because doing anything else would probably just be completely and utterly disingenuous. So I think, no one is going to be happy about how things went for either of those series, but it seems like
भावना is costless.
You know what? We know what we did wrong. We know what the assignment is. The players know what they need to do. It's all going to come down to who executes it better.
Yeah, I think what we can take from those answers, especially, is the fact that regardless of who they played against, both coaches are recognizing that what they showed on stage was not what they've been looking at during practice. So hopefully today, with both of them coming in with that.
अनुज भाई, अगर अपने को दोनों को मिलके एक esports टीम बनाना है,
ठीक है,
तो क्या होएगा? It's fair कि एक एक करके चूज करें, एक एक करके, ठीक है? जो पहला चूज करेगा उसको 2 पिक मिलेगा, जो बाद में चूज करेगा उसको 1 पिक मिलेगा. तो if you want
नहीं आप कर लो 2 पिक।
मेरा 2 पिक ठीक है। सबसे पहले मैं उठाता हूँ, उठाना पड़ेगा स्ट्रिक्स को।
ठीक है।
स्ट्रिक्स को लौड़े लग गए टीम के ऑलरेडी। ऐसा सोच रहे हैं यही मन में। हाँ तुम्हारे बारे।
अच्छा 2 पिक था ना।
हाँ
एक करके देंगे। अच्छा
एक अभी तेरे को एक ही पिक मिलेगा। तेरे को 2 चाहिए?
नहीं मैं एक चलेगा।
ठीक है
मैं उठाऊंगा।
हाँ डेडली उठाएगा शायद।
स्पोर्ट्स को चाहिए था। वो फ्री एजेंट है कि कोई भी जिसको
कोई भी मतलब कोई भी ड्रीम टीम।
या तो टीबॉन नहीं तो एक्सियन।
विनिंग टीम चाहिए प्लीज सीरियस वाला विनिंग सीरियस वाला। स्ट्रिक्स को एक काम कर दे, दोनों 2-2 उठाते हैं। स्ट्रिक्स को तो 6 मैन रख देंगे
ठीक है,
लेकिन हाँ 2-2 उठाते हैं। हाँ
फिर हेलेफ
ठीक है
आ जाएगा। ठीक
है मैं पिक करता हूँ दूधली को, यंगस्टर अच्छा।
अरे यस डूडली कैसे? एक ड्यूलिस्ट हो गया डूडली।
मेरे को लगा तू पिक करेगा।
हाँ
मिस हो गया तेरे से।
वो भी अच्छा है मस्त। ठीक है
दूधली
डेडली हेलेफ मैं बिंक्स। एक चाहिए ना अपने को।
एक चाहिए।
क्या बचा
मतलब इसने सोच के रखा कि स्ट्रिक्स 6 थे। स्ट्रिक्स गांड मारा। हाँ
तू ही तो बोला।
हाँ मैं बोला
खुद ही मुंह से
बोला था हाँ
ठीक है। और कौन एक क्रैक प्ले मतलब इससे सपोर्ट में भी अच्छा खोली करके एक अच्छा खेलता है।
मतलब जस्ट बिकॉज ऑप के वजह से स्लॉट गया तूने रोसे को पिक किया। ठीक है रोसे को पिक किया। ठीक है याद
ड्यूलिस्ट आ गया ना अपने पास।
बात तो है
2 ड्यूलिस्ट लेके घूमना है।
बात
ऐसा बैलेंस टीम सोच रहा था मैं तो।
बात वो आजकल सेंटिनल खेल रहे। नाउ व्हाट इज योर रीजन लवड़े?
तेरा कौन सा है? दूसरा कौन सा है? एक ही बोला तू स्ट्रिक्स।
दूधली कौन बोला? फाफा मेरा। अच्छा
तो वो तो 6 बोला ना तूने। ठीक है चलो
तो 2 उठाया मैंने, 2 तूने उठाया। 2 अपन भी खेलेंगे कि हम रिटायर हो जाए पैक से? ठीक है ये है टीम हैवी। वाकले वो नहीं कर सकता, वो घर बना रहे लोगों का।
वाकले
वो अपना बूट कैंप बनाएगा। वाकले बाय बूट कैंप लव यू फुल एस्थेटिक्स वाला
टीम बनाने वाला। इतना पैसा कमा रहे हो, छाप रहे पैसा।
वाकले भाई मेरे को मेरे पीसी के पीछे एक जकूजी चाहिए। डायरेक्ट स्ट्रेस होते कूदूंगा वहां से कॉल दूंगा, समझ रहे हो? जकूजी जस्ट पीसी के पीछे, ताकि अपन जकूजी वॉच पार्टी भी करें। हाँ +1
Global Esports is a squad with a lot of experience in and around Tier 1 as well.
We miss Venka भाई सबका अभी क्या 20 प्लेयर का टीम बना है, सबको कैसे उठाए?
Much smaller sub-regions, right? Not playing against the best of the best around the world. Obviously, EA not counted in that discussion. But then we also saw that during the offseason. Global Esports, their mentality has definitely
marketing है।
things like that. So if you're able to push the pressure
अंकी
first,
पार्टीज में आएगा
put down into Bleed's mind, then you have a little bit more wiggle room even.
वैसा वॉच पार्टी क्यों नहीं करता? ऐसा काउच वाउच पे किधर भी सामने कैमरा लगा के 2-3 लोग को बुला ले जो है क्लोज एंड डियर्स, और उनके साथ देखना सबके साथ बहुत मजा आएगा।
इसका 2 आंसर है। ठीक है जो क्लोज एंड डियर्स है वो एक तो कम है और एक तो दूर रहता है। ठीक है तो अभी जिनको मैं बुलाऊंगा क्लोज एंड डियर्स वो है तू और अंकी। ठीक है अंकी वहां से इधर नहीं आएगी। ऑलरेडी टेक पॉज पता चला वहां से इधर आ गया और बोला कि मैच कैंसिल, फिर 2-3 दिन और रुकेगा वो इधर। समझ रहे हो? मेरा जोमेटो का बिल बढ़ता है। तू आ सकता है। दूसरा रीजन ये है कि हो सकता है कि नींद आ जाए। मेरा एनर्जी वो चला जाएगा इतना लॉन्ग स्ट्रीम।
दोपहर के मैच के लिए कर लेते।
अरे तो रात का भी तो करता ही हो ना, नींद तो कभी भी आएगी। हॉट टब स्ट्रीम वैन
हॉट टब स्ट्रीम
मियो कैन बाय
हॉट टब स्ट्रीम बिंग्स को इमेजिन करो मैच।
जब मेरा 6 पैक एब्स बनेगा मियो कैन बाय ऑन द वे है। अभी फिलहाल 1 पैक एब्स है, वो भी पेट के नीचे।
इट्स कॉल्ड फैमिली पैक।
तू नहीं समझे, चैट समझे, समझ रहे हो? 5 बेसिक गैरी भाई कैसे हो? गैरी भाई लीग्स दो। क्या आज भी बजेगा एंथम? अनुज भाई को भी सुनाने का।
हाँ
भाई सेक्सी भाई, किसने वो लिरिक्स लिखा यार, बहुत प्यारा था, बहुत प्यारा।
तो YouTube पे रहेगा ना।
हाँ
वो अगर देख लूंगा अगर।
मचाएंगे मचाएंगे, लीड को हराएंगे, ऐसा करके एंथम मत। लव यू यार, सेक्सी सेक्सी बना है। हाँ सेक्सी बना है। स्पॉटिफाई मैंने आज तक यूज नहीं किया टिल डेट, ना मेरे पीसी पे है ना मेरे मोबाइल पे। 2 सुपर चैट मिस। पिंकी दीदी बंक्स बाय आई एम वेरी नॉटी टुडे। वो नहीं यार, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है, साइड वाला तो पढ़ लिया था।
पर विंगमैन क्यूट तो है।
क्यूट तो है, देखा।
और
रिद्धि माँ आप हो अभी भी। अनुज भाई वापस वैलो या सीएस भाई? वैलो भाई, हेलो रिद्धि माँ। फर्स्ट ऑफ ऑल कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस and stay happy even though we don't talk much, we are long distance friends, but stay happy यार, stay happy, ठीक है।
Fair. I will yield to that because I cannot deny my
I kind of see where the audience is coming from, though. It's like, you know, you invested so much, you go big or you go home, right?
Plus
so it's
one.
like you might as well.
वेलका दिल्ली कोहली, हेलेफ और विबोर, ये टीम बनानी है तो कितना एक्सपीरियंस रहेगा आप एनालिस्ट? ठीक है, वेंका डेडली कोहली हेलेफ और विबोर, सबसे पहले मान लो कि कम से कम 20 से 15 लाख या शायद 30 लाख ये लोग का बायोट रहेगा, कि बायोट अमाउंट बहुत ज़्यादा है। तो अगर तू 5 के 5 का बायोट कर रहा है तो लौड़े तो लग चुके, दैट इज स्टेप नंबर 1। देन स्टेप नंबर 2 इज सैलरी, और कंसिडरिंग सारे अच्छे प्लेयर्स हैं, मिनिमम सैलरी शुड बी बिटवीन 80K to 140K, ठीक है। तो इंटू 5 करना पड़ेगा, तो लौड़े लग गए स्टेप नंबर 2। फिर आएगा स्टेप नंबर 3 जो कि है बूट कैंप, और क्योंकि ये लोग 100% पहला मैच हारेंगे क्योंकि नया नया टीम बना है। फिर RR होएगा कि ये लोग के पास कोच नहीं है, तो स्टेप नंबर 3 लौड़े लगेंगे, कोच बुलाएंगे, समझ रहे हो। फिर आएगा स्टेप नंबर 4 कि अगर कोच के साथ भी हारे तो एनालिस्ट नहीं है, समझ रहे हो। तो एनालिस्ट का ऐसा वैसा करके मेरे हिसाब से एक घर आ जाएगा
1 BHK इन बॉम्बे,
बॉम्बे साइड 2 BHK आ जाएगा शायद,
2
हाँ 2 आ जाएगा इतने खर्चे में, समझ रहे हो। उससे अच्छा आप मुझे 2 के जगह पे 1 BHK का मेरे को दे दो। T69 में सेम है, हम लोग भी हारेंगे लेकिन एंटरटेनमेंट के साथ, समझ रहे हो। लव यू। मेरा जीपे नंबर मोड दे देंगे।
Gotta watch out for those skins.
Analysis
you are one of those people who asks for skins and refuse to play around.
लिख लिया है अभी IAS एग्जाम लिख दूंगा क्वेश्चन पूछना।
Stop doing that. Your behavior is so incorrect.
I can tell you right now, one of them is on the casting desk.
Wow. I see.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of them is on the casting desk.
All right.
He's like, please give me skin. Oh, can I borrow yours?
Oh, okay. Well, I am glad I have strictly been playing on the Korean server, so I'll separate myself from that. But yeah, nonetheless, I mean, listen, obviously the skins are great as well, so I get it, but it's like you only have 30 seconds to prepare for the round.
They
and
do the same thing. It's a cosmetic. It doesn't make the gun shoot better. It doesn't make your aim better.
It does.
It has no impact on it whatsoever.
Oh, hello. भाई skins matter करता है भाई।
Audio pack as well. It's not the visuals. It's just sometimes just
skins
like
matter
the way
करता
my
है।
own gun shoot seems to give me the super.
Guys, we are close to 11K likes. 250 remaining. सिंगापुर सर्वर में स्प्लिट फेस सोवा लाइनअप चालू हो गया है आफ्टर कॉम प्लेस। भाई वो कहाँ पे भी खेल सकता है दोस्तों, कहाँ पे भी खेल सकता है, वो बंदा है बे, वो बंदा है।
The other thing is like you said, I usually play things that like require a lot of setup, right? Like I'm playing the Vipers, Cyphers, and Euros. So please don't ask me for skins. I just don't have time for that. I have to run from one side to the other.
Exactly.
You know?
Exactly.
I'm
I'm here.
just
We're too busy.
We
We're
gotta
too
play for
busy.
wins.
Okay.
We gotta play for wins.
Okay. I'm
तूने मेरे से
setting
शादी
up
की है ना?
my swamp grenades.
I'm
I'm setting
also
my
Esports
turret. Please
player,
leave
no?
me alone. Okay. But of course, you know, we have the elimination match once again.
जब
Putting my
मैंने
head
जी
back
को आ रहा
into
था,
it before
ये love you.
everything that is disastrous. We are going to
कम
be
से कम
seeing
10 साल
league
चले
and
गए.
global esports, and I think that here, you know, for example, we're looking at very individual plays here. We're looking at Ye, we're looking at Polvi, we're looking at Scary, for example, to pull a lot
Skills
of
matter
clutches,
to those
for
who
this round,
don't have
especially
skills.
since,
ऐसा नहीं है
again,
भाई,
the
skills
additional
matter करता
pressure
है.
for this first elimination match of the year.
भाई जी जीतेगा, मेरे को दिल से फील आ रहा है, दिल से. दिल से फील आ रहा है. कुछ तो आज क्रेजी बाल नोचने वाला कुछ होने वाला है. हाँ. सुपर चैट मिस कौन सा वाला? वेंका गौड़ा वाला बड़ा
मेरे को
कुछ
ऐसा लग रहा है टफ होने वाला है, ऐसा फिक्स नहीं है बट
Binks, I love you यार, cause you spread love. Thank you यार, thank you. Thank you for the $10 American dollars.
Pound है वो.
They're not going to stick around for much longer.
Yeah, and of course, in that matchup against ZETA, it's also because ZETA has that storyline of these rookies coming in, right? And they performed well, so that was kind of exciting to watch from a roster reshuffle. But Global Esports, they're mostly all veterans. I mean, even Polvi, he's been playing in that Challengers League for some time, so they need to
full
come
tag
up and
करके
say, we've had the
8-bit Binks
experience way back when, we're now
सुपर
here
चैट पे टैग कर दिया.
Yeah, and that's exactly what they will be proving as we step into the second series of the
हाँ,
day,
ऑफिस
right?
में लाइव स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ with 10 more
versus
people,
Global
but volume
Esports.
कम
Can
करके
the
साउंड कुछ
veteranship
सुनाई
on
नहीं
the
दे
side of
रहा है,
Global Esports
but
stand up
क्यूटनेस
next to
तो
this
है.
Ascension
Thank you.
alumni over here,
ऑफिस
and
में
especially
कुछ
since Bleed Esports, as we know, they do have a
टीपी
lot of
मिला
vibe on
देखने
them.
को.
They do have a
टाइम
lot of
पास.
excitement on
एक
them.
गिली चुम्मी
Global
दे दो.
Esports, though,
एंड
steady
स्माइल
and
पिंकी,
stable.
पिंकी स्माइल कर रहे हैं. ये लो गिली चुम्मी. लव यू. यार तेरे ऑफिस में मेरे कोई स्कूल के फ्रेंड्स हैं. बंद करो स्पैम ने पापाय. भाई बजेगा, मेरे को लग रहा है एंथम बजेगा.
बजेगा?
हाँ लग रहा है.
Teams facing off for another chance. This is the first elimination match.
Sexy
Which
था
team
भाई.
will continue the journey towards Masters Madrid? They have proven that they belong. El Diablo has been resurrected. Bleed
El Diablo, baby.
Esports.
भाई क्या है, पांच मारने वाले लोग. यार एक स्किप मैच का भी एक ऑप्शन आना चाहिए. नहीं क्या? हाँ? कर लो
It's been just a taste of the Pacific. They have fought and they will keep on fighting.
भाई सुनना, भाई सुनना, भाई सुनना.
सुन रहा हूँ. ये म्यूजिक
रुक जा. हाँ ये वाला. Shit. कैसे लगा?
म्यूजिक तो खतरनाक है, लिरिक्स किधर है? तो बोला लिरिक्स भी है. हाँ? ठीक है, म्यूजिक ही सिर्फ
बजा
म्यूजिक ही
है.
नहीं बजा. मैं वही सोचूं, ये ऐसा तो साउंड नहीं करता था.
Shit.
तभी मेरे को
ये या भाई कैसे थे बजा बे?
भाई ये क्या लिरिक्स था, कुछ समझे ही नहीं.
अरे यार ये नहीं है रे.
अरे तो कान बोलना, मैं तब से कान लगा के फुल वॉल्यूम में सुन रहा हूँ.
भाई Spotify पे
नहीं, YouTube गाना सब जगह
सुन, लेकिन क्रेजी है. ए भाई आज हारने के बाद क्या होगा, ऐसा डिस्कस कर रहे थे वो लोग. 3, 2, 1 चलो भाई, कोई कुछ नहीं कर सकते ऐसा बोला. ये पॉजिटिविटी तो है. लेट्स गो. है फुल एनर्जी. हाउस द जोश फुल हाई.
हाई सर की भी गांड मार दी. फुल हाई.
Map bans coming in right now for Bleed and Global, and right now I feel like Bleed,
हाँ उठा है बे इसने.
you know, they were confident
पहला
with the
बंदा
map
है जिसने
vetoes,
उठाया.
but I feel of like, Global, they're trying to be quiet and they're keeping their secrets to themselves for the moment.
Yeah, I mean, we'll have to wait and see. Obviously, anything you said in the interview could still be kind of relayed over in those last couple huddles. Now, both teams had banned out Ascent initially, and Global Esports are going to continue to ban Lotus as well. So this part shouldn't be too surprising.
Oh, well, this is a little bit of a surprise because Sunset.
भाई Sunset
मत करो बंस भाई
अरे क्यों आ रहा है मैं बार बार
हर एक बिंग्स को मारना इसको अच्छा जिंक्स क्या तो लव यू ठीक है लव यू टू मेरा जिंक्स नहीं
been able to copy down PaperX's homework fast enough to maybe run a Sage comp on it, or if it's going to be a little bit different, but Bleed themselves opting to go for Icebox.
I like that we're seeing these kinds of maps. I like that we're seeing a lot of Breeze, a lot of Sunsets, and a lot of Iceboxes here.
Yeah, and then the big question on Icebox, of course, once again, is that another map where Chamber can continue to see a lot of usage. Curious to see if Bleed's going to pull that one out. I mean, surely we saw the weaknesses from Global Esports' composition in the last match, so I think Bleed definitely studied that tape.
So far, we only got Excurate on the Chamber, right?
Yeah, I believe so.
Yeah. So we're going to see if that is going to pop up indeed, and we're going into Split as our decider map. Does this indeed favor Bleed Esports?
It's hard to say without seeing a little bit more. I mean, for the they have to try to go through this Sunset first, so we'll see how they're going to be faring there. But it seems like they think that Icebox performance that had versus ZETA wasn't the strongest, and that they can continue to really outdo them on that map. So
let's go.
We're seeing that opted for as that map too.
Yeah, and the other
Please
thing
spam
is with that Sunset, I mean, obviously, Global Esports, they left it open last time too. Now they selected to attack first if it had come to that. Bleed's still going to take the defense, but I was going to say they probably still expect the
pre-recorded map भी तो बे pre-recorded है
as well. So there is definitely a bit of
ताकि वो लोग setup जब कर रहे रहेंगे तब तक ये दिखा सके लेकिन
So
pre-recorded मतलब ऐसा pre-recorded नहीं है कि 10-15 दिन पहले या ऐसा
Chamber pick for maybe a little later.
Yeah, I mean maybe, but the other thing is it's a very defensive composition.
Why? Double controller!
That Gecko into the fold, so it's not going to be the KO here.
Let's fucking go! Double controller.
But they also don't have that. They don't have that cipher to really try and
जीती है क्या ग्लोबल इससे हर बार?
Last time single control लिया था वो लोग bind में भी.
Something that's a little bit more common, but this time can they execute on it?
चिल्ला मत भाई अपना टीम है sorry. अरे last time ये लोग single controller खेल रहे थे.
तो bind पे खेल सकते हैं ना ब्रिम्स
वाइपर खेला था सिर्फ.
क्या बात कर रहे हैं?
तो
Yeah, not the composition nor the players to do it as well.
लेकिन खेला अच्छा था.
Similar to how they played it.
Attack अच्छा खेला था. Defense में फिर
space by space and then go for an execute. But now you've got all this defense set
up. If G wins this series, I will give 20,000 in super chat. ले 10,000 वो है limit है बाकी gifted में convert कर देना. Done.
Global Esports as we step into Sunset. We're going to toss it on over to your casters Quack and Aserai.
Thank you so much for that one, Desk. And
Chalo
we
bhai, started.
are here.
Chalo.
Elimination.
Predictions. अच्छा तूने तो दे दिया 13-1
ये 13-3
और उसके बाद 13-1 है.
That they have played.
मैं बोलता हूँ 13-11 या 13-10.
कौन जीतेगा?
वो नहीं.
Please पैसा खत्म हो जाएगा.
जो जीतेगा जीतेगा.
टाइम नहीं मैं बाकी लोग का चैट नहीं पढ़ता.
डबल डिजिट जाएगी मतलब दोनों टीम.
कोपाई भाई. पैसे का बात नहीं है. बाकी लोग का चैट नहीं पढ़ पाऊंगा.
Straight up flexing for Bleed, and I don't know if
plus it's not fair to other members also.
Most, but I guess we shall see because he has shown
Spinach
that he can perform. His fundamentals are just that strong. Meanwhile, for Global Esports, Polvi just
yeah, Polvi बोलते पहले ही खोलते खोपड़ी खोलते.
Take करो भाई चलो.
Right now for Global, as they can choose whether they want to keep pressing their advantage on mid. Just hunker all the way back onto that A site, even though all the traps for Egoist is positioned
इधर लेके आके.
हाँ ये वाइपर बहुत अच्छा है बे. हर एक टीम ने वाइपर लेके यही वॉल बनाया.
यही वॉल बनाया.
हाँ.
अरे मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये वाइपर खेल रहे हैं यही वॉल नहीं.
हाँ तो यही तो वाइपर खेल रहा है ना बनकाई.
भद्राक से क्या मैं बोल रहा हूँ ये वाइपर खेल रहे हैं ये ब्लीड में.
यही तो खेल रहा है बनकाई.
It's always a little bit scary, and that's why they're leaving Darian still around market. But as Global starts to move closer, elbow, they might just be able to break things open.
भाई ट्रैप प्लीज ट्रैप से बच जाओ.
Nades being thrown out already. There's the wingman for the easy plants, not even going to be a
भाई ब्लिस्किंग ने मारा किधर तो. Love you.
does get the kill onto Crazy Guy as well.
वो बेचारा डब्बे के पीछे मरा वो.
Great start here for Global Esports.
Huh?
Players of Bleed stuck at the back of that A site. That spike is planted.
भाई आज जीतेगा भाई. Let's go. आज haters का
discipline
है आज.
Discipline. As the rest of Bleed now start to move right in.
full discipline.
आज मेरा दिल मेरा chest ऐसा आगे आने वाला है.
आधा discipline hard ना पड़ जाए.
Jot
post-plant delays for days.
Jot चलेगा blind reload कर रहा है.
Making it work, but
Oh yeah.
Shelby is enemy and Shall be.
मार के जाड़ी बना दिया.
First round, it's taken by
Good
Global.
pistol.
Not to what we expected at all. I mean, everyone kind of thought Bleed would have a stronger start.
चलो Odin ले लो
Global
5.
definitely shows that they have surprises in store for us. Colby is an incredible duelist, and he just waltzed right up the door, able to take that duel against Scary, and then
डबल सेचल मारा क्या वो? इतना जल्दी कैसे गया वो?
After losing Scary, Bleed instantly just, you know, shrunk down a little bit. None of them were able to defend the site, and
भाई full positivity हो रहा है यार.
Wingman doing everything.
Yeah, especially the part where they lost so much mid control and Bleed never really recontacted it.
Jot रे Blaze King. दे blind reveal दे. गुस्सा मारो उसको.
To push. It was more of a wait for the stimuli and then
गया ये गया रे
It's a team like Global that really likes to take the advantage.
बच गया लेकिन.
A composition that has
गया
no sentinels, so
बच गया.
you really know that they're going to be
Full
backing
discipline
on
में
the
खेल रहे
pushes
peek ही नहीं कर रहे.
every time they actually make for that contact.
Precisely. So of course, well,
भाई
this
इसका
is
opening
just a bit of
देखना
a safe
बहुत
round for
crazy है.
Bleed.
इसका पॉली.
How much can they really pull?
रहने देना भाई. तू वो बोलता है तेरे मुंह में पता नहीं.
This is the reason
बोलते
why
हैं ना
they
उल्टा
still
बोलूँगा
mix
लंड
up,
बिन.
right, between Ye and Therion,
मत
'cause
बोल.
when
तो
Ye
जो
joined
बोलता है
Bleed,
उसका है
you
ना
still know that
उल्टा
Therion
ही
has
गिरता है.
that star power.
भाई देख के मेरे को ही
One of those
समझने दे
shots
क्या है.
shows us a glimpse of it.
क्या ओपिंग दिखना है इसका ओपिंग फाक करके एक बुलेट का है.
The what?
Zombie. That's what Ye was playing under this weird new name when they were trying to
Sorry,
keep it under
Binks.
wraps. But anyway, it's
भाई वो
definitely
लोग
something
बहुत
that you wanna
fast rotate कर
respect,
लिए.
because Darian is not someone that you want to underestimate.
दिल में
But
दब
that
दब हो रहा है लोड़े.
And while they are
Hopping
moving
Binks.
forward into the A side, it's trampling, it's a lot of noises.
Jot
Nice.
Bleed are
Jot
Nice.
Jot
हो गया.
Jot
बस हो गया.
knife
Global
knife.
Esports turning into this bald fist that will just punch their way into the site. Egoist, he's got a lot of utility to work with here. Even the safety to
This
pick
was
up that
blind
Spectre
thigh
as
if I'm
well.
not wrong.
2 versus 1. He's unaware that
शायद ना
Global
इसने
have
साइड पे
just,
डाला ना
you know,
उधर.
doubled up here on elbow, as we can see.
अब खुद बोल रहा है
Just
ओडिन
take
ने
a sweet
स्पैम करो.
time.
मुझे
Don't
मना
know
कर रहा
if
है.
him cooking like
Odin
this is
कर
gonna
सकते हैं
allow
ना.
him to win the
आपको पता है
round,
sunset.
but maybe make it
अच्छा, attack
expensive
में
is
निकालो
the
ना.
way to go.
ये
कोई बात नहीं
A
एक
bit
दो
too,
तीन गन्स गिर गए.
a step
ओके.
forward, step earlier.
ये.
That's gonna be 2
गन्स की
rounds
जरूरत
right now
नहीं है
for Global.
भाई.
It does feel like a little bit expensive enough for the time being, as
तू
Razer
मत बोल
Bully
किसकी
might
ओपिंग
have
देखो
to
ये
go
वो मैं देख
for,
लूंगा.
you know, slightly smaller weapons for this round, small arms. But Bleed, on the other hand, are starting to get a good idea for this
Come on यार
Global
guys.
Esports play style,
Guys
right? I mean,
full
they've tried to
energy
get a
चाहिए,
bit of noise
positivity
towards
चाहिए
B
यार.
and then just, you know, when they have more space, rush over towards A. That's why in this round,
ये
we've
राउंड
seen
जीत
that
के ना
Viper
मजा आ
stuff
जाए.
मजा आ जाएगा. खड़ा हो जाएगा
being
मेरा.
relegated towards
ये
A
राउंड
Support.
instead.
अच्छा फास्ट खेल पे फास्ट
Colby's
प्ले
in trouble. Can he get out of harm's way though? He's alone on an island. He's already brought out his classic because
भाई
he's just
ट्रैप ने
losing
बीट
so
ही दे दिया बे.
much ammunition as well
अरे मेरे
as
को कुछ ध्वनि नहीं
HP
लगा.
as
अभी
he
ट्रैप
pushes
जब तक
through.
तोड़ेगा नहीं वो
He
चलता ही
wanted to
रहेगा.
हाँ.
एक गन
but his
दूसरा
teammates push
तीसरा
up with
जोतते
B-main.
हैं उसमें
हाँ.
अटकते रहेंगे.
Global
next
Esports
level
now
है
left
वो.
scratching their heads, hoping that
तीन
maybe
गन
their
गिरा है
other
बस.
lurker, Benkai, is going to find some contact and success here on top mid. Okay,
Balls of
that's a little bit wishful thinking, you know?
Just
मारा.
मारा.
No, no,
Ah.
he didn't. I mean, no
कोई
shot
बात
gonna
नहीं,
get
कर
from
सकते
Razer.
कर
Yeah.
सकते. अरे यार मिड में ट्रैप
And
है. ए
he's
कर
got
सकते हैं.
Thrasher available
ये लॉल
now,
टू
but
ट्रैप है.
There's still a lot of players to work through.
I think I could jump over this, but I mean, Scary's prepared to hear the shot. They're here to jump and punish the transition. There it is. And there
लॉल
it is.
डूड हो गया.
again, it's just Bleed adapting to these changes. I mean,
Rasbai.
calling on this side from Crazy Guy. As soon as they feel a bit of pressure towards A, they start to change things up. Global hasn't quite put one step ahead of that. So they
go करके plant करके किधर और जाके मार.
However, Polvi might push, and that's what we saw exactly towards Market.
Again, leaving Polvi to push by himself,
Jord.
I kind of get is what he does best, right? But in Sunset, where there's so many angles, there's so many
Oh, उसने देखा. उसने देखा ना, Cypher ने देखा.
He needs some backup from his teammates, right? Anyways,
एक
IGL.
मछली पानी में गई.
That's gonna be Bleed with the point on the board.
एक मछली पानी में गई.
कोई ना. Go. अरे वो बे, Wingman बे. Wingman.
Might change things up. Like you mentioned before, you know, leaving
अब मारेगा.
on his own, that might be
भाई सुनो,
but
स्ट्रैट क्या होना चाहिए? Mid default सबसे पहले.
what works well against
Mid smoke दरवाजा तोड़ो, दरवाजे के बाजू में जो बवासीर ट्रैप है वो तोड़ो. उसके बाद रीसेट हो जाओ, फिर B प्रेशर करके A जाओ. ये मिड, फिर B प्रेशर, फिर A. ये स्ट्रैट्स.
Is so fluid with how they move
Nice.
that it feels like they're never
Mid
really
pressure कर रहे Binks.
मिड प्रेशर कर रहे.
right.
लेकिन ब्लीड ने स्ट्रीम स्नैप करके मेरा कॉल सुन लिया. उसने ट्रैप ने डाला मार्केट पे.
और A पे भी स्टैक कर लिया. पता लास्ट में A ही आएंगे.
Unraveling.
Nice.
In any case, Global Esports.
ट्रैप टूटा. Nice smoke.
They mix
Nice
this up, though.
smoke.
They put Polvi by himself on B main, while the rest of his team
Good contact
start
place.
moving up onto mid here, which could actually be pretty good because there's no
Right
traps
side
now.
smoke.
Durion might be a few seconds late.
Nice,
He's now here to
nice.
serve some contact, but that smoke
Nice.
separates the rest of them. Polvi spots
Nice.
out
अभी
Crazy
A
Guy.
जाओ.
Cannot
प्रॉपर
like
किया है.
kill.
अभी A जाओ वॉक करके बिना साउंड दिए A
सब
जाओ.
कुछ सेम किया है Binks. मिड पे प्रेशर, B पे प्रेशर, अभी A जा रहे हैं.
फिर से B भागने के लिए रेडी रहना. ठीक है, जैसे 3 बंदे देखे B भागने के लिए रेडी रहना.
But unfortunately, at this moment, not quite enough. 50 seconds left, so they still have some.
रिटर्न ले रहा ना ऑलरेडी.
But the Thrasher being spent now is just a bit of info. If anything, a bit of a tell for Bleed to actually reinforce the A side.
निकाल तो सकते हैं नेक्स्ट अल्टी पे.
With the showstopper available.
अरे इसका अल्टी है
30
भी.
seconds. He's getting mighty close to first contact right
Shot!
now.
Shot, baby!
Of Blaze.
One
That
tap!
might be a big mishap in Bleed's decision.
क्या बात है?
Nice! फिर से उठा.
क्या बात?
Nice!
Opening up the site. That's what they were looking for. All down to Egoist.
पार्टी हो जाएगी इधर.
Pretty damn solid here, Quack.
निकल गई क्या?
नहीं, ऑलमोस्ट था.
Egoist
शीट बोल दिया मेरे को लगा खत्म.
जॉर्ड बे, डिसिप्लिन भाई. लव यू यार कोच. कोच ने रात को दिया रहेगा बुम्बा में. डिसिप्लिन तो आज दिख रहा है भाई. डिसिप्लिन दिख रहा है आज.
Have Polvi to come up on a flank of all things, and then at the same time just to push his.
भाई हो जाए भाई.
Benkai lightning fast.
लेकिन कॉल तो था Binks सेम किया. A पे एंड किया पब्लिक ने मिड प्रेशर, B प्रेशर.
भाई सॉलिड.
Struggling to adapt. Egoist.
कुछ भी करता है.
He hasn't really, felt all too much currently.
इधर नहीं है, इधर
I guess
नहीं
this is
है.
the
आगे
polar
जाओ,
opposite
आगे जाओ.
of what you can do in Sunset, right?
Sexy
Rather than
round.
relying on your duelist to enter
ये राउंड अभी ये राउंड अगर जीता ना
जीत जाएगा ये राउंड.
हेवी लीड, हेवी. ये लोग को सबसे प्राइमरी फोकस अभी फेड को अल्ट चाहिए. कोई बिना मरे. ये स्ट्रैट. फेड अल्ट चाहिए. फिर थोड़ा इधर उधर प्रेशर करके बी जाएंगे फेड अल्ट के साथ. री हिट बी. ये वाला राउंड है. ये वाला राउंड है.
और भी लेने जा रहे हैं अभी सब लोग.
हाँ बिना मरे लो बस.
मिल जाएगा ये वाली मिल जाएगी.
फ्लॉवलेस हो जाए. ठीक है बुम्बर्ड भी चलेगा. जॉर्ड ए तोड़ा क्या? तोड़ा खेला. शायद तोड़ा. और ब्ले
फेड ने ले लिया.
और लिया.
पर एक और ट्रैप है वो साइड में.
But that's also because this is an elimination match.
बस
The tension, the stress is.
जॉर्ड थोड़ा रिस्की है.
If Durian doesn't get any HP deduction from that Nightfall, yeah, they can't push. Because
they already know
कोई मिला ही नहीं ना.
he's there. He has a double satchel
Artana
and the
Cypher
showstopper. So unless
रेस
they
दिखा
wait
ना,
for,
वो
unless
बहरा
they
नहीं हुआ.
want to push into the site with a smoke that blots out their vision, this is going to be a big risk for Global here. But they have time right now.
भाई अच्छा खेल रहा है, अच्छा खेल रहा है.
Just a nightfall. Put Polvi up in this position.
Oh, right side smoke दिया. Love you. ए जाओ, ए जाओ, ए जाओ, ए जाओ, 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 जाओ. भाई सब जगह प्रेशर हो रहा है.
You've got Ye, who's kind of defending A with his life.
सब जगह.
And able to rotate back, pivot towards.
भाई साहब ट्राइड कर रहे बे लोग.
Whether or not it's going to be enough, it's the other thing.
Oh,
it might just be a retake game for Bleed at this point.
Jard.
Wire there as well in Link. If anybody pushes that, that is should be an easy kill
Let's
here for
go.
Scary.
ये तोड़ा ऊपर से
Ye is
गया.
by himself. He's already activated both of his snake bites right
Nice.
now. So
Retake kill रहा है.
he can't really push up without
अरे
any
यार
smoke coverage,
इसकी
but he
माँ
has
का
to
रेज ऑलरेडी आ गया.
just
Here
wait for
comes
his
up.
teammates to
वो
go
आएगा.
with him. Now,
Oh!
Very nice,
Oh!
nice, nice.
firefight here at the back of the site, and it hasn't really been for
Oh!
Bleed, excuse me. Now Global is going to be left, or excuse me, Bleed is going to be left with Scary and Egoist.
उसके
Scary
मार.
is already at the site,
उसके
but
मार.
can't really push.
Clean,
Egoist
clean
now.
बे. Fucking clean बे.
It looks like they want
Heavy
to fight
crossfire,
They're not gonna save
heavy.
it all. They don't want to risk any more of the rounds. Paranoia activated here.
गया, गया, गया.
Trying to push force their way against a team that loves,
पीक तक नहीं लेने दिया बे.
is
Crazy,
the
crazy, crazy,
definite
crazy,
meaning
crazy.
of brute force. And that's going to be Global with 4 rounds in this first game.
Crazy.
Yeah, not quite able to do all
भाई
too much.
अभी
You can
next
see that
round.
that was clearly Bleed's
पता है
game
वो लोग
plan, you
eco
know,
है.
You mentioned that
ठीक
trip
है.
wire has to ride. Scary did get the one
मतलब
frag
ये
onto
नहीं कि एक साथ
Polvi,
पुश करो.
but that was it.
वो कॉल में लौड़े
They
लग
wanted
जाते
to
हैं.
make use of that numbers advantage.
मिड
come
स्मोक
in
करे,
with retakes with
फिर से
trades and
प्रेशर दे.
also
सब
carry
जगह प्रेशर
showstopper.
इज की
But as
टू
soon as they planted their
victory.
foot onto A
ठीक है?
alley,
नहीं नहीं इको में नहीं करना
you got
चाहिए ना.
करना
दूसरे के
चाहिए.
pressure साथ में जाना
3-1-1.
who knew exactly
3-1-1
how
या फिर
to
3-2-1.
block them off
जो
and
एक
prevent
बंदा अगर
them
उसमें
हो
प्रेशर
गए.
आया सीधा भाग के
Very
अरे
नाइस आउट.
रिलैक्स 6 प्लेयर हो गए 3-2-1.
Absolutely.
3-1-1 या फिर 2-2-1
हो
बोला.
गया. अरे 3-2-1 बोल दिया भाई.
सीधा पुश कर रहे
How
हैं.
quickly it seems like they have
better
layers
है.
upon layers of plans.
बेस्ट
but
है.
It's definitely not now. We're not feeling scary anymore
ठीक
as
है.
that clutch king.
ओह! क्या रिवील था वो? कौन है फेड? फेड कौन है? बंका है, बंका नहीं है. ब्लेस किंग बाय.
To find the first pick, his teammates gets
ब्लेस
another.
किंग बाय.
You already know
2 nights 3
security
days मेरे
side.
साथ.
Firepower is definitely
वापस आने के बाद.
in the hands of Global here.
भाई साहब
Looking at that could give a chance for Blue
क्या
if
रिवील
Global
दिया
oversteps
बे.
their bounds, but even then,
क्या
there's
रिवील
so much
दिया.
firepower to work with here.
Holy shit.
Global Esports very much in the driver's seat right now. Almost makes you question if Bleed looks
इको में
really
साथ में जाना
uncomfortable
क्या
at
बेस्ट.
Sunset.
Nice, nice.
Clearly they have the
God,
composition.
आज से मैं भी
This round,
Phantom
at the
main.
very least, it is, you know, just
मैं
an
भी
eco.
बंका भाई.
But Global
ओ बिना देखे 3 को मार दिया ब्लेस किंग.
Blaze King at
आ
the
गया.
end too.
Through the wall as well.
बंका है सेम बट डिफरेंट लैंग्वेज लैंग्वेज पे भाई लैंग्वेज.
बेस किंग मचा रहे 11-1.
बाय. ब्लेस किंग
Now
मचाएंगे
Polvi has
4.
the showstopper too.
And it's scary to think that this is
ये देख बे.
turning into what looks
एक
like
को
a
बिना देखे ये
one-sided
देख, ये देख, ये
first
देख,
round. You're talking
ये
about
देख.
how it looks like
ये
Bleed,
देख.
Bleed just looks
Bang,
absolutely
car.
out of their element. And it
Shot.
goes to show.
G
And I don't
fighting.
think we've
Same
seen
call.
any
Binks, they're doing the same
kind
call.
of
सेम कॉल सेम कॉल सेम कॉल.
timeouts
पहला
here.
वाज
Yeah, I
सक्सेस.
think this has
वापस
been an
कर.
issue with the Bleed in the past when they start to lose
अनुज भाई इज लकी फॉर जी
you know,
लग रहा है.
contact or any kind of info on the map. Start
Oh,
doing this, but
ऊपर तो
anyways,
ulti के
Polvi rips one out.
मार दे.
Is he gonna try to- that's
चलेगा.
gonna- If he does, Echo
नहीं
survives.
चलेगा.
No way, it clips the stairs here, Quack. And
Yes,
that allows
sir.
him to
और
break
Omen ने
through
insane
the
flash किया.
traps
Omen
right
flash
there.
नहीं करता था ना.
Like the can't get in quick enough, and this leaves Rush, the IGL, once again by himself
Oh my
in a
god.
position where he might as well just
Anti-
spot
कैसे
that
नहीं
way.
मरा
Omen
वो?
flash की वजह से पूरा पिक्चर ही
भाई,
चेंज हो गया.
अगर ये देख के भी अगर बफ नहीं हुआ ना रेस
क्या रेस की क्या गलती है इसमें?
हाँ?
मतलब एजेंट की क्या गलती?
कैसे नहीं फटा वो साइफर वहाँ पे.
नहीं गिरा ही नहीं वोल्टी बराबर.
गिरा नहीं. तू देख रहा है लोगों का बाकी
हाँ,
लोगों
देख.
का बाकी लोगों का रिजल्ट दिख रहा है. किधर और मारते फिर भी 2 जन फटते. इतने सारे हम लोग ने देखे. अपना रिजल्ट ही. हाँ अपने यहाँ पे ये अल्ट में दोष है बे.
तो धीरे से credit
बाकी
मत
लोग
ले.
तो किधर भी मारते कोई भी मारता है.
Himself.
भाई ऑफ गिरा दो
One
प्लीज. ऑफ
mistake from
पीटी
an opponent definitely unravels the
Flawless
rest of
मार.
that offense.
मैंने बोला था मिड प्रेजेंस चाहिए इस बार अच्छा था फ्लाउलर हो जाए फ्लाउलर फ्लाउलर दो है अपने पास
No one else was pushing that B main, so it's a free pick for Durian, and he can just choose to get back. And because of that, as he spots no one as
भाई
well,
वो इतना पीछे तक गया ये अच्छा है ये लोग टाइमिंग कर सकते हैं जॉर्ज फिर से राइट स्मोक फिर से राइट स्मोक दे दे एक जगह स्मोक दे दे
very much so ready to receive it too. Polvi.
ओ भाई ऑपर डुएल होने वाला है ऑप डुएल
It's an op versus op. Darian's got the other angle, takes down lightning fast. And
इसके पास टाइमिंग
guy comes back in around just to check.
Yikes.
कुछ ज्यादा ही कांटेक्ट प्ले हो गया
Deal with so many angles, slow pushing like that.
एक जगह स्मोक वापस आने के बाद एक साथ वापस वो ही कांटेक्ट प्ले करना चाहिए था बट टू मेनी एंगल्स
अल्ट भी है उस पे अल्ट भी है
अयो चलेगा अपने को बस 2 राउंड चाहिए भाई और 2 राउंड बस 2 राउंड मैप अटैक है लेकिन अपना डिफेंस के लिए भी अच्छा स्ट्रॉन्ग कॉम्बोज है 2 राउंड इसलिए चाहिए क्योंकि अपने पास वो नहीं है ना सेंटिनल तो जब वो लोग वॉकिंग करेंगे अपने लग जाएंगे थोड़े से
Getting the information, just starting things off a little bit slow, but having an idea, at least a bit
क्या मारता है भाई ये बंदा हाँ क्या मारता है भाई
बहुत खतरनाक
Now they're starting to feel a little bit more confident, holding the right areas.
Nice.
And at the same time, I mean, just a little bit slicing the pipe
बच के
now coming back into it, the off. A bit of early aggression, but then punish right back. Crazy guy with the Hunter's Fury.
Yeah, making sure that his teammate is going to be safe. What's the trajectory here?
Bankai OP in the chat. Bankai OP in the chat. Bankai OP in the chat. अभी वो लोग को सिर्फ सिटी देखने का है. घुसो. सिर्फ एल्बो और सिटी. Come on.
पुश कर रहे देखना मस्त इंसीन.
ओ
भाई आवाज दे दिया. Sexy. Sexy. Russ भाई love you यार. Redemption. Redemption.
Bring numbers back just by a bit.
Polvi slowly coming into mid. Ooh, crazy
आराम
guy.
से Binks आराम से I know.
A bit of more than he can chew. It's got molars for days.
भाई इसकी बैंड की अल्टी है इसके पास.
Nice
भाई रस सेक्सी रस सेक्सी.
Nah, it's the ROI isn't good enough. Yeah.
Wanting to hold on to that operator, but I mean still
6-3.
It's a lot of weird.
ये मैप जी को मिलेगा फ्री.
Try to deter them away from B at the very least, but then towards the end, like you mentioned, it was really just Benkai sneaking in. I think
आराम से
part of it
लाइटिंग
is
बाय
also
आराम
how
से
the map is laid out and
सेफ है सब.
not
लाइटिंग बाय आराम से और आगे
able to watch
बस
everything.
लाइटिंग बाय आराम
Got
से
this double control
बस
setup,
बस
got
बस
egoist on the
perfect.
cipher, but it's just not quite enough to cover all the bases. There are always these tiny
Let's get
gaps
पास
that
अल्ट है.
Benkai, for example, can use to sneak up past alley, sneak
B
up
वाला
front,
कर
take
सकते हैं
control
लोग.
over A.
That's the strength that Benkai
B वाला कर
brings to
सकते
the
हैं.
table.
ए आवाज करके B
It's
जाओ
his
ऐसा कुछ.
confidence, is his timing plays that when it works, it puts you on the
गोलो
map.
0
And
पर
we saw
लेकिन
that happen
टीम
when he
गेम
was-
में भाई
well, we didn't see
तुमको
it,
सब चाहिए. जी भी जीते, गोलो भी MVP हो, 5 इंडियन प्लेयर्स भी चाहिए, सब चाहिए तुम लोग को बैच. हाँ एक टाइम पे एक चीज और है, जीत रहे ना अपन.
Precisely.
मारो गोली भाई.
It's lovely to see how global esports are starting to move these puzzle
Guard,
pieces to make them all
guard.
fit together. First of all, you got Polvi, who's a bit of a wild card sometimes, but then Benkai, this proven entity, and we know how he lurks. We know how he strikes when the iron is hot.
4v5 pan na na na.
Scalding here, Quack.
ब्रो डेरियन को देखना किधर तक आ गया था ऑफ लेके.
उसका मूव अच्छा क्यों था पता है. एक तो बी साउंड दिया है लोग ने और वहाँ पे साइफर है ना कैम से आवाज करते जा रहा था कि तुम लोग वॉक इन करके आओ, पहले कैम तोड़ो करके. तो उसका मूव अच्छा था लेकिन वो एंगल अनएक्सपेक्टेड था. यही सुनना था हमें.
And look at how they're still maneuvering across.
गया ओमेन भाई. बहरी पिया पड़ा बेदर्द.
Lightning Fast already down. Yay and Egoist. Ooh, look at this, backside control. Lightning Fast cannot get out. Shut it step. Catched up by Yay, 3 kills and Bleed 4-6. Global Esports all turned on their heads with a huge
execution tha bhai.
Yeah, that's exactly what it starts out. Scary. He's the guy who
गुस्से कैसे नहीं backside मेरा करने के बाद.
I mean, he just has that one paranoia. It just nicely covers the entirety of B.
नहीं reveal
As
भी
they
तो
push
था.
out, he gets
एक ही मारा था उसने.
And then the rest of the team
flash
comes
में
in
वो
at
लोग
the
का
same
slow हो गया उसके बाद.
हाँ ये एक ही मारा था. बाकी कोई नहीं पहुंचा. ओ split किया था उसने. ये ने. और फिर reveal भी आया था. बाप रे.
A little bit unfortunate for Global Esports. They couldn't quite break through, and wow.
Sorry.
Off of that loss, they might just be the. Oh no, actually, it's a bleed timeout off of their.
Guys, इसे कहते हैं like करो timeout. Like करो timeout. PRX को 2 hearts मिले, Genji को 1 heart मिला है. Oh, fill कर रहे हो लोग. Fill कर रहे. बढ़िया अच्छा. G fighting बोलते ही हार रहे. G winning बोलो. G winning. Guys, 12,000 watching. This is the highest, easiest watch party number I have received. Make sure to like the stream. Bunt far though. 15k likes हो सकते हैं आज. 15k हो सकते हैं.
Yeah, we've seen those.
Let's do it. All positivity to G. Let's do it, guys.
What they're gonna do. You got this operator. You got the showstopper too. Maybe a bit of early round aggression just to bring the momentum back under their control. We are nearing the end of the first half, and if Bleed can end this 6-6, they'll have easier time as we swap sides.
6-6 थोड़ा tough हो जाएगा यार. वो लोग walk in करेंगे बे. Jinx 69. माफ करो.
Viper ult है. Sight मिल जाएगी.
Spots out the camera there very quickly, breaks it down. Egoist has placed all of his tripwires on elbow here.
एक नेड और लॉल डूड होएगा इनके साथ.
Or a link, excuse me, that elbow without any of those utilities. Where's the cages though? Does he have no money for the cages?
Not too sure, but at the very least, yeah, there's one up by elbow. He knows that this is a spot that Global has approached many times before and wants to counter.
Oh, bye.
Oh, that's a
Gaya
good
ye.
shot.
Gaya.
Here's the party. Now it's going to be Durion dunking it in the face of the
मारा था.
And this is a bloody take here for Bleed. Somehow manages to get in.
चलेगा प्लांट हो गया.
Throws out the nade. Can he find one? Lightning Fast with the late lurk.
Jot,
and the counter late lurk from Yay. It's 1-1. 2 versus 2.
एक ऑप है.
Retake will have to be done here by Bleed.
2v2.
Global Esports, they've doubled up. They got a solid positioning right now.
Fuck, इसके पास ulti है.
Still holding.
इसका ulti अच्छा है. ऑप नहीं मार पाएगा. जॉर्ड.
होगा.
ऊपर नीचे. एक झुक के बैठ, please.
Trips up face first into.
Oh yeah!
Twice now, Durion and GE really commanding the rounds here when they get those setups.
Good.
Especially when they get those setups. 1 second and you spot a foot and an arm and you're like, okay, there's more than one person here. Have a shot, but it's definitely not going to be enough to win out the round. So it's a little bit odd for Ye to swing out like that. I don't know if it's like a little bit of miscommunication, but you can say with absolute certainty, Global Esports are
आ रहा है एक बाय और ब्लो. सबसे पहले और ब्लो. सबसे पहले.
As of course the fans have been clamoring every
Recon
single
किसी ने
time
नहीं
seen
तोड़ा.
it on social media. Always giving their beloved team that support. Holby's the one right now with the showstopper. How does the not connect on Ye? On the corner. Doesn't matter. Still gets the kill. Man is
How
on
does it
a
not
tear
connect?
here.
B भागो. But love you यार.
End this first half if they can.
Batting fast का round है.
Still have to be very careful as they know that Bleed still has working pieces. They've only found Ye. They haven't got Durion yet, who has been
अगर ऐसा किया तो रीड भी ये कर सकते हैं.
They're making a lot of noise here on mid side right now, Quack, but they're coming back to A, where Durion seems to be prepared. But
भाई ये स्मोक देके उनको लग रहा है बी होएगा. चलेगा, निकाल सकते.
Gets the collateral. Polvi does shut him down very quickly. Damage be done. Has to pick up the spike.
एक मिड पे एक ए पे हो. दोनों का इन्फो मिल गया रे उनको. निकाल तो सकते हैं ब्रो. निकाल तो सकते हैं.
so that there is
Come
a
on,
lot
lightning.
more
Come on, Golu. Yeh
opportunity
time
for
hai.
Polvi to push
गोले
up
के पास
onto
blind
the
भी
side
है.
more securely. The big problem is, can he? Also, just gonna point it out there, does Crazy
भाई
Guy
ब्लीड
have
कितना
some
पैसिव खेल रहे
nasty
देख
little
रहे
plan
हैं.
for a default plant because he's got 2 shot darts. I don't know where, I don't know how.
इधर ही कर, इधर ही कर.
I
इधर ही
kind of
करना.
expect him to be able to do that. If
ये
not, at
प्लान
the
नहीं
very
फंसा.
least, he's got
साइड
the
खेलना ही
recon for his
पड़ेगा.
team to come in at the retake. They've got the numbers for it, but Polvi has paint shells too. I don't know if he wants to push out even further though. That's the thing.
Nice.
He might get punished, and that's basically going to be the round
This was
for
not
Reed
the
now.
move.
You know, I was thinking that he was going to use all of those utilities of his, but he doesn't really need to. You know why? They're not expecting him to be on the site.
Anti,
So
anti
him just
चलेगा.
being
7-5,
silent
7-5 good job. यही
and
था, यही तो
deadly
चाहता था तू Binks 7-5.
7-5 चाहता था लेकिन ये वाला प्लान नहीं चाहता था. अरे थोड़ा बाहर का प्लान रहेगा ना तो वो लोग एल्बो से भी आ सकते
It
हैं.
also kind of works out because
2 क्रॉस फायर ऊपर टीपी भी मार सकता था गोलू. ब्लाइंड भी था. ये थोड़ा अच्छा खेल सकता था मेरे हिसाब से. बट एंटी था. एंटी था. चलो नेक्स्ट मैप कौन सा है भाई? हो गया भाई. फर्स्ट हाफ हम लोग जीत गए.
13-1 नहीं हुआ बट ठीक है
भाई. जीत गए ना. पॉइंट के फर्स्ट हाफ जीत गए. और ये किसने बोला है? ये क्या ही होता है भाई? फर्स्ट हाफ सेकंड हाफ ये सब क्या है? गेम है. जीत गए भाई. ओवर. समझ रहे हो? जीत गए. चलो उठो. सेकंड मैप. लेट्स गो. एक ने लिखा देख ये ग्लोबल एस्पोर्ट्स जीत गया. ये
And of course,
भाई सब खुश है भाई. आज वो लोग वाइब्रेशन नहीं क्या वाइब्रेंट है आज वो लोग. आज अपने जी वाले फुल वाइब्रेंट एकदम.
I mean, we're talking about how the Viper could play as a Sentinel, but doesn't truly play as a Sentinel.
ये अच्छा खेल रहा है लेकिन.
Right, so
भाई देखो अपनी टीम जीत रही है लेकिन सामने का भी तारीफ करना चाहिए. अच्छा खेल रहा है ये मेरा फेवरेट प्लेयर है. फेवरेट प्लेयर. बट जी जीतेगा. Let's go.
Really watch your back.
Let's
control the map. So
fucking go.
It's a little bit iffy sometimes, but you know, on a map as big as Sunset, does feel like it could be, you know, just enough. At the same time,
इसका तो शादी होने वाला है.
defense, you just need to delay really, and as long as Benkai stays hidden well enough.
भाई अब बीटी अब ये लोग कैसे होल्ड करेंगे भाई? टेंशन आ रहा है.
Hold off for as much as possible. Anchor down the sides. He should be good to go. But then again,
भाई एकदम टिक टैक टो वाले वॉल्स नहीं है. और 2 वॉल ऐसा करके एक्शन 0 खेल सकते हैं मैप में.
They move as a unit.
Crazy Guy committing all of his
कार्बर उठा
money
लेके
for
एक्शन 0
utility.
खेल.
What a total team player.
ये क्या
So he
रिकॉल
goes
है
on mid. He wants to check if anybody pushes up on triple.
भाई?
That recon
पॉलवी
but
डब्ल्यू
doesn't find anything.
पुश इससे ज्यादा नहीं चाहिए. वहाँ पे एव स्टैक करवा दो
Now
4.
push up onto A side. Polvi, he almost got decapitated there by Egoist, but decides otherwise. Here comes Benkai. Here's the footsteps, backs away.
Oh shit.
Bleed.
क्या?
They've been found out, and Polvi here
कैसे?
pulverizes Egoist. That's gonna leave Bleed trapped.
चलते चलते.
Decides to actually push the tempo.
Oh, lightning fast and the furious. Benkai.
Benkai's around the corner here, spotted out by Durion, so maybe this
Nice ding.
they're finally looking for.
पूरा सुनो.
There is
Nice
still
ding
so
Benkai. Nice ding.
much to unravel
3-4
for
सिचुएशन
Esports.
डेवियन यहाँ पे
So
हाफ
decide
एचपी के
otherwise
साथ
to
पता
go
नहीं क्या
around.
करने का. वो जा नहीं
I think
पाएगा.
they're
एंट्री
hoping
नहीं
to
कर
maybe
पाएगा
find
क्योंकि
Polvi
हाफ एचपी है.
somewhere
प्लस
lurking.
मीनवाइल जी के पास
But
4
as we can
बंदे
see, he's
हैवी
somewhere
स्ट्रॉन्ग.
there on top of A
गेको
lane.
ने
So
पूरा
they're
इन्फो
gonna
दे
find
दिया
anything.
कि
But
काली है.
if they go to B,
काली है.
this is
अब
where
ये लोग को
they
रोटेट
can
मारना
find
पड़ेगा.
themselves
एक
from the
बंदा तो
target
मिड
door being
देखो.
closed.
हेलो
They're gonna
मिड
burn a
देख
bit
रहे
of
पॉलवी
time,
भाई.
waiting, checking,
लेट्स
and
गो.
then, yeah, a couple of seconds
लेट्स
after
गो. आवाज आ चुका है. भागो. डब्ल्यू दबाओ. PRX का मैच अभी भी हुआ है. डब्ल्यू दबाओ. फास्ट रिटेक चाहिए मेरे को. फास्ट.
Although it's a full new squad,
ये गया. डेरियन गया.
carry on the
ये
same
गया.
statistics from last year in VCT Pacific.
Oh shit.
Having one of the most
Jord? Jord?
क्या बात है?
ये गया. नाइफ. ओह!
wasting 10 the ball down with a ghost.
ब्लाइंड में मारा उसने बे पूरा.
huge upset there for Global.
Nice.
5-2.
Nice round. पिस्टल मांगता था.
भाई उसने ब्लाइंड में मारा. मतलब तू सोच कि अगर वो देख के मारेगा तो कितना मारेगा. समझ रहे तू? हाँ ब्लाइंड वो ऐसा खेल रहा था अभी तक. लव यू यार ब्लिस्किंग भाई. जीत गए भाई. हम लोग सच्ची जीत गए.
after a round.
हम सच्ची जीत गए.
रुकना मैप तो खत्म होने दे.
हो गया खत्म भाई. मेरे लिए इतना बहुत काफी है.
बस इतना
भाई कंसिडरिंग के हम लोग ने क्या देखा था कल, इतना जो मिस्टेक्स हो रहा था, इतना कैजुअल हो रहा था, आज हेवी फकिंग डिफरेंस. हेवी.
This, you know, was him playing on Boom Esports versus Bleed.
Proper rotations, proper discipline, proper मेरे जैसा aim.
With a new team, new roster.
Crazy.
On global esports.
You're absolutely right. It means, and here's the thing, Bleed also.
T-back कर रहे हैं पॉली, जगह पे हो भी. Love you.
The pickup on Ye, but it feels like Ye is so
बोला
out
था
of
ना,
here, whether it's because he's on a new
इसका
team
ऑप है.
or he's on a role that he's not really truly familiar with. You can see him struggling. We were showing that scoreboard.
मैं मैप खत्म होएगा तो ही कुछ बोलूँगा, उससे पहले नहीं बोलूँगा.
As of this point. So you do this, you see the struggles that Bleed.
इतनी आवाज निकलोगे तो नया 4 और पैंटों में लेने पड़ेगी. Love you अभिनव भाई, love you.
Oh, this wall. If it drops, Lightning Fast got a chance. Blaze King first on contact. Has a seize.
क्या छुपा? ओ तीनों छुपा गए शायद. ओ जॉर्ड बेबी.
क्या बात है?
जॉर्ड. भाई ये राउंड अगर मटके में जीत गया ना, मजा आएगा. ये बोनस जीत जाएगा ना. हे भगवान. क्या सेक्स भाई, क्या सेक्सी खेल रहा है ब्लेज किंग बे.
Right now, as it goes on, you're starting to lose out.
बहुत अच्छा खेल रहा है
भाई.
Best खेल रहा है. Back up in full this time, but
हर जगह
momentum definitely on the side of global
भाई
esports.
इतना इम्पैक्ट, इतना ज्यादा.
And
मेरा कपड़ा फट रहा है बेंचो.
on this outlaw and the amount of damage that they could
G winning.
put out is deadly. However, in this
गाइस
round,
#G winning रेड हार्ट G के लिए सब कुछ स्पैम करो. फुल पॉजिटिविटी.
let's see what
पॉजिटिविटी.
Again, it's one of those games where it doesn't feel like there's anything explosive that's happening, but it is by design. Global esports are playing at such a pace that I feel like Bleed can't really read them in this situation, even if Bleed has that capability to be able to do so.
स्लो खेलने के चक्कर में ना
like feels really slow at times, but then there are these
ये
tiny
लोग का
little
लफड़ा हो
moments
रहा है.
where global esports just accelerates just by a little bit.
Yeah.
And right now towards market, you've got a little bit of vision from Russ as
ब्लेड
well.
का अभी देख पांचों इधर आ गए.
B main, but that's about it. So
इसके बाद ब्लाइंड है.
rotations coming over, they don't see anything.
He spot him.
Might be lightning fast, yeah.
नाइस.
Yeah.
5 सेकंड में वो साइड पे वन वे स्मोक और ब्लाइंड. भाई रोटेशंस देख अनुज भाई. रोटेशंस देख जल्दी.
देख
रहो आ रहे टाइम
आ गए.
Blaze King as well with a haunt for info.
वाट लग गई ये लोग की वाट लग गई ब्रो. जॉर्ड.
How much statistic do we have with how
Jord
effective
bhai.
Blaze King's haunts have been? Because it's been giving
गए
away
ये
so much
डेरियन भाई.
positioning right now.
गया धूप में गया था वो.
To the side itself. Like Fast not going to be able to
चलेगा.
escape
एक
that
और किल लो.
Explosion
Sexy
for
bonus.
Bleed is here. Oh, that
ओह
everybody.
कुछ तो हुआ.
Just frantically spraying it down. Polvi
अरे वैंडल देना.
himself up.
तो चलेगा. एक और नाइस बोनस. 69 भी चाहिए था. बताने को हम वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं. इजी वाला. लव यू. शाउट आउट. सभी आप जैसे डेडिकेशन, डिसिप्लिन, रोटेशन, बट
it's a slightly better take, a slightly better
Mods.
approach towards the site. You know, being
Haters
able
आगे
to
चाहिए.
pull the attention
mod
back
बना
and
दो.
भाई मेरा गला सूख गया.
Global esports having a good read
गला
on
सूख गया.
things. The way that Bleed comes in, you've got Darion and
गाइस
Scary
सारे
trying to
मिलके
trade.
लाइक
They make
ठोको.
sure that
12,500 लाइक्स
enough.
हो चुके.
But again, that's
इजीली
just how Bleed operates. Everything so far
1500
this
लाइक्स,
entire map
15,000 लाइक्स,
has been
15
safe
मिलियन
for
लाइक्स हो
both
सकते हैं.
sides.
जितने भी हो सकते हैं. इजी हो सकते हैं.
Polvi though, pushing very far forward into the front of his opponents. His teammate giving him some
ये
leeway
ड्रोन
to
करेगा.
pick up
100%
that orb
ड्रोन
and back
करेगा.
away into A main. If he decides
अरे?
to push up, maybe he can find
थोड़ा
something.
left
But
right
it seems
होगा.
like Polvi might have overheated a little bit here, jiggling a little bit too much, and Crazy Guy capitalizing. And it's as easy as that. Now the rest of Global
कोई
pushing
नहीं,
up
लोग
on
का
mid.
mid push
Could
अच्छा
be
है.
the pinch on the late lurking
लेकिन ये
Ye.
भाग के जा रहा है. मर गया ये.
Decides to be
अरे
there. Never
यार.
mind, Ye turns it back, and now he's got that late lurk
पेड़
that
मारेगा. नाइस.
GE will have to deal with.
and it's deal upon deal. All right, we're not done just yet. It's fine.
Nice.
Nice.
Oh, almost. Almost. Oh, sexy blind.
The advantage right now. Feels like it's bleed. Should
Spray maar pura. Nice.
Nice. अरे भाई आराम से Binks.
It's blasting a person from behind. Yeah, it's just too much going on in the round, and although he got early on, again, with how big the map is, Bleed loving to move together as a unit, they relinquish a little bit more map control towards the back and the sides. Unless Gary can really block things off.
कुछ बोल Binks तेरा आवाज बहुत कम किया है मैंने.
Doesn't really work out all too well, and they need a little bit more fragging power right now. You got crazy guys always there.
अनुज भाई ने क्या बिगाड़ा इतना चिल्ला रहा है.
Tries to rush in, but then apart from that, no one else is really there to help Darian follow up.
So,
very
good. Bhai, sexy ke liye bhai. Sexy ke liye bhai.
6-10 now will be the score, and it's going to be a Bleed that has to save. So, I don't know about you,
bhai, aaj chalega. Aaj ke din chalega yaar. Please.
Almost over.
I feel
Follow
like
अपने ex को थोड़ा याद कर लेते.
Of course, by my favorite movie, Karate Kid with Justin Bieber and
Shot.
Jaden Smith.
Are we like 6-11?
Justin Bieber again. Yeah. Durian though.
Sorry.
6 shot on mid here, but the thing is with global esports, right?
जीत गए ulti है, जीत गए.
If you
Tension
strike
मत
us,
लो,
cut
tension
one
मत.
head down,
6-11.
2 will take its place. They are so quick at just
3-2-1.
reacting to the stimuli that Bleed is dishing
Banka
out.
पे पट से headshot मत दो. Relax है. जमीन पे मारो, जमीन पे. Headshot मत दो, जमीन पे मारो.
Can find something maybe for Ye here. Okay.
हाँ?
As soon as I say that,
बोलते रहो ना आप बोलते रहो.
something like this.
मजा आता है आपको. 2v2 देखने.
Absolutely right. El Diablo.
ए भाई ये अच्छा है.
बहुत अच्छा है भाई. पर अल्ट है बहुत अच्छा है.
As the Nightfall used
मतलब उसको फेड का वो अच्छा है.
No follow up just to scare them, but the pin making it very difficult.
अंदर reload.
Push over. What is happening here?
Shot.
Egoist. He just pops in
अल्टी वेस्ट कराने के लिए मरे वो दो बंदे. भाई नेक्स्ट लेवल दिमाग. फ्यूचर प्लान. नेक्स्ट दिमाग भाई. वाइपर का अल्टी वेस्ट करा दिया बे.
ये तो 2v4 में नहीं चल मारता था.
क्रेजी. अब अल्टी नहीं होने वाला. लॉल ड्यूड्स. क्रेजी. भाई फेड अल्ट ओपी था. भाई चलो मैं सुन रहा हूँ जी विनिंग. लेट्स गो बेबी. कैसे बंग बैटिंग इन द लॉन्ग टाइम. ऑल गुची. गुंड मार दी कानों की. नेबर ने पुलिस बुला ली. लगा कौन हेलो. ऐसा मत बोलो यार भाई. प्राउड मोमेंट है. मचा रहा है. मचाएंगे वाला गया.
क्या बात है.
गया.
एक किल
चलेगा. चलेगा. बहुत इन्फो मिला. बहुत. जॉट. उधर दिखा. मैच पॉइंट. ऋषि सर इन द चैट. ऋषि सर मैच विन के बाद मिलते हैं. आज ऋषि सर ने इतना सारा. कल ऋषि सर क्या कर रहे थे मालूम है. एक ट्वीट किया था और सारा ट्विटर लोग का जिन लोग भी ट्वीट कर रहे थे ये करो, सारे लोग का नाम नंबर में दे रहा था सारे लोग का और एड्रेस ये सब लेके बैठे थे. समझ रहे हो. आज जीतने के बाद ऋषि सर सबके एड्रेस में एक नोट लिखेंगे. नाउ व्हाट क्वेश्चन मार्क. मेरे हिसाब से ऋषि सर ओपी इन दी चैट. ओपी. मेरे को भी खेलने का मन कर रहा है. एक स्लॉट मैं ऑफ कर सकता हूँ. पॉलविज से पॉलविज से मैं ऑफ कर सकता हूँ. मेरा ट्रैकर स्कोर देखो. क्या बोलते कॉन्फिडेंस लेवल बढ़ा दिया ये नाइफ.
He found him, dude. He found him.
Confidence level
Does not feel good as Echo is
बढ़ा दिया.
preparing himself for a 3v1.
Egoist is not having
गोलू भाई गाली खाने वाले हो,
earlier on, and then
आप
now
से
getting
लेना,
a
हम बीच में
pressure
नहीं
like
आएंगे,
this, Egoist
आप से लेना, ऋषि भाई संभाल लेंगे,
feel good.
ठीक है?
But
But
on the other side, for global esports, the way that they're coming out on this, first of all, I mean, the threats are just well timed. The way that they're
भाई लेकिन genuinely ब्लीड बहुत स्लो भी खेल रहा है यार, एकदम सेम से
सॉरी
नाम बता,
रुको याद है मेरे को,
क्या हुआ?
मोहित भाई
ए देखा है किधर तो देखा है हाँ?
that round, you know, Polvi always
राहुल भाई ने क्या बोला?
sometimes this Finnish duelist rushes out, dies on his own.
राहुल भाई क्या बोले?
Apart from
राहुल भाई
that,
आज एंथम क्यों नहीं बजा? एनी कमेंट्स?
getting those sprays,
मार
that
चाकू,
was something
राहुल
else.
भाई भी
That
संभालेंगे.
truly brought the round back for them.
This is what I've been telling the desk as well.
भाई अगर यहाँ से अगर कुछ लेफ्ट राइट हुआ ना,
A day ago or so.
यहाँ से नंगा मैं वहाँ पे जाऊंगा और वहाँ पे बैठ के खेलूंगा. यहाँ से कुछ नहीं हो सकता, प्लीज. मेरा दिल बहुत कमजोर है. यहाँ से नहीं, प्लीज खत्म कर दो. इट्स टाइम टू फिनिश देम. कुछ नहीं तो 3 राउंड भी हारेगा ना. 5 अल्टी एक साथ एक बंदे पे मार के 4v5 गेम जीते. समझ रहे हो? चलो, लेट्स गो.
Oh wow, and completely forgot to Blaze King
Hello.
actually leading the
Hello.
team because he's picking up a lot of pistol
क्या
kills.
जीत रहे.
Nice cleanups as well.
लग रहा
Back
है.
into it, last ditch effort from Bleed. It's gonna be a bit of a contact play.
अनुज भाई आप
towards
बजना
BB.
बंद करो प्लीज.
क्या हुआ?
मैं बज रहा था तो जीत रहे थे.
I mean, everybody from Bleed was shot by the paranoia.
गोलू भाई
lightning
3,
fast.
2, 1.
Heading fast though, holding inside his own smoke. That's about to dissipate pretty soon here as he
अरे
pushes
बाप रे.
out and covers the entirety of the Bleed conspiracy on B main. Double satchel from Turion.
अच्छा गावत फॉर्म वापस आ गया क्या लोग का?
Clean. Benkai is by his lonesome, and that's going to be a
Nice
quick
play
clear
करना
round
था
for
यारो.
Bleed here. Not the end of the world just
Nice
yet.
play
They got
करना था
5
लग रहा है.
rounds. If they can survive it, they can push it to overtime. But of course,
Eco.
GE always fighting.
भाई सुनो,
Always,
हाँ
always.
सुन रहे हैं.
नेक्स्ट राउंड बैंकाई का अल्टी है, ठीक है? चुपचाप 2 बंदे लोग को बी लेके जाके बैंकाई अल्टी मारेगा. बी में उसके हाथ में हाथ.
ओके.
ठीक है, बाकी अभी सिर्फ मिड और ए देखने का है. 2 बंदे मिड क्रॉस फायर, 2 बंदे ए क्रॉस फायर. ए आया तो मिड वाला ए जाएगा, मिड वाला लर्क देखेगा, गेम खत्म है. 8-13.
Resets their economy too.
8-13.
और कुछ और हो रहा है.
उनका यूसी नहीं होता.
Blazking by nice catch by the way. Nice catch.
Very much so everything. I mean,
Respect करना चाहिए
you know, if you
अल्टी.
can
अरे
secure the
इको है,
rounds,
इको
might as well
ठीक है.
Polvi.
एक और.
नहीं.
अरे
Oh!
I'm losing my mind. I'm so sorry.
बाबा.
Easy guy takes the nick of time, right? And then Polvi panics a little bit, brings out the classic, hits the alternate
भाई
fire.
मूवमेंट तो था बे.
Sure, let's go with that.
हैं?
What is happening? The timings have been so wacky this round, but somehow, some way,
इको था,
Bleed
इको था.
clears it
इको
up.
था, इको था.
Yeah, very wacky.
इको
all
में चलेगा.
across the
ब्लेसिंग ने
board.
अल्टी ले लिया.
Bye.
But
This
again,
is the
starts
round,
off
bro.
with Darian and that commit
Bro, I
goes
believe
over into
वो लोग के पास
elbow.
कुछ अल्ट नहीं है, वो लोग के पास
Kind of
और
throws
लेगा
things
तो
in
भी
a bit
कुछ
of a
अल्ट
loop,
नहीं
and
आएगा.
then maybe, you know, some
कुछ
positioning
नहीं है.
coming through with Polvi trying to
अल्ट
sneak up
मारे भाई
behind.
पर
But
प्लीज
nonetheless, once you
मारेगा,
get
मारेगा.
the
ये round
control
सुनो.
over
Please.
sight, you know, and
Please.
once they know exactly what's about to happen,
हाँ?
they're able to kind of come in and put themselves in a position to shoot things
वो
down.
लोग बैक इन फॉर्म आ रहे हैं.
Maybe kind of
हो
नहीं,
गया.
अरे
2 बंदे
रे.
भी, 2 बंदे भी.
still got
Proper.
4 rounds to go, but you're very much in the game. You got
ओ
Polvi
ये
on the
शॉट
top
के
now,
बाद
though,
कुछ
and
मारेगा लग रहा है.
see what the idea is
ड्रोन
behind
तोड़,
it.
मेरा ड्रोन तोड़ वो
It
बोल
is to
रहा है.
get kills with the
थोड़ा.
sniper.
नाइस नाइस. अभी मजा
That is the
आएगा.
idea.
Shot.
But the idea will not be turned into a reality, as it's been pretty much snuffed out by
आराम
Crazy
से
Guy
रखा है
here.
भाई. वन एंड डन
Benkai's
पॉजिटिव
hoping
चली
that
गई.
they
वन
might
एंड
push
डन
a
है.
bit forward here. Heroics from the
भाई कैसे बैठे बे जानवर लोग.
Anyways, Bleed
नहीं.
clean on the take. They just waited a couple of seconds.
Nice.
Able to get one. Blaze King trying to hold the back of the side, but will lose control instantaneously. And the rest here of
Global Esports trying
Nice.
to brute force their way. It might work, but Bleed have
Bhai,
been
alt
too
maar
bleed with this
na,
trade game
bhai.
for the past couple of rounds now. And Global Esports back again to the
कोई बात
drawing
नहीं, कोई
board.
बात नहीं, होएगा,
Starting to
होएगा.
lose control here.
अभी भी
3
भाई है, अभी भी
rounds,
भाई
while
है.
ago might have seemed
बहुत
impossible,
chances है अपने पास.
but with how they've been approaching
End
here,
करने
Quack,
को.
it looks pretty doable from the MYSG team.
Yeah, I mean, the reads are starting to feel a
वो
little bit
shot
off
भाई,
from both
scary.
sides,
भाई.
starting
भाई
things
क्या
out
मारा
not
उसने
great, but
फ्लैश
then
छोड़
now
के
it's
भाई
नीचे.
मेरे को
starting
डर
to
लग रहा
get
है.
an idea for how Global Esports
अरे
wants to
तू
play.
डर मत रे, तेरा वो
Valorant tracker
confidence
ID
रख,
भेजा,
अभी
don't
एकदम से ऐसा
global
मत हो जा.
contest,
12 नहीं है
love
अपन.
मैं नहीं
That's
हो रहा
what
ट्रैकर
the op
वैकर
was for,
पे.
but Bleed knew exactly how to counter that, right? That's why they kind
मेरे
of
को ये
played
सब
around a
चूतिया
little bit
बने
more
उसमें.
slowly.
प्राइवेट
So
करके रखा.
getting these wins now, slowly
Good
coming
pause.
back into the
Team
game.
थोड़ा
Once they
जोश
get
में आ
control
गई.
of the sites, that's the name of the
हाँ.
game. Global Esports calls the timeout.
राहुल
And
भाई क्या
again,
सीन
they're
राहुल
sitting
भाई
at map point. As long as they
राहुल भाई मैं बोल रहा हूँ.
हाँ.
अगर मेरा हो गया राहुल भाई, अगर ये राउंड अभी का अभी कॉल करो, हेडरेजर को कॉल करो, टाइम आउट है, और बोलो कान में बोलने को कि ये राउंड अल्टी चाहिए वाइपर का. ठीक है प्लीज. ठीक है 2-3 राउंड और है, नेक्स्ट अल्टी भी आ सकता है. राहुल भाई कॉल करे प्लीज. सेटिंग्स सेंसी चेंज कर रहे हो.
Reset their economy somewhat here. In any case, though, I mean, just one wrong step for Bleed, and that's it for game 1.
Oh shit.
Holvey, is he gonna double satchel once
बस
again?
बिजी फुल जोश, डरना नहीं है. जी विनिंग, जी विनिंग.
बाइक है, जीतेंगे.
पॉजिटिव. थैंक यू फॉर द $10. आपको पता है ये
है,
ब्रश नहीं करता. मैं करता. चल रही है, ये सब क्या बोल रहे हो तुम लोग?
No,
ये
they're
सब
actually
Hello?
slow pushing on
कुछ
top
भी
mid.
बोलते हो.
No
एक
sound
सेकंड.
done. So Bleed doesn't know
हेलो
this.
बिंग सर.
हाँ.
It could be a huge flank coming
क्या हो गया
in,
सर?
but they're
वो
all of the
कुछ
members of
डिलीट कर
Bleed
रहा था.
are
बोलो.
just stacked outside B. If there's
बाइक
any
है,
kind
बाइक
of
है,
noise that
ये
they
राउंड.
do on
बाय किया.
or Bleed just
Yep.
decides to go B, there will be
Alt
no
ने किया
resistance
ना.
whatsoever here
I
from
mean,
GE.
बाय
That's what I
सुन.
meant, right? You got
हाँ.
the timeout. All you need is one
Sexy
round.
retake
As
हो
soon as
सकता है
they,
अपने पास
you know,
सारे
get along with
utils
the
हैं.
numbers advantage. If
दो
they can
थूक
come in
right
a big
side.
flank, a big retake, Bleed might
ओमेन
not be able
वो.
to hold off against it. So now pull
नेड.
back into a
जॉर्ड.
shot, but more or less
जॉर्ड गुड
Nice.
स्टार्ट. ब्लाइंड दे, ब्लाइंड दे.
The first kill.
दोनों एक
Step
साथ
in the
ब्लाइंड
right
दो.
direction right now for
ब्लाइंड दो एक
Global
साथ.
Esports.
गया.
Oh no.
Ooh.
गया.
भाई.
गया.
Lewis, a sack.
गया.
3 more players.
गया.
क्या
गया.
बात है.
गया.
Controllers a miss. They will try to do their
ये
darndest to stop
अल्ट
the
देखो
Eagles
इसका.
from coming in, but it will not.
जॉर्ज.
जी.
ये रुक जा.
No one's still
Okay,
using it right
okay.
now.
गया.
Okay, there we go. They just try to spray.
Hashtag OP in the chat. Guys, hashtag G winning चलते रहना चाहिए. चलते रहना चाहिए.
What a great start.
Hashtag OP. Guys, 14,000 fucking viewers right now. Likes ठोको, positivity डालो. मालूम है बहुत लोगों ने गलत ट्वीट किया था. You can still redeem yourself. ट्वीट करो जी फाइटिंग. ट्वीट करो जी फाइटिंग. बोलो I trust you. Hashtag OP. Hashtag OP. Full positivity. इसके साथ 2-0 खत्म कर दो पैन.
Because of that, we're just gonna pass
Hashtag
on to
OP
Dest.
बाय.
Discuss things even
मेरा चेस्ट ऑटोमेटिक बढ़ गया. मेरे को प्रोटीन खाने का भी जरूरत नहीं अभी. बढ़ गया है मेरा चेस्ट. फूल गया है बहनचोद. चिल्ला बिसी चिल्ला कान फाड़ दे. हैशटैग ओपी बाय. इनसेन फकिंग डिसिप्लिन आज. इनसेन. बेन का एल्टी किने मार रहा था वो क्वेश्चन मैं अगली बार कॉल करके पूछूंगा. Insane discipline.
From them, Bleed looking like they're going to have a bit of a run back there at the very
Jord,
end after
baby.
that final timeout coming through, but it's so difficult. I mean, Global already being up.
पूरे
12
दुनिया में
rounds
मैं नहीं
locked
बोला था
in.
G20. याद रखना.
Get that
याद
last one. They finally managed to make it happen there with some nice setups at the end, some nice early picks coming through.
Yeah, and of course, as the casters mentioned at the end as well, picking up those both pistols and then of course the anti-ecos to chain into that really helped them because you really got the scoreline. If that didn't go their way, this could have flipped on its head the other way. So
भाई
we
मजा
have to
आएगा
always
भाई
keep
मैप
that in
टू पे.
mind. Obviously, GE, they were
हाउस द
very well
जोश
known
फुल
on the
हाई.
roster with their
अपने
pistols
गर्मा
as well,
गर्म
so maybe
सीट
trying
पे
to
बने
continue that
रहिए.
trend.
Sid
बने
आया.
रहिए.
Is what we talked
Easy
about
as
before the
shimmer.
game.
Sit by. So fucking easy. So बैठे बैठे देखे देखे I have peaked 14,000. So fucking easy sit by. बैठे बैठे I have done so much for the Valorant community being a PC gamer. So fucking easy. And the good thing is Sid bhai, अपना गेम का esports भी है, वो भी वो लेवल पे. So fucking easy. और एक और बेस्ट थिंग है, अपने गेम में स्क्रिप्ट भी नहीं होता है. Only skills. Nothing scripted baby. So fucking easy. कुछ ऑडियंस को चूतिया नहीं बनाते अपन. क्या बोलते हो? हाँ? So fucking easy baby. This was only 1% जो मैं बोल सकता हूँ. 1.
कुछ तो मचांड है भाई, ये पूरी इन्फॉर्मेशन लेनी पड़ेगी विंग से.
मैं दूं क्या इन्फॉर्मेशन दूं?
नहीं अभी नहीं, बाद में
दे सकता अभी है 2-4 मिनट. भाई क्या चल रहा है इधर? जी विनिंग और फाइटिंग चल रहा है.
चैट संभाल लेते
भाई फातिमा जी ने बोला है कि 10,000 राइड बड़ी गिव अवे क्योंकि जी जीत गया. लेट्स गो फातिमा ओपी इन दी चैट. माफ करे फातिमा जी. इधर एल डाई ब्लो पर दिस इज और ब्लड जी फाइटिंग. बाय हेवी रिस्पेक्ट, बाय हेवी फकिंग रिस्पेक्ट ब्रो, हेवी फकिंग रिस्पेक्ट. अभी है 5 मिनट टाइम. जब भी नेक्स्ट मैच चालू होता है शुरू हो जाओ. सारे सोशल मीडिया पे बूम बम चाहिए. वॉच पार्टी करता है कोई टैलेंट नहीं है तेरे में, जाकर डिस्कॉर्ड पर दूसरे क्लिप्स रिव्यू कर. पक्की बात है. मैं सोच रहा हूँ एक चीज रिव्यू कर दूं गोल्डी भाई. मैं सोच रहा हूँ एक चीज रिव्यू कर दूं कि मेरे से ये कुछ नहीं हो रहा है तो थोड़ा प्ले थ्रू देख के कर ले. तो ऐसा कुछ रिव्यू कर दूं मैं सोच रहा हूँ. क्या बोलते हो? लव यू गोल्ड भाई. थैंक यू फॉर द 900,000 मेरी जान. लव यू गोल्ड भाई. आपने बस बोलने के लिए कितना कुछ है ना. बट आई प्रॉमिस यू गोल्ड भाई वन थिंग, ठीक है, कि कभी भी लाइफ में मैं अपने और के कंटेंट क्रिएटर्स जो काम कर रहे हैं ना उसको कभी डिसरिस्पेक्ट नहीं करूंगा. कभी 10 बार सोचूंगा करने से पहले. आई प्रॉमिस यू. एंड ऑल्सो आई प्रॉमिस, जो कि मैं कर रहा हूं, अपना आरपी सर्वर है, अपन खेलेंगे, दूसरा नहीं खेलेंगे, अपना है. लव यू गोल्ड भाई. दिस इज जस्ट फकिंग 2% जो मैं बोल सकता हूं.
धीरे धीरे करके
गोल्ड भाई कॉल करके मेरे को रोक दो. 100% बोल दिया ना तो समझ रहे हो कितना शांत हूं ना गोल्ड भाई, कितना शांत. क्यों बकचोदी करने गए? क्यों? अच्छा खासा चल रहा है, सिर्फ लोगों का अच्छा सोचा है, एक बंदा नहीं है जिसके बारे में बुरा सोचा है, फिर भी इतना बकचोदी करना है मेरे साथ. क्यों? हाँ? वाई बेबी वाई? बराबर की नहीं गोल्ड भाई.
Those situations that he's used to, right? It's very different than when you're playing aggressively as a
तेरे को
duelist
रुक,
or
तेरे को
you're
मैं बोलता
holding
हूँ.
as a sentinel.
हाँ?
You have to be a little
रुक जा,
bit
तेरे को
more
कॉल
physical
कर रहा,
and
तेरे
in
को
some
कॉल
ways
कर रहा हूँ.
a little bit more
कर.
crafty when you're playing these
ये
controllers.
ये
We're
बेचारा
not
आउट
seeing
ऑफ
that
कॉन्टेक्स्ट है,
100%
इसको जरा
yet.
कॉन्टेक्स्ट दिखा है.
No, we're not, and I think it's just, you know, one of the cases where he needs more time on this. So you can't just really jump into this role that is fairly different from what you're used to playing. Yes, you know, lingering around, lurking. He's done plenty of that when it comes down to the chamber, but the Viper itself, very different as far as the util and what your capabilities are with that agent. So I think it's going to take some more time, but unfortunately, time is not something that Bleed have a lot of.
Well, I mean, they could soon.
Well, they could have plenty of time. They don't have a lot of time.
Guys, we're
here
close to 14k likes,
in
so don't know.
Kickoff.
Yeah, I'm just saying, but yeah, obviously you don't want the
क्या
run
हुआ?
to enter early just
जीत
to buy
गया,
time. You want to be able to
dudes.
extend it while you're on the stage, and Blaze King is here to say no, and that's not going to happen this time. I will be the one to try to eliminate you, and he's only one map away from doing so.
That's right, but we are now going to head into Icebox, and that's going to be the pick of Bleed. And I'm thinking here we're going to be seeing a lot more confidence from Bleed.
G winning, let's go.
On the roll in the playstyle that we actually want to see him
We're still waiting.
KD तो है भाई, KD तो है.
And I feel like, you know, a lot of fans are like,
मेरा ये
wait this
KD
long for that. But maybe it's a card that
कभी
we
नहीं हो
want to keep
सकता.
close to them at the
But
moment.
मेरे turret का भी है
Right now
इसमें
for
KD.
Kickoff, it's either they show that, it's either they play that, they go hard, or they go home.
Yeah, and then on the other side, my eyes continue to be on Blaze King going on to that Icebox as well, because his showing in their last match was not good. I mean, the comfort level on that Silva did not seem to be there. The timings alongside Rush for the KO was not
Goldie
there.
Bhai, wait,
And
he'll
that's
come
weakness
and
that
leave.
Bleed is definitely looking
He's
to
on a
exploit.
call.
Yeah, it absolutely is. But maybe they have something
Hello,
a little bit
Goldie
different getting ready
Bhai.
to come out here. Icebox, fairly different map. And we can see different
When are we
iteration.
playing
We
together?
can see different info gatherers coming out on this one. So, I mean, Sova's still going to be fairly common, but even the KO, I think, on this map would
G
find
winning
a lot
John.
more
Let's
advantages,
go.
a lot more information compared to where
कितना
we saw them
मजा आया
running
ना,
it before. So if they
dude.
do
क्या
run that,
match
I
था,
think that it's
मजा
going
आ
to be
गया.
better placed. But even then, I'm happy to see something a bit different. But for Bleed, I think it might be time. I think it might be time for Jay to play Jet.
Bring it out.
I'm ready to see him play Jet again. I think that would be good. If you're gonna go out, at least give the fans what they want to see, you know?
Binks.
Absolutely.
Wow.
I am
Golden
bored.
Knights
I'm like,
super
wow, we should
Yeah.
be waiting this long for this moment, right? Especially
जी
since,
फाइटिंग
of course,
और नहीं
biggest,
अभी
piece
जी
of news
विनिंग
roster
जॉर्ड
come
ये
out
नहीं
of
रही
Pacific, and I feel
जब
like right
तेरा
now,
1.5
they're
साल
still
में
hiding
2000
that, but
सब्स
I feel
बढ़
like
जाएंगे
aside
तब
Global Esports,
तू भी
it's
अपने
slowly
और
coming
किसी को
into shape. We're seeing right
डिसरिस्पेक्ट
now a lot of
करके
things on
उनको
back
किड्स
of
बोल
Blaze's
देगा नहीं
aggression,
मैं
but
नहीं
we're
करूंगा
seeing some of that strategy come in, some of
मैं
that
नहीं करूंगा
coordination
यार
come in, which I'm very happy
मेरे
to see,
पास
very
क्या है
happy
ना
to
गोल्ड
see.
भाई एक रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी है कि मेरा चैट एकदम अच्छा रखूं और उनको रिस्पेक्ट करना सिखाऊं और पॉजिटिविटी सिखाऊं ये सब गोल्ड भाई समझ रहे हो दैट इज व्हाई आवर चैट इज सबसे ओपा 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 सबसे ओपा ओपा करेगा सी डेस्परेशन होती है आदमी में मैं ये नहीं बोल सकता मैं आदमी नहीं हूँ क्या कम बैक दूं शिट्स पुरुष नहीं तुम महापुरुष हो वो वाला सीन होगा मेरे साथ
Going back into the previous map, right? As you mentioned,
समझता है
chain ability from
समझता
Global Esports,
समझ
but I do have to say, you know, on the side of Bleed,
समझता
you did have those stellar
मैं
moments
इसलिए
with
मैं
Marion.
कल के
Yes,
इसमें
the
जहाँ पे
duels
रूट कर रहे थे
a
मेरे को
little
वहाँ
bit
पे मैंने
rusty
बोला था आई एम
compared
लकी
to,
टू
you know,
हैव
his heyday all the way back in,
mentors who have taught me to just work hard
right now, we are
and
seeing shades of
to
it come
spread
back. We are seeing
positivity
why
अपने
he
काम पे
was
ध्यान
picked for
दो
this roster and why
बाकी
he's put
कुछ
on
नहीं
this role.
Yeah, I'm
That
glad
is
that
why
it has been a while.
love
right?
you
So
Gold
while I
Bhai,
did point out it
love you
looks a
Thug
little
Bhai,
rusty, the point is it's rusty.
love you Mortal.
He used to be
Mortal
very
ऐसा
well
आइडल
known
है
as that primary duelist
जो
on some of
कभी
the
ये
older
सब नहीं
rosters
किया
that he played on,
पॉजिटिव
including back in the
गोल्डी
earlier
भाई ने
days
समझा
of
है
Bleed
कि अगर कोई
Esports.
करता
So,
है
obviously, they've had to
तो
do a
गोल्डी
little
भाई
more
है
shuffle
बूम
in
बाम
the
देने
offseason
को
in terms of roles.
हम
As long as he's
पॉजिटिविटी
continuing
करेंगे
to get used to
समझ
it,
रहे हो
we should see
गोल्डी
him
भाई
come
है
back
गोल्डी भाई पे
alive.
फुल
Of
भरोसा
course,
है
a pretty notable moment
और
right
मैंने
there
कुछ
as
लिखा
well.
भी नहीं था
It always feels so bad. I mean, even
आपको
with some of
पता
the
है
teams we had
लेकिन
earlier, we
इतना
didn't have
सारा
the
चैट
names
में
coming
चल
through.
रहा
Enough
है
respect.
ना
Yeah,
उसको कुछ
yeah,
एक्सप्लेन करने है ना कुछ
yesterday.
थोड़ा बूम बाम तो
They were,
बनता है
we'll just
लाइट भाई कैसे हो
But
मॉर्टल
not
लेजेंड हो भी
today. They
यस
know they're playing up against. They know that they want to send a statement.
वैसे
again.
फातिमा जी
Getting that
वेटरन्स को
fear
वॉच
of
पार्टी नहीं
elimination
देते
in
क्या
your
आप
opponent's
लोग
heads, that can be driven in with a knife as well.
It looks like we are
फातिमा जी
heading
अभी
into
10,000 गन बडीज बना रही है
finally
ऑफिस में
get
बैठ
it.
के
We finally get the A
WSA12
on Jet, and we will be
always
against
baby
Kobe on that Jet. We're finally
always
seeing that dogfight
always
happening, right?
At this comp, I mean,
भाई जो SA12 ने esports के लिए किया है स्ट्रीमिंग के लिए किया है ठीक है वो इनसेन है इनसेन इनसेन और फिर भी कुछ लोग हैं जो रिस्पेक्ट नहीं देते क्योंकि उनका ईगो उतना बड़ा है और उनको लगता है वो लोग ने बहुत कुछ किया है जैसे ओजी है लेकिन अपने पास भी ओजी है अनुज भाई जिसने बताया कि ओजी का मतलब क्या है ये नहीं कि चूतिया बातें करो हाँ मैच्योरिटी आनी चाहिए ओजी में जैसे अपने मॉर्टल भाई है
हेलो
मैच्योरिटी आना चाहिए हाँ
चालू हो गया सर
कंटिन्यू करेंगे स्टोरी बाद में ये मैच के बाद
हाँ हाँ चलेगा
But Icebox, surely it'll deliver.
yeah, it put us on the loop.
Let's go,
definitely,
let's go, let's
where it felt
go.
like there was just such a different pacing that we're not really used to. The
KO,
tempo
OP
was
भाई, KO
everywhere
है, बस
on
हो
that
गया।
first game, and it felt like Bleed also felt that as to how they just couldn't really outmaneuver Global Esports.
भाई
That's not
ये
taking away Global Esports that had a phenomenal first game. Anyways, as the pistol starts to go here, contact will be at A site. Very low.
शॉट चलेगा आई
It might actually have hindered
गलत dash
a lot more of the information gathering that was being hoped for here by Global Esports. Bleed
Spam मार दिया
now starting to march their way up into the push here. Benkai gets immediately spotted, not yet gutted, but he's getting pushed out, and his teammate
क्या बात है गोलू एक और
कर सकता है गोलू
if he can reposition as well.
गोलू मारते हैं पिस्टल में
Not yet done. I thought they were pushing for that A site, but with all this
B जा
happening, they
सकते
could
हैं
rotate to B.
I think that's their option. They don't really want to stay.
भाग के
They're no
जाना
longer
पड़ेगा।
welcome on the A side, and especially Benkai down that
भाग रहे
low.
सुन लिया
Just a bit of question marks in the minds of the bleed players.
अयो किलजॉय करे ना तो
Clearly now.
बंग भाई आप कब VCT खेलने जा रहे हो?
They're anticipating that. They know they've
जल्दी
got
जा
the
रहा
first advantage. They've got the shock dart, they've got the high tide, the cove. They're gonna come in with this retake.
Oh,
यार मैंने इतना अच्छा बात किया मेरे को अवार्ड मिलेगा
पीछे देखो बैंक का भाई
भाई वो अलार्म बॉट वाला सीन हो गया यार
ओह शॉट
दो वन टैप
another one at the flank that's going to be egoist. His turret is up, so if he gets some breathing space, maybe he can actually close the distance and utilize it.
Oh, anti.
He just decides to go for those gunfights, which makes a lot
भाई
of
और
sense.
डैश लेफ्ट राइट हो गया रे
In the site itself,
नेट नीचे था लेकिन ऊपर तक लग गया कि ऊपर था नीचे तक लग गया कुछ तो हो गया चलो गाइस वापस आते हैं स्पोर्ट्स अपने वैलोरेंट पे वापस आते हैं किलजॉय नेट से मारा ना वो वॉल्यूम चाहिए यार
Global Esports can't really just dive in that freely.
They could
do that a little bit more on Sunset. You know, they were set up around elbow. They had the get-go. This time, not so much.
Wait, Global Esports.
Force कर रहे हैं Global.
They've gone for the force buy. I mean,
भाई कल भी गया था बे कल फेवर में नहीं गया था
But because this outlaw can
उल्टा पड़ गया ना
make some
लेकिन
damage on either side. Push up already from Russ here, getting closer and closer.
खुद के दिमाग में चलता है कि मैं ये लुकूंगा ये होएगा बाद में मैं बोलूंगा अरे मैंने सच तो बोला मतलब नॉर्मल से बात किया इसमें हर्ट होने जैसे क्या बात है
Scary finds one. Jurion still holding the mid lurk just in case, but it's the full blown push.
उसके हिसाब से हम रेड करेंगे नेक्स्ट टाइम ठीक है गन को नहीं मार सकते गन को नहीं मार सकते
The post will happen.
I mean, they've already
तूक है क्या कितना तूक है अपने पास
Global Esports as they try to push in. So despite this being forced by, it's not going to be an easy one.
Oh,
nice.
Good shot.
By Polvi.
Timing it, nice.
Sexy blind.
That's what they were looking for. Blaze King throwing the utility inside the smoke.
क्या बात है
एक और शॉक डार्ट
वाह ब्लेज किंग का पोजी इंसेन है
एक और शॉक डार्ट बे
ओ
क्या ब्लाइंड दे रहा है हमारे सिमर ऑफ द ईयर हो आप लव यू
नाइस
भाई
क्या बात है इंसेन ब्लेज किंग भाई जो मूवमेंट्स दिखा रहे क्या क्या कर रहे हो
रस के ब्लाइंड्स रस भाई पूरा आपने 720 मारा है कल से लेकर आज तक 720 मतलब जगह पे आपने बुमरो करके आपने कमबैक मारा लव यू यार रस भाई लव यू जमीन आसमान का डिफरेंस दिख रहा है आज कुछ बोलो बंदा वॉच पार्टी इज ओनली व्हेन समवन नोस टू डू इट व्हेन It comes to watch legend always enjoy watch. केस में उसका रीजन है क्योंकि मैं ये नहीं बोलता ना इसकी जगह पे मैं खेल लेता अबे मैं मिस नहीं कर पाता मेरे तो शॉट मारता अबे ये लोग क्या खेल रहे हैं यार इसलिए मेरे को रेस्पेक्ट करना आता है लव यू थैंक यू फॉर द 1000 मेरी जान के टोटे
you're in for a very strong round where your weapons should be able to one-shot the team that just beat you a round ago.
That's precisely why this weapon is a deadly force. This is why they picked it up, and on the other side, for example, continuing to push forward now. We can't just stop the spike plant happening.
So
finally
something has got his elevation working in his favor. Yay and Eggo.
नहीं चला निकालेंगे
नाइस
निकालेंगे बे मैं बेंकाई को देख लिया था कहाँ से निकालेंगे भाई पोलवी का एक शॉट वो वापस प्लीज
वो ना लैडर पे चढ़ते
प्लीज हाँ सीधा बे
Feels like it's gone here. Global Esports are running rampant in the Icebox map.
Well, look at Russ.
Yeah!
Didn't even see that one.
On to the next round, though. I don't know if they can keep this up because keep in mind, Esports are buy up in full. Definitely some.
भाई एक रिक्वेस्ट है पीसी मत चेक करो.
However, Global Esports changes things up. And they play for some long-range duels with Pulvi Outlaw. Try to pick off some of these lead players. Just might be able to keep their lead.
And don't forget, there's no healer here. So if Pulvi can just even, get those body taps,
अबे X the क्या got the context. Love you. Case bhai, thank you for the 10 gifted. Thank you so much. Thank you. Guys, we can reach 15k likes. जिसने नहीं किया like the stream. Make sure to comment I was here.
Full buys, yada yada yada.
Yeah, this is why Global Esports is tapping the brakes for this this round at the very least.
By history बनने वाला है dudes.
Global Esports isn't giving up too much. Darren committing the high tide, blocking off all of this vision. It's been obfuscated. Pulvi can't see anything. The tide goes down, but here comes Crazy Guy information.
Oh, no.
Can't
Actually,
see it.
yeah, maybe no information gathered. Pulvi and Ye.
Here.
They're just barely missing each other here. Ye's holding a different angle. It's just one thin piece of metal. There's
Nice.
Ye,
Or a nice.
unleashes the entirety of this.
Angle
Dorian's
अच्छा.
supposed to come back to the site.
30 seconds.
Might not be good for his world, but because they haven't committed.
क्या बात है?
डेरन का एंगल अच्छा है. डेरन का एंगल अच्छा है.
एंगल अच्छा दे रहा है.
Yes. स्कैरी का एंगल बाप है. Yes. Yes.
ये नया जिंक्स है क्या?
भाई नया जिंक्स मिल गया. We got a new one in 4K baby.
Absolutely hurts Bleed's economy.
Bro, अभी कोई भाई हम लोग क्या देख रहे हैं?
These guns, the way that they're pushing in, being so patient,
हाथ
playing
ऊपर करके
around
खेल रहे हैं
with
अभी
these
Bleed.
setups. I don't know about you, Asra, but I
पैर
feel
वेर
like
से
I
खेल रहे
need a
क्या?
timeout pretty soon because Global Esports.
बिंग्स भाई जैसे आपके लिए इंस्पिरेशन मॉडल है मेरे लिए आप हो. Wish to meet you soon. वैसे पिछला वाला सुपर चैट मिस हो गया. Sorry.
And what's good about this is, talking about side pushes and everything.
Here.
Is Global Esports isn't leaving.
ओ कुछ तो लिखा था और डिलीट हुआ. तुमने कुछ गलत लिखा था.
Outlaw by itself.
Love you, thank you for the 100.
Sure, but it gets its most value
जल्दी मिलेंगे
when you
जल्दी.
threaten it coupled with your teammates. And I think Global have been realizing this a lot more. So we're seeing the fruits of that ideology.
भाई ये बंद करके सीधा वैलो खेल के खेलने का मन कर रहा है.
Swing as of now, and Pulvi hasn't really had the need to upgrade.
बात तो है अभिषेक भाई, बात तो है. प्लस याद रखना एग्जाम्स आ रहे हैं, याद रखना. Just saying. लाइक का टाइम आउट भी आ चुका है यार. स्ट्रीम लाइक करने का स्पेशल टाइम आउट ले रहे हैं ये लोग VCT वाले.
Yeah, you don't want to give them too much either if you die and drop your weapon. So
sexy भाई, sexy girl.
Okay, timeout being called, and it's going to be Bleed to figure things out, just like I mentioned. I mean, we haven't.
भाई एक बात बता.
We're hyping up this.
प्रेशर खतरनाक रहेगा ना ब्लीड पे अभी यार.
We're not seeing too much just yet. You know, in the pistol rounds, he hasn't really been able to
खतरनाक
come in and do what he does.
ये लेफ्ट में लिखेंगे G1 ये ऐसा लिखेंगे वो लोग.
The whole team, the whole map.
कुछ तो लोग कहेंगे लोगों का काम है कहना. किरण भाई बात तो है. हमारा काम है लोगों के दिलों में रहना. ओपा ओपा ओपा.
And then that just gives Global that much more space.
Love you Kiran भाई, love you.
There's so many. I feel like
smile
भाई स्माइल तो है.
We saw Bleed
आज गोलू के गर्ल्स फैन into 100 होने वाले. Great Esports team create masters.
Now he doesn't want to pick a fight without his tailwind, so he plays a lot farther back into the side. But because of how close Global can get in without needing to get contact and then explode out as an entire like four stack,
ये का एंगल देख रहे तू?
so that Ye can't really get that first pick and then
Perfect
back away.
angle,
So
headshot
it's been just so many obstacles that Bleed have to try to deal with on this defense that has
again addressed by them
in these couple of
जो
rounds.
haters को बजना ऐसे वालों को तुम्हारी स्ट्रीम हमारे लिए गोल्ड रहेगी हमेशा. Thank you Kunal भाई, thank you for the $10. Thank you so much.
Pulvi trying to do the same thing with the Blade Storm, but right now Bleed just
Headshot
trying to make
angle,
sure that
headshot
Global doesn't
angle,
execute on A
baby.
as many times as they've done before. But that said, I mean, all of these
अपने से
utilities,
recon नहीं टूटा.
even with Scary's toxic screen, it doesn't block off enough.
They got closer now. A couple of body tags.
गया. बोला था headshot angle था.
Cloud bursts, but
भाग के
it
भी
doesn't
जाओ.
stop the barrage of bullets being thrown apart here by Global Esports.
भाई
It gave the weapon to Polvi that he's used up every single play that he's gotten. The rest of Global now pushing all the way on to B.
मेरे घर में कोई वो है क्या बग मेरा आवाज जा रहा है उनके कान में
be able to hear what's going on, so he calls the rotations over, but again without the
वो
guns,
सीढ़ी वाले
without
करते ना वैसा
vision, they really can't do all too much in this retake. Global is just controlling
आपस
things.
में लड़ते रहते हैं तो
because of Russ
ब्रो
and
कहाँ से
their whole
करेंगे
team spraying him down.
आपस में
And now numbers advantage, they're just sitting
+1
They've got the null command, not really necessary.
लेकिन बेस्ट पार्ट ये है कि
just waiting for Bleed.
मैं एक बार लाइव से जिनको फक ऑफ बोलता था ना
Polvi's just been put in a pedestal
Fuck
where Polvi do go
I have no time for Babu Shona
that he does
and to
so
forgive. I would rather make a good, better friend with a positive mind. कोई ना कॉम्बो था ना भाई मार सकता है अबे कौन था
अब बहुत अच्छा रीटेक यहाँ ब्लीड है
सेक्सी किया बे वो लोग ने कॉम्बो अल्ट मारा यार
What was that miracle of a play? I forgot about the 1-star factor. I mean, first of all, yes, you might have Scary getting a kill, but at the same time, Darian's Reckoning, this is such a useful ultimate. It throws them off. Global Esports wanting to position themselves. Ego is making use of that push up front with the classic. And as soon as they picked up the guns, yes, Benkai try as he might.
अपना रोटेशन और वो सब भी अच्छा था
दोनों टीम बहुत अच्छा खेली है
enough of the damage.
3 किल वाला एंगल है ये का 3 किल 3 किल एंगल बोलते हैं
अभी तक लिया नहीं है
लिया ये देख
He swung out to like 3 people from Bleed checking him out.
भाई जिंक्स से रे भाई मैं नहीं बोल रहा मेरा अच्छा एंगल है कभी भाई वो नीचे से निकल गए क्रेजी गाय
ओह मेरा रस निकल गया क्या खेला इसने भाई सच्ची नया जिंक्स है क्या
भाई ये नहीं मार पा रहा है ऑफ से 2-3 राउंड एक शॉट कनेक्ट नहीं हो रहा है उसका
भाई नया जिंक्स से लग रहा है बे
एक्चुअली
फकिंग जिंक्स है बे ये
4 targets on a map like Icebox with the spike planted. I don't know how you can.
Excuse me, sorry. I take it back. Sorry.
It's the same.
Rus नाम है उसका.
This A site. Global Esports. First of all, you got Russ with
माफ करे फिसल गया था.
impressive 9 from KO, and it just blocks
रुसी भाई माफ करे.
Gives him enough information. Ye has not been having a good day whatsoever, and that just softens up the site so much. As soon as Ye falls, the rest of Global Esports just decides that they can
next round लोग बाय करेंगे वो राउंड जीत गया तो भाई हेवी लीड
crazy guy to be perched up on top of screens to get a
Let's
couple of
by.
attacks. But that's
scary
about
भाई
it.
scary हो
So
yes
you know even crazy guy
Binks
we've seen before in the past he's
bleed जीतेगी बंस नहीं ये एंगल वाला अच्छा है
bleed
जीतेगी मैं नहीं बोल सकता
ये वाला अच्छा है प्लीज
दिल से जी
he's not able to do it right now because he's the only one left on site.
मालूम है
So Bleed Esports, I don't know what the timeout was about. Timeout was about from before, but we're not really feeling it just yet.
I think with all of what we've mentioned, the one biggest takeaway for me has got to be Russ.
Bye.
He was, I think, very shaky. You know, with that.
कौन है मेरे को नाम बता डेरियन का एंगल सेक्सी है
It's all very much different. Crazy guy, you were talking about how he's got some nasty setups, and there it is. Null command is available here for Russ to utilize to make himself into a very strong force. Even though he's down to 30 HP, shouldn't matter as much as long as he can use it to batter the ram into that A site.
अपने फील्ड में मेहनत करो ग्रो करो
kind of noise for now.
X पे लिखने का बहुत कुछ है क्या खाना खाया क्या कर रहे हो क्या करना चाहिए लाइफ में हर जगह मसाला ये करेगा तो कैसा मसाला वो करेगा कैसा भाई वो लोग को सेव करना पड़ेगा फिर से
ट्राई करेंगे ना 2v3 और
नहीं कर सकते वो लोग नेक्स्ट राउंड इको है वो लोग नहीं रे भाई कर सकते ऐसा कैसा पैसा मिल रहा है उनको अलग से कोई जीपे कर रहा है क्या ये कुछ ज्यादा ट्राई नहीं हो गया
break up the site well enough to sneak a plant.
Oh.
Managed to shoot out some nano.
अभी ऐसा क्या एबिलिटी बचा जो उसने रस ने अल्टी मारा है?
अरे वो वाइपर का वॉल था ना, उसको हटाने का था नीचे, डिफ्यूज कर देते नीचे।
कैसे अपने पास लाइनअप था दो
उसको उनको चाहिए था, दिखने दो रस भाई को।
ये अल्टी को हम इंटरव्यू करेंगे रस भाई को। ये रस भाई और अल्टी का है ना कुछ तो नाता है बे, कुछ तो है। कल भी उसने एक अल्टी वाला सीन किया था, लेकिन ट्रेड भी हो गया, फिटनेस भी हो गया। किलजॉय का अल्टी ज्यादा यूजफुल है,
वो भी 9 पॉइंट की अल्टी है।
GE truly was hoping to showcase, right? It's these strong individual pieces that have
भाई ये ने क्या लिया, सिर्फ आर्मर है। अरे भाई ये का अल्टी जो है ना सबसे बेस्ट मारता है वो नाइफ।
एंगल्स बहुत अच्छे हैं,
एंगल्स बहुत अच्छे। 360 घूम के मारता है वो।
Ascendant team from Ascension.
Ascendant team from Ascension?
What a
किसको बोला बे?
I mean, again, you know, everyone's talking about
Immortal नहीं है अपन?
we keep interviewing them and whatnot, but still.
थोड़ा बे अपने को इसलिए बोलता हूँ रैंक पुश करा करो भीच।
And as we go back in, we're back in
बोला
the
एंगल
same
का बोल ना
A play.
बोला ना, जिसको बोला एंगल का वो तो वहाँ पे बैठा है। ये कौन है? बाय डेरियन।
But even then,
3 kill
talk
angle.
about a plan gone wrong from
Darren by
before.
3 killing.
Darren didn't really know how to respond either when he pushed
Jot.
up. Now it's Polvi.
क्या?
What a position.
ये
और रस भाई एंट्री है, शॉट्स
exploding into the site, and it feels like this plan has been
Ascendant बोला, अच्छा अच्छा।
changed up a little bit, but still the A site is
जीत
where
गए।
GE find their home. Sure,
हम
they've
जीत
rotated
गए।
a couple times to B, but
हम जीत
here on
गए।
A, Bleed have
ऋषि
no
भाई
true
मेरे को
answer.
मालूम है
They
आप
get the
स्ट्रीम
one
स्नैप कर रहे हो,
kill.
राहुल भाई कोई तो
GE
स्ट्रीम
gets
स्नैप
two
कर रहा है।
kills,
अभी
GE
का
gets
अभी
three.
ट्वीट
What
कर
is
दो
the answer right now?
120
Ye's on his
अभी का अभी
blades.
ब्रैकेट में
There's
लिंक्स
really
डाल
no
के
reason for him not to go for this.
मेरा
But
लिंक
with
नीचे
the
डाल
doubling
देना,
up
बट
of these two players from
जीत
Bleed
गए
and
अभी ट्वीट कर दो,
that
मैं तो
spike
बोलता
positioning not really to his favor. Man is in a tight spot.
Sexy.
To say at the least.
नहीं भाई,
And-
देखा बोला था ना इसका
I mean, what
अल्ट
do
बहुत
you expect?
अच्छा
That was a 3v1 and nobody from Global was showing
For
themselves up
Finky,
until the
are you
very
friend by
last
any
encounter.
chance
El
beekeepers?
Diablo or El Hermano?
Because you are
I don't really know what
honey,
Hermano
ऐसा कुछ
means, but-
बोलेगा ना
Oh,
ये
okay.
भीच।
Still,
As a Filipino, I can't tell you.
हाँ हराम
it's just
जादे
Global
किधर?
Esports in this A hit. It's so darn good with the way that they've
देखा।
got 3 players covering each and every lane.
Because you're so
And
sweet,
sometimes,
ऐसा
you know,
करके
like
कुछ
you
हाँ?
mentioned how they switch
हाँ?
things up. Sometimes they just
Because
hold up
honey,
around
you're
tight
so sweet, ऐसा?
and play around with
Combo
the
वाला?
timing of things, and then Darren gets invited. He
बस
gets
मैं
a
आपका
little too
स्ट्रीम इतना
curious,
पॉजिटिव
gets
वाइब
punished
देती
for
है,
it.
पर फिर
I
कोई
almost
कुछ
kind of
तो
want to
पहले
see
प्लस
Bleed
1
Esports change up the pace. I kind of want to see Bleed Esports
एंड
push
डोंट
out.
वरी उसके साथ बहुत
And
सारे
there's so
नाम
many
आगे
factors
आगे
to
जुड़ेंगे
consider, so
यूरोप
that's
प्लेयर है ये
आगे आगे
another reason why, you know, it feels
अभी रिवील नहीं
trying to
करूंगा,
sell
something
जब
like
जब
that
मैं
happened. You've
किसी
got
से टोचन खाऊंगा
Operator
तब
invested
रिवील
in this
करूंगा।
round. Global
तब
Esports
तक मेरे
steps up the
एक्शन
first
से
few
रिवील हो जाएगा,
seconds with a bit
लेकिन
of a
मैं बोलूंगा
default
नहीं
hold in case there is such a push out. Now that there isn't, back
Yeah.
towards A.
At this point, any Hail Mary that Bleed can try to do, feels like they should do it right at this point. They've been so pushed far back that there's not really a lot of options they can use. Look at how all the defenders are here on A except for Ye, but then nobody is there playing on the site itself, right? And since GE haven't found that contact, they're like, something's amiss here. We have our teammate Blaze King pushing up on Garage right now, so maybe with like 40 seconds left, we can either cut the noise,
क्या
wait a little
करेंगे?
bit for this wall to go down, or if
Lightning
Blaze
पास
King get a
झूल
pick,
के
we
अल्ट
can
मारेगा
just
क्या?
go
पुराना
run
स्ट्रैट
all the way to that B site.
रुक के वापस जाएंगे और देखना
And
ड्रोन
that's what
करना चालू
Global,
किया वहाँ पे,
Global Esports has as an option.
वापस हिट
But you know what? A
उसका
has
रोटेशन
worked
खींचा
out so
सोवा
well.
का
They're
वो
just gonna
ड्रोन
keep
की
going in
वजह
for
से
it.
अल्ट करके
Kind
कुछ
of like
करना
the
पड़ेगा
positioning
लाइटनिंग
from
पास।
Bleed this time, playing so
अब
far back. Let them
ये
in.
wall
Let's
down
see if
होने
we
के
can kill
बाद
the spike planter, play around with the timings of the
टाइम
retakes.
नहीं है पे
Make sure that Global Esports can't really feel too comfortable,
बहुत स्लो
even if they have won this
नहीं
site so
चलेगा,
many times
बहुत
before.
क्लोज है ना।
They're running down this clock very, very much. Nano Swarms could provide some
भाई सेक्सी अल्ट मारा है।
नहीं
of denial. Egoist
किसका अल्ट था?
good on that
अपना
one.
सोवा का नहीं था वो।
With the kill here on Polvi.
बोला
Late
अपना
lurk
lighting
from
pass.
Blaze King. Dart, presence known outside of
Yeah.
screens. If you can get a couple of picks, that should be lethal for him. While his teammates on the side are fighting back, and Blaze
और
King
भाई अपना काम
somehow
कर दिया,
manages to
वाइपर
pick up
अल्ट भी
Crazy
है।
Guy. Dorian does get the refrag, but
भाई
वो
कॉमन
best
स्पॉट है।
wasted
हाँ ये स्पॉट
for the
अच्छा है।
favor
ये
of
का-
Global Esports.
ये
Coming
spot
back
अच्छा है।
onto the
ये का
site.
ऑफ है
Viper's Pit.
Makes it very difficult for them to push up.
अरे क्यों?
They found
वो
lightning
blind
fast,
हुआ
that is
नहीं,
going
blind
down.
हुआ नहीं.
Time is ticking. Benkai's still alive. Did he press any
नेड़े
late nano swarms?
Yeah.
And Russ is also doing the same with the fragment.
Wow.
They're buying as much time as they can. Russ pushes up, gets denied.
Time नहीं है ना?
Spike.
Time नहीं है ना?
I don't know. It's
बहुत
close.
close होने वाला है, बहुत close होने वाला है.
And it's barely just defused there by Bleed.
अरे blind play का जरूरत नहीं था रे वहाँ
हाँ
पे.
मेरे को लगा वाइपर अल्टी में नहीं निकलते तो हो जाता. गोलू को नहीं करना चाहिए था वो रिस्क.
Just grit their teeth for that defuse as well for the round win.
Just a second. I mean, this is very funny.
वो
in
उनका
context
ulti था
because
क्या?
The way that Global Esports played post-plan
Blind
नहीं करते तो वो लोग घुस ही नहीं पाते.
हाँ घुसने पाते. 1 सेकंड तो कर लेते वो लोग easy.
Especially on a map like Bind, the post-plant lineup, you got the nano
अच्छा खेला,
swarms,
अच्छा
you
खेला,
got
अच्छा
the
खेला.
fragment.
कोई सी नहीं,
It
कोई
just burns
सी नहीं.
down so much. But that said, even with a Viper's Pit up, Bleed at the very least, because they play so far back, they were able to play around at the timings like I mentioned, and then get some frags in. Right? That's what they really need. Softening up those defenses as soon as the spike goes down. Now, Global wants to change up the plan. Ye is positioned for this. Surely he delivers.
Blaze King can use his... Oh, no!
अरे सो क्या किया? ये क्या जिंक्स हो रहा है? क्या हुआ इसके साथ?
Got the opportunity to do so, but he whiffed the shot. And now he might be forced back
Hashtag OP.
here.
Hashtag OP भाई हम लोग पे केस तो नहीं आएगा ना?
क्या पता भाई ये आ जाएगा
अपनी तेरी. Going forward, Global Esports have been doing such a good job.
भाई माउस आगे पीछे हो गया गुस्सा हुआ सीन.
They're able to react so quickly to take him down, but guess what? Crazy Guy comes back in with the Guardian play. Spike not down yet, but surely soon enough.
क्या सीन है? प्लांट क्यों कर रहे हैं? कहाँ तक जाएंगे?
Back in around this, make them feel uncomfortable.
Turn the tide activated here from Durian, forcing them
Blind
into the
success.
crazy hands of Crazy Guy. He's been good on the
Blind
Guardian for
success.
2, but he can't convert it
भाई
into the
लेकिन
third.
कहाँ तक जा रहे हैं लोग?
Reckoning denies just a lot of this one. Durian is so close to the rest of it, but they haven't planted anything just yet.
Nice, nice.
But Russ is there to back to
मैं
back.
प्लांट करना ही नहीं है क्या? 15 सेकंड.
Is left into a 3 versus 1. He can get close.
भाई नहीं.
He might be able to find Russ's member here, but
Josh.
he cannot
भाई
convert.
मेरा
And
दिल.
Global Esports once again find the opening. not
क्यों
just
ऐसा
on A,
लेकिन?
but on B.
किलजॉय दूर था.
नहीं लास्ट टाइम में ना वो हार्बर अल्टी था ना उन लोग के पास तो इंसिन रीटेक किया था वो लोग ने तो लोगों को इस बार साइड चाहिए था.
अरे हार्बर अल्टी के पहले जब यहाँ पे मारा.
हाँ तो अभी देखना हार्बर अल्टी आएगी.
नहीं बाद में है हार्बर अल्टी काफी.
तुमको वही डर था कि नॉर्मल प्लान करके पीछे चले जाएंगे तो ये लोग रीटेक कर लेंगे.
Yes, Crazy Guy got some couple
शायद.
shots in. But then they immediately
मैं अपन ने ये पे खतरनाक कर डाला यार.
back in, always good for the trades, always good to clean things up with the rest of the crew.
कर दिया.
You're absolutely right.
वो सो गया क्या या तो रडार देखा कुछ तो हुआ उधर उसका सीन वो बॉल भी आके एंगल में चला भी गया वापस लेकिन ये लेफ्ट राइट नहीं हो गया उसके साथ.
Love you यार किशोर भाई.
They're so quick to realize
Guys, 15,000 fucking likes done. Done. History बन जाएगा अगर 20,000 likes होएगा. History.
Oh my god, not possible. Maniable.
First one was of course
History.
the whiff that
ये रिवर्स साइकोलॉजी कर रहे हैं लेकिन हिस्ट्री बन जाएगा.
ये वाला angle
So it's a request अगर किसने नहीं किया है लाइक करो और आज का कमेंट जितने लोग देख रहे हैं सब लोग एक अच्छा कमेंट करो. सब लोग 15,000 कमेंट्स आज फाड़ दो सब जगह फाड़ दो. जीत गया भाई. भाई मेरे को 20,000 मिलने वाला है. 20,000 ये गया. कौन देने वाला था? एक ने सुपर चैट किया था जी जीतेगा तो 20,000 देगा.
हाँ भाई बढ़िया बढ़िया.
क्या नाम था?
ढूंढो उस बंदे को.
मैं ढूंढ रहा हूँ.
Pistol, but as soon as they came in with that force by breaking and wrecking Bleed's economy, they managed
मॉर्ड
to
नाम याद
find
नाम वो करो मेरे को स्क्रॉल करने को पड़ रहा है.
So far the default towards the start has been to take things slow and easy, but off at the timeout they want to let it rip.
Oh, Crazy Guy's letting it rip though. He's letting his presence known.
ठीक है कोई सीन नहीं.
It's a bait and switch play between him and Ye. That was
एक बार नहीं बोल के ट्राई करते.
Huge one. They realized that Crazy Guy is consistent as ever even through all of these.
आर्यन बाय बाहर आए. बस आपके हॉस्पिटल में मजा है. वो कहाँ बता जैसे बात है फर्स्ट डे जस्ट ठीक है आई नो ये ठीक है आप तो किसको जोन आउट कर दिया क्या यार कुछ नहीं है बोलने को गेम खेलेंगे रोज आके
स्टिंगर है एक कोई मार सकता है उससे ज्यादा तो बिल्कुल नहीं
बहुत अच्छा एंगल है
I don't know how much Stinger can do though. Spots the shoulder, goes for the spray, tries to reload. But it's a quick trade.
भाई इसका पोजीशन अच्छा है
Scary might be open unless Scary can turn things around.
Is Blaze King already gave away his position?
Oh, we forgot.
Well, regardless, Scary's pretty much aware of what could happen here, right in front of him, and makes quick work of Blaze King.
कोई सीन नहीं.
Next round.
ये राउंड में कितने अल्ट है 20 अल्ट है अपने पास
For one round off of plays from Darian.
भाई सीधा बीरस
4-7 last round
सीधा
the
ये स्टैक होने वाला वो लोग ने देखा रहेगा
still on that operator
सीधा बीरस
Look at that.
हाँ
I love the bait and switch, man.
You see
Crazy guy is always
8-4 हो जाए 8-4 हो जाए
I got two
भाई लेकिन कितने पॉजिटिव रहते हैं ना यार मतलब एलिमिनेशन मैच है लेकिन फिर भी भाई मानना तो
एलिमिनेशन मैच है
हाँ
Alright, let's see what happens
ये नहीं पता था
activated already. There's the utilization.
भाई साइट में नहीं गया भाई वो वाला कल वाला रिवाइव मत दे प्लीज लव यू 8-4
as they just keep getting kill after
8-4 baby clean baby clean baby
Hashtag GE fighting
9-3 नहीं चाहिए था Global
quick pushes again. I mean, same thing from Global Esports.
Clean.
When we were on, it kind of got halted because of
maybe a bit of luck, maybe a bit of skill. वो बाप खेलता है रे उसका ऑफ डे है
This time, as Global
ऐसा
Esports
मजाक
pushing
नहीं
a
उड़ाना
lot
चाहिए
tighter,
उसका ऑफ डे
shoulder to shoulder, back to back.
हम लोग खुश हो रहे क्योंकि जी
Everyone
जीत रहा और
chips
एलिमिनेशन
in,
मैच है लेकिन
and then the null command
I
really
genuinely feel bad for him
feels bad for Ye, but counters him out.
बाकी मजाक से हटकर
but that is it.
It's bad what Bleed is going through
I think Binks को आपने निकलना पड़ेगा
कोई और रहता तो फिर ऐसे सपोर्ट नहीं करते जी है हाँ
निकलना पड़ेगा
भाई देख मत कर खत्म होने वाला है जिम बाद में जा 15 मिनट डिले कर 15 मिनट में गेम खत्म है ब्रो 15 मिनट
मैं नहीं जाऊँ मैं गया नहीं जाऊँ उससे क्या फर्क पड़ता है
भाई भरोसा नहीं है तू लकी हो सकता है यार कल के और आज में यही डिफरेंस है बाद में सोच कल परसों लोग सुपर चैट करेंगे सुपर चैट करेंगे इजी वॉच पार्टी में आ जाओ बंस भाई
रेडी तो होना स्टार्ट कर
हाँ रेडी हो जाओ
but just fell short of. And it's always, it feels like some of these crucial rounds is just that. It's just that one falling short of.
Lucky ho sakta hai.
Unfortunately for Bleed here, that means that Global picks up a
pistol agar Global जीत गया तो बस खल्लास.
Precisely that. And now, you know, feeling this 4-round advantage.
3-man stack
potentially end this 2-0 moving
crossfire wala hai.
In kickoffs. Whereas
Sexy.
Dude, like, this is not how you want to start.
Elimination
match is right here.
User को बोलो ना नया टैग #GWinning. 1 चलेगा.
Seems to say I do with that first pick on Crazy Guy. Trade for trade though, but Ye is down to 45. Still trapped for Global here on B long.
वो बेट कर सकता है अभी भी हेवी वाला.
It seems like Bleed only cut a little bit of that noise, you know, looking for that rotation out.
Let's see.
They still want to push this up.
Lightning का एंगल बहुत गंदा है Binks.
नहीं चलेगा एक को मारेगा या दो को भी मार सकता है.
नहीं एंगल बहुत गंदा है.
Check the corner and it is trigger discipline.
अरे
lightning fast.
भाई उसकी वजह से वो मर गया ब्रो.
4 bullets and he will get easily dealt with by the rest of Bleed.
भाई उसको तो छुपने बोल.
अभी हो सकता है स्कैरी का एंगल बहुत अच्छा है.
Benkai swings out. Fortunately, everybody's just too quick. Blaze King does get the quick trade. Does he know about the late lurk here from Egoist on mid? That recon dart will expose.
Heavy दिमाग ना.
Suspicions are correct. Big tags, one more, and he will be able to get that.
अरे यार!
And I just heard it.
अच्छा विकेट स्विच हो गया.
भाई एक को मार के मरता तो भी चलता था. टीम रोटेट कर रहा था. रस नहीं मारना चाहिए था वहाँ पे.
Not sure if Global's going to force this time, or yeah, probably not. Considering, in fact, also they're starting out on defense. There's not too much that you know. So this round really just came down to some of these trades.
Ready भी नहीं था ना रस?
A little bit awkward at times, but
नहीं
as
ready
we
नहीं था.
take first
Open में था बे वो.
Egoist with the sheriff.
वो वापस येलो जाने का सोच रहा था शायद. पता नहीं रस भी क्या सोच रहा था.
B, everyone's got each other's back, even if there are some tiny mistakes here and there.
That's all you want, right? Being able to have those quick trades if need be. And the quicker the better.
Oh.
Ooh, indeed. I mean, there's still an alarm bot on mid, so even if they overpush this, it should give away their position. So the only undetected rotation that Global can do right now is either push out of two, go underneath orange, but even then, that will be cleared up by Bleed once they start pushing in on B here.
Such an interesting strategy. 3 down tube. Then you've got Benkai up around Boiler, making a bit of noise. Now they peek out, they don't see anything. So Bleed just completely bypasses all of it. Free plant.
Egoists.
Nice.
Does get over well. How much damage did he tag the rest of the flashes?
Are we like watching G 2.0?
They will be able to clear up a weapon. And they go the other direction. I love this from Global. They're just like, yeah, they're going to expect us on B main. Let's just push on
I'm
orange.
still here, Bunks bhai. Abhi ek aur half hai, don't worry. RN bhai, BCs are ready. Ready.
Us as buddies.
Ready.
Us using you as a body shield as they push up into the side as a 4-man. Look at this. They're just going to waterfall to the side. I love the idea. But of course, Bleed, all they got to do is set their crosshairs to eliminate. And boy, will they. Russ down to 4. I mean, if he can keep them inside this event horizon radius, this could be a good thrifty round for Global as the rest of the lead are just running for dear life, who will die. So I feel like that's still a win here for Global in a way.
Take some guns away
from them, right? Yeah, bhai, I'm sorry, yaar.
So good.
Yeah, bhai, I'm sorry. Love you.
That's a nice way to put it. You know, throw bodies at the solution. It's a pistol round anyway. You know you're not going to be able to get away with too much, especially when the Bleed players are that sharp. So, you can't, even crazy guys laughing at it.
Yeah, he realizes what happened too.
But, as
ये round 69 करना पड़ेगा अपने को.
Next round.
ये round नहीं दे
lost 3 guns. Can't really
बोले बस कुछ भी नहीं है.
Darren के अलावा. Now on the operator. No armor whatsoever though, so full on glass cannon. This could either be a really good pickup for Bleed if Polvi dies. Or, you know,
अच्छा है बे, full info है बोलो के पास.
Make some
easy stack continue. 3-man
continue.
Durian is sitting on a reckoning, by the way. Ah, yes, there it is. As soon as I mention it.
Side खेलो भाई, side मत छोड़ो.
Are they going to push through this though? I mean, yeah, they can get those stuns working for them, but how well
nice.
can they
चलेगा.
pretty damn well actually here for Bleed. Russ is by himself the back of the side, holding on, and he will be able to shut down Ye. 2 versus 3 here. Cove gives some entryway here for Durian, who was able to pick up a rifle, picks down Russ, and is making it a very good case right now that Bleed's bonus is pretty damn successful. The swing out, trade in. Durian's been spotted on Heaven, and Benkai in a 1 versus 1. Can the former Paper X player do it? Unfortunately not, as Durian clutches for the 4K, and Bleed are inching their lead even closer into Global.
Definitely felt like it was Benkai's kill to have.
पुराना Benkai किधर है अपना?
It's such a dire situation. Still able to put himself up on top.
मेरे को लगा पूरा झूल के fast जाके मार के आएगा.
I mean, think about how they just approached in. Yeah, you mentioned it. Darren has
Lighting fast का भी पोजी गलत है यार. Backside kill लेना चाहिए था.
You know, whether it's the Cove from before or the Reckoning in this round, and then the kill towards the end, just good sense as to where Benkai would be.
And you also, you know, go back on the point where you have Polvi with that glass cannon. Expensive round, so that's really going to merit the hard save here from Global. Maybe just a couple of flashes, couple of those shock darts. Other than that, it's all classics all the time. Ye puts himself up on the boost spot on generator. Does get the pick onto Russ here. Wow. And they're just going into his crosshairs. He does take a bit of damage, but that's just a pistol, man. That's not going to take him down very quickly. Benkai, yikes, actually goes almost a takedown. But Bleed's been pretty clean. These past couple rounds, who is very far from this
एक flash मांगे pick कर ले, कुछ तो करता.
You know?
say that.
1v4.
You know, it's the Radiant Entertainment System. It's his.
Oh, okay.
या फिर एक मारने के बाद ही पिक कर लेता.
Radiant boy. There we go.
ना?
Totally forgot.
Copyright infringement.
Guys, positive नहीं है, बकचोदी नहीं होता है भाई, गेम है. बहुत लोग मिस करते हैं. चिल है. वरना सारे के सारे इम्पोर्टर्स होते हैं.
But on the other hand, now Ye starting to open things up. Starting to look a little bit better for Bleed as they tie things up with the score.
ये एंगल ना पुश करने का. पुश करने का एंगल क्रेजी है ये का.
You know, the second half happened, it's a 4 straight round here for Bleed. And now we're equalized up.
इसके बाद पिक करते हैं.
And I do like this for Ye.
मारा तो भी
He's
किसने?
been on the cold hand for the most part in these two games. And it's only here in the second half that he's started to get his groove back. And that is so important right now.
Good timeout, good timeout. W.
Knowing what he could do, and if he's able to do it, well, you're seeing Bleed reap the benefits of that.
Yeah, starting to feel it a little bit more. But again, 8-8. And now the timeout being called by Global Esports. Coach Spin, I wonder what he's had to say. The defenses on this site, I mean, or in this map at the very least, is starting to feel a little bit more static, a little bit more difficult. Especially when you have so many elevated positions, right? You got pipes, you got 410, and Ye definitely knows how to make use of some of these spots. The rest of Bleed Esports following in on it. So Global Esports, I mean, so far we've seen, you know, some interesting ideas, especially on the
Jinx needed, बोला तो है एंगल का.
Maybe they'll start to
Bleed ये हारने वाली है.
Maybe set up some flanks around mid and whatnot.
And correct me if I'm wrong, Polvi hasn't been in that initial contact against Bleed in the second half for the most part, right? The time that he bought that operator, he was on B. I mean, there was a point where he was on A, but that was just a hard save for Global, so I think that doesn't count. But anything else, when they had rifles, it's always just been Global Esports without Polvi up against Bleed in that first contact. And that might actually be a big factor as to how the firepower
exam
has maybe significantly gone down. Because again, he's not on the side of them.
से देखना अलग love you. Bye, you got me in valorant. जब किसकी जले तो समझ जाओ आप successful हो. लेकिन मैं नहीं हूँ successful. मेरे को होना भी नहीं है.
Again, not wanting to make any mistakes so far.
जगह पे जाने का ही नहीं है जहाँ पे successful है नहीं है उसका कुछ बात हो. समझ रहे हो? Love you, Jignesh bhai. Thank you for the 5,000.
That should do enough damage to stop him from planting. It does not. Crazy guy, successful with it. This is gonna be a full-blown retake. Lightning fast.
Yeah,
he's already committed the wall, and Durion's always have his reckoning up and running already here, and that's always to the benefit right now for Bleed. Shut that on to make it a little bit better for the onslaught of Global Esports, but here Lightning fast and Crazy guy makes a mistake on the jump spot.
Hello.
It's already happened.
Line up पे यार.
Hello. I'm back.
Other than just these
line up पे यार वो.
I don't think it's going to be enough. Maybe Egoist can get him. Yes. Oh my God, that's actually
time नहीं है ना?
phenomenal. Time is it? Scary to clutch. Him and the efforts of Egoist, man.
Shit, man.
So many lineups.
Bye, sexy lineup.
It's awesome in the sense that like it wins Bleed the round, but it's always like a little bit annoying to watch. Because it's just a snake fight that wins in the round. I mean, sound plan, First of all, like you mentioned, Asrai, that reckoning, always up and at the ready.
लेकिन
just buys a
जो
bit more
डिफ्यूज
time.
कर रहा था उसके भी पीछे खड़ा था.
वो डिफ्यूज मारेगा तो भी चलता था, वो वैसे भी मारने वाला था.
Both teams are
उल्टा
gonna
अच्छा
touch
हुआ.
back to each other. We saw that Nanostorm
हाँ वो
plus
स्पिट में डिफ्यूज कर रहा था वो.
from before. Now it's gonna be Scary's
तो
snake
उल्टा वो
fight.
ज़्यादा अच्छा था.
As we move on into
सामने रहता दोनों लाइन ऑफ फायर में मर जाते
trying
तो.
to open things up, dashes in, doesn't see anything, and just instantly going for yet another plant.
Time of the spike just a little bit off center there, so the pop shots from Blaziken can't really get through it, through that high tide.
फिर से लाइन.
Big flank coming in from Polvi here. No utilities
Bye-bye.
activated just yet. Here comes the flank. There's the use on the Hunter's Fury from the other side to break down that Killjoy ultimate. Once this wall comes down, all hell will break loose. And who will come out on top? It's actually going to be Global. With the confusion from the rest of the players. Sacrificing their lives for the great Global evening things out their first round.
भसड़ मचा दी उधर पूरा डिफ्यूज हो गया.
Chaotic, man.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता, ये
Yeah.
डिफ्यूज इसलिए हुआ है क्योंकि रस ने नाइफ किया, डिटेन किया और वो लोग लाइनअप में फेक कर पाए.
हो सकता है
ना?
As possible too, coming off the flank.
इसके लिए गया क्या पॉल्वी ऐसा?
हो सकता है बे. गाली रिटर्न ले लौड़े. Return
ले. Sorry पॉल्वी.
I was also just looking at the fight first in front of us. It got a whole lot chaotic, man. Anyways.
शायद से सप्रेस हुआ क्योंकि वो भी टरेट भी डाउन था.
Yes. सप्रेस था ना, तभी तो पॉल्वी से भाग के जा पाया.
4 ultimates in their pockets. Very strong to think about it, because if Egoist uses his lockdown, Fury from Blaze King is there to respond.
प्रॉब्लम क्या मानो, उधर मैं पैसे की तरफ देख रहा हूँ ना, गांड पट रही है मेरी.
पैसा जाने दे, अल्टीज अपने पास है.
नहीं भाई, इकोनॉमी मेन है.
बन जाएगी.
At the very least, I mean, back thinking about it, compositionally speaking, I want to see Darren doing more.
Nice.
Lockdown, just as he said.
But at what cost, man? Look at the kills that they've gotten already. Sure, they can try to break this lockdown.
Blind वाला नहीं मारा, बैच से बाकी मर गए.
Bleed, they've gone the other direction. Hello, B side we go.
Trying to use that lockdown to distract them and bait the rotations over the Hunter's Fury as well. And as the Sova stays stuck in this animation, the rest of Bleed, this tiny little squad approaches B.
Polvy's coming in. He's using that Sova drone as as a drone to give him a little bit of an inside yellow. But it does absolutely nothing. He wanted that firepower alongside with Blaze King if it could have been done. It's not, so...
यार B वाला फ्री में मर गया बे, पुश करके.
Quick, concise.
कौन था वो?
Very sure of the plays that they do.
A और B दोनों पुश नहीं कर सकते.
They break through onto those double digits.
लग रहा है. दोनों पुश नहीं कर सकते यार, A और B. आपके लिए तो बिल्कुल नहीं.
Thanks to Egoist's one lockdown.
What a game this has been.
So, I mean, back into it. Continuing forth, playing around the map. They've got some of these hits on towards the A side, and if they do get the spike down, there are those post-plant lineups.
है, अभी भी hope है, अभी भी hope है, अभी भी hope है.
अभी भी 10-9 नहीं है मैच.
10-9 नहीं है भाई, 4 राउंड थे, 4 राउंड.
Timeout from Coach.
ये वाला वैंडल एंगल देखना, ये वाला.
डालो पॉजिटिविटी डालो जी के लिए.
ये वाला एंगल देखना, ये का.
Very close start for A main, just making sure that they can spot out pipe here. Get that control. How far will Polvy actually push on B long with this operator? He does have Benkai right beside him. The risk here is exorbitant. They're doubled up, aren't they? Yikes! Benkai hasn't been spotted yet, so he can maybe wrap around. But no, the turret can actually spot him if he comes around the corner here. If he pushes the same angle that Polvy did, there's still 2 players of Bleed coming in.
कोई सीन नहीं, अगर वो लोग A जा रहे तो फिर कोई सीन नहीं है, ये लोग निकाल सकते हैं.
And they get that trade for free.
There's more trades happening here. सब जगह क्यों कर रहे हैं पुश वापिस? क्यों? Last round ही समझा.
Because both teams are, you know, it's kind of like the wave and the moon really pushing and pulling with gravity. Blaze King trying to play off of some of these timings on the peaks, but it's not quite going to be enough. Always trying to get a good
भाई अपने पास अभी भी अल्ट्स है ना.
हाँ, 4 अल्ट है. लाइक
क्या सीन है?
रस की अल्टी है, ब्लेज की अल्टी है.
एक टाइम आउट हो जाए भाई. कोच भाई जरा दो. हाँ?
Maybe I can push out onto pipes.
और अल्टी पे अपने पास बीकी इनको थी ना, मेरे को समझा नहीं रहा हूँ. बेनकाई तो था ना बी पे इतना ऊपर तक.
They're chasing Benkai down. They don't want this operator getting value.
कुछ तो हुआ, कुछ तो मचंड हो गया. We can't understand their comps.
Now they work their magic.
मैं भी वही सोचा, इतना आगे तक किल जाए.
That's going to take away the.
इसलिए तो मैं बोला A पे जा रहे चलेगा, अच्छा तीनों निकाल सकते हैं. अचानक से जैसे बोला पुश कर दे भैंस.
Has truly been turned on his head, Quack.
Hello.
Hello, such a dominant second half, first half, excuse me.
Hello, Strix bye.
And then we get
तेरा आवाज को क्या हो गया लौड़े? बाथरूम से काहे बोल रहे हो?
Yeah, starting to put.
मैं अभी उठा हूँ भाई, तूने उठा ही नहीं.
One round away from match.
देशभक्ति हो ना तो खुद उठना चाहिए, Strix भाई.
वाह.
दिल से आता है.
See?
that's some of these things, you know.
That's the calls, man. The IGL figuring things out.
I talked about the routines.
दूसरा भी जीत रही है.
दूसरा खेल रहा है, लेकिन
kind of sometimes it happens.
थोड़ा सा problems आ रहे हैं, थोड़ा ज़्यादा सा, लेकिन आ रहे हैं.
Just kind of take things a little bit slow, and then Global starts to think, I need to push. If they do, they get punished for it, and now, you know, just only the timeout could potentially save them from something.
मोहित भाई शर्म करो, शर्म. हाँ, अपने players का photo निकालो. शर्म करो. दिया रहेगा.
And perhaps Coach Smith might have spotted something out.
Well, he needs to spot something out. I mean, you know, win or lose, they still will get that map 3. But
अभी भी है. Heavy chance है. पोलवी के पास ult है. Lightning fast के पास भी ult है.
Just the upgraded pistols
for
Global as well. Wolvie does have those blades.
This is going to be an odd round to say the least.
Fair enough.
Take flight. Relegated to bleed. They will pick up that map point. Although it is not too many rounds that Global needs to push this into an overtime.
But I mean,
को पता है येलो खाली हो गया.
Oh, awakening, excuse me.
Fuck क्या, recall तोड़ना चाहिए था. थोड़ा और time मिलता.
Yeah. How did he deal with the bleed that possibly could go into map point? Big flash at the back of the site. Or rather, excuse me, Yay just backs away. Big little flash. Crazy guy chasing the kill here on Snowman.
Nice. Somehow manages to pick up a couple of
kills. See if he can reset the blades. That's going to be huge. Spike has been denied the plant. Drops right down into the site. Doubles up with his teammates. They're a little bit too much constricted here. But Colby finds it.
Dash up draft.
Superstar brings it all back. 183k. And we go to map point.
ये को अचानक से
POV.
आप एंगल की तरफ करो यार. भी वो प्लान किया हुआ बग कनेक्शन चेक करो. बग कनेक्शन.
And while Global Esports with their setup, with almost turning things around for Global Esports.
भाई मेरे को एक बात बता. पहला जेट बाहर आना चाहिए ना, अपड्रफ वाला बाद में तो आनी चाहिए.
True.
Showing us why the import is here, why Bleed have committed.
ये मारेगा, मेरे को लग रहा है ये मारेगा. उसका एंगल सेक्सी है ये वाला पुश करने का.
Polvy's now back on the operator. Once this wall drops down, there's a chance for contact.
तोड़
Players of Bleed already right in front for the picking. Fortunately, he whiffs that first shot. He's gonna go for a second chance.
Public बैठा है, मत जा.
You've heard Crazy Guy a while ago. He's like, they keep peeking, they keep pushing.
Yes.
Because of that dart as well, Polvy might be forced to back away now.
Yeah, nothing doing for the time being. It got Bleed a little bit of presence made, a little bit of space, and off of that, positioning. Now the Reckoning able to push off any Global Esports players who might be on site. High Tide blocks up a lot as well. Good spray this time.
भाई सेक्सी नेड मारा है ना उसने.
डैमेज पड़ा रहेगा.
डैमेज पड़ा देखना. भाई रस के पास अल्ट है. लाइनअप फेल हो जाएंगे. घुस जाओ. जल्दी घुसो प्लीज.
येलो क्लियर करो सबसे पहले.
हो गया. रस अल्ट. रस. नाइस. वो नहीं मार पा रहा है. डिफ्यूज पे बैठ गया. Two more. Good discipline. चुप के भी बैठ गया उसके बाद. Good discipline.
Like you mentioned, man, they are close to pushing this into
nice
overtime.
Ult by Russ by nice ult. पहली बार मेरे कॉल पे ult पड़ा. Love you.
Very interesting. And I mean the null command was expended.
भाई ब्लेड के अगेंस्ट एक जीत के दूसरा मैप 12-10.
Although it is a few more rounds left. And the reckoning was used.
तू ये के तरफ है तू? बीच हेटर.
अबे इसका
क्या ये का स्पैम अच्छा था लोडे? हाँ?
Global Esports has to walk around a type rope right now. Egoist with that lockdown. Okay, there
guys,
it is.
40,000 watching. Like karo. We are close to 17,000 likes already. Only 300 left.
Yeah,
Positivity, G winning, hard sub spam डालो.
तू भाई मार दिया ना राउंड मजा आ जाए.
ये का अल्ट और वैंडल का एंगल देख तू ये राउंड. पागल हो जाएगा.
unless lightning fast or rust can really
खतरनाक
fend them
मारने
off.
वाला है
They're
ये
making a lot of noise.
Okay, there's 0 point.
Lockdown's been activated already. They're still holding the angle here on Maze.
और nice
The
nade
lockdown
be.
does clear up most of the
क्या
side
nade
itself.
pick है लोग.
Bleak was able to
Hook
spot
nade
that
था.
nobody tucked themselves into corner in the back, but they haven't really pushed up the side itself. Are they going to do it now or go in the opposite direction? Seems like it's going to be a commitment.
एक और blind
This
दे,
is
एक और blind
very
दे.
hairy here for Bleed. Global Esports, they've tucked themselves into corners. Scary's gotten the first pick, but Polovy's right here, holding on. Cannot for Blaze King. And it has gone topsy-turvy on either side. Lightning fast. Anchoring, hoping, praying that he can maybe get something before, or rather as he waits for Benkai to come in for the play, and
nice.
Benkai comes up huge. 1 versus 1. It's him and Scary.
याद रखो PRX में था मेरी जान. याद कर वो दिन.
Scary.
भाई
All he
scary है
needs
ऊपर से
is
HP
one
नहीं है भाई.
bullet,
बहुत
a hair,
close होने वाला है.
a whiff, and that might be it. No damn way! He
Oh!
misses this, and Scary gets it. Benkai had the opportunity.
Very close, very close.
Very close. Anti यार, anti.
Then
Anti.
we'll be truly in for a
मैप
bit
3
of a
कौन सा है?
surprise. I mean,
भाई बाप
both
इंटरेस्टिंग
teams
मजा आ
gonna
गया
look
है.
this next map
बहुत
over.
गलतियां
close
की है
हो,
लेकिन
बहुत
गलतियां की है सेकंड हाफ में.
We
वो
showed
दो
us
viral
Close कर
अगर
सकते थे, हाँ,
he
close
won,
कर सकते
but
थे.
at the very
गलतियां
least,
की.
still
कोई नहीं.
up against
पिस्तौल राउंड ही
global
जीत लेते थे हम लोग
esports.
शायद.
What a performance, both sides.
गलतियां की है
being able to
लेकिन
make it this
कोई सीन
close.
ना.
Towards the end of
This
adjustment
scoreline
Passing it
proved
on
that
to
we
our
have
panel to
got
discuss
this.
this monstrous game.
We have got this scoreline.
Split है अभी.
दिल से दिल से दिल से दिल
Going
से दिल
into
से.
a map
Sexy.
3, ladies and gentlemen. Bleed strike
चलो
back
भाई.
now. It is a 1-1
चलो
in
चलो
the series.
आपका
We
वो
were
आ
actually
गया
ready to just,
substitute.
write Bleed
Ah,
off already, but
substitute.
it looks like they made a
Substitute आ
comeback. And El
चलो
Diablo.
bye
Bye bye bye bye.
guys.
Take care.
You're waking up a bit.
Bye-bye.
बाद में मिलते हैं,
Still
बाद में करते हैं.
dire
Bye-bye.
straits here.
He hasn't quite gotten out of bed yet, but he has
He's
woken
awake.
up.
He's awake.
The alarm,
He
the
responded
alarm
to
has
the
rung.
He-
He hit snooze a couple times,
Yes, he did.
but now he's committed to waking up.
Let's go, let's go, let's go, let's go. और बोल 2-0 भाई कुछ भी बोल बे बहुत अच्छा खेला यार.
Yes, we
Genuinely.
finally started seeing Ye.
भाई genuinely मैं भी मानता हूँ facts हम लोग एक क्लोज आउट कर सकते हैं.
प्रेशर क्या है?
facts गलती हुई है बट ये तुम लोग वो करके कंसीडर कर रहे हो कि हम लोग एट लेवल पार उनके साथ है. कंसिडरिंग कल का मैचेस आज का ग्रोथ इज लाइक 500,000%. सो नो मैटर व्हाट full fucking respect. heavy scenes आज का ये गेम और आज का ये स्ट्रीम सामने का ओपोनेंट्स का नाम ऐसे ऐसे जिसमें सुन के फट जाती है. बता दिया है भाई, बता दिया है कि है, लेकिन हम लोग खत्म तो कर सकते थे. गोली भाई वो रस को थोड़ा सा वेट नहीं करना होता. ठीक है, बोथ सीन बट G1 today in my eyes. ये वाले आके जिससे मैं देख रहा हूँ ना तुमको G1
behind Global Esports, right? All of these little calls that they're making in
Let's
between
go.
all of this chaos to either ninja defuse it.
6 by. Oh 6 by. 6. Hello 6.
हाँ.
तेरे गांड में हाथी का लैंड लौड़े लैंड इतना बड़ा लैंड. हाँ अपना मैचेस चालू सो रहा है तू. हाँ? क्या कर रहा है? तेरा वाईफाई वाला हेडफोन है क्या? निकाल रहा हूँ. है तेरे मुंह में है अभी भी? निकाल रहा हूँ. शाम को 5 बजे इंसान कैसे उठ सकता है यारो? हाँ इसके बारे में कोई ट्वीट करेगा कि इसकी जिंदगी इजी है करके प्लीज. कैसे 5 बजे कोई उठ सकता है? कल रात को 5 बजे सोने गया था तू गांडू. 12 आवर चैलेंज मैराथन स्लीप. तकबाई हाउस यूज तकबाई मैचेस देख रहे हो? क्रेजी चल रहा है. घर जाएंगा वाला मैचेस चल रहा है. घर जाएंगा वाला. सोचो पीसी गेमिंग का ट्रेंडिंग नंबर 1 गेम का जिसने इतना सपोर्ट किया है, उसका वॉच पार्टी करने को कितना प्राउड है अपन। क्या बोलते तक भाई? वॉच पार्टी देख रहा हूं मैं। लव यू। अपने रीजन को हम इतना अच्छे से बढ़ा रहे वॉच पार्टी करके। हाँ, वरना लोगों के हिसाब से तो ऐसा है कि सियोल जाके देखो, जाओ जाओ क्या हो रहा है, जाओ। क्या बोलते हो? हैवी सीन्स। जिस दिन मेरे को ट्विटर यूज करना आ गया ना तक भाई, उस दिन आपको एक और बीटी मिलेगा। रुक जा बिंक्स, क्या कर रहे तू? अपने से होता नहीं है यार। क्या कोई है ट्रेनिंग कोचिंग क्लासेस? छोड़ो यार, जाने दो। तक भाई सीन कितना है यार, बहुत जाने दिया यार। कितना चीज है यार तक भाई, कितना चीज है जिसमें सेफ खेला जाता है, बैकफुट पे चला जाता है। सब चाहिए उसको, मसाला भी चाहिए उसको, सिंपैथी भी चाहिए, विक्टिम भी चाहिए, सब चाहिए। हाँ ना, उसको ऑडियंस संभालने आता है ना कुछ। लेकिन एक चीज का गर्व है, ओजी। उससे अच्छा अपना ओजी तक भाई, मॉडल। क्या बोलते हो? सेक्सी। लव यू यार, लव यू। तक भाई चैट में पढ़ा, मैंने पढ़ा। हैशटैग एक्स्ट्रा खुशी में एक्स्ट्रा ट्वीट्स आते, बात तो है। वो तो हुआ। अच्छा हुआ हैशटैग सोल 1 नहीं आई थी। 2 में इतना हुआ है, 2% बूम बाम। 1 होता तो 1 होता तो उफा उफा होता था। बट कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशन फॉर हैशटैग 2। लव यू तक भाई। हैशटैग ओप इन द चैट। सब लोग भाई तक भाई को प्यार दो। जब गोल्डी भाई थे तभी भी मैंने बोला था एक बात, आई एम वेरी फकिंग लकी टू हैव मेंटर्स लाइक गोल्डी भाई एंड तक भाई एंड अ ग्रेट आइडल लाइक मॉर्टल भाई। भले ये रिपीटेटिव रहेगा तुमको सुनने में, मैंने ऑलरेडी बोला है 2 बार, बट मैं 100 बार भी बोलूंगा, क्योंकि वॉच पार्टी इजी है तो मैं बोल सकता हूँ इजीली। आई डोंट गिव नो फक्स एनीमोर, आई एम डन। समझ रहे हो? देर आर लॉट ऑफ पीपल डूइंग शिट अगेंस्ट मी रिसेंटली, अ लॉट। समझ रहे हो? अ लॉट। अभी अपना थोड़ा सा पेशेंस लेवल थोड़ा सा हुआ है, जब पूरा आएगा तभी खत्म है बे। तब मैं तो अभी रुका हूं कि बाकी लोग भी कुछ ना कुछ बोले मेरे बारे में, मैं भी खुलूं थोड़ा सा। द ट्रू फेस ऑफ बिंक्स कितना मीन, कितना चीप है, ये एक ट्रू फेस मैं भी दिखाऊं। हाँ, मजा आएगा। स्ट्रिक्स
बोलना
इकडे येऊन माझा हलव पेज। कैसा स्ट्रिक्स
भाई? मस्त भाई, इतनी मस्त नींद आई।
मस्त नींद आया? मैच देखा नहीं अपना, मस्त नींद आया। हाँ,
बहुत अच्छे भाई।
जस्ट सेइंग। फातिमा जी आप चैट पे हो ना? राइट्स होने के बावजूद एक बंदे ने
एक मिनट
रुक जा,
एक
मेरे को
मिनट
सेंटेंस कंप्लीट करने दे।
मेरे को पहले
हाँ बोल।
मेरे को बता, तू कल रात को क्या बोला? उठा तो मैं देखो 11 बजे
किस
उठा
भाई,
तूने?
लव यू गाना सेक्सी है वो वाला, लव यू देगा तो 450।
हाँ
नहीं उठाया, डन सीन, ठीक है। आई एम सॉरी बाबू।
हाँ, गलती, मेन गलती तेरा है ना।
अभी मैं कंप्लीट करूँ? हाँ
हाँ बोल।
हाँ, राइट्स होने के बावजूद एक बंदा 12 घंटे मैराथन स्लीप किया है, राइट्स होने के बावजूद। तो उससे अच्छा, प्लस कल आपको सुनने में आया था कि इसका हार्ट ऊपर नीचे जा रहा था जब मैचेस क्लोज जा रहे थे। दिस इज अ रिस्क टू माय सन्स लाइफ, तो आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट। हाँ फतेमा जी क्या बोलते हो? एक दिन के लिए हटा दो, मजा आएगा। कंटेंट मैं वो करूंगा, व्लॉग। व्लॉग करूंगा मैं, स्ट्रिक्स के मुंह पे कैमरा डाल के व्लॉग करूंगा मैं। 2 मिनट चैट पढ़ में आया, वॉशरूम जाके आया मैं।
चैट क्या सीन?
यार लंच भी नहीं किया, कुछ है क्या खाने को? 2 मिनट चैट पढ़ना।
पढ़ रहा
थोड़ा बड़ा देता।
Yeah, I think that, you know, also here on for Bleed again.
मेरा मोए मोए चल रहा है।
You managed to have like Darion.
नाम के लिए बोल देते फातिमा जी हटा दे करके।
You know, being successful on a major flank here that actually managed to, you know, really get that
Hey, Pankaj bhai, kaise ho?
that was able to push him forward. And I think that, you know, for the side of Global Esports, we can tell that morale is high, definitely. But again, it's still like, it feels like for Global Esports, it's not enough. Just yet.
Well, I mean, I think they're at a point where they're not going to be happy unless they walk away with this win. And I mean, I think that's realistic for both of these teams. But now we can go ahead and take a look and see at what we got.
Soldier bhai, cute sticks bhai.
The Viper here for Ye.
Yeah, and then
very interesting.
Blaze King bringing out the Gecko here as well. I mean, it is alongside the Breach, so really looking to just set up and push through once they're on the attacking side, which will be the first half for Global Esports. But Bleed, I mean, Ye back on the Viper.
हमने बोला इसको तुझे उठाना, बट ये सुना नहीं, हाँ ना भाई, इसने उठा ही नहीं, मेरे को पता है। ये कल बोला था 11 बजे उठाऊंगा, उठा ही नहीं, सब गलती से। फातिमा जी से गड़बड़ी ले लो भाई, क्यों भाई, मैंने क्या किया? सब गलती बिंक्स की, उसने उठाया नहीं।
Bleed and Global
map 3 start हो गया, let's go
up to the very last map in this elimination game here in Kickoff. So we'll get started in just a bit.
I mean, the desk was talking about Ye having woken up. Has he truly woken up and hit that snooze button? Or, you know, what's going to happen?
Omen, Cypher, Breach, Raze,
At
Gecko.
the same time, you know, there's silence in the stadium right now as they feel the tension of the...
आगे, मिस नहीं कर सकता।
Global Esports, they want to break open the site.
He breaks open with this
jumping jump
Durian that completely misses him. Both the contact on Polvi as well as
भाई सब जगह लड़ रहे बे। एक ही टाइम पे अच्छी बात भी है। अरे
अबे बच गया ये।
ओह कैसे? ओह कैसे?
Nice run.
Global Esports opening Pandora's box, but Egoist has been such a crucial factor right now. Using
hashtag मेरे आते ही love you
all the way from heaven. Total
भाई
baller.
क्या खेला?
Even if he lost that fight, if the wingman could have planted it, Lightning Fast was still coming in from mid, so there was layers upon layers.
भाई level बता रहा है भाई।
Level
बता रहे हैं भाई ये लोग।
Global Esports just go right in and starting things off with Polvi, Benkai, with a little bit of support. I mean, it really is
Sexy check किया भाई।
rhythm. Bleed, oftentimes just trying to take things slow.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से ना बेंकाई का आइसबॉक्स नहीं पसंद है।
such movements from Russ.
मेरा कहना ये है। Icebox ban कर दो. First ban.
Body's ripping off the band-aid, right? Like, oh, you want to take this nice and slow? No, go in. Just hammer it down onto the side, which they will definitely do. And Benkai and Russ,
Lightning fast नहीं है. तेज बिजली है वो. बहुत.
On that A side, leaving the rest of Bleed.
But मेरा chat है तो मैं समझ में आता.
Deal with this post plan with just the pistols. If they can maybe get themselves.
By flawless मार सकते crossfire से ये.
Could be something, but Global Esports, they got themselves a pretty sick amount of crossfires too, but not even that could really, you know, stop Blaze King.
Flawless.
Pick himself up at 3K, one away from the Thrash.
Dude, Blaze today, this guy has been a bit of a sleeper. I mean, sleeper agent to speak. You know, in the first game, playing on that fade, we didn't really talk about him too much because those were just a lot of kills where he cleaned up a lot. Maybe a bit of utility
baby.
coming through. But then now, today, just back onto the third map, he shows up again. I thought that maybe he would have at least dropped like a right click or two, but the movement somehow just favors him instead, and he gets the sprays.
We're looking to prioritize the contact once again. Very aggressive use on the fault line too. Already gonna push through this. There's the contact, and Durian. Ooh boy! Shooting gallery at its finest. Lightning Fast alone. Spike dropped at A main, so 2 avenues.
Trip तोड़ने के लिए अपने पास वो नहीं है ना, Sky भी नहीं है.
Choose your poison.
रेस को ही जाना पड़ेगा.
रेस का साइकिल से तोड़ सकता बस.
नहीं, लेकिन वो तू के
Not something that's going to be easy
वो
to
करेगा
stomach.
सैचल तेरे पीछे रहता तू ही हमेशा
I
आगे
guess it
रहता
really
है
just comes down to the
सैचल
timing
कभी
of it,
आगे नहीं
trying
रहता
to break through that choke point. That's the nature of split, right? You've got B Garage, you've got A main, and anyone who tries to push through.
show them the
If
Indian mid to
Darien
be
kinda
baby
does the same thing, and getting those sprays out. The toxic screen up from Scary. I mean, Yay, excuse me. It really
Bonus
just
था
crumbles
भाई,
the
bonus
entire push.
Balance हो गया यार the
I mean, at
famous
least right
Indian
now,
mid
right,
to
they were
be
just
let's go Blaze King का
trying
ult
to
भी
do
है
a speed run of that bonus round of theirs because they got something in store for us coming here. As I mentioned, Blaze King does have his thrash available, exactly that. So he's just using the wingman first, you know, soften things up, get a bit of that contact on Mail, and now start doing things. Yay, he is so close from this contact. He realizes this, but that fault line is perfectly placed to catch him off. Thankfully enough, teammate Egoist does him a solid. I got you, Yay. You're perfectly fine with me.
अभी भी है इसका ult आने दे
Well, the rest of the squad is fully aware of what might happen next. Unfortunately, the response not quite as good. Bleed Egoist only able to pick up one.
Where did that TP come from?
Nice.
Or where did that TP go?
lightning fast
on top of the box, gets the trade, 2 versus 3.
भाई मेरा दिल धक धक कर रहा है
Russ,
भिंचो जीत जाओ
Maybe planting down the
please
spike. Betkai holding hell here for the moment as Crazy Guy creeps in ever so slowly. Did he see Betkai actually go around the corner? That's going to be a big one too if you think about it. As Durian not really given any form of contact here for now.
OP.
There it is. 1 to 2. Dashing right
oh
in.
उसने miss
Durian
कर दिया
is
सैचल
not quick enough to
love
kill
you
this player still available
नहीं
here
दो
from
था
Global that shuts him down.
It just comes down to those protocols. I mean, we saw it happen towards mid. You
अभी
called
भाई
it
नहीं है ना उनके
exactly
पास
as
है
right.
बे fuck
You
off
have
flawless
the
के वजह
wingman
से
just to soften things
भाई
up.
ये
Get
जीतेगा ना heavy lead जाएगा
then
मजा आएगा
Thrasher, everyone else
लेकिन
slowly
थोड़ा
starts
tough
to
है वो
follow
लोग
through.
ऑफ है
Had the dizzy to start things off.
देखिए एक ही साथ चला
And then as they start to swing
एक
out,
ही डाल
Polvy's there to assist. Yay, unfortunately, just couldn't quite hold it back. And they
गोलू
managed to
ओपी
get the
बे
side off
गोलू
of it.
ओपी
Egoist fell as
सेक्सी
well.
टाइमिंग पे उसने
And
वो
here's the
किया
problem too, right? The only defense that they had on B Heaven was pure contact.
भाई ये टफ है
All of the
राउंड
traps
डेरियन के पास
from,
अब भी
from
अल्ट भी सब
Egoist
कुछ है
here was set for any kind of B main contact, but
एक
it
अच्छा है
all
कि
got
अब बहुत
bypassed
वो है
because of their shot at step from lightning fast. So every kind of trap that they placed
Jod.
was very well
Ignored.
thank you, by Global Esports.
Straight up. Now, same thing. We get mid control, we get some more options. CA trying to deny it with a recon phantom, trying to spray through, but nothing doing. Crazy guy though. Did he hear?
He probably did, but like, who gets who first? That's the question. On that rope contact, if ever there was any rope contact.
भाई अगर ये लोग ने
Polvy
अंडर वाला स्टन मारा
straight up marching his way here on B Heaven. He's got a chance to peek this, but he's not going to do that just yet. He just charges through the smoke, and Polvy's.
ये को नहीं करना था पीक
ओए अरे उसको लगा ब्लाइंड है ब्लाइंड हुआ नहीं वो
To combat that. 1-for-1 trade though. Crazy Guy does find another. But with all of these neural theft activations, it could actually be turned ups in their heads, and Russ just backs away as they realize where they are. Running it all the way through the ace site, but the counter neural theft does get all the information that Bleed needs to know.
Rotation's over. Darien with the rocket.
Aye!
Polvy!
That's why he got picked up, man.
चक्कर आ रहा
क्या मारा बे
He gets those moments, and when you thought the big connection of ability is there to shut you down, he just raw talent, raw firepower. You know, he's the one with the showstopper. That's going to deny some pushes for a good chunk of seconds, which allows the rest of Global Esports to go the other way. They're going to try to clear Heaven. If they're not in Heaven, they're just going to drop down, help out Polvy here.
So there's always that extra assistance. All Polvy's got to do is to get that information for the team.
Spike's still out too. And all Russ has to do is hold, wait, and play. Spots out
George.
Esports have total control of their attacking side.
It's always such a goddamn good feeling, man.
सीरी 1v1 में देख के डर लगता है
भाई ये थोड़ा रिस्की था मतलब स्टन करके लेफ्ट जाके आफ्टर शॉक मार के भाग भी जाता था ना तो भी क्लच था थोड़ा रिस्की था लेकिन जॉर्ज
The best of the POV.
There it is. Just fully anticipating it, and then although Darren was trying to get the momentum off of the blast packs, Polvy's still getting the shot early on, and then everyone else knowing exactly how to play off the spike plant. Definitely needing to stem the bleeding. It's going to be Legia with a timeout now. This is way too early on.
That UC was to waste time. नहीं वो ठीक है वो UC का problem नहीं.
G का was नहीं हो रहा क्या?
I mean with those highlight plays from Polvi, that's going to rattle a couple of players here on Bleed, especially Durian, right? That's matching up Polvi against Polvi here. Man is on a mission. Absolutely right. That
crazy चल रहा है बे.
Is a definite concern right now. Because there's no one cushion here, Quack. We're here on map number 3, and Global's already running away with the lead, and you never want that to happen. Sure, I mean, you could look at Icebox and see that they can slowly grind up their way to something, but Bleed doesn't want to be in that position once again. They want to have that solid advantage.
Always says so much. I mean, we've seen Bleed for the past 2 maps now start things off without a strong lead. They're always slow to catch up.
Please
Might even be able to say the same for their match against T1.
भाई अपना डिफेंस बहुत स्ट्रांग है बहुत
बहुत
स्ट्रांग है अपना डिफेंस हमारा लाइनअप बहुत क्रेजी है डिफेंड के लिए
we belong in Pacific. We want to prove that. Now in the elimination match, Global Esports says different.
Of course, there still is opportunity and chances. It's not like we're already at like 12 to 10 or something, but it is somewhat concerning again as how much Global has really garnered in these rounds.
Yeah, I'm just talking about the lead, but Polvi has been impressive. Now back into it again, looking for an execute onto the site, but look at how Bleed has to set up. Yes, it's that eco, so I don't know how much it can really do. But playing around the toxic screens, they got some of these stingers. Yeah. But then also, like, look at Global. They're just ignoring it. Not going to push past main. Maybe up ramps. I don't know if they'll go through screens.
Oh, I think they realize it too. I mean, even if they don't realize it, they have options to go elsewhere. And since they did leave Blazekick here on
भाई किसका कॉल था ये नवी यार जिसका भी कॉल था
coming into that mid side, and now they're like
sexy
precisely
भाई sexy bro sexy read bro sexy read
now the site is completely clear.
What a read.
Stick the plant, why not? How can Bleed do damage on the retake?
लेकिन मेरे को ये भी अच्छा नहीं लगा
I mean, there's still 5 people, so if they catch
वो लोग ने जो प्लांट किया ना
holding an off angle position here,
ओपन प्लांट कर सकते
take away a weapon, or
नहीं वो चिपक के प्लांट किया उसने
try to get some exit frags and die to the spike.
मैप में दिख क्यों नहीं रहा
वो नहीं पता लेकिन उसने बॉक्स के पास वो चिपक के प्लांट होता है ना
both sides saving fully because Global Esports can run out mid, they can run out garage. Bleed just dies to the spike. What an eventful round.
I mean, fair. You don't want to give any extra kills to global players that have been right?
You don't want to give him another Thrasher.
Exactly.
Oh my.
Russ sitting on the Rolling Thunder too.
God.
What's your dying sound? Voice actor Aster Echo.
Let's go.
I don't want to do that.
Wilhelm scream.
Yeah, the Wilhelm scream.
No casualty.
Actually,
Sexy. अभी यहाँ से जितने भी राउंड्स है वो बोनस है जितने भी राउंड्स कि हम लोग डिफेंस में तो हेवी तोड़म ताड़ी करने वाले बहुत यूटिल्स है अपने पास बहुत सिर्फ उनके यूटिल्स के बाद हम लोग को काउंटर करना है
बहुत अच्छे थे
हाँ
अटैक में भी बहुत अच्छे यूटिल्स है अपने पास
लेकिन डिफेंस में इससे ज्यादा बेटर है भाई पोलवी भाई नहीं मान रहे पोलवी भाई ना मान रहे
उसने हेवन सेजल करके मारा
टन में मारा
He still shuts down Polvi.
Good shot very much. Can't really cross back now, and the intentions were kind of sussed out as well. Why else would Polvi be trying to run back down ramp? So that's why the rotations are coming over from Bleed and getting a good read on things. And as long as Scary gets the right amount of contact, as long as Benkai doesn't fight too much on the A site, Bleed should be able to pick up this round.
और ये लोग फिर से ए गए ना तो मजा आ जाएगा जा भी सकते हैं क्योंकि साइफर ए पे
back in his place. Global Esports might be able to
साइफर ए पे अपना लौड़े
and they do have the Rolling Thunder, right? So
I don't know.
By heavy timing.
It makes sense, but
yeah, you don't want to use it willy-nilly, right?
So you're gonna look for contact elsewhere. Benkai has always been that person that likes to do this.
Come on, Benkai.
Timing.
Nice.
The question is that going to gravitate the rotation from bleed and allow Global to actually start pushing into the ace to the B site?
Oh, it
nice.
does.
Retake चले गए.
And the
भाई
Rolling
sexy
Thunder
रे
is
बनता
nice.
है.
Even though it's not
Sexy
maximum effect,
bro.
it does do enough
भाई
to push
उसका
Darian away.
trap.
But Scary
कोई
from
नहीं
the
तोड़ा.
top of heaven comes back in.
That nade is very far off from Russ. They're on. Might not even know that Lightning Fast is around the corner. Okay, as the dust settles, it's 3 versus 2. Durian is only aware of the positioning of Russ here, not Lightning Fast, who is inside this.
दोनों को मार सकता
It's
है
gonna
bro.
be the double contact. There it is. It's all gonna be up and down to how quickly he can actually get that transfer, which is not really too hot.
Yard.
Paranoia does nothing against Russ. It's a 1 versus 1. Scary's been a clutch master, but Russ can do.
मार बे! Holy shit!
Global.
Holy shit!
A fragging IGL.
Holy
Nobody
shit!
thought that he's the guy to clutch things up, but
Holy
it's such a
shit
one-on-one,
बे!
a little bit off put.
Crucial round भाई. भले lead पे लेकिन
Despite being blinded,
heavy round. Heavy fucking round.
Through. Benkai even actually getting the front on
मजा आ
the
गया.
gate. What is happening?
मजा आ गया भाई. कान पड़ गया. Sorry.
It's the smart use of utility too,
Can.
because there would be a world where he didn't get the A push and they could still do that B play.
Heal दे दे Polly उसको. Polly
Yeah,
को
Bo is
heal
very
दे दे.
much, granted as Russ is down. The hero of that last round down to 15 here.
Always playing around the rhythm and timing of things, right? In previous rounds, we had Polvi just diving right straight on A ramps. This time around,
मजा आ गया
they're
BC.
going along with a team and
No Indian player in org.
kind of playing along.
लौड़े
with it,
lightning
getting a
fast
feel
कहाँ
for
से है
this
बे?
dance, and
हाँ? पूछा क्या तेरे
this
मम्मी
time
से?
getting a better grasp of it. Benkai still though, however,
भाई देख अच्छा
lurking
खासा
all
जीत रहे मेरे को
around.
वो मत करा अभी ठीक है?
The rest of that
शांति से
global
चटक जा.
squad looking to make something happen towards B. They got the utility for it. As long as they can block off heaven.
Quick little TPs there from, oh, that's a big flash. Egoist, does he go against it? The push out, and it's just too clean for Global.
Tricks. I think
No
they
sweat
are
on that
winning
one.
it.
I like how, again,
See,
like
that's
Fast
Indian
uses
origin,
himself
eh?
as
Original.
a human recon dart where he just keeps TPing in positions for his teammates to feed
Bye.
off.
Bye.
But Benkai also solid on these
मेरे
lurks
को
and bleed.
मेरे को एक प्रॉमिस चाहिए कि अब से हम आइसबॉक्स फर्स्ट बैन करेंगे. Benkai सिर्फ उधर नहीं मार पाता है, बाकी सब जगह बहुत मार रहे हो. कल भी आइसबॉक्स में उसका सीन था, आज भी. उसको आइसबॉक्स नहीं पसंद.
आइसबॉक्स मैप ही अच्छा
नहीं है. Done
I
scene.
see what you did there.
Done scene.
But absolutely right. I mean,
Stab. Ah. Yeah, it was looking.
Let's go.
Secure the round win, why not?
Go.
Yeah.
But you know, you gotta definitely think about it. This is happening so often. Good calls from Russ. You talk about the execution.
Icebox ban कर दो please. मैं responsibility रहता हूँ जी हारेगा तो please. Icebox ban कर दो.
That shrouded step, but at the same time, the support that comes in along with it. Russ can frag. Benkai. I mean, this is classic split plays. You got that lurk. You cut people off in the rotations. You
My boys are in full form.
And I don't know what the retaliation would be for bleed here. They're creating plays, sure enough, but Global's just, yeah, we'll just play our own game, keep pushing forward. We still have Polvi, who's been so good at these contact plays, and there it is once again. Jurion. Okay, there we go. He's got the impact play. Neural Theft slows it down a little bit further. Blaze King now calling the rotation. Hold on, like he's got himself that from the shadows, so he can pick it up. Spike. But there is a world where they might break him and not.
ले लिया. जीत गए. Winnable क्या? जीत गए.
They must. Planet for heaven, planet for open.
बंग में तो ओपी हो गया. अभी फेस ऑफ वाले ने पूरे इनमें गेम प्ले स्टार्ट रन बाय कमेंट्री एंड सुपर लाउड टुवर्ड्स द गेम एंड सिर्फ
trying to make their way through.
अच्छा सबके बारे में बोलना.
What it comes down to is how well they can really break apart this heaven hold.
Ad gaming, love you.
Punches him.
Love you. Thank you for the 5,000 Meri Jaan today. Thank you for the third super chat. Thank you
Paranoia
so
coming
much.
out, but
Guys,
not dissuade scary, and Egoist
8-1
is not in a good spot. But he doesn't need to be. Excuse me. Egoist with the ego peaks, the ego kills. And he saves it once again for Bleed.
He kind of made use of the pressure from the spiked half
ठीक
to
है, ठीक है,
fake
कोई
them
सीन
out
नहीं।
peeking, and he just has that aim
और
just enough
8-1 होता
to
था
really
वो लोग के
fend
पैसे
them
के
off.
एनसी बीचे हो जाती
I mean, what a round,
थी
both
लेकिन ठीक है
sides
अच्छा खेल रहे
trying to
कोई
play
सुन
around
एक राउंड
the
माफ
area,
एक राउंड
hearing
Mistakes
a bit
happen.
of work,
एक
but
राउंड
at
माफ
the same time, Global
round
having the
माफ
sense to try to rotate over with like
एक राउंड माफ रीसेट
Then when it comes down to
टाइम
it,
आउट लो अभी
the
का अभी
heroics
रीसेट
of
करो
Egoist.
नहीं
कोई सीन नहीं,
2-7
reset कुछ
lead.
गलती हो गया।
I mean, again, you
let's
know,
go.
they start things out slow, but they never quite
बंस
back
भाई
down
चिल्लाने से
that
पहले
easy.
वार्निंग दोगे तो
Bro
my
painted
ears
a
will just
picture
see.
on that A
कसं
window,
वर्षिक
man.
मारे यार I guess I'm this is Konkani. Yes, कसं वर्षिक रहे.
It was a
Thank you
great
for the
picture.
100. Thank you
It was a
once
picture
again
of
for the
them winning that
5,000
round.
ad gaming. Love you.
Picture
Thank you
two
so
bodies on the
much.
ground.
Oh yeah. Durian so close
Blind,
to
blind, blind.
He's hiding in the corner. He's been spotted, and that's gonna
big,
be
big.
him down and dusted.
भाई
Yay,
क्या खेल
holding
रहे
the angle
जी
here.
बे?
Pushes out with the
Bhai.
snake bite, but gets caught.
भाई
in the
होल्ड भी
collateral
देख.
of things, even hiding inside the smoke.
अल्ट आ रहा है होल्ड कर रहे हैं. इसके बाद भी 20 सेकंड होल्ड करेंगे ये लोग. 10-20
These Stingers
सेकंड.
won't really
लोगों
threaten
कैमरे में देख
the
full focus में
control and
भाई.
rotation capabilities of
वो देख,
Global
सिर्फ hold
Esports.
करेंगे.
Egoist now coming in through B Heaven.
10-20
He's been
सेकंड.
such a
भाई अलग
stalwart of
डिसिप्लिन है भाई
Vanguard.
आज. अलग
These
डिसिप्लिन
tags,
है.
man.
हाँ ना
He's been put in a position where he
प्रॉपर
has
होल्ड
to
पे
do so
देखना
much,
बे.
and he might not be able to do anything at all.
अब भी घुसो.
Great ways to
40
check
सेकंड्स हो गए घुसो.
from the
इससे
likes of
ज्यादा
Down.
था. चलेगा. पार्सल
for
पॉल
one,
भी भाई
though.
पार्सल
Still
दे
good
रहे थे.
reactions
कोई सीन
nonetheless, but yeah, you're absolutely right. Global
कोई सीन
Esports
नहीं.
having the numbers now, they get to push in. They got the site. It's just a near impossible.
6 भाई 8-2 और उनके पास पैसे नहीं वो लोग को सेव करना ही पड़ेगा.
Seems like it's gonna be a save.
Bro.
Yeah.
It just
Bye,
came down to a bit of
Benkai, bye.
guesswork.
Love you, yaar.
Unfortunately for Fleet, doesn't
Icebox
quite
मत खेलो
work
बस.
out. Global
Love you.
Esports, on the other hand, again,
सब
you
लोग
think
शाइन
about how
हुए
they
भाई.
take down this
सब
mid. It's
लोग
it's worked out
इक्वली खेल
so
रहे,
great.
शाइन हुए, सेक्सी एक दूसरे को कवर दे रहे.
You gotta put into
मजा आ गया.
perspective. I think how
वो
slow
लेवल
Ye
का
has
गेम प्ले
been
पहली
to
बार
assist
अपने
his
को देखने मिला
teammates.
भाई. मजा आ गया.
Right? Because whenever he's on a non-duelist, it just feels like he's just a step behind. Like I was wondering why Durian was holding for such a long time onto Male, and you see a few seconds later that Ye's there. So it's at some point you're thinking, was Durian supposed to get any form of support utility or support spray down from Ye as to why he held Male for such a long time, even through the triple push of Global, and you start to wonder.
भाई ये बेचारा नहीं मार पा रहा है यार.
I
भाई
honestly
अपना
am not
बहुत
too sure. I can't say for
I think
certain.
ये
14 मेरे हिसाब से 14,000 लोग एक साथ कर्ज दे रहे ना.
We know.
भारी पड़ रहा है उस
So,
पे बेचारे को.
time out again.
देख मेरे को लग रहा है ये
He's
को
just
वाइपर
left
सूट नहीं कर रहा है
wondering,
क्योंकि
like,
वो
how
वाइपर
can
जिससे
we
नहीं
really
खेल
catch
रहा
up
हाँ,
with this?
वो
The entire
पीक
desk.
लेके मर रहा है
A
पहले.
lot of people all
नहीं
thought
लेकिन
that
ये
Fleet would
ये राउंड और
definitely
एक
have
और
this
राउंड
one
जो
in
था
the
ना
bag.
जहाँ पे वो
Given
सीधा
their
पुश
performance
करते हैं
against
रैम्स,
one, for example.
वो 2 राउंड
That
नहीं
was
मारा
such
है
a
ये.
long day, but they were still able to put up some great numbers.
बाकी
They
राउंड
were
वो
still able to
जिंदा रहा है
push one
टीम
in
के लिए.
overtime.
बाकी मर रही है ना, बाकी टीम मर रही है तो रोटेशन में इधर उधर मर रहा है वो.
You know, roster that everyone was kind of questioning. We got all of these imports and players from all over the place. But Russ and
अरे
leadership, man, it's just
मेरे को point क्यों
feels
दिया?
so
मेरे को
different in
किया.
this matchup.
मेरे को क्या
A welcome one for sure.
Bleed's already used all of
फील बैड
their...
फॉर हाँ यार. बंदा प्लेयर
talking
बहुत
right
अच्छा है
now.
बे वो.
Like he is just
प्लेयर बहुत अच्छा है.
shaking his
भाई
head,
इसका कोच का हो गया बे MF.
I don't know if he just called the timeout to take a breather or even have something planned for his team here. And flip side is, you know,
दोनों
if
पागल
we
है
can
बे.
survive with a few more rounds coming into the second half, miracles do happen. Switch of sides can
लेकिन
definitely
oh
change
fuck.
the winds of impact here.
आज का
Yeah, for an
दिन
extra
भाई.
heavy map like
ओपा
Split,
भाई
you know,
ओपा.
past the
ओपा.
more defender sided.
इसके बाद
Now
मैं
if,
जा रहा
you know, as long
कॉम्पी
as you
फुल पंप
crack the
फुल
code,
पंप
got the
सारे
badge,
रेडिएंट बनेंगे आज के
definitely
बाद
come up
20-25
more rounds,
जन
but
कॉम्पी में रेडिएंट है.
definitely doesn't feel good, you know, when your coach is just not even like happy with you.
Oh yeah.
So you would want to have like more faith, more spirits up. Darren with the showstopper, definitely a possible turnaround.
Yeah, Scary's on that first contact too. So Darion wants to get up close and personal. When Scary gets that whiff of anyone trying to get this B main control, he might even use the showstopper, but it's not even needed as he gets that double spray down beautifully executed. They're gonna push him up, and Pulvi just pulverizes the opposition. Scary holds on, gets the 3K, pushes back Blaze King. No more flashes for him. Does have a wingman. Can use it to push forward.
2v2 है, निकाल सकते हैं अगर मारा तो.
Patiently as Benkai comes in with the double up.
कैमरा डाल.
He's right here at the corner, helping out Scary with this Judge 2 in hand.
भाई निकाल सकते हैं. निकाल सकते हैं. Spike उसको दे.
He should break the wingman. He just tagged in everything and hope that his Judge would be good enough in that close quarters.
Heaven
And this might all be just all for naught. The tag as well and Crazy Guy disabled for a couple of seconds, and they've allowed Global to plant the spike in a very safe manner. And we're not even the judges. Oh, sorry, excuse me. Crazy Guy's pushing up.
4v2 निकाल दिया.
What just
भाई मेरे को समझे नहीं कुत्ता तक किए नहीं.
क्योंकि उसको प्लांटर को भगाना नहीं था ना दूसरा साइड क्रॉसफायर में.
I mean, of course, Egoist with nothing but a classic.
अनुवे चैट में नहीं दिख रहा. फुल मेरा वो हो गया. Watching from Jim energy to G. Love you.
4 bullets.
क्या?
4 बुलेट थे वे 4.
A classic to start things in a 2 versus 1. Gets the kill. Has to use the room
सिर्फ 4 बुलेट थे.
But Bleed somehow manages to persevere.
दूसरा राउंड.
Egoist,
2 राउंड
भाई.
2
has truly been the star player here, the clutch player of Bleed when they need him to do it the most.
ठीक है, कोई सीन नहीं.
Just
वो लो था
शायद.
शायद.
Me the most is that he did it with Classic. Yes, Blaze King was low enough, but Blaze King somehow couldn't quite land the shots against him because didn't quite know the position.
Technically ये अपना था ही नहीं. It was a 4v2 round. Technically.
हाँ, technically
उनका ही round था. हम लोग ने उनको दे दिया कोई सीन नहीं. मत बोल लवले. मुंह में ले ले कुछ.
Yes, he had the judge that was at wingman play, but they were just so confident how they pushed out. You can feel the confidence again.
Wow. Okay, Scary's just out of there. I do not want to deal with this.
Nade, Heaven, nade.
This is not up to my pay grade, at least for now. Oh my goodness. Okay, I am overreacting way too much, I know, but Pulvi is creating openings when there's so little visual stimuli for this man.
risk लेते please.
He just got right in and the spike's already
Omen blind है. Omen city blind दे दे.
Bleed have got their work cut out for them. The peek out does allow Durian to get the trade quickly against Lightning Fast, and Durian just running it down. They're hoping that they can get these contacts. Russ, if he can get a kill, maybe he can rip out an ultimate for himself. One around the corner is going to be Blaze King, but do they know, coming up from heaven is Benkai. Defuse on the spike. The Crazy Guy holds his teammates hand, and Bleed somehow manages to squeeze one more round in before we end half.
There we have it.
अबे केज डाला गेको को रिपोजिशन करना चाहिए था राइट साइड जब केज डाला.
And it comes down to I do feel like again, at least on this map, it's Egoist.
नहीं वो ठीक है वो स्मोक किया. पहला सिटी फ्लैश करके स्मोक करना चाहिए था वो जानते. लेकिन गेको को भी रिपोजिशन करना था राइट से क्योंकि हेवन से आ रहा ना. तो लोग एक साथ अप डाउन वाला पिक ले सकते थे.
और अभी डिफेंड है. डिफेंड में तो हार ही नहीं सकते.
भाई डिफेंड हम लोग का बहुत स्ट्रांग है.
Towards the end of it, Darian even trying to fly.
भाई लेकिन तू समझ रहा है.
It's gonna be Egoist.
अगर एक्चुअली हम लोग परफेक्ट खेलते तो 11-1 स्विच हो सकता था. हम लोग वो लेवल का गेम प्ले दिखाया है.
ट्रू एक्चुअली
क्लीन अगर खेलते थे ना 11-1 स्विच हो जाना चाहिए था.
एक्चुअली
फक बेबी फक सक्सी
being enough. So
सुपर जेट वाले को गाली दो. उसने बोला 8-4 करो 9-3 ना होना
चाहिए for that sentiment, right? Anyways, you're absolutely right. Egoist, such a hero at this point for Bleed. Without him, some of these rounds wouldn't even be possible. 50% of the rounds that Bleed has gotten, Egoist has clutched.
13-7
what
G
a
winning.
percentage
13-7 क्यों 13-4 क्यों नहीं?
been for Bleed.
Man 13-4 क्यों नहीं?
Doing work, and he's the only one here from Bleed, as you can see on the scoreboard.
50% sounds big, but it's like 2 out of 4.
I mean, you get what you can.
अयो इस साइड पे एक बंदा तो इधर रखो. ओमेन बीमेन जो निकल सकता है.
In this situation, you have to get it.
You got a point. Yeah. He is the kill leader right now. But off to the next half, that's the thing. You know, you got this Gecko pick that could help you really well in retakes. And I have a feeling that that's what Global Esports wants to do. And at the same time, bear in mind, you got Polvi, you got Russ. These guys, they got calls to push out on the defense. They have to be ready. Look at mid.
What a stack here, as you mentioned, on mid too. Any push outs on Rafters.
Done, blind.
Nice. Follow, but did Durian not get hit at all? Excuse me. For the loss of words, the reposition so that the aftershock does not engulf him. Nade is available, throws it out in the corner, and that is a great separation of utility here for Bleed. You see Global trying to push through, and they get separated again because of the snake bite, again because of that. But trades come in aplenty. We've equalized the numbers. There's going to be the plant on the spike here for Bleed, but Global have heaven and screen control. But Durian is putting the effort, is putting this game into his own hands. He's already gotten 3K. If he can do more, maybe even an ace.
Oh, that cam says everything.
He has another nade.
Darius in a prime position to pick this up. Gets further info, just sees one, right? So he knows where the other is.
I mean, they're taking a very long time to get close into things. Blaze King can get the trade on Egoist, but it's only as good as that. Bleed get their first round. Man, Global was going for a hard read, dude. They were like, let's push mid. We'll see where it takes us.
Trying to, or at least set up for the retakes. I think that's why Ben Kai was positioned so far back to behind screens. However, yeah, you can see in that replay, Darian was not blinded by the paranoia whatsoever. And sometimes that's just one of those things where, you know, the air effect of that flash just doesn't quite cover what you need it to sometimes, or the timing of it as your opponents move out. That's a little bit unfortunate.
Does get the trade on. Yeah. It's just again a pistol here for Global too. If they push up, Russ has a stun, so maybe that's gonna be something to utilize right now, which it actually is working out fairly well for Global Esports. They've got the numbers advantage already. They're already looking right behind him because they are aware that Blaze King can pick up a weapon, which he already had.
Mar, please. Love you.
The Thrifty is so solid for the South Asian team. Now it's all left again in the hands of Egoist. And he doesn't even have the spike in his inventory.
इसके बारे में नहीं पता।
जीत गया। Be careful about it. You got two classics. Can't lose any advantage that you have. Round's not over.
जाके सामान उठा ले अपना। भाई सेक्सी जीते भाई। सेक्सी राउंड। वो 3 राउंड जो गलती किया है, मैंने आपको माफ कर दिया। मैंने माफ कर दिया। मेरा हो गया। माफ कर दिया। समझ रहे हो? मारा है। तो मेरा माफी का कोटा हो चुका है और कोई माफ नहीं होगा।
Great timing with this reach too.
Hashtag OP यार. Hashtag OP.
I just love the
guys positivity full. Guys 18k likes को सिर्फ 200 लोग चाहिए. जिसने लाइक नहीं किया पट से लाइक कर दो पट से.
Cheerful guy, but right now Nade just going in for a bit of that garage control. Picks up the orb. Polvi denying these ultimates away from Darian.
इसके बाद कौन सा मैच है?
Do you want to like go back around ramp to pick that one up? Probably, maybe not so much.
There's a double stack from Global here. If they actually go through A main and they just pop shots directly where the spike or the orb is, right? Yeah. Global Esports is hard reading this. Smoke placed right in front of them.
भाई तू नेड मॉली ब्लाइंड सब आएगा.
From the last round that. Yeah. Now economy is a bit of an issue for Bleed.
Nade ready रख.
The executes have to be very, very careful, but at the same time, because Global Esports are recognizing this, they're being
वो लोग ने स्मोक डाला ताकि उनका नजर उधर जाए.
They might just try to go straight for the B site. The wall's been dropped down already. Lightning Fast has put up his smoke 3 times on B main. And Bleed's is counting. Maybe this is a blessing for them.
Right through now.
Oi! Hacker!
Dude.
Hacker!
He can shoot through his smoke. He has a teammate right beside him that can help him out. And Lightning Fast
अरे भाई बेट हो गया अयो चलेगा 2v2 2v1 प्लान मत करने दो नहीं कर रहा है अभी घुस जा एक बंदा बस हो गया बस अभी कोई बोलो ओह फक
Look at this, and now having won that round, you're very not just reaching double digits, you're very likely going into 11 and 5. You see that call from Russ, you see the reactions from lightning fast. Now the hope from South Asia. As soon as the dark cover comes out, as soon as he sees,
9999 babe,
he knows, alright, I gotta spam. Even catches onto a single player. That's enough damage.
Bleed have already used up
all of their timeouts, so there's no more.
वो बोलो बस टाइम आउट भी नहीं है ब्लीड के पास
like can you really read your opponents well enough without your coach and
भाई मैं बोला ना अपना डिफेंस स्ट्रांग है बहुत यूटिल्स है भाई
well enough to this of course they are attacking
कैंप पे देख के स्टन करना
Darren does have a showstopper but this round
कैंप नहीं दिख रहा था वो
you really want to commit unless you pick up more
Egoist बाय
टाइमिंग हो गई सर
Benkai being careful
Yeah, doesn't want to overstep his bounds as he's the only one
holding that A side for him
by himself for the moment. Durion is just quickly charging in, finds Benkai, uses the nade to delay things a bit further. Does he pick up the weapon? That's the question.
Yeah, I think he does.
He does. Gets out without being traded too, which is perfect. Like you mentioned, passes it on over. That was a huge pickup right now for Bleed. Alert coming again from none other than the man himself, Egoist. Paranoia has been thrown out. Here's the bombardment from the rest of Global. Lightning Fast gets one. Blazing comes into the corner here. There's too much for him to handle, but he is
come on.
perfectly
भाई
juggling
सुनो
the aggression.
3 का 4 हो गया अभी थोड़ा दिमाग पे जा रहा है मेरे
Bleed
3 का 4 हो गया
still far from a favorable position.
And a great thrifty round at the very least for Bleed to pick up. I mean, yes, Ye got the final
वो
one.
कैंप से पैर दिखता ही है नो वे वो ऊपर आके मार सकता है
अरे नहीं वो
This shot with the sheriff, Russ.
ठीक है वो क्या देख नहीं रहा था
वही तो मैं बोल रहा हूँ
And then, of course, Darian to commit along with that showstopper. Gives them a little bit more breathing room, a little bit more space. Picks up the Vandal. A great way to bring Bleed back into the game. Not over yet.
+1 यार
Oh wow, there is a world where Durion can get a pick on Polvi, and that world is now. That world is here. We're living in that multiverse, ladies and gentlemen. Durion does not commit to the fight here. His lightning fast is into the corner. But a quick flick,
ये थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया लेकिन ठीक है
does get that 1-for-1 trade.
ये भी थोड़ा ज़्यादा हो गया भाई ट्रेस करके मारेंगे
Shooting through B main here, as Bleed have gotten themselves that numbers advantage. They don't really need to overpush right now, Quack. They still have Egoist holding the lurk once again on A main. He can start calling in his teammates all the way around here. They're not really afraid of that mid call. Actually, no, there is a ping there, but once they start clearing it up, they should be feeling a lot more confident to start pushing in onto A, which lo and behold does not have any cipher traps.
चार राउंड में अनरियल पे ऑलरेडी जीत गया रहता था जी अनरियल खेल रहा था यार छोटा मिस्टेक्स क्लीन करेगा तो क्या टीम बनेगा बे
that Blaze King has along with the wingman not to mention Russ's full kit might be useful for a retake. So as soon as they confirm that the site hit goes towards A, now just setting up for it, Russ needing to kind of stay alive or at least pick up a frag, but unfortunately does not go his way. 2-on-4 now, nah.
Yeah.
I think you gotta save.
Just looking at the creds for Global Esports, don't really have anything to
power दो chat power
3 राउंड चाहिए भाई अपने को सिर्फ 3 राउंड
Esports live to fight for another day.
होगा जी winning.
एक मारने में थोड़ा बुलेट मारा ना रिपोजिशन यार फट से यार
Egoist staying alive to threaten the lurk.
ऐसा वाला स्प्रे नहीं मार सकते
Durion
ठीक है नेक्स्ट राउंड गेको का अल्ट ठीक है भाई
good and beat out Polvi's game.
नेक्स्ट राउंड बहुत सारे
में कि वाइपर का भी अल्ट आ गया वहां पे स्काई का भी अल्ट आ सकता है डेरन का भी शायद अल्ट आ गया
Such a thorn
डेरन का
Bleed side for a very long time. There's no answer to him. So what it seems to be Bleed's answer is Durion go kill.
नहीं है भाई अभी तो मारा था
We can work off of that.
अपने पास 3 अल्ट निकाल तो सकते हैं लेकिन ये वाला बाय करेगा तो थोड़ा रिस्की हो सकता है
It's absolutely true.
थोड़ा
This time
क्लोज आ
catching the
सकता है
timing onto some of these players. And then, of course, you know, while he might have fallen to lightning fast, it's that response from the rest of the team so quick, so good onto it. Of course, though, that's it. Now that they're slowly starting to climb back into the game, Coach Spin pauses the game.
Calm down.
Yeah, calm down. Let's see what we can fix. But you got to keep in mind, although it is the timeout that he called, Lagia gets to talk to his team too.
That's very true. The more that you can force Global to do that, the more that Bleed can start building things up once again. And Lagia's face, completely different from that last timeout that they've got. He's listening in intently as well, nodding in agreement. I mean, obviously we can't hear what they're saying, but
less German tough love, less like disappointed father vibes.
Yeah, true. He's probably just listening to Crazy Guy and how he's formulating things, you know? That Vietnamese mind of his.
Definitely is a really incredible player. I mean, some of these rounds, he's coming up with these calls and expecting plays, finding the trades for his team. A lovely welcome addition to Pacific for sure, but then again, 3 rounds for Bleed to equalize.
Let's go, baby, let's go.
Punish play that we can see from Global here. First things first, Polvy's got his showstopper. Look at where he's positioned, all the way downtown on screens. There's a setup thrash here from Blaze King. And if Bleed overreach, Polvy is waiting for the Kumbayas, the Boom Boom Pows. Pushes right up, but Durion gets 2. There's going to be Aftershock right now from Russ. And even though this is a weaker buy for Global Esports, the trades are even, and Bleed still are very much aware of the big ultimate looming at the A site if again, Polvy's still holding that position.
It's got to be Polvy though, right? Yeah, and then at the very least, I guess maybe Bleed just wanting to bypass all of that. Transitions over to the B site. It does give the rest of Global a little bit more time and space to pick up some of these rifles. And then we'll have a different round. Oh, this is...
Ooh, that smoke telegraph something though. It's a B having
उनको पता नहीं है कि fake है कि नहीं. जैसे साइड में गए लोग guns लेके retake कर सकते हैं race का ulti.
Honestly, pushing all the way through spawn stairs wouldn't be too bad right about now because if they can find where Benkai is hunkered at, they wouldn't have to deal with all these pesky tripwires that is set up everywhere.
Oh, Ben.
Camera भी है, guns लेके आ जाओ.
Crazy Guy's one off from his
अभी नहीं use करने camera, ठीक है?
Holding on.
Stay alive. Got the showstopper in. Got some rifles now. We can play in this round. We don't have armor, but sure enough,
City से जाओ मैं तो बोलता हूँ.
Better
Heaven जाने से अच्छा.
You know, as to go with classics.
क्योंकि cam है.
Look at how far everyone from Bleed is placed at. Scary's just done.
Oh, great camera from Benkai.
That's hard. Polvy's by himself at this point. Plant, Spike actually out in the open. This works in their favor. Now Polvy's been spotted. If he can just jiggle a little bit more for Crazy Guy to get that bit of information. Wow. It's not even diffused at all, yeah. So he has to back away. Gets the quick little punish. And Bleed Esports.
इसलिए मैंने बोला था तीनों सिटी से जाओ आराम से अल्ट भी होता था एक दूसरे को मारते भी नहीं था क्योंकि कैमरा है प्लस ये फ्री किल है अपने तो इतना टाइम नहीं कि सारा एंगल्स खाली करे साइट वाला एक को मार सकते थे अल्ट के साथ फ्री में
ओ भाई कोई सीन नहीं 4 अल्ट से ऑप है ये राउंड तो इम्पॉसिबल है
unfortunate events for Global Esports. I mean, they've got the four ultimates still able to keep themselves.
Oh, we are back, baby!
Back to the sudden rhythm game where we push out.
Too much rhythm. If we're looking at how he just re-peeked that. Trade for trade though, both of the raises down and dusted. And this gives a chance right
दोनों का entry नहीं है, which is bad for attackers.
Be afraid anymore of, you know, the operator that is available here for Polvy. I do hear the thrash being used, so that's probably to get a lot more information here on A. See if Heaven's being controlled or whatever, and it is not. So Benkai, be ready.
Definitely here's the Trailblazer.
Oh,
at the big. Trying to make use of his one way. He's got a second. Oh no!
Yeah, doesn't have a second chance to actually use it.
I was thinking about it.
देख लिया था शायद Benkai को.
But what a great spray! Like, of course the Cypher would be on the other side.
Double satchel तो मार के cross कर लेता.
Here we go. Second time to do another thing with the thrash.
Look at how far back Ye is actually playing. He's been pushed back hard by this Thrash though. Wingman used actually on Mail, and Ye has got himself the perfect timing on this lurk. He's been spotted already, but him gravitating his attention definitely secures the round here for Bleed.
भाई मेरा थोड़ा सा दिमाग हट रहा है bro अभी.
Bleed having the economy to go for this hunt.
इतना crazy shot advantage मिलने के बाद.
I will become what you want me to be, or what you need me to be.
That's what a flex player does.
Shot.
He's like the Batman of Bleed right now. I never thanked you, and you'll never have to.
अपने पास अभी भी बहुत chances है. अभी भी बहुत chances
hero, what,
that they need or that they want, but he's the hero that Bleed deserves.
Well,
hey,
guys,
he's doing his job.
थोड़ी देर के लिए G fighting और hearts करो chat में. सब negative सोच रहे पता है. सोच को वो करो. G fighting और hearts थोड़ा spam करो.
We started out this half
थोड़ा positivity
4 to 8
चाहिए.
in favor of global esports.
और जिसने stream like ने किया अभी तक like करो. This is the elimination match. This is the third map. Cut to cut चल रहा है. We need this fucking win.
What feels like the change of pace here for
full
Bleed?
positivity, full. यहाँ से energy वहाँ तक जानी चाहिए, वहाँ तक.
They've been using Durion to catch out Polvi here.
थोड़ा उसका इसका tension हट गया
He's overheating. He's got the first picks every single time. Again, I'll probably just check the stats later on, but the first bloods feel very much, flowing from Polvi.
Yeah.
So if he just holds off from re-peaking once again and not getting traded, feels like that's already a win condition done for Global.
It kind of is, but then, when we're talking about overheating. First bloods, what about first deaths? Right, I mean,
chill एक बार power से let's go G! चलो.
As soon as he gets the first pick,
stun or one way smoke.
There is another opportunity for
easy
them
control.
to come back in for that trade. And
smoke
off of the trade, softening up the defenses on a map like Split, without the numbers, it's that much easier for Bleed to break through. So Russ now, fault line connects, but doesn't really do all too much. It's a bit of information at best.
Excuse me?
One ult charge away from getting his ultimate. Russ, does he want to challenge this? Does he want to punish this? He will. And no picks will be garnered. Durion's just charging it in.
Nice.
That's gonna get punished. Lightning Fast comes back into cover.
Jord Rebenka
and wiped out, but
Spike नहीं है. Oh my fucking god Rebenka. Banka, मैं तेरे को smooch दूंगा. Smooch. तू return आ. Smooch.
11 and Global strike back.
ऐसा स्मूथ दूंगा तू रिटर्न आ. समझ रहा जो तूने साइफर का टोपी उतारा है वो उठा के मैं तेरे को बोलूंगा वेल प्लेड. क्यों स्मूथ दूं भाई? क्यों दूं? देना पड़ेगा. क्यों दूं?
देख रही हूं मैं
देना पड़ेगा अभी. ओपी बोलूंगा बैंका. ओपी बैंका. ओपी इन द चैट बोलूंगा.
Lightning Fast was around the side. Benkai arriving on the scene on time too.
Sorry.
Picking up the quick double and then
One way smoke. भाई मेरा स्ट्रीम देख रहे हैं. Love you. अभी क्या ये लोग का यूटिलिटीज यहाँ पे वेस्ट होता है.
The reaction for Global here, right? One mistake, one slip up is all it takes for you to really get punished by it.
भाई ओमेन का वो नहीं है.
Easy win.
Durion spots it. He gets one. That wall saves him. And Russ trying to get any form of contact, any form of trade, gets denied, and himself in the process as well. Benkai gets a couple of kills, but he can't do what he did in that last round, leaving Polvi in a 1 versus 4 with an operator in hand. You know it's going to happen, so he just backs away smartly. Take the 10-11 already. Global still has a lot of plays to do. And just use this time to talk about it once more.
Yeah, why not? But as it comes down to it, this match down to a knife's edge, Bleed slowly clawing their way back in. This still could become Bleed's game. This still could be an elimination match for either of these teams. Bleed showing that they definitely still have what it takes. Darren with the showstopper, able to be the catalyst for the team as he dives through.
Positivity चाहिए. जो हो रहा है उन्हें दो. Please, जो हो रहा है उन्हें दो. बाद में वो लोग बात कर लेंगे.
They know how
उसको पॉलिश कर लेंगे वो चीज को, वो चीज इम्प्रूव हो जाएगी. कल से आज तक ऑलरेडी बहुत इम्प्रूवमेंट है. ठीक है, आज के बाद नेक्स्ट सीजन में और इम्प्रूवमेंट मिल जाएगा. लेकिन ट्रस्ट एंड पॉजिटिविटी ये चाहिए, अभी के लिए चाहिए यार. अभी के लिए चाहिए. लौड़े लग गए इको है.
Not even a year ago. Last year, but not even close to a year ago, just a couple of months ago, which is crazy to think at the least.
Yeah, Bleed is a team that really knows how to grow and adapt together. You know, we were talking about it, both timeouts were spent, right? And it forces they force Coach Spin to call some timeouts back. So Crazy Guy is actually doing so much right now. Of course, back into it, Darian and Egoist. You can feel their impact in the server as they pick up more frags. Off to the next round though, without the ultimates, can't go in just as fast. Taking a bit of a breather. I think they're just trying to find some kind of a path, some kind of a route into the site.
And the route could be A. They're leaving Egoist to play on that A main. But I mean, there's still so many pathings, right? As long as you can get that mid, you can obviously transition to B main, mail into A heaven. They gotta make something happen now. I think they're using up a couple more extra seconds just to see if there's any over pushing.
Yeah, check
from
B.
from Global Esports.
Yeah,
if there's something around this area, yeah, then they might be able to play around. So both lurks actually very important that they stay alive, whether it's Egoist or Ye.
Okay, the biggest person that needs to stay alive from lead here has got to be Scary. Because first things first, they've dropped the spike, and they need to pick it up somewhat. Okay, they're still B-main control right now. Durion's coming into the corner here. Blaze King is right in front of him. Trigger Discipline could provide some distance, which it does. And Blaze King is holding on. This is really, really bad. They get unraveled. They took too long.
Blaze King को बुरा लगा ना, मैं बेंकाई को स्मूथ करूंगा. Sorry Blaze King. Sorry, तेरे को भी. ये ले. ये ले रे. Blaze King इधर आ रे तू. भाई ओपा.
ये राउंड में चुप बैठ रहा हूँ. ये राउंड में
ओपा. एक बार बता देते यार. हाँ? नहीं, मेरे को एक बात बता. एक बार बता देते मेरे को कि आपको बुरा लगा है कि मैंने किस कर रहा हूँ बेंकाई को. बता देते Blaze King. ऐसा परफॉर्मेंस देने की जरूरत नहीं है. बता देते मेरे को. लव यू यार. अभी अपने पास 2 चांस है. खत्म कर दो प्लीज. प्लीज खत्म कर दो प्लीज.
They had so much, but then towards the end, just one guy was the difference.
It's just that
ट्रैप नहीं टूटा. ट्रैप नहीं टूटा. ट्रैप नहीं टूटा. ट्रैप नहीं टूटा.
Down the drain, right? I mean, you're talking about it. We're looking at it. Durion.
I think this is the round.
Is he just gonna push this? This could actually just be them losing their lives, but he somehow manages to find Benkai. They destroy the tripwires here, and Bleed strike back.
ऐसा इतना क्लोज ओपन में कौन खेलता है भाई? जहाँ पे किधर भी कवर में नहीं जा सकते.
Bleed has still got to grind the 2 rounds into overtime for them to even have a chance.
भाई पैसा तो है, ट्राई करो. पैसा तो है बहुत. मारो मारो. पोल्वी का अल्ट निकालो पेंचो.
It's one more. That's gonna be Russ.
IGL. हो जाए. बता दे.
Time to shine.
बता दे.
Let's drop down on Hell here. They know where he is. The reposition, but he's good for the first. Could be good for the second. Crazy Guy. If he overheats, that's an opportunity for Russ to get into the site. But of course, cooler heads wins heated moments. 11 to 12. This is where.
मेरे को लौड़ा फर्क नहीं पड़ता है. प्लीज पॉल्वी भाई बी जाओ. टर्न 1 वे स्मोक करके कोई नहीं आएगा उसके आर पार. ऑर्ब ले लो और ओमेन को रखो उधर. इनकेस आएगा तो सीधा ब्लाइंड देना है. ऑर्ब ले लो. रीटेक ए इजी हो जाएगा. कैमरा ट्रैप से इजी हो जाएगा यार. प्लीज. ऑर्ब मेन है. लौड़े लोग.
Throws Benkai off and it gives them so much more space on the site. Can they do the same thing again? This time, not really smoking things off. It's just Ben with the cyber cage up. Blaze King trying to go back in.
Wire not found. That could be Durion's life already done, which Somehow, miraculously, it doesn't. Polvi
nice.
gets immediately traded in the back of the side. Benkai's still here.
Oi! Oi! Holy shit! Mar! Mar! Mar!
Horribly wrong for
Mar be!
It's scary.
Oh, no! Ultimate नहीं है, किधर भाग के जाओगे?
Esports
Oh,
close
bye!
opponent.
मारो!
Here's giving away his location here.
Oi, oi, oi!
It's scary.
Holy shit!
Paranoia.
Let's go! Holy shit! Holy shit! Holy fucking shit!
Finally!
इसकी माँ का 13-1 खत्म कर सकते थे बेशर्मो. मजा आया लेकिन एंटरटेनमेंट लव यू. जानबूझ कर क्या उनको मेरे किस्से चाहिए थे बेंचो. जानबूझ कर क्या लव यू यार. ओह फक ब्लीड को हरा दिया हम लोग ने. ब्लीड को कैसे भाई. कल का मैच देखा था ब्लीड का.
देखा था.
गांड में गू रिटर्न चली गई थी बट क्लच कर करके. Holy shit भाई. Holy shit. Crazy. भाई मेरा हाथ लाल हो गया है भाई. इतना जोर का ताली बजाए ना हाथ लाल हो गया. Oh fuck. भाई इंटरव्यू. I was here. Sexy. Chat एक साथ लाइक बटन दबा दो. 20k लाइक्स क्लियर कट क्रॉस हो सकते. लाइक बटन ठोक दो. ओपी सारा जगह वो कर दो. फातिमा जी 10 के राइट बट इज लाइक 20,000 रुपीस वो लाए. चलो बैंकाई बाय MVP. ओपी. अरे मेरा फोटो बाय पोलवी मेरे लिए. ओपा बाय.
Everybody actually has, right? There was rounds
Lightning fast भाई. Genuine criticism improvement हो गया. पॉलिश करना पड़ेगा. दिल से पॉलिश करना पड़ेगा. साहे प्लेयर देख रहा था बे.
And you know what? We're gonna have to hear it from the team themselves. We've got the interview ready with Kyungmin.
I was here. Spam कर दो एक बार. History.
Holy shit. Holy shit भाई. Holy fucking shit. ये सुनता है.
Congratulations and with Polvi here. GE가 이제 킥컵의 첫 승리를 가져가게 됐습니다. 폴비 선수와 함께합니다.
बराबर बोल रही है ना सब.
Hello. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Map 3 win. I mean, you proved how strong GE was.
I mean, our mentality was very strong. Even though we threw the map 2, like whatever, we went into map 3 like high energy, high vibes, and we just didn't give up.
Yeah, it was really
हमने
nice.
almost give up कर दिया था बेशर.
맵 2에서는 조금 어려운 모습을 보였지만 맵 3에서는 훨씬 더 발전된 모습으로 멋지게 맞출 수 있어서
हमारे साथ
정말
ऐसा क्यों कर रहे हो
좋았습니다.
पोलवी भाई?
I mean, but one thing about what I want to say to you, Polvi, is the casters. I mean, they voted for Glee for the win. So, what can you tell them?
I mean, I hope now some people have some faith in us because we've been having a lot of faith after losing to ZETA. I hope some people will respect our names now.
मैं हूँ वो some people में. पोलवी मैं हूँ.
पूरा सपोर्ट.
मैं हूँ पोलवी भाई. साथ में हम यू करके फोटो खींचेंगे. यू. मैं हूँ फुल सपोर्ट है पोलवी भाई. आपको पानी पूरी मैं खिलाऊंगा.
그래도 좀 되게 자랑스러울 것 같은데 다음 질문으로 또 이어가 볼게요. 또 폴비 선수가 VCT 퍼시픽에서 이제 처음으로 승리를 이끌게 됐는데 지금까지 두 경기를 치렀는데 어떤 마음으로 이어왔는지 물어보겠습니다.
Full support.
You only joined the VCT Pacifics, your first win for your team. So how do you feel about it? I mean, you went through 2 matches so far, but how was
पोलवी भाई प्लीज पूछो आपका दिन कैसे गया?
It was our first win, but it's like our first one, and there's more to come. So.
भाई मेरे को पोलवी का नंबर दो प्लीज. यहाँ से
WhatsApp
पढ़ के क्वेश्चन पूछ.
Oh yeah.
I was here. Easy was but love you.
네, 아직까지 첫 승리이긴 하지만 아직 많은 걸음이 남았다고 보고요. 또 다음 경기 T1도 만날 수도 있기 때문에 이 부분에 대해서도 긴장을 하고 있습니다. I mean, you brought up T1. Next match you'll meet T1 or ZETA, whoever wins. But you're preferring T1 better than ZETA?
I mean,
Rematch.
obviously I want to
Hashtag.
go T1, but I don't mind a rematch against ZETA. It would be nice to get our revenge already this early, so.
사실 T1을 만나고 싶은 마음도 있지만
Hashtag OP.
ZETA를 만나게 되면 이제
Hashtag
복수를
OP.
할 수 있는 기회가 있기 때문에 크게
Hashtag
상관은
OP.
없는 것 같습니다. Okay, Paul V, thank you for the interview. Best of luck for the
Hashtag
next
OP.
match.
Thank you.
And also,
XX
we
is
have
a
a little
tweet
present for the
project.
fans. Do you know what it is? It's a doll. You have to write your signature. And it's a lucky doll because
Cutie
you
so
won the match
high.
today, right? So you sign it wherever you want.
हाई टाइम वन वर्ड रहता क्या दो
And
वर्ड
then you need
रहता
to think where to
पकड़ो।
throw it.
इंग्लिश
But
में है
you
ना
have
दो
to
है
go
ना
front to the audience, to
Two
the
names.
front.
I can read.
मेरे को दो
And whoever shouts or raise your hands.
नहीं रे मैं क्या लिख रहा था भींच
Who's the lucky one?
मेरे लिए लेके आता पॉलवी भाई मोहित भाई को
मोहित
देखो
भाई, ठीक है,
मोहित भाई शर्म है
ठीक
फोटो
है।
फोटोस खींच रहे हो हाँ
मोहित भाई यार
Thank you.
नंबर मांगो ना ये क्या सीन है I mean
Okay,
मतलब
so congratulations GE, and for the next match we
बोल
have
रहा कौन बोला क्या
T1
है?
and ZETA coming up.
ये क्या
Wait for that, everyone.
भाई
And
बोला ना, ये
next,
क्या है?
let's go to the desk.
ये क्या
Bye bye.
ये क्या
भाई मजा आ गया मैच
मजा आ गया अभी का भी मैच
gosh.
इंटरेस्टिंग है अभी भी
I feel
एलिमिनेशन
like we
वाला
should
मैच है
hide here or something. I feel so calm.
अभी कौन सा मैच है
Listen,
भाई ये
it's exactly as
भाई
Bobby
जोश आ
said.
गया ये वाला
They
भी मैच
demanded some
करते हैं
respect to their name, and I'll
अभी
give it
T1
to
वर्सेस
them,
ZETA है
right?
क्या
He's right. We
Yes.
all
Oh,
doubted
fuck,
him,
जो-
and we were all proven
जो
wrong.
जीतेगा
and
उनका
with
अपने
good
साथ है
reason. I mean, they were once again they were firing
So,
back. All
mostly
of them
T1
kind of
होगा।
taking turns.
बराबर
taking the
ना?
reins. If someone was having a
mostly
little trouble,
T1 होगा।
someone else
Oh,
rose
fuck,
up to
देखना
kind of
पड़ेगा यार।
counteract
अपन
that,
counter
especially
strat
going
बनाते
into
बैठे
map
बैठे,
3
क्या
as well,
बोलते
trying to bounce back after
अपन
that
को
map
बस एक
2
ही मैच
loss.
जीतना
Yeah, we already said
क्वालिफाई होने के लिए
if we have our expectations subverted, that's good.
आवाज आ रहा है,
We're
mic
happy
में
to
आ
have
रहा
that
है।
happen.
एक
I'm happy
second.
to see Global be able to get this
रुको,
win. I
रुको।
think that is going to be a big amount of weight lifted off their chests here, even if we didn't expect it to happen.
I thought you were going to say, well, if we have our expectations low, we can only be
Voice over
impressed.
करने
But
Birding का
okay,
आवाज आ
you
रहा
went, you went the proper route of it.
You know, did I
जो हारेगा, जो
necessarily
हारेगा,
not
जो
think
हारेगा।
that? I don't know,
हारेगा।
but
ZETA से
look,
होगा।
there's
Pinky, क्या
still
बोले,
a
Pinky?
lot to dig into
Pinky?
with this
Sure.
series.
Pinky, वो क्या
Was
बोली,
this
देखना
clean?
चाहिए।
Was this non-jail
अच्छा,
valor at times?
बोला मैं तो
You know, there was some moments in there, but
10,000
there's
direct
plenty
buddies
to
बोला
work
था
on, but that's something
कभी फिर
that Global now has a little bit more time to
when
do
they
as they get
don't
ready for that. A potential
do watch
rematch
party,
or
they win.
face off against T1.
It definitely got more and more
मैं
interesting,
देखा?
I think. Like, you know, it started
मैं
off
जैसे
as
उठा नींद से
quite
वैसे
chaotic at
global
वाह,
times,
अभी
but then
कुछ
you
भी
started
करने
to
से मत
actually
लगाओ।
see
Master plan
the
पता है?
sense
जानबूझ
behind
के मैं
all
5
of the
बजे
chaos,
उठूंगा,
right?
global
And I
happy
absolutely love what the
Super
casters
proud.
pointed out as well.
#GeeLi,
Each
love
member
you.
here, they had their own moment, right? Earlier, we did see
Sexy
Blaze
था।
King give a
लेकिन
stellar
भाई polishing की
performance on the
जरूरत
first
है
map,
for
and then
the
we saw a
next
little bit
match।
of Polvi coming in.
20
We saw
के किधर
Frost
है?
as
आर्यन
well.
भाई बाहर
And
आओ।
then here on Split, we saw
10K
Benkai. And this
नगद
was actually like
और
the
10K
battle of the
gifted।
ciphers that we had on this
या
map.
फिर
Will.
पूरा
Yeah,
20K
both
gifted भी
ciphers
चलेगा
trying to just keep
for
some
my
of those
lovely
rounds
audience
alive.
जितना
And,
टाइम से
you know,
रुके
there were times back in the day when Benkai was
इसमें
doing
कौन
well on
जीता,
this
Genji
map,
और
and of
BRX?
course on that cipher as well. He's one of those players that used
Also
to really
20K
like playing
likes
that
कर दो
cipher
यार,
when he
सिर्फ
was
800
playing that
चाहिए।
Sentinel back
यार
on
कर दो
Paper
यार,
X
आज
since
तो
the
सिर्फ
days.
800
बनता है।
आज
It's great
बनता
to
है
see
आज
आज
Benkai
बनता है
performing,
मैं
and like
इतना
you
कभी
mentioned, all of
वो
these
नहीं
players
बोला
have been trying to say,
emphasize
no,
नहीं
we
किया
have the
मैंने
firepower. We don't
आज
know why
बनता है
people
भाई
keep doubting us. We
अपने
are
friends,
individually. Obviously,
family,
we've had ups and
future
downs. Some
kids,
of us have had
सबको
IGL
बुलाओ
in the past,
आज
but
बनता
we
है
can frag out, and they took turns proving that.
Kasser
But
के
as Killian
prediction
said,
पे
now the
जी
question
नहीं,
is,
ये
can you
सब मत लिखो
all
यार।
perform at that level
ऐसे नहीं,
consistently
ऐसे
in the upcoming matches?
नेगेटिव
Yeah,
है
and I mean,
पॉजिटिव
really good
पॉजिटिव
rifling from
Positive,
Benkai. It's
positive.
great to see him
No
back
negative,
on
positive.
stage and just absolutely thriving in this environment. But again,
एक
some
बात
of
पता
these
है
rounds
नसीब
is
ये नहीं मारा भाई
completely avoidable
अपना
for Bleed. So this is
मेरा
a really
वो
unfortunate
एंगल
way to
वाला
go out of
कर्व
it.
काम
Bleed's
आया
King
कुछ
being
भी
able to
बोलो
find that just triggered
एक
distant
celebration
play.
dance हो
Sat
जाता
there
था
on that B site where Bleed had no eyes on it the entire
हाँ,
time. So they
celebration
need to be
चिल्लाया
checking these
वो
corners.
ठीक
They
है
need
डांस
to watch
कीजिए
out for stuff like this. Just some
डांस कभी करेंगे मालूम है
throughout the mix here as well.
जब मास्टर जाके
there's a lot of things to tighten up
कसम
on.
से मैं
I
डांस
really
करूंगा
hope that
वो
they're
भी
going to be utilizing
दो
this extended
ट्यून
break that they have
म्यूजिक
while
पे
they
कोरियोग्राफी सीख के
come and go.
Yeah, I mean, again, look at the scoreboard, right? Global Esports kills spread out a little bit more evenly as well, and I think we're seeing that mental come into play as well. They're able to at least hold it together just a bit longer than Bleed to eke out this win 2-1.
Unfortunately, gentlemen, this means that Bleed Esports is the first elimination. They are now out of Kickoff, but I'd say kudos to them, you know. There was still a lot of potential that was here. I mean, we did see Egoist, for example, really get his moment in that final map. We saw Darion as well have his moment. We know what Scary is capable of. And of course, we have Ye and Crazy Guy to round it up. This is still a Scary roster.
Listen, we had expectations for them individually, but we have to remember, once again, this is a team that hasn't played in VCT Pacific before. Right. The staff, the players, they haven't been able to play in this league, in this tournament before. So it's not too surprising that they are the first team eliminated. It's unfortunate, but again, they can only move up from here, and that's always been the expectation.
I mean, maybe it's slightly overused, but
thank you for the American $15,000.
It's about how you finish. Given a championship point system, does this mean that they miss out on the opportunity
Mute
to generate
stream,
something?
अच्छा,
Yes,
ये.
absolutely.
रुको मैं कुछ सोच रहा हूँ.
भाई इसको ट्वीट करने के लिए भी सोचना पड़ता है. बिना सोचे ट्वीट कर देते हैं.
Get everybody on the same page. Make sure that they're not making
Easy stream. Thank you, Gilroy, for the follow.
They could still make it to international competition.
Easy work.
How you've got champs on that horizon.
That's right. You know, again, Kickoff. This is a starting.
यार मेरे को चाहिए ये फातिमा यार.
Again, you know, this was a team
Wingman
that was,
चाहिए.
part of VCT attention before. So I would say this is a very interesting debut, and they managed to go up against some of the very best. But of course, we are going to have one more series left.
Like
Global Esports will continue their journey, but for now, we are going to see who else in Group A rounds off everything as we head into our third series, T1 versus ZETA Division. That is coming right up after this very, very quick break.
नहीं बे ये वाला चाहिए मेरे को ऑफिशियल राइट वाला ऐसा नहीं फेक वाला ऑफिशियल everyone played well entertain भी किया आज आप लकी चाम हो भाई मेरे को डर लग गया मैं दो राउंड इधर आई दोनों राउंड हार गए मैंने बोला मैं सोफे से देख रही हूँ फिर मैं वहां पे बैठ के देख रही थी और फिर बिंक्स का चिल्लाने का आवाज आया मैंने बोला हो गया अब भी तो कोई नहीं रोक सकता करके आई केम बतूरा पे की देख चाय आ जा बतूरा आज तो 100 चाय बनेगी $20K हाँ नो हेलो आर्यन वेयर आर यू मस्त खेले ना सब $30 का प्लशी कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं ले लूंगी मैं मेरे को बस लिंक दे दो मेरे घर पे आ जाए वैसा Binks will come and read those people. आपका शॉट अपलोड हुआ है वैलोरेंट जी था हाँ क्या अरे सी हमें भी चाहिए लिंक पर डांस सीन I'll slide into Fatima's DM इसके अकाउंट से स्टोरीज I'll check. Official website. We have the Gecko ka wo. Forgot. Why am I so bad with names, bro? Mosh pit. Riot. Official देख भी चेक कर रहे मैं लोड ही नहीं हो रहा मेरा वेबसाइट
Red Bull gives you wings.
स्टैचूज भी है। गाइस किलजॉय का स्टैचू है। $184 कितना होता है? $184 $184 यहाँ पे आएगा भी नहीं आई थिंक। वो वाले ही ले लेंगे। $15,000
Red Bull gives you wings.
फ्लशी देख रही हूँ। पेंगुइन का दिखा मुझे, पेंगुइन का दिखा।
大会だったりイベントだったり最初は強そうなキャラクターかもしれないですけど、途中から
16K था।
楽しいこともいっぱいあったし、
स्ट्रीम पे दिखाओ, हमें भी देखना है।
あった1年かな。
मेरे को नहीं पता इसका। ये देखो बेयर वाला भी है, बेयर वाला।
You ready? You look different.
That is for 30.
Yeah, just a little.
ए ये वाला बेयर भी है। Oh my god. If I get it, I'll get all of them. This bear also there.
来年が楽しみな感じですかね。まあなんか自分より年下の人が今まで1回ぐらいしかなかったので、すごい新鮮な感覚で、新しい風。
एक राइट गन बड़ी के लिए बोल दो उनको।
チームとしてすごい爆発するような成長を遂げる可能性ももちろん。
यार विंगमैन नहीं दिख रहा मेरे को।
多少リスクではあるのは間違いない。もちろん弱くなっちゃう可能性もあるし、ただこれでチームがもっと上手くなってもっと強くなる可能性があるのなら、それはチャレンジしなきゃいけないことだと思ってます。
I think for me, we have some freshmen that is like bringing new energy, and I'm bringing like some new knowledge from across the board to the team. So we are getting like so much good stuff.
I cannot see
we can be a
Wingman,
really
guys.
solid team this year.
Oh, pick the yes. Kunal and Chatness.
ZETA ディビジョンのヒロロンです。ポジションはイニシエーター、フレックス。
फातिमा बोले थे दिला देंगे फ्लशी। ठीक है ठीक है।
プレイスタイルとしてもすごい賢いタイプ。
20 के लिए कितने लाइक्स? 400 और चाहिए। 400 400 लोग चाहिए और 400 नहीं 300
チーム練習以外でも練習ちゃんとしてるし、ユランと比べると大人っすね。ユランは謎の自信がめっちゃあって、
コークनहीं आ रही।
パワーをもらいます。僕の名前はユランです。多分今後フレックス、バイパーとかイニシエーター
No no no. You didn't eat anything. Don't just have tea on an empty stomach. Acidity हो जाता है। मेरे को नहीं है ये।
プレイスタイルはなんだろうな。恐怖を感じないプレイするんで。
Kunal is bringing that wingman for you. What?
Kunal?
Where's Kunal? वो ला रहा। Oh my God. कहाँ है Kunal? Wingman नहीं है official. Okay okay Kunal.
いろんなこと今試
ठीक है
し
ठीक
中
है
なので、
wait कर रही हूँ मैं।
見るんじゃないかなと思います。対戦したいのは
ओपी जीता भाई।
リズさんが
You love sub?
मजा आएगा। हाँ?
Sub. खा ले कुछ please.
Can I have? Can I have?
हाँ? I'll order मेरा अपना.
हाँ done.
What do you want?
Then order tea also, no? I'll order both.
हाँ both. I'll make tea अभी रुक.
Why रे बाबा? You have to work, no? You have to finish that off. It's okay.
Shit 6:30 बज गए.
इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ. You finish your work, ये हो जाएगा.
I have to put on makeup, get ready and all also.
करो ना, चालू करो. चालू करो. Which one? Your one, regular one, no?
最初の方はちょっとうまくいくかわかんないんですけど。
I can have a little bit of protein. मेरा toasted वाला मत मंगा, सादा मंगा. Toasted बहुत toasted.
初めてなので緊張しないように弱気にならないように。
La 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 la.
的には本当に強いチームになれると信じてます。
Pa 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 pa. This is Indian team, right? It is an Indian org with one Indian player having a Indian franchise fucking slot. समझ रहे हो भाई? हल्का सा पार्टी वाला खाना मंगाते पहले. बहुत भूख लगा, कुछ नहीं खाया. कौन सा तेरा? यही ना?
नहीं वो नहीं.
हाँ जी का नेक्स्ट मैच कब है? शायद कल है. सुपर चैट पढ़ लो सर. कौन सा वाला? सिनेरियो वाला worst team, any team can't defeat these teams. भाई सुनो, जिसने भी जो भी बोला है ना, गलत नहीं बोला है. हमारा रिकॉर्ड और हमारा स्किल सेट वही शो करता है. गलत नहीं बोला है. आज के बाद वो लोग नहीं बोलेंगे. आज के बाद तो प्लीज किसको हेट मत दो, उसको कंस्ट्रक्टिव क्रिटिसिज्म जैसा लेना चाहिए. समझ रहे हो? इट्स गुड थिंग कि बहुत लोग ये सब बोल रहे हैं. इट्स अ वेरी गुड थिंग. वी प्रूव देम रॉन्ग. दैट्स इट. वी आर विनर. बस हो गया. उसमें जाके उनके यहाँ पे जाके बजने का ऐसा कुछ जरूरत नहीं है. तुम लोग फिर ग्रो नहीं होगे कभी. समझ रहे हो? अपने को मेंटली और सपोर्ट वाइज और ये सब वाइज अपने को ग्रो होते जाने का. समझ रहे हो? और 20 लाइक्स होने वाले हैं. लाइक करो. बात तो है. ठीक है.
또 이 수많은 관중 속에서 이 팀에 대해서
박수 망갈렸다.
라고 생각을 하고 있는 팬분을 한 명 만났는데요. 맞을까요? 자기소개 부탁드립니다.
네, 저는 광주에서 올라온 주성진이라고 합니다. 네.
Hello, my name is 주성진.
चलो बेटा बाय बाय.
All the way up from 광주.
바이바이.
그러면 이제 광주에서 오셨다 했는데 얼마 정도 걸리셨나요? How many hours did you take to come here?
여기까지 대충 4-5시간?
और गाइज ऋषि भाई स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं तो प्लीज वहां पे भी जाके कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस बोल देना. स्प्रेड द लव. ऋषि भाई स्ट्रीम कर रहे हैं. मॉड चैनल लिंक डाल दो. कॉन्ग्रेचुलेशंस. जी फाइटिंग हार्ट्स सब स्पैम कर दो. वहां पे भी लाइक कर दो. स्ट्रीम ओपा ओपा कर दो. ठीक 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 ठीक. 20 के लाइक्स हो जाएंगे भाई. एक और मैच देख रहा हो जाएंगे. कोई सी नहीं. स्ट्रीम खत्म हो गया. अरे ऋषि भाई खत्म हो गया. हल्का सा लेट हो गया मैं.
몇 퍼센트 정도
Shit.
확신하시나요?
1000%로 하겠습니다.
Okay, I asked him.
कोई ना ट्वीट स्टोरीज वोरीज तो आते रहेंगे ना.
1000.
अच्छा कहा. ट्वीट और स्टोरीज वोरीज तो आते रहेंगे. वो करो कोई सी नहीं.
선물 전달 시 네, we gave a little present to our fan. The camera. 네, 인터뷰 감사드리고요. 저희는 이제 또 데스크로 넘어가 보도록 하겠습니다. Let's go back to the desk.
I need one tea.
Final series of the day.
भाई मेरा एनर्जी ना ड्रेन हो चुका है भाई.
To be qualified into our playoffs, is it going to be T1 or is it going to be
चाय
ZETA
चाहिए.
division? That's what we're here to find out. Just to reintroduce ourselves, my name is Mika Fabs, and I am with Achilles and William here on the desk. Now, gentlemen, final series of the day. It's been a long one indeed because our previous maps all went to 3. We had 2-1 scores all around and very long maps too.
Screw it, 9-mapper. Let's go the distance this evening.
Why not?
I mean, let's be honest. When we first looked at the bracket, this wasn't the day that we thought this could potentially happen. But now that we're looking at it, I mean, there's a possibility.
We're already here.
Oh, well,
We
yes.
might as well.
Yeah, we are 2/3 of the way there for sure. So, I mean, T1 versus ZETA.
रेस्ट लो. रात को भी आना है. आएंगे भाई आएंगे. इजी काम है.
But ZETA is one of those teams that when they pull it together, they've always been strong, even in the previous roster. So there's a lot of pushes to be had here.
Yeah, there really is. What is the map draft going to look like? What are these compositions going to look like? But the biggest question of them all is, do we get to see Xcurate versus Lazon Chamber? That's the number one thing.
Guys, मैं कुछ ट्वीट नहीं देखने वाला.
Traded to an awesome matchup because we have depth there. We've got Saya player. That's a known quantity. That's old news.
जी का ट्वीट देखते हैं भाई. जी आज फुल ट्विटर पे आज फुल ओपा करने वाला है.
I mean, we have to debates about this. Like, you and I have debates about this. I've had it with Wyatt as well. So it's a very big question all around the world.
Well, if you look at our previous matchups, right, we do see that T1 does have the upper hand here. But again, as we always say, in a kickoff, this was a previous roster, and now it's a whole new T1. It's a whole new ZETA as well, and that is thanks to the rookies too. They made such incredible performances, such great impact, as we saw in their previous matches. We had Izu, for example, for T1, and of course we had Euron and Heroron on the side of ZETA.
Yeah,
sexy gila, sexy gila.
Absolutely incredible. ZETA, their first series, a pretty rough one. They were going up against Global Esports.
Sexy gila, really trying to figure this out
throughout that series. So it was maybe a little bit bleak for ZETA fans, but overall, the things that you could look to that were impressive was that Depp, still very good at the video game. Laz as well, very good at lurking when he was playing that Cypher, playing that Killjoy. But Heroon and Euron were very much the brightest spots for ZETA. My big question is, do they continue doing that here now when they're in a much more important and much more tense matchup versus T1?
Yeah, and when's the last time we could say that about ZETA Division, right? When's the last time we could say it wasn't Depp or Laz that was really at the top leading the charge in terms of the scoreboard and the kills and the frags and things like that? So obviously a good sign, but as you can see in the highlights as well, you mentioned it, Mika, T1 clearly proving that their roster shuffle, their upgrades are definite upgrades for the
especially since Izu, as we saw, the Yoru did work for them on Breeze previously. I think they heard, like, they're buying into the rumors that the age of Yoru is nigh, right? So, and I think that, like, as we mentioned,
repost kiya mera
an impending, I think, matchup between
मेरा रिपोस्ट किया वो वाला क्या?
It's same as like earlier when we had a Yay.
बस भाई दिन बन गया भाई, दिन बन गया भाई.
I think that
दिन
for
बन गया
now
bro.
it's gonna be the chamber duel.
Heavy दिन बन गया, heavy दिन बन गया.
Yeah, and it'd be a big one for Xcure because Laz is
दिल
one of those
जीत लिया,
players
yep.
that has always been praised.
मास्टर मंदिर का वॉच पार्टी कर रहे हैं क्या बंग्स भाई? अभी टिकट बुक कर दो.
I mean, you say Chamber and most people think Laz.
करेंगे ऐसे.
Say like Laz is Chamber. They are just one and the same as far as just being fully assimilated with one another because he's so clean on it. So if Xcure
बंग्स भाई कल ट्विटर पे बंग्स का क्वेश्चन कर रहे हैं. नंबर 20 के वाला भाग गया. लव यू. कोई नहीं. स्वागत है कि फॉर द और उनको भी कुछ मत बोलो जो कल बज रहे थे. भाई it is all because of our past records. It's been a long time. It's been a long time. तो कल जो हारा, अगर आज 20,000 15,000 फैंस इतना प्यार दे रहे, लाखों हजार फैंस इतना प्यार दे रहे, तो जब हारेगा तो भी बूम बम भी मिलेगा. इट्स पार्ट एंड पार्सल ऑफ व्हाट यू डू इन esports. तो उसमें लड़ने जैसी बात नहीं है. ओनली थिंग यू कैन डू इज प्रूव देम रॉन्ग. जो कर दिया है, that is it. Simple as fuck. Simple as fuck.
We don't quite know, I mean, what the colors, other than they are willing to push up the tempo a bit more than 2023. But in terms of the cleanliness, in terms of the compositions, I think there's still a lot more
बजने वाले रिटर्न वाले लोग नहीं रहेंगे तो इतने जितने के बाद इतनी ज़्यादा खुशी नहीं रहेगी. So it's all good. But you should seriously consider coming. आपके edges की integers are better than many edges in VCT. I don't have time, Ray. I legit feel I can do a lot more for esports, but if I go full-time esports, I won't be able to entertain and do live stream each and every day. For me, वो ज़्यादा मेरा प्रेफरेंस है, क्योंकि जब मैंने स्ट्रीमिंग चालू किया था, तब जब मेरे को 5 की वॉचिंग आती थी, तब से मेरे को मैसेज आ रहे थे कि यू क्योर माई डिप्रेशन, मेरा कोई फ्रेंड्स नहीं है, मेरा फैमिली ऐसे ऐसा, तेरा स्ट्रीम देख के मेरे को चिल मारता है. और मैं तब से ठान के रखा था कि स्ट्रीमिंग को मैं सेकेंडरी कभी नहीं करूँगा. समझ रहे हो? मैं जेन्युइनली मैं भी दिन से चाहता हूँ, लेकिन वो नहीं हो सकता. बहुत सारे हैं लोग जो लोग बोलते हैं कि ये हेल्प चाहिए, इसमें क्या करना चाहिए, और बीच बीच में कोई भी आता है, वो मैं हेल्प कर सकता हूँ, लेकिन फुल टाइम कोच मेरे से ना हो पाएगा. मेरे लिए स्ट्रीमिंग और मेरी जनता हमेशा नंबर 1. सॉरी, गेम से बहुत ज़बरदस्त है पर एम थोड़ा इधर उधर है. हेलो भाई, गोलू भाई को टारगेट मत करो. सॉरी गोलू भाई, आज नहीं, आज कुछ नहीं बोलूँगा, आज कुछ नहीं, कल तोड़ूंगा. प्लीज़, लव यू लव यू लव यू गोलू भाई, मस्ती नहीं.
We can see that Euron here has quite a big slice.
Please watch up, check कर दो थोड़ा सा urgent है. Dancing.
Big portion of it, but it's very impressive to see, and this has to be a huge confidence boost for someone like Euron. Euron at least had some time in Challengers Japan briefly, for sure, but he still played against some of the other players and teams that have been contending for at a pro level. But Uran's just been sitting at the Zeta Academy roster, going through scrims time and time again. He gets upgraded and he says, I'm here to help carry the team.
Yeah, it was such an impressive debut for him here in Pacific just a couple days ago. And, you know, if he's going to continue on that trend, then he is very quickly going to be one of the most valuable players, not just on Zeta, but coming out of Japan, period, because he was just so damn clean. But, you know, we always zoom in on these two.
Loving yours and T-Bone's watch party. Thank you.
Stellar matchup.
T-Bone bhai ko bhi love you bolna.
Cracked when it comes down to whatever duels they're playing.
Absolutely. Whenever these guys, you know, bring out the op plays, whenever these guys, you know, pick Jet, you know what's coming. And I can't wait for this matchup to also begin here because I feel like Saya player right now, he had an amazing performance up against Bleed, right? You know, he's definitely online right now. And as for Depp as well, he's someone who could definitely deliver. So now that this is basically qualifying into playoffs, it's that much closer to Masters Madrid. How much are they going to push themselves in order to get that win for the team?
Yeah, and the most
भाई मेरे को मेरा फोन हैंग हो रहा है नोटिफिकेशन से बेंच पर मैं इनफ्रा जानने के लिए एक्सपा अकाउंट बनाया.
But the thing is both these players throughout their careers have always been so consistent at that level, right? Sure, we had impressive showings from the likes of Governor and some other players, but these two will always be in discussion for top 3 duelists in whatever league they're put into.
Yeah, I mean,
भाई crazy भाई, holy shit.
You can always rely on them to have a pop-off performance. Very rarely do you ever see a dip from either of these guys. They're always nailing the shots.
Holy shit. मेरा फोन हैंग हो रहा है बेंच.
So this is going to be a spicy one. In the end, if everybody else is pretty evenly matched, it very well could come down to these two players to determine who's going to be walking away.
भाई गाप गुप गाप मेरा फोन वो हो रहा है बे.
It could be anybody at this point, right? We know what Zeta is capable of. We know how much they're able to make miracle runs, just as they are known for, right? But T1 as well. They're this new powerhouse that popped up last year, and now they are ready to show what they've got.
कुछ आया क्या? भाई लेकिन जेन्युइनली बिल्ड के लिए बुरा तो लग रहा है. अपने लिए ज़्यादा अच्छा लग रहा है, लेकिन थोड़ा इतना जल्दी वो होने का क्या बोलते हैं आउट होने का.
모두가 아시죠? 바로 T1과 ZETA입니다. 양쪽의 코치님들 모시고 이야기 나눠보겠습니다. Hello, welcome coaches. Are you ready for the match? Yes.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay, I hear loud yesterday. I'll first ask Coach Auden. I mean, for you, it's been really a glad thing to win Bleed right away and come up to the winners bracket. So how did this feel to be in the winners match? 이제 블리드를 상대로 바로 꺾고 승리도에 이제 들었잖아요. 바로 올라간 기분이 또 얼마나 좋으실까요?
사실 저희가 이번에 브래킷을 봤을 때 딱 이게 정규 경기가
20,000 आया. अरे चिल ले रे कुछ. अब बंदा कल हमारा बोर्ड से ऑल द बेस्ट बोल दो. ऑल द बेस्ट मेरी जान. ऑल द बेस्ट.
그래서 첫 경기를
ट्रेन में रॉसी अपने देने वाला है.
이 자리에 올 수 있었다 생각하고 그래서 정말 기분이 좋습니다.
Looking at the matchup list, I was like, oh, if we win the first match, it will
देख
be
रहा हूँ वीडियो देख रहा हूँ मैं
go through
सबका.
the remaining matches, and eventually we won against Bleed, and it was really lucky for us to go to the winnings bracket. Okay, and to the next question, I also had a really fun to like especially see the match, and about you. Oh, sorry, you got a little confused. I want to ask you about ZETA's performance. You look to their players, you see the new ZETA, so how do you feel about their team?
일단 제타 디비전이 이번에 리빌딩을 했는데 솔직히 원래 기존에 있던 선수들이 워낙 잘하는 선수들이기도 하고 그리고 여기 옆에 있는 감독을 제가 많이 리스펙트 하거든요. 그래서 좋은 감독도 모시고 오고 해서 아마 되게 잘할 것 같아요. 근데 아마 제타 디비전은 지금보다 이제 시간이 갈수록 더 잘해질 것 같은데 오히려 지금 빨리 만나게 돼서 더 다행이라 생각합니다.
네. Meeting the new coach and the new ZETA, they become more powerful, and I see they're really.
I'm spreading real was I have tagged you. Love you too. Big baby is concerned, but he can't talk in that way. Racism है भाई. क्या racism भाई? वो esports के हिसाब से बोला. अपना टीम छोड़ो. पैसिफिक रीजन एज अ रीजन कितना पीछे पता है. और उसमें अगर अपना टीम देगा तो कितना पीछे पता है. तो कोई कुछ भी बोले नहीं मैटर करना चाहिए यार. कि अपन अभी वो लेवल पे नहीं है. हम लोग अभी फिलहाल एक गेम जीत के बजे. अपने को इवेंट जीतने का है। तो तुम लोग सोचो कि हम लोग अभी वो लेवल पे है कि हम लोग एक गेम जीत के हम लोग इतना खुश हो रहे हैं कि हम लोगों से लड़ने के लिए रेडी है, समझ रहे हो? और वो लोगों के ऐसे ऐसे पॉइंट है ना, वो लोग तुम लोग को चुप करा देंगे। तो अभी अपना फोकस ये रहना चाहिए कि हम पूरा इवेंट कैसे जीते, प्लेयर्स कैसे जल्दी क्लोज आउट करे, जो मिस्टेक्स हो रहा है वो कैसे ख़त्म करे। अगर कोई प्लेयर नहीं मार पा रहा है तो उसको तुम कैसे अपलिफ्ट कर सकते हो, ना ही ये कि भाई इसको निकाल दो, इसकी जगह पे इसको ला दो, ये इसको हटा दो, इसको ये एजेंट क्यों खिला दिया। आज भी देखा ना कैसा आ रहा था नेगेटिव थॉट्स, भाई थ्रो होएगा, उठी जाएगा, उठी जाएगा, आ रहा था, फट से अपन ने स्विच किया पॉजिटिव थॉट्स, वैसा वैसा, समझ रहे? टाइटल चेंज करो, क्यों? ओ वैसा।
감사한 마음을 전하고요. 여러분들이 기대해 주신 것만큼 저희가 열심히 해서 보답하겠다는 말을 들었습니다. And for Coach Autumn, can you say any words to the fans or the players? 마지막도 한마디 부탁드립니다.
이번 킥오프 퍼시픽 예선은 T1이 무조건 우승하도록 하겠습니다.
कर दिया
Oh yes, he said we will win this match.
EMI करोगे? पता नहीं यार, सीरीज गया
It was a really good time interviewing the both.
+1 ये was too good but today was not his day. हाँ ये मारता तो सोचो क्या होता था।
T1의 코치 감독들 만나봤습니다. 이제 데스크로 넘겨드릴게요.
अभी भी अपन पीछे है, होपफुली क्रिस्पी हो जाएंगे और, क्योंकि जैसा खेला ना अपने बंदे, एटलीस्ट 32 या 33 एंड होना चाहिए। 20k likes done, holy shish! 20 fucking k likes done, chat। एक बार खुद के लिए तालियां और हार्ट्स। Love you, love you, love you।
But I think that there is an immense amount of promise, way more than we were seeing from them in the past.
Yeah, and it's funny that Autumn said that in some way as well, that he thinks it's better that they met ZETA now because he thinks they'll continue to grow. Because I agree, I think there's so much potential here, but Kickoff is so early, and you've got two rookies who might still be a little shaky here and there, get used to the comms, get used to the pacing. So we'll see how far they grow. Sure, but despite saying that, of course, Coach Autumn still says we're here to win, and potentially all the way through. Into his own players.
Love you, Binks, bye, मेरी जान का डर, love you too, 20k likes.
This stage, but Asura I think is already ahead and probably projecting into the ZETA.
बाप रे, सबने T1 बोला है बे।
Well, Asura is just making sure we don't have the same embarrassment we did.
भाई मेरे हिसाब से भी T1, क्योंकि ZETA ने भी बहुत गलतियाँ की थी वो टाइप पे हम लोग के मैच के अगेंस्ट, एंड T1 उसको पनिश कर सकता है। बट अगर ZETA भी आज ऐसा इम्प्रूव क्या आएगा तो T1 के लगता है।
I think T1 they just look so very strong unless ZETA has done some crazy evolution over the last day basically.
Caster Jinx वो भी हो सकता है।
I think that T1 will have the upper hand here. I think that their happiness to be facing ZETA now is very warranted and probably
एक रेगुलर फैनेटिक कम मैच का वॉच पार्टी करना प्लीज, मेरे को देखने तो पड़ेगा रे, डेट क्या है, टाइम क्या है, सब क्या है।
Yeah, I totally agree, and I also do think that again, T1 they tend to be a little bit more adventurous with things. They could be more likely to bring up.
Bro, we had almost 24 fucking thousand votes in G versus Bleed. Holy shit! Holy shit! Like holy shit! पोल्स देख रहे हो, पोल कंप्लीट, थोड़ा 1 मिनट और रुकता तो 24 होता था। इट वाज वेरी नियर टू 24। 16.5k वाचिंग का है भाई। वो वाचिंग इज प्योर लव फॉर esports एंड T1 मैचेस एंड अपना इंडियन सीन। ट्रस्ट मी। Who will win? कौन जीतेगा बे? T1 जीत सकता है, ZETA वो भी जीत सकता है, देखते हैं। जो इनमें से हारेगा वो अपने बीच में अपने साथ खेलेगा.
The studio, we made him throw salt over his shoulder. We did a bunch of different things, a bunch of preventative measures to ensure that this is going to go off without a hitch. So there's any issue,
protagonist of that
there is something crazy
we
going on.
Have to talk about it. We didn't have to talk about it at this point. I'm getting worried now. But you know, I do think that this will go off without a hitch and a lot more valorant action. We saw from our previous matches, you know, this could probably go to the map 3, and I would like want that to at least happen, right? But again, I love that you brought up Xcrit earlier, just because, like you mentioned, you know, that hunger to compete on this stage, that hunger to prove that he belongs here and could potentially face off against.
I support ZETA for this match.
Every time the camera cuts
भाई
to him,
ZETA हारेगी तो एक रिवेंज वाला मैच मजा तो आएगा.
What comes next for his team?
Yeah, I mean, obviously he's played professionally before in other games, but coming
आज ही अमेरिका फिर 3-4 दिन ब्रेक है अमेरिका में. सच्ची भाई मेरा वो कंप्लीट हो जाएगा यार. मेरे को वहाँ पे रूट करने आ जाना था क्या. अंडी मंडी दिया मैंने. I want rematch. हाँ ना. अगर बस esports वाला होता तो बस आपके चैनल पे नहीं आता. It's you Bugs भाई, love you यार. ये तो तुम्हारा बड़प्पन है.
But that again shows the commitment that this is a team game. I have to play to win.
It's also just he's surrounded by a lot of like-minded individuals because Saya player
Supporting T1, I want rematch. Same T1 है strong है.
And then they go over to Valorant and then they just
love you MKC. I mean Mr. KC plays.
Figuring out the game. So Xcrit, he has been putting in the work, and I think that we have already seen the
fruits
of his
labor
labor
back in
ABL as well as their opening series. So you know, it seems like it's going to be a bountiful feast.
सब follow करो हाँ. Link दो mod by link दो.
Right, that's the biggest question, because does that lead to a potential chamber versus chamber matchup?
Copy करके spam करो link. Follow करो.
You have fans that traveled from like
जब छुट्टी रहेगा तब वहाँ पे हम stream करेंगे बक्सुदी. Six से duo करेंगे.
I feel like they deserve that, but yes, I mean.
जो जीता उसको क्या? वो next stage.
Kind of head-to-head that he has with Laz, being kind of like the
जो जीता वो मैड्रिड.
both IGLs, both potential top fraggers as well. So it's
जो जीता वो मैड्रिड या.
To be able to carry the team and to be able to deliver when it matters the most.
No, it certainly is. And Laz, you know, he had
पता नहीं मेरे को rematch देखने का बस.
First series that they were playing, really trying to hold things down.
ट्वीट देख कुछ भेजा. भाई मेरा फोन मजाक से अटका रहा है.
The really heavy impact that we typically do get from Laz. So I'm curious to see how he's going to be coming back.
मेरा mentions अभी भरा हुआ है. मेरे हिसाब से मेरे followers कम है और mentions ज़्यादा है.
Clearly for the rookies, give them a stronger understanding as far as what he's expecting from them round over round, and maybe
super proud of all of Valorant. He's supposed to go in and love you.
Seems like it could be a possibility, or maybe it's just a slightly off day. Either way, I'm hoping that we do get a really strong Laz performance, because if it is going to be that chamber, whether it's that, whether it's him still playing on the standard Sentinel role of the KJ and the Cypher, I just want to, it feels good to see him pop off.
Holy shit.
I mean, there's just some magic to it, right? Some charm to Laz popping off, just the style that he does it, and he also has his own color.
Oh, मेरा दोस्त stream कर रहा है क्या?
Rounds over the finish line. So that would be exciting to watch. The other thing to note is, of course, we saw it earlier briefly, the head-to-head matchup from them last year. They played against each other twice. Now, both of them are 2-1 scores. So while T1 came out on top, ZETA was there fighting back each time. Both teams now with roster upgrades. How do they look in this new version?
So we are going to map 3 then.
I guess so. I mean, it's written in the books.
It maps out. I mean, history doesn't lie. I mean, we've all.
सुनो, एक channel link दे रहा हूँ, सिर्फ love you बोलो.
Go to 9, stay here for a little while longer, and have some good value.
इसके पहले मैं बोलूँ कि क्यों love you बोलने का जो मैं link दे रहा हूँ, क्योंकि जब मैं बैंकॉक में था, ये बंदे ने इतना अच्छे से मेरे से बात किया, और जब यूएस में एक टूर्नामेंट होने वाला था, उसको ऐसा लगा कि मैं वहाँ पे आने वाला हूँ, और वो ऑलरेडी प्लान्स बना रहा था कि मिलते चिल करते करके. समझ रहे हो, ऐसा बंदा जिसको मैं लाइफ में फर्स्ट टाइम मिला है. सुपर पॉजिटिव वाइब्स. तुम लोग उसके चैनल पर जाएगा तुमको कद्दू नहीं समझेगा, बट यू कैन स्टिल गिव हिम सम लव. ठीक है, लाइक सब्सक्राइब छोड़ सकते हो क्योंकि इट्स फ्री. ठीक है, सिर्फ उसको लव यू बोलो, लव यू. कुछ बिंक्स रेड ने कुछ नहीं, सिर्फ लव यू लव यू लव यू करके स्पैम कर दो. पैंच डन सीन. ये रहा, इसको मोड्स कॉपी पेस्ट कर दो, पूरा स्पैम कर दो. सिर्फ लव यू लव यू लव यू लव यू लव यू और हार्ट्स. सिर्फ लव यू लव यू लव यू लव यू और हार्ट्स. डन से बहुत प्यारा बंदा, बहुत प्यारा बंदा, बहुत प्यारा बंदा है, बहुत प्यारा बंदा है। सब मोड ऑन है, करके रखो, सब करके रखो, सब एक साथ अभी सब करके रखो, फिर एक साथ वहां पे स्पैम कर दूंगा। वेरी वेरी गुड गाय। हल्का सा ए में का प्रॉमिस नहीं कर सकता, प्रॉमिस नहीं कर सकता क्योंकि मैं जेन्युइनली मेरे फैमिली से नहीं मिला यार। 3-4 बार मैं प्लान किया, नहीं हो पाया काम के वजह से, एंड आई मिस माई मॉम डैड अ लॉट। तो प्रॉमिस नहीं कर सकता बट कोशिश करता हूँ। प्रॉमिस नहीं कर सकता इस बार, नॉट 100% श्योर, ठीक है। सोचता इस बारे में मैं एक सोचता हूँ, ठीक है। गैस लव यू हो रहा है, हार्ट्स वार्ट्स दिया उसको, चालू हो गया, लव यू और हार्ट चालू हो गया। कुछ समझेगा नहीं उसको शायद।
Gue nggak dinner anjing malamnya, gue nggak makan malamnya, selalu tahu anjing gue nggak makan apa-apa lagi.
Ini apa nih, bentar dulu. Ini gue di love you kenapa nih? Anjing di raid sama Binks tai. Anjing ada Binks.
Gue nggak makan malam kemarin.
Gila di raid sama Binks. What's up Binks?
Halo.
Thank you for the raid bro.
Malam kemarin itu di videonya.
Iya
makan malam.
Iya Ca. Kita ngerti Ca. Kita ngerti Ca.
कुछ समझेगा नहीं,
Gue nggak makan malam.
लेकिन ये समझेगा कि बंदा अच्छा है।
Hey Binks.
Halo.
Binks bye.
Hah?
Binks, what's up?
Excuse me.
Kita race dan monyet no?
+1
Yeah,
suka lihat.
Oh, cak lu.
Hey,
thank you Binks for the raid. Thanks
love
man.
you. Hopefully we meet soon.
Again, no?
Hopefully.
I hope we can meet again.
Yep.
At Ascension.
देख मैं बोला
I
ना.
thought you were coming to Champions, bro. I thought you were coming to Champions. I thought I'm gonna meet you there.
No worries. Next time we meet, we gonna party.
I love you guys as well. Thank you guys. Thank you for coming.
Love you, love you. प्यारा बंदा.
Love you semua anjing. Oh, thank you Binks. Thank you ya.
Bugs भाई, आपने क्या कमाया है IGC में?
You want to be the ones who have figured out Valorant itself.
And, I mean, it's been a really strong
Problem
start
है
to
कि वो
that so
English
far. I mean, it wasn't enough
मैं
to
नहीं
get
करता.
the
वो
trophy
अपने
back in the
language में
AVL,
करता है.
certainly not. But
तो तुमको
they're in
समझेगा
a
नहीं.
very strong position right now where it feels like they have this big head start on top of so many other teams that are in this league, that they have firepower in every single role, and that they have a very strong chance of being able to lift that trophy, or at the very least be in that grand final.
Yeah, I think
He
exactly
was with
that. You know, being
Forsaken
in the
and
grand
Moni.
final,
Moni जानता है मेरे को.
I actually do
Binks
have
bye
like
बोला.
my predictions over here, but I actually do have PRX and T1 as my grand finalists, like prediction.
Binks close to 50k on shorts हो जाएंगे अपने आप हो जाएंगे.
Yeah, well, yeah,
वो
that
spam
too,
करने
and then they
जरूरत
had
है.
a great match at the AVL as well, kind of bouncing back and forth, so that could be exciting. I mean, any of the teams that have gotten their
जिस दिन Forsaken को मेरी बकचोदी समझेगी ना, कांड लगेगी guys. उस दिन support दिखाना यारो. Valo language is good. Valo language is the best. You can make friends like crazy, yo. चलो रहा. 20k done. 20k likes done. चालू हो रहा है, चालू हो रहा है, चालू हो रहा है. Forsaken बोला तू मुझे एक्स्ट्रा समझाएगा, मतलब Forsaken बोलेगा ऐसा.
Two giants in the winners match. Who will punch their ticket through to the playoff stage? They've defeated the Devils. They've claimed their first ace with Izu. It's mechanics and teamwork at the highest level. It's T1!
Love from, good luck, have fun, son. Guys, those are coming from that channel. genuinely, he's a good streamer. He's a very, very, very positive streamer. I love him. I met him when we were in Bangkok, and we had that language barrier, but still he welcomed me, and we had lots of fun. We spoke a lot. We shared lot of stories, and hopefully I'm gonna meet him soon. Thank you so much. Even you guys won't understand what I'll speak in my watch parties and other streams, but thank you for spreading much love, and love you guys. Thanks for watching. Thank you so much. And son, come here, come here, son, daddy's here. Come here, son, come here. Love you, son. Love you. Stay positive here, son. Stay super positive. Okay? Be the way you are. I hope you grow insanely well. And I'm really sorry that I defeated you. That's the end of my speech. Thank you. That's the end of my speech, guys. Thank you. Ta 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 ta. Pa 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 pa. Love from Gulab Hapan son. He's a genuine good guy. Always support him, guys. मैं बाद में कहूँगा. Go block Binks. Go block. Anjing. G1, let's go. G1, 2-1.
We'll conduct a coin toss to determine the hierarchy.
All right, here we are entering into our map.
Breeze nahi yaar,
what are we
please.
thinking here, Achilles? Especially since, as we mentioned, a lot of the performances here are going to be enabled by what maps we're going to find our teams on.
I'm not sure what to think. I mean, right now you can see the coin toss taking there. Bias Zeta said they get the first map veto at the end of this all. Curious what they do want to take away. I mean, from T1, we saw that it was pretty rocky from the opening game on Breeze, but they still want to take away after that 18-16 victory that T1 did get. And quick ban on an icebox.
Can we go
open, and Zeta will take it.
All right, they want to go with the steady known factor. Now, I mean, we've seen some teams that have tried to rely on Ascent and it didn't work out so far, but I would have faith in Zeta's Ascent. They've always clawed back in.
Good maps by far. इतना प्यार कहाँ से लाते हो?
It's very realistic. I can see it. I'm going to be so disappointed. I'm going to be flattened if it doesn't.
I mean, yeah, because both of them have used it on Lotus already. So I see no reason why it wouldn't come up. T1
Aha,
Sunset. They were able to showcase a good bind last year, and then it got read by some other teams right away. So that leaves Sunset for the last one.
Yeah, they're floating this once again. We did see Zeta leaving this one open. Wasn't one of their bans when they went up against Global. So
2-0, please.
Feeling
Thank you.
confident enough to be able to play that map. Should it go the distance?
Can we have like 2-0?
But I mean,
Fuck
obviously, it's that map too. That is the really big one that we have our eyes on, because that's where the chamber could come into play. But
accurate मारेगा, accurate
much
नहीं हो,
focus on that
accurate
heads
है.
up between Dep and Saya players. We get ready to go to Ascent.
Yeah, I mean, all three of these maps really could go either way, and all three of them could very well be these nail biters all the way to the end. Because Ascent, again, it's the battle
Sugar
between Dep
zero.
and Saya player.
मैं हूँ
Also,
sugar
you have
zero
these
भाई.
scores on both teams that
चाय
are able
में
to
zero
kind of
sugar
carry
है मेरे
out
इसमें.
the old ideas. This map has been around for so long, so it's much more about that communication and the
भाई
mentality. Then there's
artistic
Lotus,
लोग भरे पड़े.
chamber battle. Then there's Sunset,
प्रिय
which
अगर
shows some good
उसका
ideas,
देख लो,
but
मेरे को
Zeta
नहीं
has
दिख
been
रहा था.
floating it.
Yeah.
Just want to jump in here. I love that we're seeing a lot of Zeta fans here.
Oh, they are everywhere.
Yes.
Even here, like, you know, in home court, I guess, of T1, right? But again, we are going into Ascent, we're going to Lotus, and we're going to Sunset. I like that we're already pointing out very interesting head-to-heads right off the bat, right?
Well,
Ascent,
I
we're seeing
asked you to
Side player
go to
and
Lord
Dep.
Sensi.
Lotus
Okay.
potentially the Excurate and Laz
Will be
face
done.
off. Sunset,
I have
potentially,
video call
we'll get to
meeting
that
tonight.
when we cross that bridge. But for now, these two maps, I think they're going to be very exciting. And as we mentioned again, they could go any which way. But I think Achilles, We are favoring T1 here. Who do you think is going to have that that moment, I guess, or are we getting like those excellent highlights here?
Who's gonna be the X Factor?
Yeah, the X Factor here.
I mean,
X-Current.
the
X
I would say that for Lotus.
Polly
I would
का
say that for
recruit
Lotus.
किया है, Rus
Yeah,
का
but
recruit
I
किया
think
है.
just given that it's Ascent, you
Recruits
always
दिख रहे
kind
हैं.
of think of the Jet players on this map. She's so prevalent. We very rarely see teams start to
How the
stray away
tables are
from that. You know,
done,
Paper X is
24
one of them,
hours.
kind of bringing out the Reyna from time to time. Every
Voila.
now and then we would see, you know, maybe a Phoenix in the mix there, Raze, oddly enough, but Jet is so prevalent. I feel like this has to be that battle between Dep and Saya players, seeing who is going to be able to get these opening picks for their team.
Yeah, now there is a world where Dep is the one who goes back to play the Sova, though, on Ascent as well, right? And Sovas have also been very crucial on Ascent in the past. So,
Voila.
yeah, I mean, I don't know exactly where that is, because it does seem like they really want to let Uran and Huron, especially Uran, kind of go for his comfort picks on each map and then revolve around. That Dep's already started flexing around towards the later half of last year.
Given what we saw, sorry, not to cut you off, from Hirodon, it feels like that Sova still would very much be in his hands because it does feel like you're very much just handicapping yourself not having Dep on
For
that Jet.
some
I
unknown
feel like
reason
also
मेरे
that
को
this
नहीं
could be a
दिख रहा है.
potential to break the usual Ascent composition here, especially on the side of T1. Do you think we're seeing any surprises at all, or are we going with the standard, usual Ascent lineup?
This is the second time that we've had Ascent. The first time that we did have it, it was pretty
For
much
some
just
reasons only
stock
दिख रहा है.
standard between the teams. We didn't really get anything too surprising. And I kind of feel like it's likely to happen again. But if somebody does want to kind of reinvent the wheel with this map, then obviously that would be really exciting. The thing that I do want to see, though, more so than a compositional change, is still that continued change in playstyle from ZETA, because this was pretty much the quintessential map for them, where they would just really grind to a
वैसे भी
halt,
attack नहीं
wait
दिख
for
रहा
those
है.
last
कोई
20
members
seconds
वो
to show
करो
up
ना,
on the clock
screenshot
before
निकाल
they
के मेरे
started
को
going
member
for an
group पे tag
execute.
करो.
So I want to see some faster hits. I want to see a lot more determination
Members are
and
fast as
confidence
fuck,
in their
huh?
play when they get ready to go for attacks or go for retakes.
It's a very good test for ZETA, because Ascent is also that map where while you do want to find your own pacing, you cannot be haphazard about how you push out, whether you're on the attack or defense. You have to be very methodical about it. You have to make sure that you understand how much space you've taken and how that pushes the opponents around the map. So I'm curious. Last time we saw them trying to play more aggressive. It was a little messy, but the aim was able to carry them through a couple of those rounds. Ascent is not going to play like that.
Could we potentially be getting the Chamber matchup here on Ascent?
I don't know, just because while Chamber as an individual could still work well on Ascent, it's just that if you're gonna have a Sentinel, Killjoy and even Cypher provide so much value on Ascent.
Yeah, this is kind of similar to Breeze, where this used to be a map where you could very much see a lot of prevalence for that Chamber. He can get an immense amount of value, but ever since the original run, they've moved nerf, moving it now to just the singular
Literally wants to
really
play with
drastically
ZETA again, so
reducing how much
hopefully we'll get our revenge.
A lot of those reliable setups that you used to have as a Chamber are completely gone.
नहीं मिला तो भी दिल तो जीत ले भाई. अभी दिल नहीं तोड़ सकते. जो करना करो. दोनों मैप 13-0 हार जाओ bench.
Now you can't do that.
मेरा ये इवेंट का हो गया. दिल जीत ले. शांति से घोड़े बेच के सोऊंगा. जब भी सो पाऊंगा. ट्रेन के पे कोरियन हसल करो ना बंक का चुमी टीयू. वो क्या होता है मेरे को नहीं पता. अच्छा दिखेगा तो ट्राई करता.
Meanwhile, last sticking with the 80-year-old Killjoy, going to have a little bit more flexibility and
Love you, Tucker.
so
Bye.
that they can rotate a bit more freely around the map.
20 के आया नहीं.
Love
पता नहीं
how
किधर गया.
ZETA are really giving the initiator role over to their young guns, Uran and Huron. Let's see how well they do up against T1 as we head
Let's
into
go,
our final series.
baby!
Tossing it over to our casters, Azurai and Quack.
So many things has
भाई मेरे को
happened
पता नहीं
today,
मेरे में
man.
इतना
Lots of
एनर्जी
ups,
कैसे
lots
है.
of
मैं
downs.
1.5 घंटा सोया हूँ भाई.
We are 100%
1.5
sure
घंटा सोया हूँ
they
मैं.
have all been bangers, and I
क्या
expect the same
गावत.
of this last series.
कहाँ से
T1
इतना एनर्जी
Zeta
भाई?
Division.
शुगर नहीं ले रहा हूँ
The winner
इसलिए
of this
क्या?
one definitely
Sugar
goes
intake नहीं
forward
करके.
through to playoffs, and that's already a
लेकिन
really
क्या कर रहे
big
हैं? काम
deal.
कर रहे हैं.
Meanwhile, on the
अब
other
बिंक्स
side,
को
I mean,
बंक्स
starting things
बोला
off
था
on the map
सॉरी.
of Ascent.
नहीं कोई सुन नहीं यार सुजीत भाई.
T1, what an interesting composition. We might have seen a
तुम
little
लोग
bit
बोल सकते हो, कोई
of it in the off-season, but up against a more classic one in the form of ZETA Division, but with two
खुदा
new
का
players.
सन वर्सेस हम से बहुत लेट तक
We'll see
जाएगा.
here and now. Izu's
सब
been
करेंगे.
an absolute monster, whether
सब
he's
करेंगे
on that
मेरी जान.
Yoru or here on this Omen as well. ZETA Division not wasting any time, already pushed up on here onto short. Quick contact between Carpe and teammate. Paranoia does push it back. Very huge use on that, on the scanning and everything. And Dep chases down the kill. Izu does get the contact. Huron already here on Heaven does get a couple of frags, important frags that gives access for ZETA on that A site. A quick plant follow. Excrete and Rossi remain to get that retake.
Already so quick into sight, and with that, I mean, how do you retake? You got the Cypher, you got the Viper, and it's not going to be the easiest task in the world, right? You might be able to clear some corners, but when it comes down to the gunplay, ZETA's neatly tucked away inside of Hell. They walk through and, well, sugar zero.
True. Man is a Diet Coke.
भाई सुनो, रिमैच का जरूरत नहीं चाहिए। अच्छा खेल रहा ZETA भाई, आगे जाओ, कोई सीन नहीं चाहिए यार। क्या ये मतलब, क्या करेंगे रिवेंज लेके? हाँ, कुछ नहीं चाहिए भाई। अच्छी टीम है, अच्छा खेल रहा, आगे जाओ। T1 से हम चल लेंगे, कोई सीन नहीं। प्लस अलग-अलग टीम से खेल के एक्सपीरियंस मिलेगा, कोई सीन नहीं यार।
Carlisle definitely has, shaped up this team a little bit more. So now they have these protocols and really aggressive takes where they just are able to push in and melt through. Even in this one, yes, it's an anti-eco, but Depp is that much more confident just to go in along with it.
किधर से लाएगा रे बाबा? Language है भाई, ये देखो.
From here on out, here on run. I'm losing my mind a little bit because it is the last series, but going back into things, quick little dash in from Depp, picks him up to 3K.
T1 चलेगा.
As Rossi falls down.
T1 चलेगा मेरे को.
All up to Excurate. Little peek on Heaven though. Peekaboo, I see you. Marshall in hand. Extra tag or anything? Not gonna happen. Only Euron as a collateral here for ZETA in 2 quick rounds for
ना हो पाएगा. मेरा दिल नहीं झेल पाएगा.
It's early, but
already 5 kill पे.
This speed and with T1, not quite adapting to it just yet.
Depp love है भाई.
Again, still really early.
तो भाई आगे जाओ.
Right?
You know what? I don't really care anymore at this point.
We never really actually do, come on, let's be honest. But at the same time,
do.
Okay, fine. But at the same time, it's just really interesting to see because everyone else kind of thought T1 would be the team. They're more, veteran.
Yeah.
They got the star players. You got Excurate.
To be fair, Coach Alex did say that comparing it to last year, everyone's upgraded.
By T1 versus PRX मजा आएगा ना, brother versus brother.
More powerful. And I'm really impressed to see if that is the case. We know how strong Depp is, and yes, he's still opening up a lot of
तेरे नाम जैसा ना वो ना हो पाएगा भाई. हेलो, तेरा नाम पागल हो गया.
Absolutely.
वो सल्लू भाई पे सूट होता है. मेरे पे.
Yeah, exactly.
चीज़ है, सोच भी नहीं सकता. लोग बोलेंगे तेरे सर पे one way smoke किसने मारा?
Blown away, but there is potential on the man himself. About to say this, side player is pushed up all the way on Sabroso.
Whoa!
And wallbang for wallbang. We've seen 2 different weapons actually get that. Shots through the wall and everything. Excurate still holding the angle here. And again, a very vocal player leading the charge into securing the first gun round.
भाई अगर दोनों ही टीम नहीं चाहिए तो कोई ऑप्शन है किधर फॉर्म भरना पड़ेगा. दोनों ही टीम के सामने नहीं खेलना, नई टीम लाओ यार. क्या बोलते हो? अपने को वैरायटीज चाहिए. हाँ, प्लीज फॉर्म है किधर? मैं भरने को रेडी हूँ.
And with that, just information, right? Rossi, well-timed snake bite. It completely halted ZETA into the tracks.
It's pretty real. We're seeing Carpe beyond that fade, right, over the Sova. It's just because you have so much more staying power with the C's over the shot darts. Any case, there's a quick little push in. Nobody willing to go and dash right in as that snake bite, and basically like 3 people of T1 is already here. Izu's finding contact on Hiroron. Couple of pop shots through the walls here, forcing TP away. Depp's got his blades. He's got to create some contact right now. Spots one in front of Rossi. Rossi's just too good. That generator has turned into his domain, his kingdom, leaving lads in a very unsightly and unsavory position. And T1 quick to answer.
Yeah, definitely doesn't feel comfortable. You have to peek out. You're gonna have to try to find whatever you can get.
आज हम यही
Too many
करेंगे.
players on the other side, they're gonna play off
अपने को
defense
कौन सा
contact.
टीम के अगेंस्ट
At the
खेलने
same
का
time,
चलेगा?
I mean, this round just impressive anchoring from both controllers. Izu with a TP back into hell, and then playing off around that. Rossi just toying
ये
around
मैच
with
हम
just keeping his tension away
किसको
from the rest
सपोर्ट
of the
कर
team
रहे
as much as possible.
उसके लिए नहीं देखेंगे.
This T1
कौन अपने
adapting right
अग्निश
back into
आना
the game.
चाहिए?
Again, Carpe's
जी
probably one
का
of
मैच अब किससे होगा? जो हारेगा वो.
the players that came from a
इनमें से जो
different
हारेगा.
league had to transition into Valorant, and now he is looking well at home.
It's been a year.
It has been.
He's adjusting.
भाई अगर
like
जी
the
आती है
idea
नेक्स्ट
of
मैच
the
तो
fade.
प्लेन्स खेलेगी ना पता
And
नहीं
it definitely works out on defense as
वो
well.
सब
You know, the
क्वेश्चंस
Z's
उधर
can
वो
give
सब
you
नहीं
so
अपन
much.
सिर्फ मैच देखते हैं
But off of an eco now,
I said
Zeta
T1 is better than
still
Zeta cause last
trying to
time
get an
T1 defeated
idea
Zeta
for
in
how
champions.
T1, you know,
T1
really
is
defends.
actually a very, very, very,
They're trying to
very,
fish for a
very
kill,
good
but
team.
T1's just not giving them that satisfaction. I mean, if Zeta wants any form of contact, they have to go into the domain here of T1. Speaking of which, though, Ross and Izu, right then and there, quick, close on the contact. Depp was able to dash right in, but I don't know how much impact he can actually do, so he just leaves the site and starts to create some tempo here on Heaven. It's going to be very risky, but he has to do this by himself and leave his team to fend off on their own. And it does work out to some extent, but he is on an island right now, Quack. Gets the first one, but Saya player shuts him up very quickly.
Now with the op still looming over their heads, Zeta Division just trying to position themselves safely enough. Laz tucked away in A main. He's got to make use of that play just right up next to Sugar
Normal
Zero.
game नहीं खेल सकते हैं लोग साइड पे जाके प्लांट करने वाला.
Turret is available for Laz here. Whoa! Barely misses into the reactionary position.
He's buying time.
He is. Sugar Zero on switch, swings right out. Carby's very quick on that trade. Laz risking his life to get that contact. Has to swing out. Carby's going to be able to maybe have a spike here. No, he does not. That should be just be about that.
Anti. Drag कर.
Cool, calm,
तेरे पास अभी तक राइट्स क्यों नहीं है रे
Division secures one.
Very well played. I mean, it was a bit of like a half-ish buy, and you had some players just off of pistols. But that little duo between Yudon and Sugar Zero, buying the attention away, Sugar Zero getting the tap of the Sheriff, really allows them to open up the site. I think Izu, you know, had to switch so much back and forth that it allowed for the rest of the team to make their way in, and not to mention, Death right up around the window. It kind of throws things off for a little bit.
True. You're T1 in a guessing game, right? Is he staying on the site to protect the site, or did he overpush so that he gives more
जितने ग्लोबल भाई क्या थ्रो किया है लेकिन
भाई
कितना राउंड्स में जिम में बेंच गाली दे देते से न सेट
थ्रो नहीं किया क्लोज नहीं कर पाया लैंग्वेज
नहीं हाँ वही क्लोज नहीं कर पाए कर सकते थे बहुत अच्छे राउंड्स खेल रहे
भाई देखो बजना नहीं है अपने को रस भाई क्यों बज रहे पता नहीं बजना नहीं है भाई बजने के बाद वो लोग बचेंगे तो अपने को बुरा फील होगा.
Okay, Null Command. Carby's been spotted actually coming around the corner here. He could be in a bad spot. Boy, does he.
भाई जो इनसे हारेगा वो हमसे खेलेगा.
So that Depp can cross a little bit more peacefully into the site. Excurrent, very vocal player of T1, gets a bit of powwow, but only good for the one. But I mean, that's Depp, so step in the right direction here. As T1 forced to go for this retake. Looking quickly into the minimap, one holding B main. Side player is on the alert. If he can get Laz, the pinch
But guess what? हम भी वो level पे आ गए. Lol.
Exactly. Side player, of course, then
Full बजेंगे रे बीच 24 hours कल तक.
He knows it's there. Timing is crucial.
कल है क्या match?
There it is.
There it is indeed, and here comes the offense right now for T1. Do they still have enough time though, or can they only just let Zeta Division hold the angle here? Euron popping shots through the smoke, and boy is he blind, but he is not going to miss.
Pre-birthday party था, अभी birthday party में post-birthday party.
I mean, first of all,
main birthday कभी है?
कल. You gotta admire how he gets
21st को है match.
Apart from that, just Yudon.
Ah, तो
I
फिर
mean, the
हूँ ना मैं.
decision making not to fully commit to the spray and like swing his mouse wildly back and forth. He actually gets off of it and then repositions, because if you do stay in that spray, your tracers are visible, your opponents can fire right back. So very well played by Zeta. And if I were to add, I mean, just another interesting note. Actually, last year for Masters Tokyo,
drop it for
T1 was that team that knocked Zeta down. T1 was the team that denied Zeta Masters Tokyo. So if Zeta can actually win this, that would be huge.
So it is some form of retribution.
Little bit.
All right, I like it. Storyline.
G.
Set up. Revenge arc. I mean, not guaranteed, but we are seeing a possibility here. That being said, though.
The revenge arc.
That being said, though, both of the initiators for T1 and Zeta have been
time के बाद valorant matches देखना तो अच्छा लगा.
at utilizing these Odin spam. The Odin spam.
But say.
Ooh, Saya player though. He's going in for more.
ये नाम याद आ रहा है.
At parties you don't want to double dip, but in Valorant
साया player.
it's perfectly normal.
जी के ऊपर साया बन के बैठा था.
Without a doubt, I mean.
Oh, that shock dart. Yikes! Oh, it actually finds Saya player. What a shock dart from Euron.
जी जी मेरा एक मेंबर क्यों स्पैम कर रहा है शशि कुमार भाई क्या सीन है?
But apart from that, you know, after a little bit of pressure onto B, the rest of the team already rotated closer towards A.
परसों है ठीक है.
Accurate
क्या
and
कैमरा है? किधर से लगाते हैं ये
कैमरा?
कैमरा?
गावत.
कहाँ है छत पे?
Magical camera there, and Izu. Boy is playing with the hearts here. He cannot get denied. It's all down to Euron. Chases it right in.
Hello.
भाई ZETA दे दो हम लोग को please ZETA दे दो. ZETA दे दो.
Finishes it off.
As he was the one who starts it as well. I mean, that spy cam was everything. He saw so much, did not shoot out any tracers.
Bug camera
for the team. Hey, they're right up here. Izu, be prepared for this. Hunter Streak goes out. Izu's just dancing, dude, and he doesn't get tagged by it whatsoever. In fact, he actually picks up those 2 frags. And off of it now, of course, T1 picks up the win. It's back to that mind game of like, is ZETA Division going to try to go for that, like bits of mid control? B main has been a bit of an area for contention, right? Saya plays always somewhere around the corner. If not B main, maybe closer towards mid. You never quite know where he's going to show up. Dep has to watch out for that.
Not just that, but again, we've seen this in the first series with Paper X, where you do see the duelist having a lot of support from the initiator, not just utility support, but firepower as well. You see Carpe do the same thing with Saya player here, where if Saya misses a beat or gets followed up on by ZETA Division,
हम तो वही डिस्कस कर रहे हैं कि अपने को किसके सामने खेलने का थोड़ा गेम प्ले देख
and assist his boy out, and it works fine for T1 here.
ZETA भी खतरनाक ही खेल रहे हैं लीड पे 4 के बीच.
Keep in mind too, T1 they have this additional support, and Carpe as the IGL too, being able to support his teammates that way. Lots of support in the crowd for T1, to say the least.
I mean, we got an interview a while ago, right, where one of the fans just said that he's here not feeling any fatigue whatsoever, waiting for this specific match. I'm not sure if you picked up the fans, you know, on our microphones, but they do be faithful to T1. And T1 is not disappointing at all here, Quack.
None whatsoever, at least not for this round in the books. There's that half buy coming out from ZETA.
Deploying drone.
Definitely make their buy count. Saya
off
of the blaze, if anything. And with the way that they're positioned right now, not seeing
भाई ये
it
तो अलग स्ट्रैट है बे.
not really
giving out too much. बाकी है man. अपन उल्टा करते हैं.
With that Odin.
Dep is gonna really fall down onto him unless that Odin spam from you or for Carpe gets so much more value. Saya player a little bit too heated on heaven there, forced to dash away.
पूरा उल्टा करते हैं बे पूरा.
This heavy contact from ZETA Division pays off.
4 headshot और 100 aim करते.
Pick up all the weapons, get them upgrades, and even use that Killjoy lockdown from the extra sauce. But can they break it though? Doors opened up already here. It will get broken because of the trade, but Sugar Zero does get that pick off. 2 versus 3. Extra getting close onto the site. Gives away his position. Smoke gives him a little bit of cover, but also separates the rest of the team right now as Saya player.
Oh bye.
Whiffs the blades.
तू बोल रहा था ना ZETA चाहिए अपने को?
ZETA Division.
कोई नहीं लेवल पे सभी अच्छे हैं बे. कोई मतलब आएगा तो टफ ही रहने वाला है.
I gotta see the replay on that execute from ZETA Division because they went in so quickly. Dep right on top of generator.
It's gonna be
even
tough.
Though Carpe had an Odin, didn't quite know how to respond so well, and with the way that they played around the smokes too, you can see in that replay.
भाई मेरा दिल धक-धक कर रहा था जब भी कमबैक हो रहा था पता है वो लोग का भाई आत्मा मतलब ऐसे राउंड थ्रो हुए थे ना
बेंकाई ने वो जो राउंड खेला है ना बी साइड पे
भाई दोनों बेंकाई और ब्लिस्किंग
दोनों हाँ बेंकी वो सेम स्पॉट था
ये दोनों ने एंड करवाया
yes close
as well. It felt like the nano swarms that we saw last throw was in benefit for T1.
कोई भी है जी यार देख कैसा अचानक से कॉन्फिडेंस आ गया ना
अपने corners and stuff. Plus again, if it's your own
नहीं तो तू सोचना वो प्रेशर में एक जन भी फ्री किल दिखा तो गोली चली जाएगी
theoretically. You know, so
trigger discipline भी
you can use that as some form of aggressive push strat. Speaking of aggressive push strats, Saya player, he doesn't have a tailwind. Inside of the smoke, is he going to risk it? No, never mind, just backs away.
Yeah, ZETA, knowing that there has been a lot of noise, a lot of presence that they made previously towards this mid area, T1 definitely coming in to investigate, so not wanting to challenge them all too long, not at least until, you know, a piece of utility like the turret gives it up. Now they know there are some players up towards A short, 30 seconds.
Mid market pressure भी नहीं ना, Cypher का setup है.
It might just come down to this crazy execute, last-ditch effort. Carpe has Nightfall too. Oh, this is not going to work out too well for ZETA.
Oh yeah, they could be swimming in this with very much reduced HPs. Saya player is already looking for the lurk right now. Carpe pushes up, gets immediately traded in. 14 seconds. If Sugar Zero can find something, which he absolutely does. There's a chance, there's a world where they can plant the spike in, but Saya player is wreaking too much havoc on that flag. Thankfully enough, Yura answers in kind. And Rossi placing the back of the site. Euron, he's absorbing the snake bite to position himself for a better peek. But it doesn't work out. It's a 1 versus 1. Captain Laz! Once again, 1 tap, 1 kill.
Bang by lots of effort.
Star looks stacked up.
Sugar Zero भी मेरे को बहुत सही play लगता है, बहुत सही है.
Player ना?
Just to hold it off.
Sugar Zero, Saya player,
would not be able to peek
Laz,
that quickly. That was something. It takes nerves of steel to do that.
Laz की भी अच्छी लेकिन
accurate बे.
वो तो जाने
the way
तो
that the
मेरे को
fight breaks
1.6 से मार ही रहे हैं.
You would have assumed that Carpe, everyone, the Nightfall, they should have gotten that fight.
Accurate से लड़ने के लिए levels है. पहले उससे छोटे भाई से लड़ो. फिर थोड़े बड़े भाई से लड़ो.
Really turns things
फिर
around.
उससे लड़ो. फिर और बड़े भाई से लड़ो. खत्म.
Clearing up the entirety of A main as well as Y.
और उसको मारा तो एक और भाई spawn हो गया. खत्म है बे. उसको नहीं मारते.
Pop shot on short with the Marshall.
खतरनाक. 4 के 4 गेमर कैसे हो सकते हैं बेटे? 4 के 4.
सब अच्छे हैं.
हाँ सब
going to be a mid push anyways.
सबका replay.
Making use of that movement speed. Depp has cut through Market Pizza before, but now he's up against Saya.
He doesn't hit. He's chasing it down.
Oh,
maybe a little bit too much.
क्या control है बे? अपने इसमें धर्र करके निकल जाता था पांच. वरना right click दोनों में से एक.
Going to be Carpe somewhere hidden on B. Huge
क्या reveal था?
लेकिन कुछ हुआ नहीं. This wall from the Viper is giving some cushion right now, Quack, for the rest of T1. ZETA Division, they are cool, calm, and collected. They got 40 seconds. They can let them cook. They can wait for the utilities and make something happen. And through all of this, Izu actually TPs at the back of the site. What a hero! But can his presence on B actually assist the rest of T1? That is the biggest question here. Eskin has fallen down already. Izu's down to 12. 25 seconds.
प्यार से धीरे-धीरे clear कर रहे हैं. 5 लोग मिलके.
There's Carpe.
बुरा लग रहा है. ZETA भाई आप जीत के आगे चले जाओ. T1 के साथ कर लेंगे. जाओ विन दे दी आपको. जाओ.
है क्या? मतलब ये जो जीतेगा तो आगे मतलब सीन क्या है मतलब इवेंट में?
वो नहीं पता. मेरे हिसाब से
they're very comfortable with this. They know how to work
टीम
around
आगे जाएगा
this
शायद.
classic agent composition on this map.
शायद से या फिर एक टीम जाएगा एक ग्रुप से या फिर 2 टीम जाएगा. चैट का पता रहेगा.
Nothing but a share. It's just tough.
चैट इसमें सब प्रोफेशनल चैट है. देखने में और जज करने में प्रोफेशनल में हूं. क्योंकि मेरा प्रेडिक्शंस वो लेवल का है.
हाँ वो तो देखा.
Take a breather for a second. We might have gotten into sight, but we know they are all around.
जीता 2 जाएगा. जीता तो 2 टीम 1 ग्रुप. ओह
तो 4 टीम हो गए.
And actually wait for a second.
कैसे कितने ग्रुप है? 3 ग्रुप.
We'll be able to shoot them down. At the same time, we've got this Odin, so let's make some noise. Get these T1 players feeling uncomfortable, and then come in to destroy.
Is that the Carlisle Furia DNA, you know, injected?
फिर उसमें से जो जीता उसको चैंपियंस में स्लॉट मिलेगा.
It is on a round where T1 are not on the full weapons, right?
मैं खुद से चेक कर.
भाई एक रीजन से 6 टीम जाएगी, ठीक है?
किधर जाएंगी?
नेक्स्ट स्टेज. ये स्टेज 1 है.
ओके.
ठीक है. फिर बाद में नेक्स्ट स्टेज में सब रीजन से आके ओपा होएगा और उनमें से जो जीतेगा उनको चैंपियंस में स्लॉट मिलेगा. ऐसा कुछ था शायद. PRX तो ऑलरेडी चैंपियंस में स्लॉट है लेकिन नहीं.
मैं चेक करता हूँ खुद से. मेरे को भी बदरैक्स कर दिया. अभी कंफ्यूजन है. I'll check it.
मैं समझ गया
नहीं मेरे को नहीं है, तू समझा, अच्छी बात है, very good, keep it.
6 टीम प्लेऑफ्स
अरे
में जाएगी।
नहीं चाहिए रे तू।
सेम रीजन आएगा, वही चैंपियंस होगा, बराबर है।
मैं VLR में देख लूंगा।
नहीं मेरे को पता है, देखो मेरे हिसाब से क्या है पता है क्या, एक सेकंड रुक जा। मेरे हिसाब से ईच ग्रुप से एक टीम जाएगा एंड 3 ग्रुप से जो लोअर ब्रैकेट से जीता उनका मैच होगा। सो टोटल टीम्स इन फाइनल 4 होगी।
टोटल टीम्स फाइनल्स 4 होंगी, 4 लोग यहाँ से ये रीजन से जाएंगी मेन उधर लड़ने के
प्लेऑफ।
लिए।
या
ओके ठीक है, थैंक यू,
लव यू चैट।
बस this is final,
the other
right?
half of the map is slightly more open. Let's take down Izu.
रुक जा, कंफ्यूजन आ गया बीच में।
Oh, what a smoke from Rossi here too. They're going the opposite direction.
4 में से 2 जाएगी, 4 में से 2 जाएगी।
As soon as it gets set up. ZETA division though.
भाई जिसको जाने जाए भाई, हम जीवा पहुंच गए हैं भाई, इसका तो
Seems to be like an over push. But I mean, it's granted because they do have the numbers advantage. Laz now caught in a 2 versus 1. He's got to have to make
क्वेश्चन अच्छा, बंदे गलत को पूछा।
And that's not gonna happen. It's not
Question
possible.
is a very genuine good
T1
question.
on all fronts answer back.
Yeah, you can see the timeouts effect now. After
वैसे भी इतना
called by
पूछ रहा था
Coach
बेसिक
Autumn.
ये रीजन में से
First of all,
मास्टर्स
yes,
में
Saya's
कितने
still
जाएंगे,
looking for that early contact, but it's not just that anymore. It's a bit more information.
कैसे जो जाएंगे, तेरे को ब्रेकडाउन चाहिए?
नहीं मुझे बिल्कुल ब्रेकडाउन नहीं चाहिए।
Understand that, you know, if they're not pushing out B main, XQ and Rossi just stay
ये
prepared.
देख वहाँ पे लिखा है UPI का लिंक भेज करके, UPI लिंक।
All the utilities come at the right time.
मैं दे सकता हूँ UPI लिंक, GP करो।
किसको बोल रहा है?
वहाँ पे लिखा था किलजॉय के लास्ट के ऊपर UPI लिंक।
Clapback.
सच लिखा था।
Beautiful here from T1. Quick null command pinch coming in from mid.
Oh, what a flash!
As they
Peek.
or delay the players on B main here. And he's the big brother, dude. He's the one that started it all for Santos.
क्या है मैं भाई?
Able to get the shutdown, but he's alone on an
क्या है
island
मैं भाई?
3 versus 1.
भाई अपने को ये दोनों स्किप करके जेंजी बिंजी मिलेगा यार।
skill involved to make such plays, but also knowing to position themselves in that spot.
Absolutely.
ZETA tries to go for a different approach, right? You got the
जी भाई आज
but then he got
अभी
blocked out
शायद
that way.
पार्ट 2 प्रो में।
And Heron is just very far from any kind of good information whatsoever. Forced to back
इसके बाद
away.
वो है।
The paranoia is just
Balls.
so damn annoying
Kौन?
to deal with. The snake bite, pinning him out
One
in the
average.
open. That's going to be T1
Ron
with a 5-7 half.
It's really just T1, tier 1 mechanics,
Ron
tier 1
बुलाते हैं
skill,
उसको,
and
friends
you
लोग।
see it all. First of all, you got XQ with the shots, then in that last
Friends
pinch
लोग Ron
against
बुलाते हैं।
Hiroron, you got the paranoia,
Ron bhai,
snake
what's
bite,
up?
and then the shot from Saya at the end. 7-5.
RR
It's a
के
pretty
easy
good
है,
half for
genuinely
T1.
easy team नहीं चाहिए।
Let's see how
Tough
they
team
can
चाहिए,
carry
मजा
that
आएगा।
over onto the next half. Again,
सीखने भी
this
मिलेगा।
composition, very interesting. On the defense, you've seen how useful it can be
भाई
with the poison
इजू
cloud,
ने
a
ना
bit of a
इजू।
one-way. Izu still, you know, being
इजू
such
ने
a
कल
menace.
वो खेला था।
However, onto the next
योरू।
half, how do you
बहुत
make
मारा
use
था
of that
बहुत।
Viper on the attack?
वो भी नया प्लेयर है ना?
हाँ भाई ऐसा क्यों बाहर का इजू इतना मारता है, इतना
हाँ मत
स्पेस।
पता है। और इधर का जीजू।
मैं कुछ नहीं बोला, देखो मैं कुछ नहीं बोला।
यही था।
हाँ ये वो that is your assumption. मेरा क्वेश्चन इतने में खत्म हो गया था, ऐसा क्यों है कि बाहर का इशू इतना मारता है, बस दैट वाज द क्वेश्चन। देख ले भाई एलएफ, मैंने कुछ नहीं बोला, ठीक है? आपके फ्रेंड्स टारगेट कर रहे हैं।
एलएफ भाई को आईजीएल दे दिया बेचारा, क्या करेंगे?
और मेरा ऑलरेडी कुछ चल रहा है अभी, तुम मत करना कंट्रोवर्सी। लव यू, मैसेज कॉल करो प्लीज।
From the AVL.
Okay. I'm looking at that from a perspective where site pushes, right? But I'm also going to say that it allows you for so much segmentation on the map, right? Because you have two of the controllers, you have twice the capability right now to, we want the sure, Omen smoking up for us, and then we'll have like a Viper wall outside of market so that no one from the site can actually look onto market and maybe trade up. So those kind of scenarios much more accessible to T1, obviously because of the controller compared
कितना
to Zeta.
हरामी
The
यार
combination on that open.
I'm just like still feeling. You know, you're attacking.
इसमें ऐसा कुछ स्ट्रैट नहीं जो एकदम अनबिलीवेबल
So it really
कोई कांट
comes down
पार्ट
to how
स्ट्रैट
they apply this.
सब
It's not
कर
that it's not viable.
क्या टाइम पे कौन सा स्ट्रैट बाप है वो मजा
Let's
आएगा
see.
That was Euron also using his drone very early on, only spotting out Excurate.
How can some Indian team can come in VCT like RNT and TR? पहले उनको consistently perform करने दो भाई.
Zeta, mission successful already, and you can already see Zeta very much kind of scratching their heads where they are. That's why you're seeing so much rotation coming in from depth, from the players on short, and they're scrambling.
आज ऐसा लग रहा है वर्ल्ड कप जीत गए. हाँ ना भी.
Still though,
कुछ तो बड़ा इतिहास बना है.
That's going to be a big stack.
इसके बाद मैं कम से कम 2 घंटा वो करूँगा.
Saya, he's going to have to find that contact and he's going to have to do it safely.
Execute though. He snuck in. Euron's not even aware of this. He's just looking towards mid. And Execute all the way through spawn. Here comes the push out on short.
No.
Euron's actually looking on his own side of the spawn. He's aware of this, but the damage is being done already by T1. Here onto the side, and Euron misses the timing there.
किधर से आया ये बंदा?
Short's gonna get traded out.
किसको गाली दे रहेगा? Question वो.
Secured, and T1 has every bit of advantage taken to put themselves in a better spot.
भाई अगर ये T69 रहता था ना अगर
खत्म इधर ही बस.
इसके बाद टाइम आउट लेके मैं कम से कम 1 मिनट गाली देता था. दोनों टाइम आउट खत्म करता था मैं. मेक श्योर करता मैं शांत हो जाऊं और बाकी 4 टिल्ट हो जाए.
Let's see how well their brute force is going to work out. I mean, Sugar Zero
भाई क्या retake है ये?
Smokes that again Sugar Zero can put himself on. Half on the defuse. He's got to have to hold this for his teammate, and he does. What heroics from Depth and Sugar Zero, the mainstays of Zeta Division. It looked unwinnable.
It really did, right? Numbers weren't quite there. They just brute forced and jumped through heaven. But they got the frags. Sugar Zero started things off, and then with the way that they pinched on into hell, movement and working together as a squad like that, it still is, you know, the core members being that familiar, knowing exactly how to play off of each other so as to ensure that Izu would not be able to deny any spike.
That was such a big round too. I mean, imagine losing that. T1 has all the right to bring back a deficit in that 5-7. Speaking of T1, more spy actually here. Side player with a big dash in, right on top of Generator here, and the damage! Oh boy, the damage very much felt.
Yeah, we don't see this too often. The forced buy, Zeta did not expect it whatsoever. They suddenly blinked and 3 members dropped dead. It's a tough retake. I mean, this is going to have to be a call to a save for me.
Yeah. I mean, both Euron and Depp are on rifles right now. Guardian and a Phantom. Do not want to give that up. Even a late lurk coming in here from Excurate.
That's the scariest thing so far for me.
क्या?
Also.
क्या
I mean,
बोला?
yeah, Excurate. You see this toxic screen, it's always placed up towards B. That's the power of the double controller. Zeta's always going to have to be wondering, is someone going to make use of this? Are they actually going to push through to B now, or, you know, how do we position ourselves?
You know what?
पांचवें डे के बाद गैग रिफ्लेक्स आता है.
With how you mentioned, you know, Excurate always lurking.
आता है?
If you're someone from Zeta that also
गैग रिफ्लेक्स आता है ना, ज़्यादा बॉइल अंडा खाएगा.
You can't see nothing through that smoke. Sure, you can maybe pop a couple of shots, but visual confirmation is down to 0 as long as that wall's up.
मेरा फिलहाल तो नहीं हुआ.
There's a world where T1 just
What's
like
your
four
body
stacks
weight?
it, drops the wall and gets like a massive contact with, you know, sheer numbers. But again,
89,
one of those
87.
things, just saying.
That's really cool though, actually, yeah. I mean, that's what this toxic screen does. It actually controls so much. So, I mean, it's a very good composition, and you can see what it's used for. Of course, it takes a team like T1 to actually make it effective. Yeah, we can't do this in our premier games at home.
Are you saying the Banana Boys can't make it happen?
Banana Boys.
Actually, I can't remember the name of our team now.
ये
I'm
तीनों
so
मैप
sorry
जाएगा लग रहा
to
है
every teammate that hears
हाँ?
this
तो वाट लगने वाली है
from
भाई
our team.
नहीं
Happy
3
we're
मैप
over
जाएगा
the
तो
team.
मैं 2
Anyways,
मैप के
back
बाद बंद कर
into
दूंगा
the nitty gritty, the real important.
9:30 बजे मेरे को बंद
Yeah,
करने
we lost
पड़ेगा
the
तब तक
Guardian.
मैं
Only
10:30
Death has
बजे
the
सो
Hero
जाऊँ और
Phantom
3
right
बजे
now.
उठ जाऊँ
Yeah.
ऐसा कुछ
This is not
तो
looking
एक
hot.
कपड़े के लिए
साढ़े
ले
बारह
से
साढ़े
T1 taking their
2:30
sweet time, you know, seeing if there's
नहीं
any
कर
nooks
सकता
and
हूँ तीनों
crannies that there's any littered
कर
Zeta
सकता हूँ
players. Would be great if they can get that quick 4 to
एक
5.
दिन ध्वनि को करने देते रे
But even if it's not, I mean,
ये
just a
बेचारे
full
का already
force
बहुत
on the
काम
B
है
side or on any side,
अभी भी
it's
काम
going to be
करके
much to
बैठी है
handle, especially when depth, the only, as you mentioned, lone phantom player is stuck somewhere here on mid. But never mind, they actually are slowly
और
going
वो
up onto short.
वॉच पार्टी करते तो
He's alone by
ओह
himself
सो
though, but he's got the
क्यूट
weapon.
गन बड़ी
It's a
ऐसा
one and
बोल
done.
देता हो गया
Can't quite commit to the spray,
ओह
so
क्या डैश मार
got
के
the
स्प्रे
one.
मारा
Rossi
क्यूट
trades right back. Now A side
आधा
is
चैट उधर
open.
ही टिल्ट होएगा
The rest of them might be able to sneak back in to maybe retrieve the weapon, but I don't know how much that is going to do.
Well, I mean, if they push up on the short, they're going to pick up at least 2. They want to open that door. They want to punish whatever they're trying to break through
वर्ष
here.
आने दे let's go
2
मजा
from the
आएगा
flank coming in.
बढ़िया
So
smoke
that
किया
will be
मेरे को ये
Euron as
बात
well as
है।
Laz
उसके बाद
now
दूसरा
picking it
smoke।
up. Nightfall activated for
कुछ नहीं कर सकते
safety. T1 making things short here, man.
checkmate
And
है।
I mean, I don't blame them. They still are at a 2-round deficit, so the more that they can try to secure something in terms of rounds, the better it will be for them. Izu into the corner here. Beautiful stuff coming in from this Omen player of T1, and it's turning into a full-on blast battle. Trigger Zero's just stuck on generator. That's gonna be that. T1, one more round to equalize things in the first map.
Slowly going
scene
through
है?
over it.
दोनों टीम खा एकदम
I mean, of course, Zeta, you know, that was just a pistol, but
भाई
kind of
लेकिन
interesting
डेप
with how
भाई
that fragment was
कंसिस्टेंटली
tossed through, but you
कैसे
can always
खेलते
see
भाई
just
पता
the
नहीं
movement from Izu with the way that he plays around some of these corners sometimes, in and out of smokes. Very,
9
very
out of
tricky.
10 वो फर्स्ट ड्यूल जीता रहेगा पता है
Meanwhile, on the other half of it, just
इधर
back
सामने
into the
बंदा है
game, right? Yeah. T1 with the approach on the attack. We're talking about that toxic screen, but in this round, they just kind of waltzed into A after taking down Dep. So there are so many things that they can do, again, buying the attention away because of that toxic screen, or just creating presence around other parts of the map. Of course, now that Dep has kind of lost his life around short by himself, maybe Zeta senses to call for further reinforcements. Is it going to be enough, though?
Yeah, at least that
डेप का
recon.
फ्रैक्चर में नियॉन से
Silver
खेला
drone.
इजी
Does give away
20
something.
के लाइक्स वाज बट स्ट्रीम थैंक
Aggression here
यू
from Dep to
बाद में
swing
21
out.
होने वाले थोड़े
I mean,
टाइम
sure,
में
he's got some
300 ही
safety
बचा
with
है
that tailwind,
बट थैंक यू
like Elsa, this bro is going into the unknown. That gives up the control of A short. Mid only has a measly alarm bot activated here. So here comes the rest of T1 marching in, barging in. But wait, hold on. I haven't seen the rotation here from Zeta yet. They've actually brought in Dep at the back of the site. If this is a full commitment here from T1, they might not know what they can uncover at the back at this entire B site. Excuse me, so I'm fumbling, because right now this is gonna go for a full blast fight. And Dep hasn't been spotted just yet. Now they know. There's so much to happen here, and Dep is holding on. The call, the rotation, it's perfect. Excurrent now has the hold. Huron spotted through the smoke by Saya players. Late lurk on mid, and T1,
भाई इसका
they
ऑफ
managed to
बे
make it happen.
इसका ऑफ मेरे को
The
वो
ideas
हॉरर
were
मोड में
good,
डालता है
but that said,
वो अब मेरे को याद है
T1
तू
with
जी
the
का बोल रहा था
numbers
साया
still
का वो
just
पहले वाले है ना
भाई।
उसका बोल रहा तो ये वाला नहीं बोल रहे
ये
पहले
वाला
वाला
नहीं,
यस
पहले
यस
वाला
वो याद
भाई।
आया याद आया याद
earlier
आया
on, but then as Excurrent comes
हम
back
बहुत मारते हैं ये
in,
भी
this guy
जी पे
so
साया
good.
मंडरा रहा है ऐसा
Starfire
बोल
for
रहे थे
the
हम
team.
लोग
It's not just Saya player.
बहुत
It's
मारा
not
था यार
just
साया ने
Razer.
अपने को बहुत मारा था तू देख
What?
ऐसा
I heard
करके
like a
मारा
black
था
bro. Is that like a voice line?
What?
From Jet?
डीसी पे कौन है अनुज भाई
I don't know. Anyways, okay, while we have this timeout, I just want to call. I just want
ये
to talk
जाने
about
वाला है
quick
वो भी
cause
खतरनाक
effects, right?
क्लोज विंग्स
The standard
और
composition
तीसरा मैप
on Ascent for any team here that Zeta's using up against what
दोनों
T1
टीम्स
is
टक्कर की 19-20 वाला
employing right now, right?
हाँ
The big factor here is if you can bait out the non-refundable, non-rechargeable utilities of both the Sova and the Killjoy to a certain extent, because if you break her utility, especially that turret, it takes a very long time for it to get very long time, right, when you break it. Anyways, if that happens, the more ZETA is forced to use their own players to guard certain locations.
Face checks.
Exactly. And because of that, T1
8-9 के लिए भी है 8-9 अनुज भाई मोमेलो माइन अरे कब पता नहीं भाई मतलब आई एम लाइक बॉर्न जीनियस ऐसा कुछ सीन है मेरे साथ कुछ सीन है
T1, you know, that's the thing about the composition that ZETA are playing. On the defense, it gets a little bit tricky. It kind of turns into that battle of resources.
Yeah.
And well, players are a resource as well. And right now, apart from players, economy is also something that
मेरा brain cells कम होते जा रहा है after every watch party मैं कुछ नहीं कर सकता.
In the meantime, maybe they can get as much information
sorry
as to how T1 approaches as much as possible. I think that's why we're seeing this bit of that B-main presence. Extreme, you know, nobody's really working their way around it, so maybe Hiroran just kind of goes in and positions himself up there. Meanwhile,
मेरा brain cells किधर तो गिरा है उठाना पड़ेगा
some of these sheriffs. Step on the blade storm. Guarding A heaven.
This comp from ZETA, you know, that everybody uses on Ascent is that mainstay for such a long for such a
execute again.
Yeah.
वो लोग का Corsair correction जो है ना
Euron's the only one left standing here. They both try to push in, but Execute's timing his reads.
placement तो है ही, लेकिन जो correction है ना वो एकदम
ratty.
Reaction time ही है ना.
That's years of FPS experience for you. It's just translating into valorant.
हाँ map देख रहे थे हाँ
Sure, he gets shot
map देख रहे थे
2 kills already.
B काली आजो बोल रहे थे हाँ
Firepower on that B site.
ऊपर से उसके पास आ गई है gun.
An issue here.
Time.
Oh! If Laz can
almost मार दिया था रे दो को.
Maybe that was something. He needed that second kill on Rossi though.
Yeah.
Even that first one, it's not going to be enough. He needed to really do something massive.
Oh, let's see if Depp can visualize something. Oh,
oh God, he's just.
Oh, miss किया उसने नीचे वाले को.
I mean, he forgot Rossi couldn't get the kill on Izu. So unless he could get the kill on Izu quick enough and then transition into Rossi, there was no world where Depp would have, you know, clutched that.
True. I mean, the tagging slows him down as well, makes him an easier target. But apart from it too, again, just keep in mind, it's a round where ZETA Division didn't have all too much, but with the way that they didn't show off any executes, it's just execute it. Sneaks up, maybe drops to last, but those 2 kills were big enough.
कितने round से एक भी नहीं आ रहे वो लोग.
Now execute is offing too. Oh, that there.
क्या भाई दोनों भाई को एक टीम में डाल ही दो ना.
No, he wants to showcase, you know, why he was the one to be feared before, and the other bang bang. Couple of tags here right now for T1. 3-man stack on B. Euron's waiting for any contact as he's preparing the dart already for the push, but T1, they're no fools, man. They're real. Let it cook a little bit. They already got control of that B site, and they can back away if they want to. What's perfect about this is if they do, there's like 2 players that they can catch off on the spawn. It doesn't matter anymore. Sugar Zero's by himself. He really has to just do godly anchoring stuff here, or else. Well, he does get 2, but I mean, ZETA's never in a spot where they can really be confident in retaking things.
Oh boy, T1 come back. कितने rounds हो गए मेरे को देखने गए कितना time पर
8-6 था ना
4-5 round लगातार जीता
8-6 था 4
Ever
जीता
since that
5 दिख रहा है
round forced by, they haven't dropped a single bit, and ZETA, you're starting to think this might be another one of those rounds where they have to kind of half buy it up or see.
ZETA चलेगा पता है क्यों ऐसा कमबैक मार रहा वापस अगर 10-2 अपन अप रहेगा समझ रहे हो मेरा दिल my heart is weak
और ZETA से रीमैच होएगा ना
हाँ
तो बढ़िया है ZETA ही
but the response from Depp and you know,
lock
the
किया
rest of
जाए
the squad not quite following through.
It seems like
बच्चन सर
they can't.
Lock it.
Yeah, they had no idea.
Yeah.
Final answer is D, ZETA.
I'm just hoping that this stack that they're doing is gonna be enough. But we've seen it from these multiple rounds already that it really hasn't. So what's the mix-up here for ZETA? What's the call of their IGL to alleviate this? Oh, damn. Yikes! He's down to half.
It's still alive. Still kicking.
अगर बुंड के पीछे डैश लेके चल रहे हो तो जिंदा हो.
I'm not sure how to adjust around the defense though. T1 with the way that they're playing around this.
Sexy movie थी ना वो.
Kind of.
Why DT रे ये डे?
Over again.
बहुत DT, बहुत DT.
He readdresses.
एक बार बच
himself.
Same वही पोजीशन में जाके बैठा.
फिर चेक होके.
And that's not the call. That's not the play that we were looking for.
अब नहीं ये.
It's the kill on Saya player.
अब तो वापस पकड़ा उसको.
Excrit, hard lurking. Euron.
Oh my god.
I don't know how safe he can really be at this point. He does deal some
damage
right now.
Oh,
Whips out the classic, but even if he can win that fight against Izu, there was 2 more deal. And this is just T1.
आराम से खेल रहे हैं. ऐसा लग रहा है हड़बड़ी है ही नहीं गेम खत्म.
Yeah, it's almost as if like that's what this composition was picked for.
Chat,
they know exactly
at least for next
every other team
5
or
to
at
10
least
minutes.
ZETA division still might be a new roster, but the idea is that the game plan centered around this exact classic composition. It's always the same thing. Meanwhile, for T1, you got players like Saya, you got players like Rossi, you got players like Excurate. They can throw you in for one heck of a loop. And it just keeps happening again. Saya picks up quick op kills on his own. Similar to how Excurate have done so on the B side before. Now, the whole team kind of holding default. Saya looking for an opening pick. The drone ignored.
What a risky position for ZETA to play it. It actually still works out at the end. Excurate now should get spotted as well here, as he uses the smokes to get him out of harm's way. We haven't really seen any aggressive push-outs from ZETA at all. No, like no Korean flash and dash on mid. If ever we see any of that, it's always just been depth, just swinging out, but that's not gonna be enough.
Yeah, I feel like no big reason
because
they're always kind of anticipating that T1 is playing that default, and that's what they're doing this
round. Next round
very, very tricky to work off against. So just kind of hanging back, getting the info, playing off of it. Hero on now.
He's getting chased. Wow, he has to hold this. He's good enough for the one, though. They do know that Rossi as well as Excurate somewhere stuck on spawn. Is that thinking about? It's him just thinking about maybe it's my time to shine, you know? Give myself some highlight reels, stack up, start this 2024 right. He does get that one.
Think about how that B main was played out. Depp picking up the first
boss
kill,
fight
maybe around the toxic screen or maybe not even. They didn't see all too much. So
I think तेरे को सुनना चाहिए नहीं मेरे में एनर्जी है मैं चिल्ला नहीं पा रहा हूँ क्योंकि पिंकी काम कर रही है.
Do something against the Saya player, and as soon as that pressure is alleviated, you know they don't have to worry too much anymore. The rest of them finding some frags, getting the information for the team. Depp is able, or at least enabled, to
इधर कुआ उधर काई.
I think after this map you should sleep, man.
क्यों रे?
सोना चाहिए तेरी आवाज भी लग रहा है वैसा.
अरे मैं धीरे बात कर रहा हूँ क्योंकि पिंकी काम कर रही है.
अच्छा.
एनर्जी है. धीरज भाई अगर आप वहाँ पे देखें वहाँ पे नाम तो नहीं है किसका, तो अगर किसका नाम नहीं है तो फिर आई थिंक उसका मतलब पता है क्या होता है. और उनमें से भी कितने ही वॉच पार्टी कर रहे पीसी गेम्स का वो भी तेरे को पता है. So you can take an educated guess.
I would be remiss if I didn't say this has been an intense and very much painstakingly long day. My God, these teams will not let up, and I love it.
Yo, we've got a lot of talent here in Pacific. Champions being Korea this year, I am expecting for someone to bring that trophy home. But apart from that too, exactly right. Still, this round, Saya's still on that op, very scary. Euron back on the Odin.
Clear kar diya.
Just kind of posted up.
What a risky spot for Depp too. Excurate still
रहता रहता भाई.
This time though, they put a lot more bodies into trying to deal with
Low खेलते तो अच्छा है वो देख.
Now that they don't see anybody on B main, you can see the rotation from Blaz right now.
Gन का
If he can
वो दिखा.
maybe stop Xcrit from
जब
breaking
उसने
this
ऊपर
alarm
देखा था.
bot and shutting it down, that could be something if he pushes on A main here. Sugar Zero. Oh boy. But again,
get out.
Dep's still on the corner.
It's very important that ZETA does not like move too much right now. Because if they get punished by Xcurate, or if Xcurate goes in deep enough,
Question था पूछ ले डांस.
then some rotations might come through. We got 45 seconds left.
किधर ना किधर B-main में move
case
पे
scenario
इधर
right now
mid
for
पे
ZETA.
कहाँ तो जा ही रहे हैं
This push
अकेला
out
खेल
on
रहे
short.
हैं
If
कोई है क्यों नहीं उसको
Huron
T-bone
can hold
बोलते.
this, Dep's hold on this boost spot for the past
Alarm bot तोड़ना
minute
चाहिए
or
था.
so is going to be nasty.
Poison cloud.
Ooh! He does get a one. He dashes over, but gets immediately traded. Activates
किधर
Hunter's
पे मारा हूँ मैं?
Fury. And Huron holding on.
भाई
He
चलते
does
चलते
blast
मार रहे
Xcrit
भाई.
away. That's a spike drop down on short too. 12 seconds. So unless Saya player can
मैं बोला
take
ना
down
ZETA
4
back.
players in 2-second intervals each
spot
with
कर
10
रहे हो
seconds
ये.
left. Quick maths for you.
सिर्फ spot ही
This
किया
should be
उसने.
another round for ZETA Division.
लेकिन वो भी
I
बहुत
was not able
हेल्प
to
का
calculate
आता
or
तो है.
catch any of that, but yeah.
I mean, 8 seconds, 4 players, 2 seconds each.
Too many.
एमएन स्पॉटिंग से अच्छा मेरे को मिड वाला अच्छा लगता है बे.
But
ज़्यादा
yeah, I
info
mean,
मिलता
it really is those 4 players. I think that's the main thing because
Yeah.
they were able to stay alive.
So
Dep
ऐसा करके भी वो
having
top
the
fragger है.
skill to react to
यार जाएगा.
players who are trying to approach from tree.
साया.
Pump the brakes for T1. I think there was that timeout called from Autumn to maybe attempt at a new default to try to sneak their way in. But because they weren't able to catch or fish for anything,
Yeah, उसके अंदर गेमिंग का jeans, pants,
kills off of his
t-shirt
lurk.
सब है.
It's that much easier for ZETA to go through. Now, here's a different aggressive play from ZETA. Dep.
Oh, enemy battle in the
short
air!
Dep.
And that's gonna be Dep winning it out
भाई
against
इसको
Saya
diff तो
player.
बोल सकते हैं
Still,
bro.
quick little trade as Carpe
इसको
finds
diff बोल
Huron.
सकते हैं.
It's ZETA wanting to get the one up onto
इसको
T1 here.
proper
It is trade for trade.
ये
There
पहला
is that
रहेगा जो
quick
मैं
TP
बोल
at the
सकता हूँ
back of the
diff है.
site. Is it going to be full committance? Dep,
No.
the World F activated as well. Izu
क्या
did
था
commit his use on the from the shadows to the back of sight, but the spike did
क्या
not
था
come
बे?
with him on B. It's still hovering somewhere
Trying-
here on A main in the hands of Carpe.
Exactly, trying to sell a fake. But
Why
Dep kind of
तो
saw a
B पे
glimpse
chill
of
कर रहे
something
अकेले?
towards top mid, so he has an idea. Rest of the team
आएंगे
just split
कैसे ये
up,
लोग?
trying to get the information around the
नहीं, आ ही
sites.
नहीं रहे,
Izu, though,
छोड़ दिया
could
भाई,
still
तुम
be a
खेलो
very
अपना.
deadly force. If he even gets one
यहाँ से
frag,
blind
that's
कर
quite a bit
देना
of
चाहिए
damage.
उसको सिटी.
Absolutely, especially with 2 players
एक rotate
already
करेगा.
committed to hold this B
मस्त खेल रहे हैं
position.
भाई अच्छी पोज ले
But they're
ली
calling them back?
Oh.
They have 30 seconds.
Oh,
They can do this.
hey,
but
time है, time है, time
It
है.
has to be a
कर सकता है.
really slow creep.
30 seconds
They have to run for it though. Again, it'll take like
Laz,
10, 15 seconds, but they're only coming back to B
It's okay.
once again.
Laz has lockdown, Laz has turret. Back towards A.
पता नहीं क्या कर रहा है.
They're just
Izu.
about to touch tips.
Oh.
There you go. Dep's gotten the first one. Nightfall activated. They'll trace everyone
Oh, shit.
at the back of A.
भाई
But
ZETA
the
is back.
Odin reigns supreme.
That's
अभी बोल भी नहीं सकता बहनचो किसके साथ मैच चाहिए. दोनों एक जैसे
कंफ्यूजन हो
खेल
गया
रहे हैं.
पक्का कुछ तो भसड़ हुई कंफ्यूजन हो गया T1 में बुलाया फिर गए फिर
नहीं
फिर आए.
बुलाया लेकिन 25 सेकंड में वहाँ पे पहुँच के प्लांट होएगा इज वाज द क्वेश्चन. कितना टाइम लगता है यहाँ से वहाँ जाने को? 25 से तो ज़्यादा ही लगता है शायद.
18 सेकंड
पूरा एमेन से बीमेन जाने को बेस से.
या
क्या बात कर रहा है?
18 तो 19 सेकंड लगेगा.
Tarashi,
फिर
Zeta
4
Division,
सेकंड
they are
प्लांट
so
करने को
much
ना.
more rejuvenated
तो
and ready.
शायद वो लोग का कैलकुलेशन क्या सब
Got
टाइम
his
नहीं था.
operator out.
Close.
Truly close
ये नहीं
indeed.
सुधरेगा.
Saya player though
ये भी नहीं
chasing him to
सुधरेगा.
the ends of the earth. He wants that contact play in motion, but off-cap kills. Huron and Dep. Rossi and Saya
दोनों नहीं
answers back.
सुधरेगा.
Last at the back of the site. Gets some coverage on the smoke by his teammate. Has to hold. If he makes any big noise, that could give Rossi an opportunity here. As you do see Izu
उसका भी
slowly
डिसिप्लिन है ना.
creeping his way
वो तो अटक
onto
गया अभी
fast
रुक
lane.
गया तो क्या करने वाला
The
है वो
fragment's
नहीं पता
perfect.
उसे.
That does force back Rossi for the moment here. Rossi's just trapped. He bumped himself into the corner. It's all down to Izu. 50 seconds, spike in
ऐसा क्या
hand.
हंस रहा है साले? अपना नहीं है
He's
वो
pushing
रहा.
himself forward. He knows he can't
अरे
pop
यार
the spike
वो
without them punishing him, so he
ओए
might as well just be proactive with this one. And
तू कर रहा है करके बता रहा हूँ
beautiful
तू
3K.
haters
And all turned up over its head. T1, they had a string of rounds, but ZETA also got their own.
Yeah, T1.
उसको जाना चाहिए था रॉसी भाई को अंदर.
अभी देखो उन लोग ने 5 निकाला, अभी ये लोग 5 निकालेगा, लेकिन दिमाग का भरोसा किसका हो रहा है हम लोग का. हम डिसाइड नहीं कर पा रहे कि अपने अगेंस्ट कौन आ रहा है. हाँ, these are like nuts roasted.
The last 3 kills. Last was that controlled that he didn't push past the dark cover,
Roasted
even
nuts.
getting information onto its lane and then peeking out for the final 2. Oh, what is this now?
They're making a lot of noise here. What is happening for Execurate? He's already been spotted! Euron coming in from the pitch all the way from downtown onto short!
लास्ट के पास किल अल्टी भी
Snakebite activated here on A main.
Anti-cop,
To stop any pushers
it's better
out
if you
from
do
Zeta Division,
a
but ultimately
proper
also stops
fundraiser
T1
from a
from
site.
pushing up into
I
A main
will
right
try
now.
to help you out
Mega impact
how I
kill.
can, but I can't
Execurate has
really
been such an
promise.
annoying lurk for the past
And
couple,
also
past
I
several
would
rounds. Now
want
they're just
to
like,
let you know, I hope your
he's
dad
gonna be alone
recovers.
this round. You know,
But
previous round they
in
tried to beat push,
situation
they're gonna
like
try it
this,
again. Let's
instead of
punish
asking
him.
That was
on
also the
stream,
first time we've
on
seen that
chats
pitch
of
play come out
streamers,
from
get
Zeta. So
help from
that's the reason why I kind of
family
freaked out
and
a little
friends.
bit.
I'm freaking out
And
right there with you, dude.
वो
Now
fun
it's gonna
take.
be a 4
This
on
should be
5
the main
without
two
Execurate. That's
sources.
a
दूसरा
lot
तो
of
होना ही नहीं
pressure
चाहिए.
off of Zeta's
First one should
shoulders.
always
True,
be
but
family and
all
friends.
things can always be turned
कि
up.
कोई भी रहेगा
This
ना,
is
they
for the
always have family
overtime
and
or
friends
bust, man.
Yes,
and relatives.
for
मतलब जो भी है.
sure.
Not to mention, you know, Zeta can still play it safe. Last still has the lockdown for the retake.
They do have this smoke though. With the Prowler combination, it
30
pushes
seconds
back so much. You can't
But
see
I hope your
Laz
dad
has to hold
recovers
on for his
soon.
teammate,
I
but
genuinely
it's a
hope.
beautiful bait and switch. Now, there's going to be the plant on the spike.
Lockdown. Lockdown.
They do have it.
It's not
Rossi's
easy to
gonna
get
hold the angle
help
here.
from
No,
streams.
2 of them will actually do
Like
so.
genuinely saying
Crossfire's bound.
कि ऐसे
Euron's
बहुत सारे
finally shut
situations
down
रहते
here,
हैं.
but this could become deadly,
इसलिए.
which it does. Izu gets spotted out. Rossi's already done his damage. Carpe's gonna have to come big with the Guardian.
You
Not
can take
gonna
health
happen
load,
for
वो भी.
now. And now Rossi. Ay, ay, ay.
भाई खत्म कर
50
दी बे.
HP.
5 तेरा 5 मेरा बोल
He
के.
has to cross or even get a kill. If he does, maybe he has his ultimate. I don't know. He's there. He's there. They're with
खत्म कर
him.
दिया
But
बे.
again, the detain is looming over his head.
खत्म
And
कर
Zeta
दिया.
Division almost
खुद का साउंड
looking
बड़ा.
to
मैं
shoot
पहले
a
बाहर जाके देख के आया
one
पिंकी का काम
map
खत्म हुआ
one.
था.
Come back with a 13-11 swift retribution.
Just the first map, but my oh my. First of all, that forced buy from T1 in the second half gave them such a streak, 6 rounds in a row. But then Zeta
जीत के निकल जाओ पट से. पट से निकल जाओ आगे. चलो.
T1 आ रही है लगता है.
मेरे को भी लग रहा है. अबे लेकिन कितना क्लोज है बे दोनों टीम्स भेजो. मतलब ऐसा कोई राउंड नहीं था जिसने कुछ गलती किया रहेगा ना कि चलो इसके वजह से आ रहा. सिर्फ वो एक राउंड तक के फोर्स टैग कैसे आ रहा वो एक क्वेश्चन मार्क था. लेकिन ये लोग ने कुछ ज्यादा अच्छा खेला करके आ रहा. या फिर मेरा जिंक्स था. या फिर मेरा जिंक्स
शॉट अच्छा
था.
मारा.
हो सकता हो सकता. जेटा लॉक किया था ना. कौन सा लॉक भाई. कौन सा लॉक. अनलॉक होता है लॉक के बाद. उसके बाद फाइनल लॉक होता है. समझ.
आया मैं एक काम करता हूँ. मैं शावर लेकर आया.
डन. मैं एक काम कर दे बस 2 मिनट तो यहाँ पे रुक. मैं जाके पिंकी का काम हुआ है कि नहीं देख के आया. फिर कुछ हेल्प से तो करते हैं. 2 मिनट.
चैट्स तब तक बात कर ले.
चार्ट्स. चार्ट्स. हाँ मेरे अरे बीच मेरा कमर दर्द हो गया यार. भाई टाकटू का आवाज आया भाई.
हाय हेलो हेलो. हाय धीरज भाई कैसे हो. मैं मस्त हूँ. केस भाई स्पैरो सब जो भी है मस्त हूँ.
early push, they send the 0 point, then they back off. They don't overheat as a team. I mean, really good balance. But then credit to T1. I mean, they had that huge 6-round streak in the second half. Looked like they were about to just shut the coffin and nail it down to the ground because they were trying to make that comeback happen first for themselves.
पता ही नहीं यार. अभी तक सोचा नहीं कोच बनोगे या esports में. पता नहीं सोचा नहीं अभी. देखते हैं कुछ भी करेंगे. मेरा हाल मस्त है यार. आप लोग कैसे हो.
and they would pull something out of themselves to really be able to take it. But now it seems like they're doing that consistently.
Comeback man. Comeback तो कर दिया है. बस खेल रहा हूँ अभी वापस से.
More aggressive, but more aggressive within reason and not, you know, not
अनुज भाई वॉच पार्टी करो अपनी स्ट्रीम पे। कोई नहीं, बिंग्स के साथ कर रहे हैं तो अपनी स्ट्रीम पे कर रहे हैं, एक ही बात है। मजा आ रहा है देखने के लिए मैचेस आजकल सारे। एक साल में क्या कर रहे थे अमतरासु भाई, मैं बताया था थोड़ी देर पहले भी। 15 साल से जो हेल्थ की वाट लगाई है, एक ही जगह 12-12 13-13 घंटे बैठ के डेमोज देख के प्रैक्टिस कर के जो बैक पेन और जो रिस्ट पेन जो भी सब आ रहा था और फैमिली को टाइम नहीं दे पाया, तो वही सब वापस ठीक कर रहा था। गोइंग बैक टू, क्योंकि अभी 30 के ऊपर हो गया, तो गोइंग बैक टू जिम, बॉडी को थोड़ा ध्यान रख रहा था। बी ऑल गुड। अनुज भाई राका जोन को क्यों तोड़े भाई? जॉर्ड कैसा है और स्ट्रीम कब है अनुज भाई? अरे जॉर्ड मस्त है, पता बहुत मोटा हो गया। मेरे मम्मी पापा उसको इतना खाना खिलाते हैं ना, सब खाता है अभी जॉर्ड। जॉर्ड फुल जितना पतला था ना पहले, मैं दिखाऊंगा जब स्ट्रीम करूंगा ना, जॉर्डी को भी दिखाऊंगा। मस्त है ना, गप्पू गप्पू हो गया जॉर्डी। Any scene of building a team around you? नहीं यार, no scene right now. Anuj bhai, I lost 15 kg in around 12 to 2 months following one meal a day. क्या बात है आदि? All the best, but एक meal अच्छी बात नहीं है। Healthy weight loss करो, muscle loss मत करो। अनुज भाई अपना प्रोग्रेशन का एक्सपीरियंस शेयर कर दो वीडियो बनाकर। नहीं भाई, मैंने अमित कुछ थोड़ी फोटोज दी हैं, इतना ज्यादा मेरे को लगा नहीं था मैं घुस जाऊंगा पागल जैसा बॉडी इसमें। तो इतनी खास कुछ बॉडी नहीं है। बिंग्स बस ज्यादा ही बस बोल रहे कि ओ क्या बॉडी बना ली, क्या बॉडी। मैंने इतना कुछ बॉडी नहीं बनाई है, नॉर्मल सी बॉडी, बस पतला हुआ हूँ। 10 आई थिंक 12 किलो लूज किया है बस, कुछ इंसेन बॉडी नहीं बनी। अनुज भाई टिप दे दो डाइट की। दे देंगे, जब स्ट्रीम करूंगा तब दे देंगे। Anuj boy, I hope you recovered from your wrist. Yes, Mr. Vetty, I've recovered from my wrist injury, back injury, almost everything. Anuj भाई अपने जी का मैच देखा? Yes, मैं इधर ही था। 8 सोलंकी यहीं पे था, मैं बिंग्स के साथ ही देख रहा था। फर्स्ट 2 मैचेस तो मैंने यहीं से देखे, फिर मैं जिम चला गया थर्ड मैच, लेकिन जिम से मैंने देखा। मस्त खेला जी, गुड टू सी दे विन। Yeah, Anuj, good to see you. Used to play 1.6 back 2007 10 time when was Raju Exela used to play. क्या बात है गौतम, बहुत पुराना है यार। 2000 and 2007 and 10 बहुत मजा आता था CS में भी। I tried CS2 but इतना ज्यादा पसंद नहीं आया after Valorant। अनुज भाई 22 को इंग्लिश का बोर्ड्स पेपर है, बेस्ट विशेस दे दो। ऑल द बेस्ट शाश्वत, होप यू डू वेल इन योर एग्जाम्स। अनुज भाई वापस आओगे ना? यस, PH24 वापस आएंगे, या तो स्ट्रीम करेंगे, या तो कोचिंग करेंगे, या तो खेलेंगे। अनुज भाई T6 में खेलेंगे। डन। बसा वराज डन, खेलेंगे। Anuj bhai, will you be back in esports? Not sure, but I'm open. Anuj bhai, पापा तेरा कब? ये तो भाई चल ही रहा, लग रहा है ये साल में कुछ करना पड़ेगा। अनुज भाई वैसे आपका कोई साइड बिजनेस है क्या? नहीं भाई, मेरा कोई साइड बिजनेस नहीं है। अनुज भाई का चैनल नहीं, मामा तेरा भाई यही नाम है। अनुज भाई T6 का काउच बन जाओ। काउच फैन कोच बन जाएंगे। अनुज भाई स्ट्रीम कब? स्ट्रीम देख रहा हूँ, शायद 21 को करूंगा इफ आई एम फ्री। 21 को करते हैं, चलो डालता हूँ मैं। सब कुछ डेड है तो धीरे धीरे बढ़ाना पड़ेगा, बट करते हैं। हमारा अमतरांशु भाई ओपी, थैंक यू। Anuj bhai, what's your professional background? Nothing, Shreyas, gamer only, nothing. Professional background, I did my engineering, but then never followed it. Came into gaming. I had an option to be a software engineer or be a professional player. I chose being a professional player.
They still looked really strong. The coordination was nowhere near what we just witnessed here from them on a sense.
Anuj bhai, Naruto inspired ya kuch? Yes, I am Raku. It is Naruto inspired.
Now we're in full form. And
mind you, now that you
Anuj bhai, how do you know Binks? Binks actually पता है Binks के साथ एक GP करके कैफे होता था वाशी में. मैं ना तब पकड़ लो.
I am back, boys.
2011.
आ गया भाई. अब ये होएगा ना hype.
अच्छा, तो बस ये बता रहा था मैं बिंग्स को कैसे जानता हूँ. तो 2010 और 2011 में बिंग्स जीपी कैफे में आता था और मैं भी वहां पे आता था डोटा वोटा खेलने. हम लोग दोनों डोटा वोटा खेलते थे, 1.6 खेलते थे. वहां पे मिथुल मिथुल करके आता था, याद है. बट कभी ऐसे दोस्ती यारी से बात नहीं हुई, लेकिन इतना याद है कि हम लोग आपस में भी खेले, साथ में भी शायद खेला रहेगा, क्या पता. लेकिन
मुकुल
ऐसे
के टीम में था मैं. मुकुल के.
हाँ, तो गारंटी.
चोको ब्लेज.
चोको ब्लेज स्वीडन में भाई.
अपना टीम का नाम चोको था. क्या क्या था भाई.
चोको, यस.
चोको.
वैसे मैं विंग्स को जानता हूँ.
अरे एक और क्या नाम था वो.
क्या
वो बंदे को
रमजान.
नहीं 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 नहीं. चोको चोको टीम
ब्लेज,
का.
चोको मिथुल.
नहीं नहीं.
था
मैं डी था. चोकोडी.
ऋषभ ठाकुर.
वो तो इजी है, ऐसा कुछ तो था ना उसका नाम.
नहीं, डी तो एक ही था, सिर्फ डी रखता था ना. कैप्स
हाँ
लॉक
वो डी रखता था. मैं भी डी रखता था, लेकिन मेरे को नहीं मालूम था कि वो डी रखता था और मेरे पहले से.
ओ, अरे मैं अब भी उसको है ना, मॉन्स्टर की मेरे एक दोस्त की शादी में बैंगलोर गया था, ऋषभ को मिला मैं. वो भी तेरे को अच्छे से जानता है. मैं बता रहा था
हाँ
मिथुल के
मैं
बारे में, तो
जानता
बोल रहा
हूँ.
था कि वाह, वो मेरे बोला वो तो अभी बड़ा स्ट्रीमर बन गया बिंग्स, अब वो छोटे मोटे लोगों से बात नहीं करता. तो बोलते जाने दे फिर.
किससे बात नहीं किया है मैंने, जरा बता.
वो ऋषभ से. बेचारा तेरे को ट्राई कर रहे बात करने के लिए. वो बिंग्स बोलते हैं मैं अब छोटे मोटे लोगों से बात नहीं करता.
ऐसा बोला रहेगा नंगा, अब भी नंगा हो जाऊंगा. कोई ऐसा नहीं. आज मैं उल्टा पुराने दोस्त लोग को अभी भी मैसेज करता हूँ, वो लोग मेरे को गाली देते. तू मेरे को कैसे याद किया करके. हाँ, एक ऋषभ था मेरे लाइफ में. अच्छा डी.
यस, वही है. डी है वो
डी
भी.
डी 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 डी.
मस्त है वो भी. इनसेन
मस्त बंदा था यार. लेकिन एक बंदा था बे, एकदम हेवी मारता भी हेवी था. उसका नाम भूल गया रे. वो भी अभी बाहर गांव में गया है वो.
चोको का ही था क्या?
दूसरे टीम में भी खेला है वो. फेमस, बहुत फेमस था. बहुत मारता था बे, बहुत मारता था. टॉप टियर प्लेयर ही था वो. क्या नाम था यार उसका. मेरे को चैट पूरा ऐसा नाम से देखना पड़ेगा. क्या नाम था, मेरा भी माइंड फक हो गया है. होको.
अरे होको तो मेरी टीममेट था. मैं उसके साथ खेला हूँ
भाई. होको को पूछ. होको और मैं चिल करते थे. चिल.
क्या बात कर रहे हैं.
होको को पूछ.
अरे होको मेरी टीम का आईजीएल था.
अरे मैं खुद
टीम 5.
हाँ टीम 5 करेक्ट. मैं
टीम 5 में तो खेलता था होको.
भाई उससे ज्यादा बकचोद इंसान तो देखा नहीं है. उसका और मार्क का जो होता था आरआर. होली शिट.
अरे रुक, मैं तेरे को ये दिखा था जब तक मैच चालू हो रहा है.
और जो मारा मारी भी होता था. बढ़ दुम दौड़ दुम. जब आईआरएल जब भी मारा मारी होता था ना, तभी हम गाना बजाते थे. दुमता न ऐसा. वहां पे ताप टुप सिंक करके मारा मारी होता था वो टाइम पे. होली शिट. पुराने दिन यार.
मेरे को मिलने दे, मैं तेरे को ना इंटरव्यू दिखाता हूँ होको. वो तूने देखा है क्या इंटरव्यू टीम 5 का?
याद नहीं है. होको का वो क्या था, इन गेम नेम क्या था. होको ही था.
होको ही रखता था. वो ही रखता था.
गाली कलस तो कुछ नहीं था बे. शिवपुरी जैसा था रोज.
अरे वो ओशीवारा में कौन सा कैफे था यार, सब भूल गया मैं. 1.6 ओशीवारा में एक फेमस कैफे था देख, सब लोग उधर ही जाते थे प्रोफेशनल टीम वो टाइम पे.
मैं कभी नहीं गया. मैं सिर्फ 2 ही कैफे में गया. एक मेरा वासी वाला, एक नेरुल वाला. तीसरा नहीं गया मैंने.
अरे यार
वो के साथ तो कितना मैंने लैन खेला है भाई. कितना भाई. सारे ओल्ड मेमोरीज मेरे को वो हो गए बे. सबसे बात करने का मन कर रहा है.
करना कभी, सबको बुला खेलता.
क्या कर रहे हो को जरा पूछता हूँ. उससे भी बीच में बात किया था कभी. याद दिला दो.
फक, मेरे को वो कैफे का नाम ही नहीं याद रहा. नहीं तो अभी इंटरव्यू मिल जाता. मजा आता तुझे देखने में. जो झाटू दिख रहा हूँ ना उस इंटरव्यू में.
12 नवंबर को उसने हैप्पी दिवाली विश किया था मेरे को.
प्ले फैक्ट्री आइसोल याद है
हाँ प्ले फैक्ट्री लेकिन मैं गया नहीं उधर होको से बात हुआ था बोलता तू अभी भी आएगा सीएस पे तो 0 पे आ रहा हूँ तेरे को
नहीं मिल रहा अरे उड़ा दिया लगता है प्ले फैक्ट्री
सुन मैंने उसको व्हाट्सएप किया झूठ मूठ का अनुज इज मिसिंग यू करके ठीक है
ठीक है
मसाला डाल देना थोड़ा सा ओल्ड डेज भाई मस्त बंदा था
अभी क्या अभी बात कर रहा है उससे
या मतलब मैसेज किया उसको लास्ट अपना बात जब उसको अप्रैल 22 में हुआ था जब शादी वादी का बात हो मैंने उसको क्या मैसेज किया था पता है ओए लोड़े अनुज आमा तेरे का बर्थडे विश कर उसका रिप्लाई था गांडू किधर विश कर मैं बोला नंबर पे तो बोलता दे नंबर
कहाँ से जर्नी स्टार्ट की थी रे बापा
उसका पहला मैसेज आया था कांग्रेचुलेशंस ब्रो नाइस व्लॉग हाय 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 ओल्ड डेज भाई क्या वो टाइम की दोस्ती क्या होती थी बे
अरे सबसे मजा आता था हर चीज लैंड पे होती थी हर चीज सामने
हर
सामने
चीज।
गाली गलौज पे होती थी बहुत मजा आता था उसमें
इतना कुछ भी एक दूसरे को अगर कान के नीचे मारा ना तो भी अगले दिन वापस आते थे खेलने को इस बार मेरी बारी हैवी
फक नहीं मिल रहा मिलेगा तो बता दो मजा है
हैवी से गुड मेमोरीज
चल विंग्स थोड़ा फ्रेश होके आता हूँ
चलो बाय
मिलते हैं
कल मिलते हैं
आते ठीक है
है
ओके गाइस चलो बाय बाय तू भी सो जा बाय तू भी सो जा
हाँ ये खत्म करके सो रहा हूँ सीधा
ओके चलो गाइस बाय चैट
बाय 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 थैंक यू बाय बाय
बाय बाय
भाई डेब बाय फेमस था
match that up, but he wants to be more of a utility player, you know. So he's gonna get himself
guys
that,
जो लोग स्ट्रीम पे
that
नए आए हैं
killjoy.
make sure to like the
But
stream
you're absolutely right. Although to be said, this is the map.
अभी ऑनलाइन
At
टमाटर
least
मार दे
from
बीच
just
में
you know remembering it from pure memory, Laz was the one that got so much impact play when he was on the chamber. So you know that there is some familiarity with Zeta Division on Lotus.
There definitely
रात
was
को
from
किसका
that
मैच आज
LCQ
रात को
last
बहुत
year.
हैवी मैच है किसका छोड़ो बहुत हैवी मैच है
But you know, can
I
that
think-
familiarity help you?
आई थिंक सेंटिनल्स का एक मैच है जो क्रेजी होने वाला है आई थिंक आज लाउड वर्सेस लिवेतन भी है बेसिकली लाउड वर्सेस आसपास वो भी है वो भी फन होएगा 2 मैचेस है आज शायद यही 2 मैचेस है शायद तीसरा भी है क्या तीसरा आएगा तो मैं नहीं कर पाऊंगा शायद ये 2 तो मैं कर दूंगा
Because we still have some
With the
insane
potential
highlights.
for a third map.
Also potential for third
भाई
map.
कैसे हो लव फ्रॉम
We
गुजरात
have
लव
been
यू
at
टू
this
आईपीएल का
for a very
कैमरामैन
long
क्या कोरिया
time.
लगता है
Trick some Red Bull.
Yes, it will give you wings. Okay, hold on. There's a
Not compliment,
paranoia
but
setup
why are
here
searching
from
watch
Izu
parties
all
so
the
much
way on
love you?
B.
I
Is
like
this
to
a
do
quick
watch
throw right
parties
now,
of
or
good games.
will
Yeah?
they wait for contact first? Seems like it's gonna
And
be
this
the
tier
wait for
of
now. Don't wanna
Valorant
pull the trigger
Esports
too
is
quickly.
crazy.
Because of
Once
that,
in
look
a
at this
year.
3-man push already from T1.
Fira
Loving the
versus
aggression.
MIBR.
It's only the
Loud
alarm bot
versus
holding
Liveton
them. And
नहीं
if
है.
Euron makes a mistake, it's going to be his life all for naught. No trades whatsoever. Huge push out coming in from T1.
Waltzed straight into Rossi. Got the door activated as well, but because the guns were at the ready, T1 is not going to dare to challenge just yet. However, on the other half,
डब्बा को मारना
map,
पड़ेगा कुछ
still
crazy.
Excurate definitely thinking about positioning himself around Rubble. He's near enough to that rendezvous. Oh wait, no, that's his trademark.
Oh, उसको दिखा.
Yeah. He actually recalls the rendezvous. So if he can hold out for like 10 more seconds, he can use it right now and be even more aggressive to push out, nearing that ultimate orb. There it is. Oh, he wants to go for heaven. It actually marks up here pretty perfectly. And that's 3 headshots.
अभी सी भाग सकते हो
Fortunately,
लोग.
not getting that contact.
इसको मारना
Deb on the
पड़ेगा.
other side, though, does find Rossi. Trying to flush him out with the nade here.
There we go.
He does get control of that C long.
Gotta watch Waterfall and the door maybe. the very
इधर
least,
तो
they
एक
managed to
लड़ना
take
पड़ेगा
over
ये
the
लोग को
site.
कहाँ लड़ेंगे ये लोग
T1 corralling around to kind of set up for the
पूरा
retake.
पैसे
Got
के लिए तो अटक
definitely
जाएंगे
players some headed up towards.
तो लड़का अच्छा था ट्विटर पर बस थोड़ा
No,
लोगों
so
से
many of them headed
chill
towards
लगे
Mount.
24
This
को
might
है
actually be
अच्छा
bad though, because if they wait a little bit longer,
चल मजा 100 थी
yeah,
वो
they
तो
have to break
crazy
that
मजा
turret
आएगा
very quickly right now. So Data Division knows
भाई
that
ये
there is some
risky
kind
है
of push.
चार flank
To what extent? Unknown. But here comes the push here and now. If
City
Carpe
से
can
help नहीं
have his
आएगा
hunt
अभी
up
अभी
and
आया
available here as they want to explode through the smoke, this could be something. They're able to at least get these contact
shit.
plays, but it's heavily in the favor of T1. Hold on. It's actually been turned on its head. 2 versus 2.
Oh, bhai.
There's one more easy one
Oh,
top and
bhai.
here on.
Oh,
Assists
bhai,
Sugar Zero. Hand in hand. Breaks them down. And pistol secured.
Holy
It looked a little
shit,
bit iffy
Zeta
here
bhai,
for
जाओ
Zeta
slot ले लो
Division, but they come back again
नहीं
with the
खेलना
rookies taking charge.
नहीं खेलना भाई
Exactly right. Hirodon, 3 kills back to back. I definitely felt very shaken by this push coming out from T1.
चार flank
You're
is I
thinking
think
about it,
थोड़ा
might be a bit of a short
ज़्यादा
point, but because Zeta doesn't really know, they're kind of just stuck and pinned down in sight. They can't really use Waterfall to escape because they're always thinking somebody could be approaching from here. But as soon as X-Curate falls, and then the rest of them coming out from
when
Mount,
you can
it's
do
easily dealt with it.
Hirodon
Hirodon and Sugar
FPS
Zero, that was just that much
then
better.
you won't
Now
be
into the
tired
next
no I'll
round,
take nap after
just
this
these pistols. We got a little bit of information, but then Zeta, of course, with the guns, just playing it safe, playing it careful. Got the firepower, just make use of it.
They don't want to over challenge just yet. Numbers can prove to be an important factor here for both teams.
Very nice check.
Yeah, just gonna retake the utility right
Don't
now.
challenge the toxic screen, please.
Oh man, if that drops, everything will
shit.
break loose. All hell will be unleashed. Trades still actually
Heavy
looking
trades.
favorable here from the defender side.
निकाल
As
तो
Laz is
सकता है
down
एक बंदा लो
to
है
single digits at this point. Izu thankfully not spotted by that haunt as they call in X-Grid reinforcements. Smoke's about to go down.
Smoke नेड है क्या इसके
40
पास एक
seconds. And all still up in the air here, Quack, especially now that, again, the chamber is available for contact.
Very close to it. It is definitely possible.
Oh,
It depends on how sharp X-Curate can still
Yeah.
be.
देखो सोना नहीं है
That's it, you don't want
Okay,
to lose
last
the
game.
guns. Laz on the Bulldog.
क्या हो गया
But they have to make their way through 20 seconds left.
हाँ
He's using to randomly pop shots,
हाँ
isn't he?
करना
Yeah, he is. 15 seconds, though.
करना
They're all reloading. Oh my gosh, they actually go for around the peaks. 10 more seconds. He's got to have to find the spike here. Izu's getting closer and closer. My heart cannot take this. And
Oh
the fire
shit
is gone.
भाई निकाल सकते बोला था लेकिन
What a
ऐसा
round from T1.
Two
second
pistols up against
decider?
3 rifles.
What?
Yes,
This is
Laz was
second
low,
map.
but wow. And you just think about how it all starts off,
हाँ,
right? You
चिल्ला।
got Zeta playing it
सो
safe,
जाऊंगा
that
मैं
was
बाबा
good.
बाबा
They
आराम
use
से
the
नींद
toxic
आएगा
screen, just
Don't worry.
checking. But then as soon as they go up around, mid-link area, that toxic screen
Ah,
that Rossi had blocked off so much, and rightfully so. He's
Huh?
popping off. Just playing around his dark cover.
energy
Very
देखो
good extension.
Very good use of cover as
Hashtag
well, as you
over.
mentioned, to
काय चिल्ला रहे
really put some hurt there on Sugar Zero. The push out from X-Grid. If he stays here,
भाई crazy
he can still get that value and get away
Crazy.
with bloody murder using that rendezvous of his. T1 truly on a
X-Curate
warpath
भाई
right
ओपा
now.
ओपा तो है ओपा तो है
X-Grid's back into holding that B main. Door's been opened up, but attackers holding this position on B. Heron's about to just go into that
Pinky,
crosshair there of X.
230 को जगह देना
Goes down, Spike as well along with him. And
अरे लगाया था भूल गया था लेकिन इसलिए बोल रहा हूँ
X-Grid's just so good on this chamber.
Yeah, not much to say. I mean, just with the way that they're getting the eliminations on this round.
VCT
But I dare
America
say,
होगा आज
this
होएगा
could be
भाई
looking to be. This is
Didn't
looking to be one of T1's sharper maps. Just a couple of days ago, right, playing against Bleed in the first debut.
भाई वो तो खतरनाक खेला था
Breeze was picked by Bleed, and then
ये
that
राउंड
one
जेटा
kind of
जीता
went
तो थोड़ा
overtime,
प्रॉब्लम जेटी1 के लिए
18-16,
क्यों लगा
really
एड
long.
पॉइंट्स पे वापस आ
But as
जाएंगे
soon as
और
Bleed went over
इकोनॉमी
onto
भी वो लोग
T1's Lotus,
थोड़ा
13-6,
सा
that was
रिडीम
way
कर
more
पाएंगे
decisive
लेकिन
than
ये राउंड
anything that
जीतना
we've
पड़ेगा
ever seen
जेटा
before.
ओ भाई
And Carpe was the one kind of top fragging. Now it's gonna be Saya player with the raise nades.
Yeah,
on a buy round 2 for Zeta Division.
तू कर रहा है क्या? Stream कर रहा है क्या?
नहीं.
You know, Zeta has the weapons per se.
क्या लगता है कौन
Huron
जीतेगा?
even having to change up
मेरे
into a
हिसाब
rifle from his Odin
से
as he needs a little bit more of that precise
मैप
firepower.
3 जाके T1 जीतेगा 2-1
Maybe deal
और
some
अपना
damage
hashtag
here.
revenge
You
match
gotta be
आएगा.
careful that they don't get hit by these wild shots from Rossi too.
There.
Side player's just holding an angle right now.
मेरे
Get
को
a
भी
pick
लग
off
रहा है.
very quickly, very cleanly. And Rossi, boy,
Shot.
Arbase quick to go for the punish. Laz all alone by himself, lurking. So he has to pick up
को मस्त
spike.
मैच है Fnatic का.
He just has to
मैं
go all the way for
सब
this
एक ही दिन
pilgrimage on
में
this A
मजा
side.
आएगा.
It's
सब करूँगा भाई.
pretty for him.
Yeah, he's got some stragglers tailing behind him too.
Oh yeah, you're right. And he does not have his turret, so
अब तो बड़ा खुद का
just
sound
about to hit
Binks.
this lurk.
मेरा sound बढ़ा रहा
He's
हो.
looking
Nah, it's
towards
quick
him.
enough.
बढ़ा दिया.
Yeah.
I mean, to me, like this
Dancing.
round, the way it starts off, of all things, a nade kill from Saya player. I'm not quite exactly sure how that
Crucial round में
happens
दो
to some of
बंदे
the Zeta
nade से मर
players,
रहे
but it's
बाबा.
not the way that you want the round to start,
शायद वो किया था
especially
ना fade
when you're
का
starting
nade
things
और-
off with a full buy.
हाँ.
It's just knocked right on over. Maybe they was it a
Was
teleport?
it?
Yeah. Just tossed right in the
खतरनाक
spot,
बे.
kind of anticipating Zeta's game plan, and then at that point,
तू
it's already
nade
3 on
sees?
5.
Yeah.
Just because of nades, huh?
I mean, it sees and nade.
Oh yeah, you're right.
So
ये मस्त है.
it's a double whack.
ये combo मस्त है
You
बे.
cannot
ज़्यादा
escape
util
that
use
once
नहीं
you
लगता है.
get, you know, tethered in. So womp womp for Zeta Division.
So back into it, round 5. It's the half buy.
और कैसा तो
Got
करके
this
इसको
Odin,
clean
got
मार दिया तो
extra
ये
on
लोग
the
round
operator
निकाल सकते हैं.
already.
पर
Saya
रॉसी
player
मारेगा
with
भाई. रॉसी
rockets.
पीक ही नहीं लेगा.
हाँ.
अंदर आते
By
ही
the way,
spam
this is
चालू
a
भाई.
really strong angle for Rossi here because at his
तो
elevation,
उसका smoke
if
भी
you go
मस्त
right
है
in
वो
front of him,
जिंदा रहने वाला.
that angle right there is well bangable, and
मैं
you
यहाँ पे
will get
cage
hit
picked
if you're not crouching down. And obviously, you will be walking, standing up straight. So if he's not flush out of his corner there, and he just like follows anybody through the walls,
Yeah.
it's a high percentage chance kill for
Very
Rossi.
crucial for Rossi to stay in that spot, to watch that angle, not expose himself too much.
Yeah.
A single hit, Zeta could be able to take him off.
Oh, भाई
Zeta
sexy
tried to
offer है.
focus
उसका
on the
ऑफर
other sides.
बहुत अच्छा है.
That's where Excured is.
I mean, there's so little options right now. for
CS में भी
Zeta.
opping ही करता है ना.
Seeing here,
Oh, okay, Depth trying to bypass.
and they can't really plan on the platform,
30 seconds left.
right? Because Rossi's right here with his
shit.
spam. So this is just going to be a little bit of money, and Excured's
Safety
timing
option.
as well as his hold on these lurks haven't
Oh shit.
just, again, leading to easier rounds dealt here by T1.
भाई not gonna lie, Odin सबसे
It
powerful
takes
weapon
for
है भाई.
Depth
हाँ
to
बे.
play off of his teammate's contact just to take that Odin away. Spike might be
Plus,
and that's good
बाप
enough for the
रे.
economy, but
प्लस
अबे
मैप्स
कैसे करता है ये?
दो मैप्स में बहुत ज्यादा अच्छा है. एक तो लोटस और दूसरा
और
एसेड.
precise.
खत्म. Asset में तो पेपर वाले भाई सारे.
दो मैप
4-1
बहुत
for
क्रेजी है.
T1 now.
स्प्लिट में जज.
And he's sitting
Ah.
जज
pretty
चलाओ
with
बेंच.
his
सिर्फ
sort of
जज चलाओ.
force also available for him. So this is,
Oh.
you know, hurt upon hurt.
Yeah, this is where T1 starts to really find the effective usage
Accurate
of
is accurate, bro. बात है.
agents.
उधर?
भाई.
उधर?
You die with the operator, you lose a couple more rounds, all good. I can just pull out the sniper whenever I want. The
ये
tour de
सबसे
force.
बेस्ट ऑफर रहेगा क्या पूरे गेम का? I
So of
mean,
course now that
Pacific का?
Depp has the showstopper, Hirodon
तो फिर
with
कोई है इसका
Nightfall,
competition में?
maybe looking for a
बहुत
bit of
लोग
an
हैं यार.
execute,
सबका अलग अलग स्टाइल है.
but it's going to take a lot
भाई
more
पर
just
इसका
to
अलग
put
ही है बे.
T1
कुछ
at the back foot.
And first things first, they have to flush out Excured. As long as they don't
Oh,
hear
yeah,
that
you're
snap
right.
of the fingers, they already know that he's still somewhere right in front of them. Now they do. They can choose to start pushing up. They
मेरा
got a
हो गया
couple of
भाई.
seconds. But the thing is, this is a false sense of security right now, Quack, as
मेरा हो
two
गया.
players of T1 have kind of sandwiched themselves together. And
Something
the longer
sad
they
लगा.
wait,
बहुत लोग
the
हैं,
more
बहुत लोग हैं.
chances they allow once again
Yeah.
for, you know, Excured to place himself on an off angle, TP out, and the cycle,
It's not
the
just-
ruthless cycle continues.
Not just Execure, right? You got Izu on this, you know, a little
Ooh,
bit of an
nice
off
counter.
angle. Good thing that it's the Nightfall that, you know, puts out these tracker lines. Saya player tries to push them back. But of course, Zeta has to play
Team का
really, really
stack
careful
है.
about this. And with all that, it just burns down the timer a little bit
काउंटर
more.
अच्छा था पर.
ये अच्छा है, दरवाजा खोल के फिर वापस रीड सी कर सकते हैं वो लोग ऐसे। ओ ये लोग ए पे आवाज करके आ रहे हैं।
Yeah, now down to 40 seconds remaining. Sugar Zero trying to reposition from the shadows.
He actually opens up the doorway as well.
30 seconds left.
It looks like to be a feint too. He's gravitating attention here. That nade is going to be good for Depp though. That's going to flush out Saya player's positioning here.
Oh shit.
And Depp converts. Again, these kind of fights are incredibly messy, and they just have to make it happen.
Omen बहुत दूर है bro.
As good as it gets, to be honest.
Omen, oh
man, it's everything. And it's all going to be down to Lavis to plant that spike. Sugar Zero was way too far because he committed the feint already all the way on tree.
Actually इनका अच्छा था strat, but
these rounds.
लेकिन ये लोग हिले नहीं ना, दोनों हिले नहीं. दोनों में से एक हिल जाता, चैम्बर निकल जाता तो कुछ कर पाते।
Timeout needs to be called for
दोनों नहीं
Zeta
हिले।
Division.
Actually अच्छा था।
क्योंकि
ओमन ने almost एक बंदा
खत्म होने लगा है, फिर तो चाटने पड़ेगा ना।
That's why I'm
मेरा
not a
बंग
coach,
का
but
मेंबरशिप
again,
खत्म
look at
होने
how
लगे,
T1
फिर
plays
चाटने
this.
पड़ेगा। 2 बार क्यों लिखा भाई?
Although they did buy that fake
क्या
for a bit,
मारता
you know,
है
from
भाई?
Sugar Zero. As
क्या
soon as the dark cover went
मारता
out, Extra calls for rotations right back. And he knows how to position himself. He knows how to play.
ऐसा है, गच्छ मैन। मैं तीसरा मैप नहीं कर पाऊंगा शायद।
Maybe side player drops, but Extra
मेरे को
goes in
1.5
with the
घंटे
team.
लगते हैं बे सोने को, मेरे को
with
वापस
the
उठने क्या
operator,
रात को
with the
2:30 को।
headhunter.
हाँ भाई सो जा भाई।
And he's still sharp. He's still sharp on that thing.
भाई तू कल भी 2 ही घंटे सोया ना?
हाँ।
There is no
मरेगा भाई एक दिन।
ये क्या लैंग्वेज है भोसड़ी के? मैं एक सेकेंड भोसड़ी के। ये क्या लैंग्वेज है? तेरी तो
सोना इम्पोर्टेंट है भाई।
लौड़े? हाँ? बड़ा लैंड। हाँ? पीछ। क्या बोला तू?
भाई नींद कंप्लीट होनी चाहिए।
हाँ? हाँ? क्या बोल रहे थे?
अबे तू थोड़ा सा बहन का लोड़ा आ क्या?
हाँ? क्या बोला बे तू?
अरे तू जा रही।
एक दिन हम सिर्फ साउंड बोर्ड कॉम्स करेंगे। Only use soundboards
Across
for
the map.
comms.
Just wanting to play away from him, right? Yeah, but it's just difficult to always pull that off. So maybe just give us the chamber versus chamber. Last on chamber, you know, out op X-Curious.
By op and silent.
I feel like X-Curious will just say that'll be a cold day in hell. He'll be able to do that.
Yeah, but then we need last to say the same thing. But
ये लोग नहीं बीजे
it is a
बीने
bit of a
जाने
half
वाले
by
हैं।
round for
ये खोलते रहेंगे सब।
Dep on the Vandal still.
वापस खोल।
As they kind of push their way past the
Cola,
pillars,
cola,
Carby
cola,
gets all the
cola.
information he needs.
खोल भाई खोल।
निकल गया, ओ मैं निकल गया, रेज बेचारा अटक
So
गया।
that X-Grid can just
checking, yeah.
Yeah.
खोल खोल वापस खोल।
This is awesome.
Go again, Izu. Press it.
Now he has to hold for C-Long now. They know something's up.
Dark cover outs.
Yeah, that smoke gives him a little bit of that coverage. His teammates backing away. X-Grid with the baited switch. Yep, exactly that.
अभी वो ओमन को बोलना चाहिए, जा 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 जल्दी जा दरवाजा खोल।
And it's going to result in ZETA Division having to just take the loss of a teammate, right, and go elsewhere. That's as good as it's going to get. If that it's falling apart, man. It is falling apart. T1 ripping through
Oh shit.
round after round.
Oh shit.
ZETA Division just cannot find any leeway.
भाई क्या बंदा एक्सीडेंट है।
T1 is unstoppable.
Yo, similar streaks happened in their match against Bleed.
अब भी ये लोग कमबैक मार सकते हैं। 6-1 से 7-5 तक जा सकते हैं ये लोग।
This is
जा सकते
incredible. X-Curate.
गारंटी जा सकते।
Izu
इसको
controlling
समझता
the
कैसे
map.
लेफ्ट साइड बंदा?
And then, you know,
किसको?
maybe some weird whiffs
X-Curate
here and
को।
there, but as ZETA tries, you know, to go in for
साउंड आया
such
था
an
ना, वो
effort,
लोग
just
भाग के तो आए, वॉक करके नहीं आए वो।
नहीं आता साउंड
yeah,
आता।
ignore it,
नहीं
run
भाई,
away
आता
from
है
X-Curate. You got
भाग के आए।
Sample that you gotta deal with.
Yeah.
It's 2 ops now. It's 2.
That's gotta hurt, man. 2 fronts.
भाई इधर से भी
But
दरवाजा
of
खोल
course,
रहे भी।
overwhelming firepower can
उधर
also
से
mean that the
दरवाजा
defense
खोल
is not
रहे।
going to look too hot, but I mean, if you can get these kills quickly enough, it shouldn't matter. Saya player holding that teeny tiny point of contact here. He gets smoked off himself. ZETA Division. Again, they're very much lost for kind of contact here.
Very crucial for them to get bits more space. And then here comes that depth.
Oh!
What is this?
भाई क्या दिमाग था लेकिन
This is a omen-sized
so heavy
or omen-sized pocket of a smoke.
Possible, yeah.
भाई पर कैसा है वो उसको समझ गया था ये गलत लग रहा
है someone comes out
कुछ तो fishy है भाई
Izu does
लेकिन तू सोच वो उधर नहीं बैठे थोड़ा बाजू में बैठा और उसने उधर स्पैम मारा ये निकल के मार दिया तो वो भी तो है स्मोक तो अच्छा है ना स्मोक तो दिमाग वाला है
allowed to get into tree along with the blast packs making their way onto site. That's the thing with double op, right? Very difficult to retake with.
Lip bite हो गया.
And especially if you got the smokes and if you choose the right site that you kind of render these ops somewhat, not as effective, and you might be able to have a better day.
How close is that explosion going to
अरे
take?
कुछ नहीं बस तेरी बात कर रहा था
that is
old
turning into a
memories.
very risky endeavor. I
Jinx
mean, the play was there. Rossi was throwing out his smokes and
6-5 कर
everything
सकते हैं ये
to
लोग का
punish ZETA Division
utilities
exit
देख के
out
ना
onto Rubble.
मेरे को feeling तो आ रहा
Didn't work out
sorry
fully in the end.
7-5
And now T1's like, we're kind of
Excellent
dipping
version
too
bye
much
bye ये
into the
सग्गे
operators. We
bye
need someone to start fighting for us just in case this happens. And then lo and behold, Saya player's back on a rifle.
खाना खाया नहीं मेरा भाई ये मैप के बाद मैं जाऊंगा खाना खा के सो जाऊंगा
So we're just gonna stick to it.
10 बजे तक मिनिमम सो गया ना तो फिर ठीक है 11 12 1 2 4 घंटा सो पाऊंगा
X-Grid pushing in.
लेकिन मेरे को डाउट है मैं 10 बजे तक भी सो
So close
पाऊंगा
too.
that is a different doubt but I will try
मेरा हो गया भाई
X-Grid
कुछ भी
with
मारता
Mad Lad.
कुछ भी
And he's not done!
कुछ भी
No!
That was a wallbang headshot.
X-Grid, he's not done! He's got the 3K already!
मेरा हो गया भाई कुछ भी मारता ये
And they keep giving him the opportunity to stay
भाई दोनों भाई कैसे ऐसे हो सकते हैं भाई कैसे ऐसे हो सकते हैं दोनों भाई
वे कैसे मार रहे हैं
दोनों भाई ऐसे कैसे हो सकते हैं दोनों
You were absolutely right, Astrid. They would not be able to anticipate that.
दोनों
They thought
ऑफ
it was just
करते
a
हैं
nade, so maybe coming back in to reinvestigate.
उनका बच्चा भी ऐसे रहेगा
उनका बच्चा कैसे ऐसे रहेगा दोनों मेल्स हैं
Fires up for 2 more shots. I mean, the second one was incredible.
We need a slow-mo on that one.
Bang! Oh my God!
सिक्स पे आप थोड़े से लौड़े से हो
Microflick so pinpoint accurate. I mean, that's why his name is accurate.
यही रीजन है पता है
Because, X Factor accurate.
जेटा टॉप फ्रैग और T1 का बॉटम फ्रैग सेम
The meaning
kills है
behind the name, but it's pretty apt if it is.
kills का मेन
Now
नहीं
we just call him Kevin.
है but I feel it's still
Alright.
Trap destroyed.
Lockdown used. Doorway blotted out by the smoke. You can really see how much respect I think at this point ZETA has.
निकाल तो सकते
Question
हैं
is, where's the plan on this spike? Because if it's
भाई निकाल
placed
तो सकते हैं भाई ये वाला
safe, they have to start pushing out. That is a misstep
उसका
from them.
अल्टी बूम बॉट को लगा
Into their own heads here. T1 got everything locked and loaded. Sure, there's going to be the plan on the spike.
भाई ये पोजी बहुत गंदा है रेस का लेकिन ऑपर करके बच गया वो
T1
हर कोई वैंडल या फैंटम वाला रहता था ना फुल स्प्रे धर्र वाला होता था
Time to prevent that from happening. Laz on
कोई ना कोई गया
just a heck of a journey. Ooh,
that was pretty quick here. Redeems himself from the Rosa. Euron's backing away as well. Any form of lineups is going to be huge, and any form of delay is massive. And that it is.
7-3 बोला बे पॉसिबल है गेम प्ले दोनों में
ultimately leading to ZETA with 1 round in.
It's possible. It's possible. खेला सेक्सी ZETA ने.
But the Viper's pick covering
अगर Esports में नहीं है राइट नहीं नहीं.
Such a lovely thing.
घर पे भी कोई रहना चाहिए ना यार फैमिली संभालने को.
You had him checking out.
जोजो को भी संभालना है. छोटू भाई.
Boombot to clear out mid link. Just lovely stuff all over.
Actually ZETA बहुत अच्छा खेल रही है.
Of course, landing the shot the sheriff that close.
इस पर नहीं गया था.
Renders those ops useless.
And here we go again.
Oh no.
And they got the same setup all over. Players can TP.
Okay, good.
He pocketed his teammate Izu around the corner there. Are they going to actually check it? Of course not. Can he TP out for safety?
Bye.
It's down to 5 too. I don't know how he actually took that damage in, but it's going to be that.
Well.
But of course, T1 not missing a beat, going to start making some waves here. Laz by himself forced himself to go into a fight, but of course, this is the captain we're talking about. He might not have forgotten all of the highlights in these past 2 games, but he's still a force to be reckoned with.
Execute's really low, but it is an off,
Execute low फिर भी मारेगा.
7-5 tucked away. If the rendezvous comes
Omen
back
वो वाला
up too,
smoke देगा.
let me actually ask it.
Execute never miss.
It could be really
ये वाला
still
ऊपर वाला.
deadly. Just enough for them to sneak through.
The paranoia is gonna...
They'll have no idea that he's here.
That's true enough, but with this turret... Oh my god, how did the turret not kill him?
The turret fired though. They know he's there.
कितना risky है बे?
मैं बोल रहा हूँ Execute निकालेगा round.
Man. Sugar 0, 2 versus 1.
कितना risky था वो angle लेकिन.
With his teammate dropping down, with Laz not having the support of the turrets anymore, yeah, Sugar 0 just needs to find some form of solace here, and that smoke gives him a little bit of coverage. Execute, my guy, goes in for the no-scope. Spike planted right beside him. Okay. He gets the first one. Smoke giving a little bit more cover. It dissipates, but coming in around bend. Gets the kill, plenty of time to use.
उसने ping थोड़ा सा left में किया. Oh my god, लेकिन presence of mind.
It's just such
oh
incredible
my
stuff
god, bro. Oh my god, bro.
I was about to say the same thing.
Oh, it's like, oh my god.
Yeah, because there is no rhyme or reason. You cannot reason. You cannot understand something that is just too great for you to be knowledgeable at, right?
Yo, Sugar Zero!
Whoa!
Yo, Sugar Zero!
Lap back. One more round before we end the first half, though. Yo, Sugar Zero indeed.
It's been a rough half for ZETA Division. Hopefully they'll have a better time in the second, but now as we close things out, T1 going on the offensive.
Headphone भी not a bad half अगर ये लोग जीत के pistol
But it is 9-3.
There's too much heat at this point. Especially with Carpe so close there. If they commit to this fight, he has a nightfall, and they are going to try to do so. Depth charging in, slowly creeping up. It's a risk he's willing to take, and it's a risk that's not going to pay off.
Just stubborn and peeking into this. It's not going to work. They're afraid to turn back as well. Someone else
तुझे पता है Odin और ये Odin का skin ये दोनों चाहिए बस.
The devil you know, the devil you don't, right?
देख भाई बोल रहा हूँ मैं.
Headshot angles with an Odin. There it is, cherry on top. Seals the deal. 9-3.
तू Odin लेगा तो नहीं होगा ये वाला skin भी चाहिए.
Commanding first half in the second map.
20,000 रुपया. किधर गया वो? हेलो.
Pop off again. 9-3 first half. Incredible map performance from T1, and you see it all. First of all, of course, Execute just deadly with this operator. Then you have the potential for Sayo to do the same thing. Rossi on the Odin. I mean, I can't forget about Izu, of course.
Yeah, just name everybody from T1 at this point.
yeah, one more player. Wait, I got his name. It's
20,000 याद आ गया. हाँ ना.
It's been a little bit quiet, but you know, he's making the calls.
Guys, we are close to 22k likes. 700 लोग चाहिए. अगर किसने नहीं किया है तो like कर दो यार. Today is the day.
What the phone was gonna say. But yeah, it really just is.
वो लड़की के phone में क्या था?
We are hyping him up a lot, but it really is because he's finding a lot of these impactful frags. It's not just collecting
एक को sign करके देने का रहता ना.
Yeah, the way that he positions himself. Sometimes
मैं अगर होता तो मैं दे देता.
90 क्रॉस होगा नहीं रे. T1 का मैप पे वो लोग दिख रहे अच्छा क्रिस्प है.
And it's not just by himself too. It's with somebody always from the T1 side, right? And because of that,
अपना जैसा audience है. Hello, hey.
They can use a bit of utility to flush him out, and they can push up into the side. But because he has that support from Izu, because he gets that support from Carpe,
accurate का भाई कौन है? 4 second.
He
the goat.
shrouds himself in so many options.
Why is Elvin not there in VC these days? He's taking care of Jojo.
A 100-question
उसने मेरे को
guessing game
मैसेज
for
किया
ZETA as to where
स्कूल
Excred really
में
is, as
ड्रॉप
to how
पिकअप
to
करने
counter
का
Excred at all.
उसके बाद
And
घूमने का
now,
उसको है थोड़ा
again, it ends up into that 9-3 as
कर
we
रहा
flip the sides.
For real, like we haven't really seen anyone challenge him.
सोचना ऐसा 3 बुलेट टैप 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 मारा तीनों मारे
This map. Now they're on the attack, and this is where CHUMMI will be more effective. Hiroran, peeking out.
हो गया dude.
Okay, these trades are still
हो गया
somewhat manageable. Never mind.
भाई
Down to just lads.
इतना तो है
Running all
सबसे
the way
बेस्ट
through that
चेंबर ही
A
है
site. Classic in hand.
जितना मेरे को याद
तो
है
लगता है सबसे बेस्ट ऑफर भी है
angle here on door.
वो थोड़ा डाइसी कन्वर्सेशन
कंट्रोवर्शियल है बट ठीक है मेरा ओपिनियन
कंट्रोवर्शियल नहीं है डाइसी है
This is like 3 people just looking straight into Laz as he pushes
कंट्रोवर्सी
this.
नहीं करना
There shouldn't be any chance for him to even get a frag.
It's simple. You can't win in Lotus against T1. Actually, this op is done.
Looking very lost as T1.
ऑफर बेस्ट बहुत सारे भी बहुत सारे बहुत साया प्लेयर भी है अपना पंग तो है ही है
अरे पैसिफिक में little bit worried-ish for Zeta division.
पैसिफिक में भी है ये कभी ऑपिंग अच्छा है लेकिन हुआ नहीं
This performance from T1, yes. Lotus is their map. That's amazing. The next one is going to be Sunset.
पोलवी का है भाई हेलो पोलवी को कैसे भूल
Sunset before. I don't know what
4K याद है निकाला था
up their sleeves they could have.
Outlaw से
But we definitely know what T1 is capable of, and they are doing so much right now. It's round 2 Odin.
भाई ये बहुत अच्छा है
Again, man, if they try to just
बच गया
go heavy contact when it's Excred in front of them, he can always TP away. And this is just punish after punish.
हो गया बे
division really losing.
उधर भी स्पैम मारा पता नहीं कौन सा
Any form of calls.
डब्बे पे
Just hoping that being aggressive, being a lot more
ये
by 18
is going to pay off. But
टेक्सचर का भाई टेक्सचर ने क्या ऑप किया था उस दिन
It's
ऑपर्स बहुत है लेकिन ऐसा चेंबर कोई नहीं है
I mean, side player in this round is kind of like
hands down ये मेरे लिए तो बेस्ट चेंबर ये
Give me some. And there he goes. Now if you go into the next round, you know, 3-11, unless Zeta can really hunker down, pull off a Fnatic, such a crazy comeback. If they do it, that'll be amazing. But if they don't, you know, match point, that's it. Last starts
Oh
things off
bye.
defense.
here on
सेटा भड़क गई
for an extra.
कैसे पीछे देख के देखने का नहीं रहता है क्या
I mean, it's an operator he might not
कुछ तो नया है
hold of.
हाँ
4 versus 2.
बुन टच करके उसने वो किया हाँ
Fair enough.
नहीं
Good
होता है
save, but that'll take a really long time.
उधर देखना नहीं पड़ता बटन में
I think that Zeta's gonna chase them down, no?
Oh!
Probably not, because Zeta's in that mind space where they're like,
ये नहीं मालूम था मेरे को
how are we gonna do this? And X-Screen got separated with that by the door. Alright.
The crowd was like gasping a little bit. Not like this. It's alright, he's gonna make it over. Hiroran has sightlines. Definitely hears that rendezvous being placed down. What?
Ayo.
भाई
30 seconds left.
ये निकाला तो मेरा हो
X-Ray
गया
hasn't
यार
actually TP'd away yet, so he can get a more forward position here on Waterfall.
ये हो गया तो मेरा हो
And
गया
again, just wait around the rendezvous. He doesn't even get paranoid. It hits the shot on Sugar Zero. Deb, if Deb went down to an up in that fashion, I'm already calling it X-Grid's best operator player here on Asia Pacific. The Deb swing out to the paranoia. Plays in the favor of Deb here though, because Izu's gonna have to get closer and closer in, and Deb's just 100% defusing the spike.
Oh,
What a call, what a catch.
पुली बनाया
Could even save the operator coming into that next round if he
भाई
wants to do so.
बेस्ट चेंबर
Find
बेस्ट चेंबर ब्रो
it, or keep the rifle in hand.
Hands
Also
down.
works fine,
पैंट्स डाउन
but
बॉक्सर्स डाउन बेस्ट चेंबर
Excurate.
गलत
Yeah, actually was deadly. But I
दिक्का
gotta
क्या होता है भाई
respect it if I
दिक्का
were
क्या
Deb.
होता है रे बड़वे
भाई hands
That's the
down
experience,
दिख
that's
गया
the, you know,
Hands down
knowing
sure.
that your opponent is far enough that you have enough time to really stick the defuse.
He still has money for it? Okay, fine. It is
आराम ज़्यादा मेरा
a
counter.
paintbrush, and he's the artist.
Okay, there we go.
And the map is the canvas, and shooting down his opponents is the art. I don't know. I'm not poetic at all.
Good try.
Good try. Excrete still
Hey,
man with a plan.
I feel like as long as ZETA doesn't really give him too much, it's going to be a little bit more difficult for him.
मत
As
बोलो
soon
मेरे
as
को
I
पता है.
think that, you know,
ये
I'm
क्या angle है
recalling that
Binks?
round where, well, just the previous round, where he just waltzes
सिर्फ
up
pixel
and
पे मारेगा
catches
क्या
Euron.
headshot?
Euron knew that he was up
Pixel
around
topic.
because he heard the rendezvous, but still couldn't really react in time, and that's just accurate pre-aiming corners. A lot of sense coming in. However, this round now, maybe with Euron and the judge and more unorthodox plays, it might be able to throw him off. Euron, only one on the B side, supported by Depp perhaps. They're trying to fend them off, trying to buy enough time.
भाई साइड
T1
मिल
did
गया
wait
लग गए.
for a lot of those nades to subside before they actually start pushing in onto B. Cost them a bit of time, 20
Flank
seconds
भी
to
नहीं है
remain,
बे,
but they
लग
still
गए
get
बे
that
लोग
plant
के.
regardless.
दरवाजा खोल के कुछ तो करना होगा.
Well, they will be forcing this retake from ZETA Division with all of them holding into the site itself. This is looking so dicey here for ZETA Division. Again, if they don't have any flashes,
Raze को कुछ
which
करना
they
पड़ेगा
don't,
bro.
they're gonna have to go in,
I think Raze
try
is
on
too
the
late.
contacts, and T1 is just ripping them apart. There's that long flank coming in from Depp, but he's already so late. Laz sure he can pick up Excrete here, but that spike is gonna explode regardless. There is the alley-oop here from side player, and Depp
उसने लेकिन अल्टी क्यों मारा? बिना अल्ट मार के भी टाइम नहीं था.
but that puts us into map point.
Huh?
And possibly even another
पता
map
नहीं, time
3
तो नहीं था.
in this
Time नहीं था.
day.
100%
as
time नहीं था.
T1
उसको
is
PC
not
चाहिए था.
unstoppable on Lotus.
PC अल्ट मारा उसने.
20 kills. That's double up.
जी जी एक और मैप मेरे से नहीं हो पाएगा क्योंकि 9:30 हो जाएगा तो मैं सीधा 11:30 12 बजे सोऊंगा. वो NH के मेन चैनल पे देखूंगा लेकिन देखते देखते सोऊंगा. देखूंगा तो कंफर्म.
Just gotta go in for dry contact. It's clear as day what that means. You know, you're going in for those trades, and while they were able to find some of these frags, got out some numbers, came down to a 3-on-2. Sion player had the showstopper. So a last-minute timeout called by ZETA. Not sure how much they can do for this map, but at the very least.
इसका अगर 1% भी T6 में आ गया 1 अपन डोमिनेट कर लेंगे.
T1 का 1% क्या?
हाँ T1 का 1% भी आ गया अपन T2 सीन डोमिनेट करेंगे. डोमिनेट एक बंदा ऐसा चाहिए जो मारते जाएगा, बाकी 4 जन चिल कर सकते हैं. कुछ लोग बोलेंगे कैरी है तो क्या हो गया भाई, प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. मैं कितना कैरी करता हूँ 6 को स्ट्रीम पे.
एक तो -0.5% है, मैं +5% हूँ और मैं ऑलरेडी +5% तो है टीम में, फिर भी डोमिनेट नहीं हो रहा.
-0.5% और +5% 5% होता है.
सॉरी -5%. तो थोड़ा सा मैथमेटिक्स में कम मार्क्स है.
T1 still has the overwhelming control. Speaking of which, very aggressive push out from ZETA.
क्लबिंग के टाइम पे इसका मैच बराबर चलता है.
hoping that maybe their commitment
क्या
on Mount
क्या क्लबिंग में क्या
kills,
लड़के
but it's
करके
only
1 2
gotten
3 4 गिनता है
them
जो.
a little bit of map control. If Carby doesn't push up here, well, never mind, he does. That might have been the spike dropped, but
well, there is a bad news.
Especially now that they know that the A site.
But there is a good news. वो लोग ने प्लांट टिक कौन सा दिया है? नोइंग की किलजॉय का अल्ट है.
I mean, I don't even know.
वो लोग ने प्लांट टिक कौन सा दिया है? लौड़े.
Accurate is prepared. Laz has got nothing but the lockdown. Does commit to it. But then as the
push करके मार. और एक
simple shot from Excrete and it says everything.
Oh boy.
Also think about this. He hits those shots with the Tour de Force. That slows everybody down.
मेरा हो गया मेरा हो गया भाई मेरा हो गया. T1 नहीं चाहिए, ZETA दे दो हम लोग को. T1 नहीं चाहिए, लॉक किया जाए. मैंने लॉक किया, ZETA आंसर लॉक किया. हाय
Should have picked the chamber.
अब बस मैं फैनेटिक देखने कितना एक्साइटेड हो. रोस्टर भी चेंज नहीं हुआ. हाँ भाई फैनेटिक भी ओपी भाई. रोस्टर भाई अपना रोस्टर नहीं सॉरी बोस्टर बोस्टर भाई अब रोस्टर क्या है भाई? हाँ रोस्टर भी चेंज नहीं हुआ। अच्छा वैसा लेकिन अपना मेन बोस्टर है डर के भी है।
ईजू के सबसे ज्यादा फैंस है भाई।
हाँ इधर एक ईजू जो इतना मारता है और इधर चलो थैंक यू फॉर वाचिंग द स्ट्रीम गाइस। सॉरी लास्ट मैप नहीं देख पाऊंगा लेकिन ऑफिशियल चैनल पे मैं देख पाऊंगा। ठीक है आप भी देखना पूरा देखना सीन को फॉलो करना।
थैंक यू फॉर वाचिंग।
ठीक है रात को मैं करूंगा। रात को आएगा तू? सेन का मैच है
देखता हूँ।
कॉल करो कि नहीं ये बता।
साला कॉल करूँ कि नहीं?
हाँ
कॉल करने बोला कॉल नहीं किया तूने यार।
इस बार याद करूंगा। शेड्यूल कर दे। इतना जल्दी नहीं करूंगा यार इतना जल्दी नहीं।
मैं तो जाग ही रहूंगा मुझे।
इतना जल्दी शेड्यूल करके क्या मतलब? ठीक है कर देता
बोलता
ठीक है चलो बाय बाय
बाय।
चलो बाय। चलो गाइस दैट इज इट फॉर टुडे। टाइम बता दे भाई अब भी शेड्यूल कर रहा हूँ 2 मिनट में। चलो सी या बाय बाय आदियोस चिट्टी पे पादियोस टेक केयर गुड नाइट थैंक यू फॉर वाचिंग माय स्ट्रीम लव यू एंड बी पॉजिटिव। ठीक है प्यार बांटो यार लाइफ इज टू शॉर्ट बवासीर के लिए। ठीक है जो बंदे लोग बवासीर कर रहे उसको अपने लाइफ से यूं करके हटा दो सिंपल। ठीक है प्यार बांटो ठीक है एंड टेक केयर ऑफ योर फैमिली लव योर मॉम एंड डैड। ठीक है बाय बाय मिलता है टेक केयर। जिंग 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 जिकाट जिंग 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 जिकाट।
When there's no hope hiding, no chance concealing what deep down I felt for you.